3 years ago, Lin Yu traversed into this world, acquiring his first family member, Lin Xiao. His life proceeded in a seemingly mundane manner until a pivotal moment arose while he was at Bei Yuan Mall purchasing a birthday gift for Lin Xiao. The sudden appearance of a first-level cursed spirit disrupted Lin Yu's life trajectory. Just as he contemplated surrendering to despair, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, setting the wheels of fate in motion. Wu Tiao, if you dare, refrain from using rules. Let us engage in a one-on-one duel, Ziyuji. I cannot succumb to the darkness. It is impossible for me to turn dark in this lifetime. Jinsoa, one with 6 eyes, another with golden pupils. How do you propose we engage? Shuangmi and Soa, apologies, Lord Lin Yu, for not allowing you to indulge. Chapter 1, Word Spirit, Laws, Neon Country. Mid-April 2025. Bei Yuan Mall. Within a certain changing room, a young man, clad in a tailored black trench coat with tousled black hair, his handsome features marked by an air of nobility, clutched a gift box while huddling in a corner. His dark eyes were fixed intently on a rescue phone, fervently wishing for it to connect. The man, known as Lin Yu, had crossed over to this world 3 years prior. Unlike his previous life, he was not an orphan in this incarnation. He had a lively and cheerful younger sister, Lin Xiao, who was somewhat overly attached to him. Currently, he was enrolled in a school established by a church in Okinawa. Had it not been for the events of this day, Lin Yu might have continued living an ordinary life, navigating the daily grind of work, cooking, and caring for Lin Xiao. Perhaps one day, when he achieved success and no longer worried about finances, he would find a simple, decent woman to start a family. Then, he could slowly watch Lin Xiao grow up, enjoying a life of happiness. However, it seemed that day would never arrive. After more than 20 unanswered calls, Lin Yu's heart plummeted into despair. To make matters worse, a sudden creaking sound announced the opening of the door behind him. A pair of eyes glimmering with a green hue appeared, gazing at Lin Yu with a sinister smile, drool dripping from its mouth, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath it. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, his pupils dilating in terror, his heart pounding like a war drum. His mind screamed for him to flee, but his body felt as heavy as lead, rendering even the slightest movement an unattainable wish. He closed his eyes, offering no resistance, merely hoping that this monster would grant him release. Yet, instead of the anticipated pain of claws piercing his flesh, a dragon's roar echoed in his mind. The sound was deafening, causing his eardrums to ache, yet it carried an indescribable authority, as though it emanated from the depths of an ancient abyss, instantly dispelling his fear. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yu was astonished to find that his form had transformed. He had become an immense dragon, towering and black as night, its scales shimmering with a dark violet glow. The wings on his back, when unfurled, nearly obscured half the sky, and with every breath, the very earth trembled. Lin Yu attempted to raise his head to comprehend the situation, but upon looking down, he was rendered speechless. Beneath him lay an endless expanse of dragons, all prostrated on the ground, their heads touching the earth as they emitted low cries, seemingly in reverence to their king. This familiar scene awakened memories of his previous life as a dragon enthusiast, and Lin Yu instinctively thought, could it be that I am Hei Wang? In the next moment, a line of dark crimson text materialized before him. Heir of Nidhogg, Lin Yu. Integration with Hei Wang. 1 complete. Unlocking word spirit laws, curse power version, capable of suppressing entities weaker than oneself, rendering them unable to wield curse power. Bloodline curse power activated. Dragon blood can be converted into curse power reserves. Strength increases with integration. Current curse power reserve, level 1 peak. Method of enhancement. Battle with curse power wielders to absorb the source of their curse power. The blood-red text lingered for only 3 seconds before receding like a tide, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, Lin Yu stood once again in the restroom corridor, the cursed spirit still in place. The only difference was that his once inky black eyes had vanished. In their stead were 2 blazing golden vertical pupils, radiating like the sun. Lin Yu smiled, a smile filled with obsession that he could distinctly feel that this was no illusion. Everything was undeniably real. The dragon blood within him surged through his veins like dark violet magma, each pulse imbued with an overwhelming power, spreading through every limb and filling every cell of his being. Slowly, Lin Yu turned to face the cursed spirit with his golden eyes. The cursed spirit, having raised its spiny forelimbs and leaned forward, prepared to pounce and tear the human before it into shreds, suddenly froze mid-motion upon locking eyes. With Lin Yu, it felt as though an invisible hand had grasped its throat, stripping it of all will to resist. The malevolent expression on the cursed spirit's face solidified in that instant, its green pupils constricting to pinpricks, the previously defiant roar caught in its throat, transforming into a tremor of fear. For reasons unknown, the aura emanating from this human had shifted dramatically in the cursed spirit's perception. Lin Yu's body radiated a pressure more terrifying than that of a special-grade cursed spirit, not merely a disparity in power, but an absolute suppression originating from a higher life form that was akin to an ant gazing up at a colossal dragon, rendered utterly paralyzed, devoid of the courage to move even a finger, frozen in place. Lin Yu was not one for verbosity. Thus, his expression was typically conveyed through action, his lips parted, not uttering any modern language, but rather releasing a series of deep, ancient syllables from his throat. Black sanctuary, shadows beneath the light, an ideal realm forgotten by the world, awaken, primordial power, words spirit laws. As his words resonated, an invisible domain enveloped the entire mall. The cursed power that had once surged within the spirit froze as though encased in ice. Instinctively, it sought to mobilize its cursed power for defense, to twist its body and flee, but no matter how hard it struggled, the cursed power remained sealed, utterly inaccessible. Thus lay the tyrannical nature of the laws, cursed power version. Regardless of who you were, be it sorcerer or cursed spirit, if you were weaker than Lin Yu, you could not wield cursed power. The only option left was to engage Lin Yu in a raw, unrestrained brawl. Meanwhile, outside Bei Yuan Mall, a boy with white hair and sunglasses, arms crossed behind his head, stifled a yawn as he gazed at a nearby boy with a bun hairstyle, exuding a gentle demeanor. "Jia, have you finished setting up the tent? This is so boring. Probably needs about 5 more seconds," he replied, reminding Wu Tiao, the one inside is a first-level cursed spirit, quite powerful. Many have perished at its hands in Gaozhou, so do not underestimate it, no worries. We are the strongest, Wu Tiao replied with a confident smile, adjusting his sunglasses. Ziyuji sighed, not expecting Wu Tiao to heed his warning, and with a wry smile, continued with the setup. In a moment, a curtain of cursed power rose, casting a black tint before their eyes. Well, that's enough. Wu, let's go. Chapter 2. Wu Tiao Wu's Fighting Spirit. Lin Yu took a step forward, appearing before the human-faced centipede cursed spirit as if instantaneously. Without any flamboyant gestures, Lin Yu clenched his fist and struck down heavily. The impact met no resistance. A crisp crack echoed as the centipede cursed spirit's body shattered. Its shell, which could withstand the full force of an ordinary sorcerer, crumbled, dark green fluids spurting from the fracture. The centipede cursed spirit let out a piercing wail of pain, yet before its body could react, Lin Yu's second punch landed. Black blood splattered, and half of its face was brutally obliterated by Lin Yu's strike. Were it not for its nature as a cursed spirit, endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, it would have surely perished from that blow. It attempted to flee, but Lin Yu's fists moved with such swiftness that it seemed as if time itself had halted. The front limbs of the spirit could not even assume a retreating stance. Lin Yu's third punch rushed forth once more. However, unlike before, this punch was imbued with a swirl of black sparks. Indeed, this was the strongest standard attack in the sorcery realm. Heislan, Black Flash. By merging with the Black Queen, Lin Yu had not only gained immense physical strength and verbal power, but also acquired the dragon lineage's impeccable mastery over strength and unparalleled learning capability. If the probability of a sorcerer executing Heislan was less than 1 in 100,000 seconds, Lin Yu, with his perfect control over his own power, was nearly guaranteed to achieve it with a probability approaching 100 to rip, accompanied by a deafening tearing sound. The cursed spirit's body was obliterated by Lin Yu, its massive form transforming into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. Lin Yu released his grip, dispelled the restrictions, and shook off the green fluid clinging to his fist, exhaling deeply. Finding it insufficiently clean, he grabbed a relatively clean cloth from a nearby curtain and wiped away the green blood. Only after confirming that his fist was clean did Lin Yu finally lower his hand. Turning around, he intended to retrieve the gift box he had placed in the changing room before leaving. However, just as his fingers grazed the box, an overwhelming surge of cursed energy suddenly invaded his perception, causing his heart to race. That it was deep and unfathomable, as if gazing into an endless abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu pivoted and unleashed a Heislan. Yet, contrary to his expectations, there was no anticipated impact. It felt as though he had struck a piece of paper floating in midair. He could sense the obstruction but could not break through it. Wow, what a treasure we have here. Jia. Wu Tiaowu suddenly straightened up, his hand that had been resting behind his head dropping down, his fingers pushing his sunglasses down to reveal his dazzling sky-blue eyes that sparkled even in the shadows. Fixated on Lin Yu's outstretched fist, his voice was brimming with uncontainable excitement. Jia, did you see that? It's Heislan. And judging by the residual cursed energy on the ground, it seems that the first-level cursed spirit has been dealt with by him. He took a half-step forward, his gaze locked onto Lin Yu, his knuckles visibly tightening, indicating a surge of fighting spirit. Hey, you impressive guy, come have a proper fight with me. I'm the strongest. This is a rare opportunity. Don't let me down. Not interested. In response to Wu Tiaowu's provocative and eager inquiry, Lin Yu replied without a moment's thought. Wu Tiaowu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Lin Yu's rejection, his tone softening as he continued, just one match, a brief spar, how about it? Among my peers, aside from you, I haven't encountered anyone who could stand on equal footing with me for a long time. Come on, I'm begging you, Wu. Xie Yojia's voice interjected just in time, tinged with a hint of exasperation as he stepped forward, subtly guiding the eager Wu Tiaowu back. He turned to Lin Yu, his earlier impatience replaced by a gentle yet sincere smile, slightly bowing. I apologize. My partner has this tendency to lose control when faced with a formidable opponent. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are students of the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. My name is Xie Yojia, and this is Wu Tiaowu. As he spoke, Xie Yojia's gaze fell upon the gift box in Lin Yu's hand, then scanned his sleeve, which still bore traces of cursed spirit fluid, his tone becoming more courteous. My friend, although we did not witness your battle against the first-level cursed spirit, the traces of the fight suggest that your strength far surpasses that of an ordinary sorcerer. Given the current surge in cursed spirits, the school is in dire need of individuals like you, for both more efficient handling of cursed spirits and the opportunity to face stronger opponents. Join us, and you will gain far more than you could through solitary endeavors. Lin Yu tightened his grip on the gift box, contemplating Xie Yojia's words, which struck a chord within him. Merging with the Black Queen required the absorption of cursed energy's essence, and aligning with these two pivotal figures in the sorcery battle would allow him to encounter more potent cursed spirits or sorcerers. This would significantly accelerate his merging process. Yet, Lin Zhao's birthday was equally significant, and he must not be late. Alas, this was the price of bearing the name of Oni-chan. Lin Yu remained silent for a couple of seconds before raising his gaze to Xie Yojia, the light in his golden vertical pupils dimming slightly. I can agree, but not at this moment. He paused, stating his name. My name is Lin Yu. Today is my sister's 14th birthday, and I must return to celebrate with her. Xie Yojia was taken aback for a moment before understanding, smiling. I understand. Family is, of course, paramount. He lowered his head, retrieving a piece of paper with a number written on it and handing it over. This is my contact information. After you have concluded your matters, give me a call, and I will arrange for you to join the school. As for Wu, you need not worry. I will ensure he behaves. Hey, Jia, what do you mean by that? Wu Tiaowu protested from behind, though he did not advance to argue. Adjusting his sunglasses, he fixed his gaze on Lin Yu's retreating figure, a grin spreading wider across his face. Even though we can't fight today, don't think you can escape once you arrive at the school. I'll remember this match. Lin Yu accepted the paper, crumpling it in his hand, nodding without further comment, before turning and briskly walking towards the mall exit, gift box in tow. While engaging in a match with Wu Tiaowu would undoubtedly enhance his merging with the Black Queen, what mattered most now was returning to celebrate Lin Zhao's birthday. The thought of Lin Zhao unwrapping her gift, revealing a blissful and whimsical smile as she excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, you're my favorite," filled Lin Yu's heart with indescribable anticipation and exhilaration. With that, his steps quickened as he exited. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the foot of an apartment building located in the southern part of the city center. Chapter 3, Tion Nei Riko. Truly a testament to the physique enhanced by merging with the Black Queen. I covered the distance of several kilometers in under half an hour. Without so much as a breath of fatigue, with a sigh of admiration, Lin Yu stepped into the apartment, pressing the elevator button and entering. However, when he first traversed into this world, their home was not an apartment, but a dilapidated, narrow rental unit in the old town. The initial conditions were exceedingly harsh, with 13-year-old Lin Yu caring for his 11-year-old sister, Lin Xiao. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed an exceptional memory, able to vividly recall the contents of the novels he had read in his past life. Moreover, these novels did not exist in this world. Consequently, Lin Yu relied on the treasures left behind by numerous eminent figures from his past life to become a professional. Writer.it is noteworthy that Lin Yu's inaugural book was titled Long Zhu, which may also explain the presence of the golden finger associated with the Long Zhu in his life. However, unlike the original text, Lin Yu did not merely replicate everything, but made some modifications to rectify certain regrets. The story's conclusion aligned with the long-held expectations of all Long Zhu enthusiasts from his previous life. Lu Mingfei and Hui Li opened an internet cafe. Yuan Jisheng began selling sunscreen, and the once ordinary half-bloods, Xia Mi and Chu Zihong, found solace in each other's company. Caesar realized his wish to spend a lifetime with Chen Mato, while Feng Gu recovered Eva in Nibelungen. Time did not dull their camaraderie. Occasionally, they would reunite to lend a hand with Lu Mingfei's business, and he would graciously host them. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yu's reputation skyrocketed, establishing him as a widely acclaimed author, adored by readers far and wide. He and his sister relocated from the old district to a luxurious apartment in the southern part of the city center. As the elevator ascended, it soon arrived at the most exquisite room on the rooftop. Upon opening the door, the sounds of laughter and greetings from the girls reached Lin Yu's ears. Wow! Xiao Xiao, your brother is so handsome. Is he a model? Indeed, your brother has such an impressive physique. I envy you, Xiao Xiao, for having such a brother. Of course. Just look at who my brother is. As she spoke, a girl with a white headband and a long braid was tightly embraced by Lin Xiao, who was tickling her. Nearby stood a middle-aged woman, appearing to be around 30, dressed in a white underlay with a black short-sleeved dress and a white apron, smiling as she watched the playful antics of the two girls. Lin Yu's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly faded upon seeing these two individuals, a subtle gravity replacing his smile. Why are those two here? According to the original narrative, they should be confined to their homes. Could it be that my crossing over has created a butterfly effect? Undoubtedly, the two women before him were the characters Tian Nei Riko and He Jing Rimi from the Hui Yu arc of the original work. The demise of Tian Nei Riko, a central figure in this chapter, was a significant regret within the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen. It also served as the catalyst for Wazo's ascendance to power and the divergence of Xia Yojia from the others. Conventionally, it was implausible for them to appear here, and He Jing Rimi would never consent to Tian Nei Riko's request to attend a friend's birthday celebration. While the Jujutsu world exercised relatively lenient oversight over Tian Nei Riko's freedom of movement, the impending assimilation with Tenjin would warrant stricter management than usual. Yet, fate is remarkable, often intertwining unrelated individuals through a series of coincidences, forging connections. A few days prior, when she received orders from above indicating that two sorcerers from Jujutsu High would arrive to take over the task of protecting Tian Nei Riko, she initially intended to reject her request. However, considering that soon Riko would be assimilated with Lord Tenjin, coupled with Riko's pitiable appearance of late, she ultimately could not withstand the impulse of her own compassion. Thus, she secretly hired sorcerers overnight to impersonate Tian Nei Riko and herself, while she discreetly escorted Tian Nei Riko to the birthday gathering. Observing Tian Nei Riko, who was being tickled by Xiao Xiao and laughing joyfully, He Jing Rimi felt a mixture of happiness and complexity. Since she had taken on the task of protecting Tian Nei Riko, she had not seen her smile so radiantly in many years. She yearned to safeguard the girl before her, but the orders from Tenjin were absolute and unyielding. In this decaying realm of jujitsu, her own weakness rendered her incapable of toppling the towering ancient tree, even if its roots were long since rotten. Therefore, He Jing Rimi merely wished to allow this child as much joy as possible in her remaining time, so as not to leave behind too many regrets. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, He Jing Rimi ceased her smile and turned to bow respectfully. I apologize for the intrusion, and I appreciate your sister's warm hospitality. Allow me to introduce myself. I am He Jing Rimi, the guardian of Tian Nei Riko. Lin Yu nodded and spoke. Miss He Jing, may we converse privately? His tone was neutral, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet, He Jing Rimi felt an inexplicable force compelling her to acquiesce to Lin Yu's request. Nodding, He Jing Rimi followed Lin Yu to the rooftop's edge. Lin Yu initiated the dialogue, this time devoid of the prior calm, his words laced with unmasked coldness. Why are you both here? As far as I know, while the star plasma body does not impose stringent restrictions on freedom of movement, the time until assimilation with Tenjin cannot be far off. Those old geezers should not allow her this leniency. He Jing Rimi was momentarily taken aback, slowly processing Lin Yu's words. Are you from the jujitsu world? A torrent of emotions surged within her, prompting her to unwittingly address Lin Yu with honorifics. Lin Yu shook his head. No. At this. Heijing Rimi's heart raced with alarm, a foreboding sensation engulfing her. In that instant, her foremost thought was that the man before her was a curse user, and Tian Enrico was in peril. Almost instinctively, she tensed every muscle in her body, assuming a defensive stance. Anticipating Heijing Rimi's reaction, Lin Yu had already prepared himself and wasted no time. He activated his golden eyes, radiating an intensity akin to a blazing sun, the ancient Dragon King's authority pressing down upon Heijing Rimi like a mountain. Heijing Rimi's pupils constricted sharply, her back drenched in cold sweat unbeknownst to her. Perhaps due to her obsession with protecting Tian Enrico, she stood her ground under the oppressive force, refusing to retreat even a step, her gaze locked onto Lin Yu. Chapter 4 Sudden Changes. Lin Yu had no intention of putting Heijing Rimi in a difficult position. After revealing a hint of brilliance, he closed his golden eyes. Understand this. If I have intentions towards Tian Enrico, your strength alone would be as futile as a dream in stopping me. I will not trouble you. Today is my sister Lin Zhao's birthday, and I do not wish to spoil her joy. You simply need to promise me that after the birthday party concludes, you will leave at the quickest speed possible. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Heijing Rimi let out a sigh of relief, her expression gradually softening as she replied, no problem. After the party ends, I will take Rico away immediately and will not cause you any trouble. Lin Yu acknowledged her with a sound and did not linger, adjusting his expression as he entered the living room. The timing was just right. Lin Xiao had donned the exquisite dress that Lin Yu had specially selected for her. It was a light cream-colored puff-sleeve dress adorned with 3 delicate white lilies at the neckline, the hem falling just above her knees, swaying gently with her movements like a floating cloud. In this dress, Lin Xiao's ethereal demeanor appeared even more enchanting. With a pair of small earlobes peeking through her tousled hair, adorned with sparkling silver studs that added to her charm. As she gazed at Lin Yu, Lin Xiao smiled, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Standing in the center of the living room, her captivating appearance resembled that of a little princess. Beneath her skirt, she subtly rose onto her toes, seemingly afraid of damaging the carefully prepared gift from her brother. Usually lively and cheerful, her voice now carried a hint of sweetness, leaving Lin Yu momentarily bewildered. This is my sister. Lin Zhao's cheeks flushed as she gently lifted her skirt, approaching Lin Yu with eyes sparkling like stars. Brother, look. Isn't this dress beautiful? Aren't you enchanted by me? Lin Yu smiled with paternal affection, his heart melting. He ruffled Lin Zhao's smooth hair, saying yes. I'm almost enchanted to death. Whose adorable little darling is this? So cute. The girls gathered around chimed in with enthusiastic praise. They are so sweet. I want a brother like that. After Lin Xiao pulled Lin Yu to sit down, the mischievous little hand of Tian Enrico reached out to grab a piece of cake. Brother, this is Rico, my best friend at school. Hello, Rico. I am Lin Yu, Lin Xiao's brother. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tian Enrico, nestled against Lin Xiao, froze momentarily, her cheeks turning crimson as she gazed at Lin Yu, who was so close. Her heart raced to 180 beats per minute, steam rising from her forehead. The only thought in her mind was how handsome he was. Lin Xiao, smiling, turned to Lin Yu. Brother, are you satisfied? Isn't Rico super cute? Lin Yu nodded, not only to avoid dampening Lin Xiao's spirits, but also as an affirmation of Tian Enrico's beauty. He couldn't help but admire the artistry and aesthetics of JJXX in the work Jujutsu Kaisen. Though only 14 and still developing, Tian Enrico already exhibited the potential of a beauty, with her long black hair neatly braided and secured with a white headband. Her fair skin and delicate features were complemented by her sapphire-like bright eyes and exquisite outfit, radiating youthful vitality. Truthfully, it was somewhat regrettable that she was associated with Tenjin. However, she had not been completely assimilated by him, but had tragically met her end at the hands of Fushiguro Megumi, forever frozen in time at the age of 14. Yet, Lin Yu harbored no intentions of interfering with her fate. Although Tian Enrico was pitiable, so what? A gentleman does not intervene, and a sage does not impose. Each person has their destiny. How to choose, how to act, and which path to take is one's own decision. Forcing intervention to alter a predetermined fate will inevitably incur consequences and require corresponding sacrifices. Lin Yu was not a sage. He had a bright future and a lovely sister to care for. Endangering himself would only lead to tragedy. If he possessed unparalleled strength and did not need to wear a mask of attitude to survive, he would not hesitate to save this unfortunate girl. But he did not. At least not for now. After all, who could guarantee that Lin Yu could swiftly acquire the strength to rival the entire Jujutsu world? As Lin Yu's thoughts wandered, Lin Xiao displayed a mischievous smile, her plan coming to fruition. So, brother, how about marrying Riko? You're only 2 years older than her. That is not too old. When Riko grows up, I will be her bridesmaid. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond to Lin Xiao's whimsical suggestion. Meanwhile, Tian Nei Riko covered her face with her hands, shyly curling up against Lin Xiao's abdomen, her tone imbued with youthful bashfulness. No, that's too stimulating. Everyone looked at Tian Nei Riko's blushing face, stifling laughter. Only Lin Yu and Heijing Rimi, who understood the truth, wore solemn expressions, their eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. At Tian Nei Riko's home, Ryukong and Yashiro stood amidst a sea of fallen curse users. Their gazes icy as they regarded the white-hatted curse user bound by Yashiro's curse spirit. Ryukong's fingers coalesced with cursed energy. A bullet-sized orb of blue energy aimed at the man's head. Should he utter a single word of denial or lie to them, Ryukong would not hesitate to obliterate him. It was only upon hearing the man's desperate pleas for mercy that he commanded his cursed spirit to halt. Tell us, where is Tian Nei Riko? Yashiro's temples throbbed. The warmth he once exuded had vanished without a trace. A fierce rage contorted his features, as if he might devour the man alive at any moment. Ryukong's expression was equally grim. Had Yashiro not maintained his composure and preserved the strongest of the lot as a captive, the man would have long since met his demise, dissolving into the surrounding blood mist. At Yashiro's signal, the pink cursed spirit constricted around the man like a serpent ensnaring its prey, the pressure causing his bones to creak ominously. Spare me. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. He continued. When we arrived, the star vessel was already gone. Later, we captured a fleeing jujutsu sorcerer and handed him over to another curse user with soul manipulation abilities. We found their location. They are hiding in a luxurious apartment in the southern part of the city. Beyond that, I know nothing. Yashiro nodded, remaining silent, yet conveying a look to Ryukong. Chapter 5. Just leave it to me as good friends. Ryukong instantly understood Yashiro's intent. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed his cursed technique, shattering the man's skull. Time is of the essence, Ryukong. Let us go? Understood. With urgency, Ryukong placed a hand on Yashiro's shoulder and activated the derivative technique of his cursed energy, propelling them toward the southern part of the city. Under Ryukong's nearly flawless control of cursed energy, the spatial nodes of the starting and ending points were compressed together. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the luxurious apartment district in the south. They descended from the skies above the apartment complex, surveying the floors below. Ryukong removed his round sunglasses, his 6 eyes scanning the surroundings like a clear blue sky, locking onto the positions of the curse users in no more than 3 breaths. According to the information relayed by Lu Yan, it appears that Tian Nei Riko has yet to meet her demise. To prevent any further complications, Wu Tiaowu extended his long hand, intending to unleash a curse upon their location. However, he was halted by Xia Yojia, who sat atop a pink devilfish. Wu, there are still ordinary people here. As sorcerers, it is our duty to protect one another. Besides, if you act recklessly again, Teacher Yi will surely be furious. Wu Tiaowu clicked his tongue, reluctantly retracting his hand, and resolved to wait for Jia to secure the surroundings before addressing the curse users. Yet, he could not help but grumble that it was all due to Teacher Ye's failure to provide adequate notice. They had rushed to Okinawa only to find no trace of the starry body, yet they encountered numerous curse users. Let us put that aside for now and locate Tian Nei Riko. Xia Yojia interrupted him, his tone grave. That is the priority. Wu Tiaowu nodded, his 6 eyes scanning the cluster of buildings below. Upon spotting a residence atop a rooftop, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Jia, it seems we are indeed fated to cross paths with Lin Yu. Tian Nei Riko is with him, seemingly celebrating the birthday of Lin Yu's sister. Lin Yu appeared to reassure Wu Tiaowu that there was no cause for concern regarding Tian Nei Riko's safety. Let us resolve the situation with those curse users first, Xia Yojia said, cracking his knuckles, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed the floating Wu Tiaowu. In Lin Yu's living room, laughter echoed, unceasing. Lin Xiao joyfully pinched Tian Nei Riko's soft cheeks, oblivious to the latter's resentful gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, seated beside Lin Xiao, maintained his smile, though his attention had shifted elsewhere. Through his senses, he detected a group approaching their vicinity. Although the fluctuations of their curse energy were not particularly formidable, at least not to Lin Yu, they still warranted caution. Lin Yu felt no significant anxiety, as he had sensed their presence when Wu Tiaowu initiated the song to teleport. It was evident that something was amiss at Tian Nei Riko's home. As the two tasked with escorting the starry body, their instinct would be to search for her upon not finding her body and to initiate a rescue. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's lack of concern did not equate to complacency. He had no intention of simply waiting for Wu Tiaowu and Xia Yojie to handle the curse users. Heikue Raimai stood at the kitchen door, observing the scene in the living room, and exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, she believed Lin Yu's words to be true. He indeed harbored no intentions of harming Tian Nei Riko. She retrieved her phone, intending to check on the situation at home, only to discover a message that had been lingering for over 10 minutes. Upon opening the screen and entering the message interface, she found a succinct note from the substitute sorcerer she had previously hired. Exposed. They are headed your way. Run. Heikue Raimai's face drained of color, and the plate in her hand clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. Her expression slightly frayed. She hastened towards Riko, eager to whisk her away from the premises. Just a few steps from Tian Nei Riko, Lin Yu arrived beside her and whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Please take care of them. Leave the rats outside to me." Upon hearing this, Heikue Raimai instinctively nodded, halting her advance. The words seemed to possess a certain magic, dispelling all her anxiety, tension, and fear in an instant. "Then, I leave it to you." Lin Yu acknowledged her with a hum, turning to Lin Xiao and the others with a smile. Xiao, you all continue to play. Miss Heikue has hurt her finger, and we've run out of medicine at home. I'll go downstairs to buy some alcohol and bandages." Lin Xiao responded affirmatively, refraining from further inquiries. Lin Yu opened the door, gently closing it behind him as he made his way to the fire escape at the stairwell. Before him stood 5 curse users clad in black trench coats, their faces obscured by skull masks. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, knives clasped tightly in hand, poised to strike. A disdainful smile crept across Lin Yu's face. His golden eyes ignited, and the oppressive might of a dragon descended upon the 5, rendering them motionless. A wave of sheer terror washed over them, cold sweat soaking their backs. Before they could react, the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. None could discern how Lin Yu had moved. By the time they realized, the closest companion had already succumbed to Lin Yu's grip, his throat crushed. The remaining 4 stumbled back, channeling their curse energy to unleash their techniques. Lin Yu's lips moved, intoning an ancient language. The realm of word spirits enveloped the top floor instantaneously. Under Lin Yu's death control, the scope of the incantation was reduced to a mere 1/10 of its original size, ensuring it would not affect anyone other than the 4 before him. He need not worry about disrupting the efficiency of Wu Tiaowu and Xia Yojie as they dealt with the remaining curse users outside. The technique the 4 were on the brink of forming dissipated into nothingness, their internal curse energy frozen, unresponsive to their commands. The leader of the group, realizing something amiss, gazed at Lin Yu in horror. "What have you done? Why has our curse energy vanished?" "Nothing much." Lin Yu stepped forward, his golden vertical pupils devoid of emotion. "I simply do not wish to waste unnecessary resources on renovations." With that, he kicked the knife that had fallen from the grasp of the curse user he had just dispatched, fixing his cold gaze upon the remaining 4. His tone laced with mockery. "I hope your strength can sustain you a little longer. Otherwise, this will be rather dull. Of course, you may plead for mercy, but I doubt you will have the chance to utter those words." Chapter 6. A grand performance. What a joke. Our intel didn't mention such a monster was here. A curse user, paralyzed in fear, cried out in despair before bolting. With the first to flee, the others soon followed suit, discarding their weapons, frantically retreating as if resolute in their decision. Their cowardice was understandable. Under Lin Yu's sun-like golden eyes, they felt akin to mice before a cat, utterly devoid of any will to resist. At that moment, escape became their sole obsession. However, reality is often merciless. Before they could take more than a few steps, their gaze shifted skyward. The sudden sensation of weightlessness left them bewildered, pondering how their perspective had shifted to the air. But gravity soon provided the answer. As they plummeted rapidly, they finally beheld Lin Yu, sheathing his blade, and the lifeless bodies of their 4 companions, frozen in mid-stride. As their brains succumbed to oxygen deprivation, their fading consciousness descended into an abyss of darkness. Yet Lin Yu did not cease his pursuit. For him, this was not merely a matter of protection. It was also nourishment to hasten his fusion with the Black King. He strolled toward the ventilation window at the stairwell, his robust arm propped against the wall as he leaped downwards. The sound of air splitting erupted as Lin Yu plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. Had he been a hybrid, leaping from the 5th floor would undoubtedly have caused him considerable pain. However, he was not. His physical organs, though indistinguishable from those of a human, possessed resilience and strength that had already reached the level of a 3rd generation. This leap inflicted no pain whatsoever. With an expressionless demeanor, Lin Yu advanced, his sole objective to expel the uninvited guests' breakfast from their stomachs. Meanwhile, the curse masters approaching from a distance halted at the edge of the dust cloud, hesitant to proceed. The curse technique seems off. I don't sense any cursed energy from this dust. It should not be caused by cursed energy, muttered a bearded curse master, turning to a gaunt man beside him. Do you have any idea what is happening, Yaozi Shinshu? Yaozi Shinshu shook his head. No? I just saw a shadow swoop down from above. He turned to the other curse masters behind him, hoping to inquire if they had discerned anything, only to find them frozen in place, rooted to the ground. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart, and his body became as stiff as a robot as he turned back. What he beheld would remain etched in his memory forever. A fierce wind arose, dispersing the dust that had obscured everyone's view, revealing a tall and slender figure emerging from the mist, with only those golden vertical pupils visible, shining like a blazing sun in the sky, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The sound of footsteps was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, their hearts pounding like war drums. The dust cloud did not linger long and soon dissipated entirely, unveiling Lin Yu standing firm, his black trench coat billowing in the wind. Rather than appearing disheveled by the dust settling upon him, he exuded an aura of dominance. He brushed off the dust from his right shoulder, his golden gaze sweeping over the curse masters before him, devoid of warmth and filled only with the arrogance of a king surveying mere ants. There were over a dozen curse masters present, tripling those encountered earlier in the fire escape. Among them, the bearded man at the forefront was the strongest, wielding a katana entwined with black, cursed energy, likely a near-level 1 curse master in close combat. Another, as thin as a withered tree, clutched a straw doll adorned with talismans, though he lacked cursed tools. He was evidently not weak. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Lin Yu felt no hint of fear. Rather, he was filled with an inexplicable exhilaration. Thus, he chose not to activate any restrictions, but instead sought a different approach. Previously, in defeating the 5 curse masters, he had successfully reached a fusion level of 5, unlocking his second word spirit, Junyan. Junyan, cursed energy version, instantly heats and compresses all elemental energy within a 10-meter radius, resulting in a violent explosive destruction upon release, with flames controlled by the user, inflicting continuous high-temperature damage upon enemies. Seeing merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy before them, the curse masters collectively sighed in relief. Although his eyes appeared intimidating, perceptive individuals recognized that this was not a 6-eyed. Moreover, they could hardly believe that there existed multiple individuals like Wu Tiaowu, possessing almost invincible strength within the jujutsu world at such a young age. Instantly, someone voiced a mocking taunt. Well, he certainly knows how to put on a show. I thought a formidable character was making an entrance, only to find it was just this little brat. As he spoke, the man strode confidently towards Lin Yu, slinging an arm over his shoulder. He intended to extend his large, dark hand to teach Lin Yu the importance of humility, advising him not to show off in public. Noticing Lin Yu's lack of reaction, the others found amusement in the situation, stepping forward to witness the unfolding spectacle. Unperturbed, they halted precisely 10 meters away from Lin Yu. One burly man even plopped down on the ground, pulling out a sunflower seed from his pocket, appearing as a typical bystander, seemingly oblivious to the original purpose of their presence. Only one person stood out. He did not move closer but instead retreated further, pausing only when his unease dissipated. This was the lean man, Yaozi Shinshu. In response, Lin Yu could only sigh, silently reciting the profound dragon script. The man who had draped an arm over Lin Yu's shoulder, irritated by the incomprehensible chant, was about to scold the boy for mumbling in an unintelligible language when he suddenly felt the surrounding air grow intensely hot. Realizing something was amiss, his arm trembled, and he turned to Lin Yu with terror in his eyes. Lin Yu, sensing the shift, turned to him, revealing an eerie smile as he completed the final incantation. From the heights of ancient Babylon, ignite and become the sun, Junyan. At the instant his words fell, the air within a 10-meter radius of Lin Yu warped violently, boiling. The curse masters, who had previously held mocking grins, found their expressions frozen in shock as their pupils dilated and their muscles tensed. They wished to flee, but it was too late. The free and bound water within their bodies evaporated in an instant due to the intense heat generated by Junyan's eruption, leaving only their consciousness protected within their brains, encapsulated by the cursed energy. Yet often, to remain alive is the most agonizing fate. The heating and compressing time required before Junyan's full detonation was minimal, so short that only physical prowess akin to Fubuki Shire or the limitless technique of Wu Tiao Wu could allow one to escape unscathed. The explosion erupted, blossoming into a mushroom cloud, incinerating everything within 10 meters into charred remnants in the blink of an eye. As for the man who had draped his arm over Lin Yu's shoulder, he met a tragic fate, consumed by the flames without even a scream. Reduced to ashes that returned to the earth. The luckier curse masters who perished in the final explosion became charred corpses, departing this world without suffering. In contrast, those who were flung away found their limbs carbonized by the intense heat, stripped of their training foundation, left to languish on the ground. Silently observing the two figures advancing towards them, Lin Yu kicked aside the charred corpse obstructing his path, retrieving the katana embedded in the ground beneath it, holding it horizontally. The grip felt exquisite, light as a feather. This was Lin Yu's immediate thought. However, what captivated his attention most was the inscription Murakami etched on the blade, along with the familiar texture of the knife, crafted from iron. The blade's pattern, resembling lightning, was designed explicitly for killing, effectively preventing blood from staining the blade and preserving the weapon from corrosion. Lin Yu couldn't help but muse, with Junyuan and Murakami now in my possession. All that's left to become Chu Zihong is to be born with a stoic expression and acquire a black Maybach. After this brief musing, Lin Yu fixed his gaze firmly on the last survivor, Yaozi Shinshu, standing several meters away. Yaozi Shinshu swallowed hard, anxiously locking eyes with the imposing golden gaze of Lin Yu. After a moment of self-recalibration, Yaozi Shinshu activated his earpiece, seeking assistance from the curse masters who had yet to arrive. However, amidst the cacophony of static, he heard not the anticipated response, but rather a chorus of despairing wails and curses, though the sounds echoed chaotically like an antiquated broadcasting device. Yaozi Shinshu's exceptional discernment allowed him to pinpoint a key phrase, Lu Yen. In this world, aside from the monstrous Wu Tiao Wugo, who else would invoke such a term? Panic engulfed Yaozi Shinshu as he realized the gravity of their predicament. They had truly encountered an insurmountable challenge. Fleeing was not a feasible option. As a control-type sorcerer, his physical strength was notably lacking, and there was no way he could outrun the creature before him, which had leapt from the 5th floor unscathed. Instead, he was compelled to adopt a more diplomatic approach. Furthermore, his lifelong meat shield had been reduced to a charred corpse mere seconds ago, leaving him without anyone to buy time for him. To make matters worse, the creature had acquired a first-class cursed tool, purchased with a lifetime of savings from the big, bearded man. Yaozi Shinshu felt utterly trapped. His mind raced as he sought a plausible strategy. From the recent battle data, it was apparent that the youth before him was akin to the big, bearded man, a melee sorcerer wielding fire-based area attacks. Dressed in opulent attire, Yaozi Shinshu realized that, given his financial constraints, bribing him was out of the question. If he could not persuade him to spare his life, then he would have no choice but to fight. Resolute, Yaozi Shinshu prepared to employ his ultimate technique. His sorcery, known as Shuzhong Kugu, enabled him to summon one or more cursed spirits to fight on his behalf by sacrificing the souls of those who had lost their will to fight. With the strength of the spirits determined by the power and number of the sacrifices, the scarecrow in his hand, inscribed with numerous talismans, was a cursed object he had purchased at a high price from an unscrupulous merchant. When thrown, it would create a confinement akin to a closed domain, capable of trapping enemies below the special grade for 1 minute. Armed with these two trump cards, Yaozi Shinshu felt a flicker of confidence. As he mentally rehearsed his contingency plan should negotiations fail, he boldly stepped forward. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, interrupting his thoughts. A chill swept over him without warning, and instinctively, Yaozi Shinshu crouched down, retreating his head like a turtle, just as Lin Yu executed a swift strike aimed at decapitation. Lin Yu turned his gaze back with a hint of surprise, revealing a chilling smile. Interesting, he remarked, before launching another downward slash, intent on bisecting Yaozi Shinshu. Wait, don't kill me. Can we discuss this? Yaozi Shinshu's complexion paled as he shouted desperately. Yet Lin Yu seemed to ignore him, his weapon, Murakumo, relentlessly targeting Yaozi Shinshu's life. Terrified, Yaozi Shinshu leapt backward in evasion, but Lin Yu pursued him with the relentless tenacity of a cat playing with its prey, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Soon, Yaozi Shinshu's pleas transformed into furious shouts. Are you deaf or mute? Speak. Is it impossible to negotiate? Must a curse master die? At last, Lin Yu broke his silence, coldly mocking, how absurd. If you live, must I die? I have no desire to reason with you. You are unworthy of it. Prepare to meet your end. Seeing Lin Yu's unwavering resolve ignited a fire within Yaozi Shinshu. In the face of certain death, he realized it made little difference who delivered the final blow. He would rather die fighting than lose his dignity as a man. You want to force me, huh? Fine. Since I am doomed today, I will drag you down with me. With that, he hurled the scarecrow at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu deftly twisted his wrist, executing a swift strike that severed the flying scarecrow in two. The clash of metal rang out as the talismans on the scarecrow ignited upon contact with Lin Yu's cursed energy, successfully triggering its effect. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Lin Yu prepared himself, knowing he had no option for retreat as he braced for the unknown ahead. In the very next moment, the scarecrow disintegrated, forming a circular, sealed prison that enveloped Lin Yu. The interior of the confinement glimmered with a dull, cursed energy. And as Lin Yu traced his fingers along the barrier, he felt as though he were touching the flesh of a long-frozen corpse. Fortunately, Lin Yu did not suffer from claustrophobia. Otherwise, being trapped would have shattered his composure immediately. Regaining his calm, Lin Yu raised a hand and pressed it against the barrier, feeling the flow of cursed energy within. Before long, he identified a particularly weak point in the barrier. Yinling Junyan, he murmured, as crimson gold, cursed energy coursed from his arm into the hilt of his blade, spreading along the blade's surface. Unlike the previous explosive release, this time, the elemental energy was compressed, allowing Lin Yu to control it with precision as a thin layer enveloped the blade. Fortunately, this was a first-class cursed tool. Otherwise, under such extreme heat, the blade would not merely glow red, but would have melted into a puddle of molten iron, targeting the most vulnerable point in the barrier. Lin Yu twisted his wrist and brought Murakumo down in a diagonal slash. With a resounding explosion, the blade made contact, creating a violent shockwave that struck the barrier. A small crack appeared, spreading across the surface and revealing the outside world. "It's effective," Lin Yu exclaimed, and he continued to strike the same spot repeatedly. Within a mere 20 seconds, the barrier began to tremble under the assault. Outside, Yaozi Shinshu had just finished reciting the final segment of his sacrificial incantation when he heard the sound and whirled around, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he saw the crack. "How is this possible? I personally verified this barrier. It should withstand for at least a minute. Why is it breaking so quickly?" But there was no time for contemplation. Gathering his cursed energy, he began tossing the charred remains of the fallen curse masters into the ritual array. The bloodlines within the formation ignited, drawing the spirits from the corpses into a swirling mass of pale blue mist at the center. "Sacrifice!" Yaozi Shinshu howled, pressing his left hand to his temple, digging his nails deep into his flesh as he extracted his own soul, piece by piece, feeding it into the array. The soul mist erupted into a frenzy, and a colossal shadow began to materialize within the formation. The stench of decay and suffocating cursed energy emanating from it indicated that it was a special-grade cursed spirit. At that moment, with a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered completely. Lin Yu charged forward, wielding Murakumo, his golden eyes igniting as he activated Yinling Jilu. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Yaozi Shinshu's technique had completed, and the final wisp of soul mist was swallowed by the shadow within the array. The suppression from the incantation fell upon the shadow, momentarily stalling its movements. Unlike the previous curse masters and first-grade curse spirits, this entity's power far exceeded Lin Yu's current limits of suppression. The incantation only slightly delayed its casting speed. Yaozi Shinshu's body collapsed, a sinister grin plastered across his face, as he seemed to envision the scene of Lin Yu accompanying him to the afterlife. In the midst of the magical formation, a cursed spirit slowly emerged, garbed in a dark red zhengshi fufu. Its long hair cascaded like an inky waterfall down to its ankles, its skin as pale as paper, and its facial features were grotesque and terrifying, shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Towering at a height of 8 feet, it donned a red sun hat, its slender fingers resembling branches, covered in myriad blood vessels akin to writhing worms. It was evident that this entity was the infamous urban legend of the Neon Kingdom, the imagined malevolent spirit known as the Yashira Lady. According to lore, she subsisted by devouring human souls, capable of emitting any sound to deceive her victims into opening the door, thereby consuming their souls to nourish herself. Lin Yu tightened his grip on Murakumo, refraining from a hasty attack, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Yashira Lady, cautious not to show even a hint of relaxation. The Yashira Lady's blood-red eyes surveyed her surroundings, seemingly confirming the absence of any other foes aside from Lin Yu. After scanning the area, her gaze settled entirely upon him, and she clasped her branch-like fingers, producing a series of jarring, fragmented sounds from her mouth. In the next moment, time appeared to come to a standstill, and Lin Yu found himself in a desolate and dilapidated wooden cabin. His golden eyes swept around the space, revealing no sign of emotional upheaval. As anticipated, The Yashira lady indeed possessed a rudimentary domain akin to the Lin Yu of Shiujia. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed, followed closely by a voice laced with desperation. "Brother, open the door, please. It's Lin Xiao, save me, there's a monster outside. Hurry, it's coming." Upon hearing this plea, Lin Yu's expression momentarily became dazed, as if veiled by an invisible fog. Yet, this sensation lasted less than a second. His left hand, reaching for the doorknob, was swiftly reined in by Lin Yu, who pressed down with his right hand. Lin Yu's golden eyes turned coldly towards the door, listening intently to the persistent cries for help. His anger surged to its peak, yet he maintained his composure, his mind methodically analyzing the Yashira lady's abilities. Was she manipulating the voices of one's most cherished individuals to exploit their emotions, thus breaching their psychological defenses to trigger the act of opening the door? However, to audaciously deceive me using my sister's voice, I must concede, your audacity is quite remarkable. Lin Yu sheathed Murakumo behind his back, his eyes glinting with frost. If she wished to play, then he would indulge her in this tedious game. As he turned the doorknob, the shadows of the cabin seemed to come alive, suddenly unleashing numerous chains as thick as arms, lunging towards Lin Yu. In the blink of an eye, those chains coiled around his wrists, waist, and ankles like venomous serpents, tightening with a brutal force. "Brother, you finally opened the door." The Yashira lady spoke in Lin Xiao's voice, lowering her head to whisper in Lin Yu's ear. Upon finishing her words, she raised her emaciated hand, glowing with a dull light, reaching for the nape of Lin Yu's neck, intent on extracting his soul. Seeking death. Lin Yu's shoulder tensed, the dragon blood within him boiling. His muscles bulged, straining against the chains with a creaking sound, and with a twist of his wrist. A sharp crack echoed as dozens of chains shattered like paper. Utilizing the momentum of his turn, Lin Yu propelled his fist, imbued with black lightning and lethal intent, crashing it into the Yashira lady's face with a resounding impact. Black flash. Boom. The Yashira lady was sent flying, colliding against the decayed wooden wall, which instantly caved in half. Before she could rise, Lin Yu appeared before her, as if teleporting. Chapter 9. A bargain. With a single foot, he lifted the Yashira lady's massive form, withdrawing Murakumo from behind and plunging it into her right shoulder, pinning her firmly against the wall. Subsequently, Lin Yu transformed into a humanoid platinum star, raining down black flashes upon the Yashira lady's delicate frame like a tempest. Throughout this time, the Yashira lady did not relinquish her hope of survival, perpetually attempting to mend her shattered body, striving to clasp her hands and unleash her techniques to escape. Yet, without exception, her efforts ended in failure. Indeed, Lin Yu found the battle too cumbersome. He simply ripped her arms and thighs apart with brute force, subsequently manipulating Jun Yin to envelop her limbs, preventing her from recovering. Thus, the Yashira lady ultimately chose to cease her resistance, resigning to her fate. Had she possessed even a modicum of wisdom, capable of speech, her first words would surely have been a greeting to the entire family of the one who summoned her. Xiao Su. Outside the domain, Wu Tiao was stepping on the face of a curse user from the Q group, who had just thrown several short knives at him from behind. Suddenly, he froze, his cerulean six eyes shifting towards Lin Yu's location, the playful demeanor on his face transforming into one of seriousness. "Jia, it appears that Lin Yu is in trouble." Shi Yujia nodded, sensing the immense cursed energy that had abruptly manifested. "Indeed, it resembles my special grade imagined cursed spirit, the Lefeur. Judging by the cursed energy, it is only stronger." While Lin Yu was undeniably powerful, the domain and techniques of a special grade cursed spirit were exceedingly troublesome. Facing it alone was perilous. As he walked, Shi Yujia adjusted his cursed energy, dark light emanating from his fingertips. "Wu, you proceed with Song, I will arrive shortly. If anything happens to him, our esteemed school will lose another formidable sorcerer." "No problem." With that, Wu Tiao activated Song, appearing in the blink of an eye above the rudimentary domain constructed by the Yashira lady. Raising his hand, his knuckles poised like a flick, a sea-blued Song struck the rudimentary domain, effortlessly shattering it, and plunging the Yashira lady into a state of technique disruption. However, his current state was not much different from that of technique disruption. Wu Tiao wore a mischievous grin, standing atop a crumbled stone pillar. Just as he was about to call out to Lin Yu, "I'm here to save you." Lin Yu, he was abruptly taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief as he witnessed Lin Yu continuously unleashing black flashes upon the Yashira lady. Removing his circular sunglasses, Wu Tiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that his 6 eyes were functioning correctly. Lin Yu was indeed relentlessly assaulting the special grade cursed spirit before him with black flashes. What on earth? When did the probability of black flashes become so high? While Wu Tiao marveled at the spectacle, Shi Yujie also arrived, immediately delivering a fist the size of a sandbag upon Wu Tiao's head. Perhaps absorbed in the scene, Wu Tiao instinctively failed to activate his limitless technique, receiving Shi Yujie's punch squarely atop his head. Ouch! Wu Tiao exclaimed, looking up at Shi Yujie with a pitiful expression. Why did you hit me, Jie? What do you think? I asked you to come assist Lin Yu, and you're here standing and watching. Wu Tiao pouted in discontent, pointing towards Lin Yu. Jie, I believe he doesn't need my help. If I had arrived a moment later, that cursed spirit might have been defeated by him already. Shi Yujie paused, turning to observe Lin Yu. He saw Lin Yu atop the Yashira lady, whose body had been transformed into a grotesque form, landing left and right hooks upon her lifeless face. Shi Yujie smacked his lips, apologetically patting Wu Tiao's shoulder. Apologies, Wu, I misunderstood you. The gaze of Xia Yojie fell upon Hachi Shikifujin, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against his cuff. To him, a special grade cursed spirit represented formidable combat strength. For someone like him, who possessed cursed spirit manipulation techniques, subduing such a spirit would be akin to gaining wings. With Wugo, who would eventually possess the 6 eyes, only growing stronger, if Xia Yojie did not wish to be left far behind, he must capture as many powerful cursed spirits as possible. However, as he observed the lingering coldness in Lin Yu's eyes, he swallowed his words. He stood still, fingers curling slightly, his mind weighing the options: to speak up, risking the relationship with Lin Yu, or to remain silent, thereby allowing such a valuable cursed spirit to perish, which would indeed be a pity. Beside him, Wugo had already discerned his thoughts and nudged him with his elbow. Jia, you want that cursed spirit, right? Just say so. It won't cost you anything. What if Lin Yu agrees? Xia Yojie shot Wugo a silent glance, just as Lin Yu's punches intensified, and he could see Hachi Shikifujin was on the brink of collapse, poised to perish under Lin Yu's might. Unable to remain passive any longer, Xia Yojie called out, Wait, Lin Yu, can you spare its life? Lin Yu did not respond. His fist suspended in midair as he turned to face him, his golden eyes devoid of emotion, coldly locking onto Xia Yojie's gaze. With Xia Yojie's sharp intellect, he instantly grasped Lin Yu's intent. Steeling himself, Xia Yojie moderated his tone, organizing his thoughts before speaking. A special grade cursed spirit with a domain is an immensely powerful asset, and my cursed spirit manipulation technique allows me to subdue it and harness its abilities. Therefore, it is imperative that I acquire it. After a brief pause, he added, Although I am unaware of the grudge between you and it, if you are willing to part with it, name your terms, and I will fulfill them. To demonstrate his sincerity, he summoned a white squid cursed spirit, letting it hover above his palm. Wugo chimed in, Yes. Lin Yu, just give him a chance. If Jie can't meet the conditions, I can assist. Lin Yu glanced down at the nearly lifeless Hachi Shikifujin, then cast a sidelong look at the earnestness in Xia Yojie's eyes, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Calculating in his mind, he realized that killing the cursed spirit held little significance for him. He had already absorbed most of its cursed energy through battle. Rather than eliminate it, he might as well exchange it for some benefit. Ultimately, Lin Yu retracted his fist and stood up from Hachi Shikifujin. All right, give me 50 million yen, and Hachi Shikifujin is yours. Upon hearing this, Xia Yojie exhaled in relief, ready to agree, only to abruptly freeze. He quickly regained his composure, but was unable to hide his shock. Wait, how much did you say? 50 million yen? He muttered in disbelief, patting his racing heart, which had been startled by Lin Yu's audacious demand. Once he had calmed down, he controlled his astonishment and gazed intently at Lin Yu, softly asking if it could be reduced. Despite having earned a fair sum from exorcising cursed spirits during high school tasks, 50 million yen was still a significant amount. Even so, who would wish to spend such a vast sum? Naturally, he preferred to pay as little as possible. After all, his money did not come easily. Only Wugo, coming from the prestigious Gojo family, remained unaffected. As the future head of the Gojo clan, money was merely a number to him, and 50 million yen likely paled in comparison to his monthly allowance. Faced with Xia Yojie's request, Lin Yu coldly shook his head. No, 50 million. Not a single yen less. Furthermore, this is a small business, and I do not offer credit. Xia Yojie's lips twitched as he realized he could not sway Lin Yu. Hesitantly, he reached for his phone, his mind racing with thoughts. Yet he ultimately decided to proceed with the purchase. There was no telling when he would next encounter the opportunity to subdue a special grade cursed spirit. Wugo, noticing his internal struggle, leaned in with a chuckle. It's just 50 million, not that much. I'll cover it for you. It's no big deal. He pulled out his phone, ready to transfer the funds. However, Xia Yojia swiftly placed his hand over Wugo's, his voice firm with a touch of defiance. No, I'll handle it myself. He had no desire to owe Wugo a favor. If Wugo helped him make the purchase, he would likely face teasing for months to come. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone, opened the transfer interface, and hovered his finger over the confirm button for 2 seconds. Reminded of the potential uses of this cursed spirit, he finally closed his eyes and pressed the confirm button. With a notification sound, Lin Yu stepped back, allowing Xia Yojia space, his expression transforming into a warm and gentle smile, resembling the amiable neighbor next door. Xia Yojia looked at Lin Yu, shaking his head in resignation, self-deprecatingly muttering, "Sigh, a year's worth of effort wasted." Wugo laughed heartily beside him. "Who told you to be so proud? If you had just asked me for help, it would have been resolved." Xia Yojia shot him a glare, retorting, "Shut up. Owing you a favor is worse than losing money." He then turned to Lin Yu, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. This cursed spirit is indeed crucial to me." Though Lin Yu's initial demand had been exorbitant, there was no denying that with Hachi Shikifujin, Xia Yojia's strength would experience a significant enhancement. Lin Yu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As a renowned novelist, he possessed the advantage of drawing from the rich cultural heritage of Longhua, coupled with years of diligent effort in Neon Country, achieving financial independence long ago. Even if he was not as wealthy as Wugo overall, the sum of 50 million yen was inconsequential to him. Thus, among the three present, only Xia Yojia bore the burden of financial concern. So why did Lin Yu still insist on demanding money from Xia Yojia? The reasons were twofold. Firstly, it was to provide Xia Yojia with a way to save face. Secondly, it related to Lin Yu's upbringing, as he hailed from humble beginnings. Money held profound significance for him, serving as a pillar of dignity and a source of security in safeguarding his family's happiness. Xia Yojia turned to face the nearly lifeless Hachi Shikifujin on the ground. His fingertips glowed with dark purple cursed energy, slowly swirling as he activated his cursed spirit manipulation technique. "Seize," he uttered firmly, directing his palm toward the remaining form of Hachi Shikifujin. The cursed energy vortex tightened, forcibly drawing the dissipating cursed energy into its center. Hachi Shikifujin, which had been faintly trembling, was now seemingly grasped by an invisible hand and dragged into Xia Yojia's vortex. The dark purple cursed energy enveloped its body like an incoming tide, compressing its once mighty form until it shrank to the size of a billiard ball. Xia Yojia skillfully grasped it in his palm and swallowed it whole. After everything concluded, Xia Yojia took the initiative to bid farewell to Lin Yu, preparing to take Wugo to find Tian Nei Riko and return to the high school, merging with Tian Yuan. Just as he took a step forward, a warm hand gently grasped his wrist, and the bright smile on Lin Yu's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. "Wait." Lin Yu's voice, though not loud, compelled both individuals to halt their steps involuntarily. Releasing his grip from Xia Yojia's wrist, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the direction of the apartment and spoke calmly. "I am aware that you intend to take Tian Nei away, but today is not feasible." Xia Yojia furrowed his brow, his tone laden with confusion and skepticism. "It appears you know that Tian Nei is a star nucleus. Therefore, you must understand the significance of Tian Yuan in the world of sorcery. Their assimilation is inevitable." "I know," Lin Yu interjected. "I have no intention of interfering with your mission, but today marks my sister Lin Zhao's birthday, and Tian Nei is her guest. Hence, I cannot allow you to take her away." He paused before continuing. "Moreover, you are aware that her time is limited. Why not grant her a little more time to avoid leaving behind too many regrets? Additionally, with such extensive consumption, can you truly guarantee Tian Nei's safe return to Gaozhuan?" Wu Tiaowu leaned against the nearby wall, fiddling with his sunglasses, raising an eyebrow. "I concur. Besides, Jia, it's merely a matter of returning later. It's just a few scoldings from Teacher Yia." After a brief silence, Xia Yojia weighed the pros and cons in his mind before sighing. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, we will not depart. We will remain beneath the apartment tonight to ensure her safe retrieval tomorrow." "That is acceptable." Lin Yu nodded, a faint smile returning to his face. "There should still be cake in the living room. Would you care to join me for a slice? Since you are here, why not stay the night at my home instead of enduring the elements outside?" Wu Tiaowu's eyes brightened with enthusiasm, ready to agree, only to be pulled back by Xia Yojia. "No need, we will wait downstairs. The objective of the mission is to bring Tian Nei back. If we go, it may inadvertently create complications." Lin Yu acknowledged his understanding and turned to walk towards the convenience store. In the heart of the living room, Lin Xiao stood before the karaoke machine, dancing joyously to the melodious rhythm, showcasing her enchanting vocal talent to everyone present. From a tender age, Lin Xiao possessed an extraordinary musical gift, with perfect pitch. No matter how complex or peculiar the melody, she could flawlessly replicate it after just one listen. Regrettably, financial constraints hindered her, forcing her to bury her dream of becoming a star deep within her heart. Had Lin Yu not traversed through time, Lin Xiao might have followed the same path as her original self, dropping out of school early, working various jobs, and struggling for daily sustenance. Akin to a steed in a stable, without the encounter with a discerning patron, it would remain impossible for her to stand out among a herd of horses. Regardless of the years that passed, as a devoted brother, Lin Yu unconditionally supported Lin Xiao's aspirations. Once Lin Xiao came of age, he would leverage his resources and connections to pave a broad avenue for her dreams. As the final notes faded, signaling the conclusion of the performance, Lin Xiao lowered her microphone gently and bowed to express her gratitude to the audience. However, time seemed to stand still as the crowd remained entranced, gazing at her in a daze, their lashes unmoving, seemingly lost in the reverie of her captivating voice. After a moment, Tian Nei Li Zi was the first to regain her composure, softly clapping her hands with evident delight. "Xiao Xiao, your singing is absolutely enchanting. I was completely mesmerized. It felt like my ears were melting." "Me too." Another classmate chimed in, leaning closer to Lin Xiao. "Please, sing another one. It was so beautiful. I want to record it as my ringtone." Waves of praise cascaded towards Lin Xiao, who blushed faintly. Placing the microphone back beside the karaoke machine and waving her hand modestly, "Oh, it's really not that great. If you all want to hear, I suppose I can sing another." Just then, a soft knocking sound resonated at the door. Lin Xiao instinctively looked up to see Lin Yu entering, carrying a medical bag. Her eyes brightened, and she rushed over. "Brother, why are you so slow?" Lin Yu enveloped Lin Xiao in a warm embrace, ruffling her hair affectionately. His tone brimming with tenderness. "I apologize for the wait. The convenience store was out of stock, so I ventured a bit further to the pharmacy." Lin Xiao's hair became slightly tousled, but she did not shy away. Instead, she nestled closer, softly complaining. "Oh, all right, Xiao Xiao, be good. Your brother needs to treat Miss He Jing's wound," he instructed. Lin Xiao obediently responded with a soft reluctantly releasing her hold. Lin Yu approached He Jing Li Mei, who was seated beside the sofa, placing the medical bag on the coffee table. He retrieved iodine, gauze, and cotton swabs. Looking up at He Jing Li Mei with a gentle demeanor, "Miss He Jing, come over so I can tend to your wound. We must prevent any infection." He Jing Li Mei complied, promptly extending her arm, marred by a cut from a shattered plate. "Thank you, Mr. Lin Yu." Without further ado, Lin Yu gestured for her to roll her sleeve up higher. As the cotton swab dipped in iodine touched the wound, He Jing Li Mei flinched slightly, prompting Lin Yu to soften his movements. Gently pressing the gauze's edge, his voice lowered. "Bear with it. It will be over soon." He meticulously wrapped the gauze around her arm 3 times, finishing with a delicate knot to avoid constriction. Once the wound was dressed, Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa, scanning the living room where classmates still surrounded the karaoke machine, ensuring no one was paying attention to this side before lowering his voice to address He Jing Li Mei again. "I have met with the sorcerers from Gaojuan. Their names are Wu Tiao Wu and Xia Youjia. They will arrive tomorrow morning to take Tian Nei Li Zi." He Jing Li Mei's body stiffened instantly. Her hands clenched tightly on her lap, her voice tinged with urgency. "Are they coming so soon? What about Li Zi?" "Do not worry," Lin Yu reassured, lightly tapping the medical bag with his fingertip. "I have negotiated with them. They will not take her tonight. You will stay here temporarily, and tomorrow at 9 a.m. they will come to escort her." He paused, adding, "Remember to find an opportunity to inform Li Zi to prepare herself." He Jing Li Mei's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The thought of Li Zi, whom she had watched grow up, facing assimilation filled her with an indescribable sorrow. This was perhaps the ordinary plight of the common folk. They lacked the ability to alter reality, forever bearing their grievances silently, swallowing their discontent. This was both a resignation and an inevitability. Reality is merciless, and it does not arrange a happy ending simply because one wishes for it. Most can only safeguard their fragile vessel amidst the whirlpool of fate, striving not to be submerged by the tumultuous waves. He Jing Li Mei retrieved a tissue from her sleeve, wiping away the hair that obscured her eyes, suppressing her emotions, and offered Lin Yu a sincere smile. "Thank you, Mr. Lin Yu, for granting Li Zi another day of memories." "No need for thanks. Consider it a small gesture on my part," Lin Yu replied softly, his gaze drifting towards Tian Li Zi, who was merrily conversing with her classmates. "You all can rest assured and sleep peacefully tonight. There is nothing else to worry about. I will handle everything." He Jing Li Mei nodded in agreement, smiling. Lin Yu merely acknowledged her with a quiet rising to take the medical bag. Time has a peculiar tendency to slip away silently when one is at their happiest. Before one realizes it, the crimson clouds in the sky had transformed, revealing a luminescent moon. The birthday celebration was drawing to a close, as Lin Xiao thoughtfully arranged for taxis to take everyone home, bidding them cheerful farewells. As one classmate after another departed, only Tianyi Riko and He Jianlimi remained in the room, preparing to leave together for home. He Jianlimi gazed at the lingering smile on Tianyi Riko's face, feeling a profound ache in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, she gently spoke to Tianyi Riko. "I'm sorry, Riko. The people from Gaojuan have arrived and will be here to pick you up tomorrow. I've already spoken with Mr. Lin. We will stay here tonight." Upon hearing He Jianlimi's words, the joyful smile on Tianyi Riko's face faltered momentarily before quickly re-emerging, though her eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance and sadness. Leaning against the balcony railing, she gazed at the distant streetlights, her voice soft and devoid of emotion. "All right, I understand." Yet, catching a glimpse of the silent He Jianlimi behind her, Tianyi Riko's inherent kindness compelled her to turn back, offering He Jianlimi an innocent smile. With spirited confidence, she declared, "I am the Star Jelly, entrusted with the great task of assimilating with Tianyuan, destined to be the chosen one. Surely, the world should rejoice for me." Chapter 12. Resolute Determination. Hearing Tianyi Riko's brave assertion, He Jianlimi felt a surge of emotion, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. She turned her face away, hastily wiping her eyes with her fingertips, and when she turned back, a gentle smile adorned her face as she tenderly ruffled Tianyi Riko's hair, reminiscent of the comfort she offered in their childhood. "Indeed, our Riko is the chosen one," she said, her voice softer than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yu approached, cheerfully addressing Lin Xiao, who was about to accompany Tianyi Riko. "Xiao Xiao." Miss He Jian and Riko left in a hurry and forgot their house keys. "It's too late to find a locksmith now. Let them stay in the guest room tonight." Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, and she eagerly agreed. "That's wonderful. Riko can stay at my place for a night. I'll go prepare the room right away." With that, she dashed into the guest room, bustling about. As the night deepened, He Jianlimi had already fallen into a deep slumber in the guest room, while Tianyi Riko lay wide awake in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The moonlight streaming through the window seemed to speak, drawing forth her swirling thoughts. Tomorrow, she would head to Gaojuan, and once assimilated with Tianyuan, she would no longer see Lin Xiao, nor Aunt He Jian, nor her playful friends from school. Unbeknownst to her, tears dampened her pillow. Suddenly overwhelmed by emotion, fearful of waking He Jianlimi, Tianyi Riko quietly rose, barefooted, and tiptoed to the bathroom. After locking the door, she finally allowed herself to cry softly. Her suppressed sobs seeped through the door, just as Lin Xiao happened to pass by on her way to the restroom. Lin Xiao paused, pressing her ear against the bathroom door. The words were muffled, but she could discern fragments about Tianyi Riko leaving and not being able to meet again. Uncertain of what was happening, she understood that her friend seemed to be departing, perhaps for good. Rather than intrude, she turned away, leaving a semblance of dignity intact. She quietly approached Lin Yu's door and knocked softly. Moments later, Lin Yu opened the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Noticing her reddened eyes, he promptly pulled her inside. "What is wrong, Xiao Xiao? Did you have a nightmare?" Lin Xiao clutched his sleeve, her voice choked with emotion. "Brother, I heard Riko crying in the bathroom. She mentioned something about going to be with Tianyuan tomorrow and that we might never see her again." She looked up at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with pleading. "Can you think of something? Just like you did when you took me away from the old District S apartment. Please help Riko. I don't want to lose her." Lin Yu fell silent. He knew the fate that awaited Tianyi Riko and the immense consequences that would follow. He understood how it would disrupt his peaceful life. But gazing into his sister's reddened eyes, his hesitation melted away like snow in spring. Indeed, it was a rare opportunity to traverse this path, not as a powerless ant, but as one destined to wield power and authority, standing as a king above all. Could he truly stand idly by as a vibrant life faded before his eyes, choosing instead to hide away in a wine cellar, drinking away his days like a coward? Absolutely not. Lin Yu feared not death nor any adversary, but the thought of losing something cherished was unbearable, a sensation he never wished to experience again. He embraced Lin Xiao, gently patting her back, his voice soft yet resolute. "It's all right, Xiao Xiao. I will definitely protect your wish. Rest assured, I will bring Riko back in one piece." The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the curtains into the living room, the doorbell rang precisely on time. heralding the arrival of Wu Tiaowu and Xia Yojia. Wu Tiaowu, donning his signature round sunglasses, leaned against the doorframe, holding a bag of sweets while enjoying a daifuku filled with sweet edamame cream. Spotting Lin Yu at the door, he waved cheerfully. "Good morning, Lin Yu. Would you like one?" "No, thank you. Enjoy it yourself," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head in refusal. Xia Yojia followed closely behind, his gaze sweeping across the living room. He noticed Tiny Eye Riko seated on the sofa, with Hei Jian Limi beside her, adjusting her collar, their expressions calm yet tinged with reluctance. Clearing his throat, he spoke gently. "Miss Riko, it's time for us to depart." Tiny Eye Riko nodded, and, as she stood, she turned back to Lin Xiao, offering a smile as she bid farewell. "Xiao Xiao, goodbye. Once I leave, I will be going far away, and it may be a long time before we meet again." Lin Xiao nodded, sensing the unspoken farewell in Tiny Eye Riko's gaze, yet she firmly believed that Lin Yu would not deceive her. "I'll wait for you." Just as they prepared to leave, Lin Yu stepped forward, calling out to the turning Xia Yojia. "Xia Yu, wait a moment." Xia Yojia turned back, his eyes filled with curiosity. "What is it?" "I have decided to join the Jujutsu High School. I will go with you all this time. After escorting Riko to Gaozhuan and completing the task, I will report alongside you." This declaration left not only Xia Yojia stunned, but even Wu Tiaowu, who paused mid-bite, removing his sunglasses to reveal his cerulean eyes, filled with enthusiasm. "That's fantastic. After the mission, we can finally have a good fight." Once Xia Yojia regained his composure, a look of delight spread across his face as he quickly pulled out his phone, fingers flying over the screen to message Yi Zhengdo. "Wonderful. Teacher Yi. The prodigious sorcerer I mentioned has agreed. You must ensure to bring him on board. We cannot let any other teachers snatch him away." Shortly after sending the message, a reply from Yi Zhengdo arrived, succinct yet reassuring. "No problem. I will personally arrange the registration." Xia Yojia pocketed his phone and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. "All set. From now on, we are comrades." "Indeed." Lin Yu turned to Lin Xiao, ruffling her hair. "Xiao Xiao, be good and wait for me at home. I will return soon." "Okay." At the back of the group, Tiny Eye Riko gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment, reflecting on how she had not expected Xiao Zhao's brother to be a sorcerer. Could it be that Xiao Xiao was one as well? But before she could ponder further, Xia Yojia waved at her, urging her to follow. As they left the apartment, Wu Tiaowu's humor and charm quickly broke the ice, lightening the atmosphere and easing the previously tense demeanor of Tiny Eye Riko. As Wu Tiaowu finished the last bite of his daifuku and carelessly stuffed the empty bag into his pocket, he turned to the three individuals behind him, playfully patting his thigh, his tone infused with a hint of excitement. "Hey, I say, Lin Yu, Jia, we still have plenty of time for our mission. Isn't it a pity to come all the way to Okinawa without finding a place to have some fun?" Chapter 13. The Beach and the Convenience Store. This chapter leans towards the mundane. If it does not suit your taste, feel free to skip to the next chapter without affecting the overall narrative. Noticing Wu Tiaowu's gaze inadvertently drifting towards Tian Nei Li Zi, Xia Yujia immediately grasped his intentions. Given the dullness of the journey, he too wished for a moment of respite. Casting a glance at Lin Yu, who showed no signs of dissent, he nodded in agreement. "All right then, let us take a stroll at the nearby beach and unwind." Upon hearing the word beach, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Tian Nei Li Zi's eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips. Thus, under Lin Yu's guidance as a local, the group swiftly arrived at the beach. The morning sea breeze carried a salty tang, and the golden sunlight shimmered across the water's surface, sparkling like scattered diamonds. As soon as Wu Tiaowu set foot on the sandy shore, he lost all decorum, flinging off his shoes and dashing to the convenience store to procure several water guns. Once the proprietor filled the tanks, he eagerly launched an attack on Xia Yujia and Lin Yu, shouting, "Jia, Lin Yu, come chase me. The loser has to treat everyone here today." Both Xia Yujia and Lin Yu exchanged bemused glances, chuckling as they dodged Wu Tiaowu's childish antics, knowing that indulging him was the only option. They promptly followed suit and acquired water guns, joining the fray. Meanwhile, Tian Nei Li Zi, who initially planned to swim, found herself shamelessly seized by Wu Tiaowu and used as a shield. She quickly asked Lin Yu for a water gun, joining the coalition against Wu Tiaowu. During the skirmish, Wu Tiaowu shamelessly resorted to grabbing sea cucumbers from the water to hurl as projectiles. However, he ultimately paid the price for his arrogance, as the combined efforts of Lin Yu and the others led to his downfall against the rocks on the northern beach. After their playful battle, the group, relieved of financial concerns thanks to Wu Tiaowu's generosity, fully indulged in the delights of Okinawa, partaking in renowned activities such as snorkeling, parasailing, and banana boating. Particularly, Tian Nei Li Zi, who had suffered the most at Wu Tiao Wu's hands, retaliated with a flurry of extravagant spending. Alas, for Wu Tiao Wu, this expenditure was but a trifling matter. As mealtime approached, the group paused their revelry and made their way to a nearby ramen shop. During this time, Lin Yu, having been tricked by Wu Tiao Wu into fetching drinks for everyone, returned to a scene that darkened his expression. Tian Nei Li Zi, who had been eyeing her ramen with suspicion towards Wu Tiao Wu, burst into laughter upon seeing Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu Jia coughed lightly as he attempted to dissuade Wu Tiao Wu, who was in the process of dumping an excessive amount of chili powder into Lin Yu's ramen. When Wu Tiao Wu felt the sudden weight of Xiaoyu Jia's hand upon him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He turned stiffly to face Lin Yu, whose golden eyes radiated a gentle menace. "Ah, Lin, why are you back so soon?" he stammered, forcing a laugh. Lin Yu responded with a sardonic smile. "Of course. I returned to treat you to my heartfelt iron fist." Thus began yet another chase. Although Wu Tiao Wu possessed an unlimited technique that allowed him to evade capture with the agility of an eel, Lin Yu's formidable physique proved to be a worthy match. Catching Wu Tiao Wu was not a challenge for Lin Yu, but he had to be wary of the occasional sea cucumber hurled by Wu Tiao Wu. Wu Tiao Wu relished the thrill of being pursued, his confidence bolstered by the assurance of his abilities. Even after being caught, he audaciously taunted Lin Yu, "Come on, hit me if you can." To this, Lin Yu merely responded with a cold smile. While his principles prevented him from restraining Wu Tiao Wu's techniques, he could still momentarily disrupt Wu Tiao Wu's cursed energy. In an instant, Wu Tiao Wu froze, his cursed energy abruptly halting, and the unlimited technique he had just activated was forcibly cancelled. Caught off guard, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Yu's fist loomed larger before him. With a dull thud, Wu Tiao Wu winced in pain, clutching his head, having received a rather unwelcome surprise. Convenience store. A strikingly handsome man clad in a black t-shirt lounged in a chair, casually eating takoyaki while on the phone, his tone dripping with indifference. A sharp, sinister voice on the other end of the line responded, "Dear Mr. Fu He, Mr. Kong Shi Yu has re-established contact with us. Based on the combat data of the newly joined sorcerer in the video he recently uploaded, we have discussed and decided to raise the original price to double." Fu He swallowed a piece of takoyaki still skewered on a toothpick, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Double? Are you suggesting I work for free? A once-in-a-century six-eyes sorcerer, an exceedingly rare curse manipulation user, and a sorcerer capable of continuously unleashing black flash. None of these are trifling matters. Do you really believe this sum is adequate?" After a brief pause on the other end, the voice resumed, "Very well, Mr. Fu He, what amount do you consider appropriate?" Fu He stroked his chin, pondering briefly. "Not much. 5 times the original amount will suffice." 5 times? That amounts to 1 billion. Are they truly worth that price? Fu He chuckled coldly. 1 billion is already quite generous. Do you think anyone besides me is qualified to confront them? Your Ponching Sect's motley crew or the cannon fodder from Group Q? Besides, it seems the Ponching Sect is not short on funds. A mere 1 billion is a drop in the bucket for you. Deal. Should you succeed in eliminating the star mass, we will transfer the full amount of 1 billion to you without fail. I assure you, not a single cent will be missing. Fu He coldly acknowledged this with a satisfied nod, casually crumpling the empty food container into a ball and tossing it into the trash can. "Then, may our collaboration be fruitful." "May it be so, Mr. Fu He. Wishing you great success." After hanging up, Fu He was about to settle the bill and depart when he felt his body collide with something inconspicuous. Looking down, he saw a scruffy middle-aged man. The man rubbed his back, which had hit the ground, and was about to unleash a torrent of curses on the individual who bumped into him. However, upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with Fu He, who squatted down, looking coldly at him without uttering a single word, causing the man to tremble uncontrollably. Driven by instinct for self-preservation, the man forced a weak smile, and the curses that were on the tip of his tongue transformed into a heartfelt apology. After uttering his words, he swiftly pushed himself off the ground and fled the convenience store without a backward glance. Chapter 14. The arrival of the Celestial and the Tyrant at the Jujutsu High School in Tokyo. After 2.5 days of tireless effort, Lin Yu successfully extracted the essence from Wu Tiao Wu and Xiaoyu Jia, attaining a fusion level of 10. Walking behind the two, Lin Yu rubbed his hands together in excitement and summoned the small character within him to check the rewards for reaching a fusion level of 10. Heir of the Black King, Lin Yu, Special Grade Curse Power Reserve, Fusion Level 10. Unlocks alchemical weapons, the 7 Deadly Sins, Curse Power version. The infusion of pride equalizes the curse power required to negate opposing techniques, delivering a slicing strike that can counter techniques of equivalent curse power. Envy's strike can bypass soul defenses, inflicting tearing damage upon the opponent's soul. Wrath can inflict slicing damage on the opponent's cursed domain, hastening their descent into technique disruption. Sloth manipulates localized gravity, releasing gravitational suppression at the point of impact once the sword is embedded in the enemy's body. Greed consumes and stores the user's curse power, compressing it into a form of imaginary energy, which can unleash a devastating blow at will. Gluttony, after inflicting a wound, absorbs the enemy's curse power and life essence to restore the user's condition. Lust, upon wounding the enemy, induces continuous mental illusions and corrosive poison damage. After reading this introduction, Lin Yu could hardly contain his exhilaration. Initially, he had been troubled about how to confront the upcoming battles against Fu Haitian and Huang Xinggong. Yet, fortune favored him, as he now possessed the entire set of the 7 deadly sins. One must ponder, how many in the jujutsu world could stand against Lin Yu? With this arsenal, even facing Shibuya Incident's Raimen Sukuna, Lin Yu felt confident he could hold his ground for several rounds without faltering. In contrast to Lin Yu's excitement, the usually lively and cheerful Tian Nei Li Zi appeared unusually calm today. She walked at the forefront of the group, gazing at the final few steps leading to the high school, stepping forward with determination. Though her heart was a tumult of emotions, she maintained a smile under the scrutiny of others, projecting an aura of ease. The staircase was long, requiring all her strength with each step, yet it was also brief enough that only a few strides would separate her from her past. Unbeknownst to Tian Nei Li Zi, the tears shed in helplessness that night in the restroom would lead her to a man who dared to defy the world. Soon, they passed through the barrier of the high school. Wu Tiaowu stretched, fully relaxing the tension that had coiled within him for days. Finally here, he sighed. The escorting has nearly exhausted me. Xiaoyu Jia, patting Wu Tiaowu on the shoulder, chuckled. You've done well, Wu. After maintaining that limitless technique for so long, you can finally rest. Wu Tiaowu nodded, already plotting in his mind to catch up on sleep and indulge in some leisure. Meanwhile, Lin Yu quietly approached Tian Nei Li Zi, summoning the black box containing the 7 deadly sins onto his back. With a mere thought, he could unleash the contents within. Moreover, he need not worry about others seizing them for their own use. The 7 deadly sins possessed sentience and had recognized Lin Yu as their master upon unlocking. Unless Lin Yu willingly consented, they would not be utilized by anyone else. With vigilance, Lin Yu scanned his surroundings, his muscles tense and ready for combat. In the original narrative, Tian Yuan, revered as the all-knowing master of the jujutsu world, possessed exceptional skill in crafting barriers that enabled him to monitor and detect intrusions, facilitating timely defenses. Yet this ancient woman, who had lived for a millennium, displayed a level of incompetence that was laughable within the story. The title of all-knowing rendered her a figure of ridicule, having failed to prevent Fu Haitian's encroachment and later executing a strategy akin to mere daydreaming, resulting in a potential victory slipping away from Gojo Yuji, ultimately leading to demise at the hands of Guanxia. Wu Tiaowu's reflections were abruptly interrupted by a sound of slicing air. A jolt of pain surged through him as he stared in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest. Xiaoyu Jia, witnessing this, immediately unleashed his cursed spirit, the sandworm, towards Fu Haitian. With a cold glance, Fu Haitian effortlessly hurled the soul release blade, obliterating the approaching sandworm and pinning Xiaoyu Jia to a pillar. Coughing up blood, Xiaoyu Jia signaled Lin Yu to take Tian Nei Li Zi and flee, leaving the confrontation to them. Without hesitation, Lin Yu grasped the still-dazed Tian Nei Li Zi, sprinting deeper into safety. Regaining his composure, Wu Tiaowu applied a technique to compress his wound, forcing it to close. You seek death. Wu Tiaowu's roar reverberated through the air, his 6 eyes locking onto Fu Haitian, already devising at least 10 strategies to counter the anticipated attacks. A faint blue aura coalesced in his palm as he unleashed the gravitational field, pulling the surrounding structures into a spherical mass, clearing a space devoid of obstructions. He then directed the force towards Fu Haitian, commanding, "Come to me." Unfazed, Fu Haitian moved swiftly, drawing another cursed tool from the mouth of his companion. Advancing like a cheetah, Wu Tiaowu's pupils constricted as he swiftly redirected the gravitational force, utilizing the attraction to execute a short-distance teleportation, narrowly evading the incoming strike. Is dodging all you can do? Fu Haitian sneered, flicking his wrist to release countless small flying cursed spirits, effectively obstructing Wu Tiaowu's vision and escape routes. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Fu Haitian closed in, the 10 reverse blade poised to strike at Wu Tiaowu's throat. Jia! Wu Tiaowu's pupils dilated in alarm. Shouting urgently, At that moment, Xiao Jie broke free from the soul release blade embedded in his shoulder and leaped down from the pillar. Biting down on his tongue to sharpen his focus, he formed hand seals, summoning the special grade imaginary cursed spirits, the split-mouthed woman and the 8-footed lady from the shadows. Yet Fu Haitian did not even turn his head. He recognized the abilities of the summoned spirits the instant they appeared. Rubbing his chin, he remarked, "You are not my type," before kicking down the door that obstructed his path. The kill mechanism activated, and both the split-mouthed woman and the 8-footed lady unleashed their curses upon Fu Haitian. With a slight smile, Fu Haitian drew the 10 reverse blade in a reverse thrust, precisely piercing the head of the 8-footed lady, while simultaneously using the force of his leap to cleave the split-mouthed woman into pieces. Such a level of cursed spirit is hardly worth considering, Fu Haitian mocked as he turned to Xiao Jie. In that instant of turning, Xiao Jie surged forward, extending his hand. Chapter 15. I Want to Live. Xiao Jie remained unfazed by Fu Haitian's taunts. Knowing that Fu Haitian could approach and injure Wu Tiao Wu without detection, he understood that his adversary's power was undoubtedly at the special grade level. Thus, everything unfolded according to his expectations, and his singular objective remained unchanged: to forcibly capture the cursed spirit residing on Fu Haitian's shoulder. Xiao Jie's cursed spirit manipulation allowed him to seize spirits 2 levels beneath his own, and the one on Fu Haitian's shoulder fell precisely within that range. His eyes flickered with the light of hope, a steadfast belief in his heart that once he succeeded, joining forces with Wu Lian, the man before him would pose no threat. However, when his fingers brushed against Zhou Bao, an unseen force repelled him. This was the binding of this cursed spirit, which had surprisingly formed a pact with him. Before Xiao Jie could regain his footing, Hu Haitian unleashed the Shi Huan Dao from afar, striking a heavy blow that cleaved through his chest. Shin'er's strength and technique were exemplary. This strike would render Xiao Jie incapable of fighting back without causing an immediate demise, thus allowing the cursed spirits he had subdued to obstruct him. The battle unfolded with such swiftness, it concluded in the blink of an eye. By the time Wu Tiao Wu's 6 eyes circumvented the flying cursed spirit obstructing his path, Xiao Jie was already gravely injured on the ground. In that fleeting moment, Wu Tiao Wu's fury nearly overwhelmed his reason, unleashing his cursed energy without reservation. The surrounding space twisted and fractured under such pressure, seemingly heralding the boundless intent to kill that resided within him. Without uttering a single word, as Wu Tiao Wu's toes touched the ground, the earth erupted in a web-like pattern of cracks. This time, he entirely forsook defense, propelling himself towards Shun'er at an extraordinary speed. The condensed energy at his fingertips unleashed destructive force with each strike, capable of reducing a building to dust. Witnessing Wu Tiao Wu's fierce demeanor, Hu Haitian abandoned his playful intentions, bracing the Shi Huan Dao while simultaneously kicking off the ground with his left foot, using the recoil to swiftly retreat. From the moment he first encountered Wu Tiao Wu 11 years ago, Hu Haitian understood the terror of those 6 eyes and limitless techniques. Thus, he had no desire to engage him directly, instead luring the enraged Wu Tiao Wu into the dense woods, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Their figures darted swiftly between the trees, Wu Tiao Wu's 6 eyes firmly locking onto Shin'er's movements. Several times, wooden spikes drawn by the energy nearly struck Shin'er, detonating mere millimeters away from him, aiming for his vital points. Yet Hu Haitian moved like an elusive shadow, deftly changing direction at critical moments, even leading Wu Tiao Wu into the dense thicket. However, the 6 eyes were no less formidable. Despite momentary judgment delays caused by overhanging branches, they remained unfazed under the limitless defense. Ironically, it was Wu Tiao Wu's immense power that ultimately hindered him. At the very instant Wu Tiao Wu's energy surged towards Hu Haitian, the latter, who had been fleeing, suddenly turned. His left hand stealthily reached for the Wan Li Suo, swinging it with force. The Tian Ni Fua glimmered with a muted sheen, launched at an almost uncanny angle. The instant it made contact, the infinite nature of the limitless technique abruptly ceased, accurately slicing through Wu Tiao Wu's pristine neck. Warm blood gushed forth, trickling down his chin and staining his collar. Wu Tiao Wu let out a muffled groan as the blood surged, his body momentarily faltering. Hu Haitian wasted no time. Thrusting the Shi Huan Dao deep into his heart, the sound of the blade piercing flesh both dull and distinct. His consciousness began to blur. Instinctively, Wu Tiao Wu raised his hand, grasping at something, only to feel the warmth of blood. Hu Haitian expressionlessly withdrew the Shi Huan Dao, the blade slicing through the air in a crimson arc, splattering blood onto the fallen leaves below. He turned his back, walking away without a glance. With no support, Wu Tiao Wu could no longer maintain his stance, collapsing heavily onto the ground blanketed with decaying leaves. Deep within the corridors of the high school, Tianne Lizzie stood panting, raising her hands in exhaustion. I can't run anymore. Lin Yu, I lack the strength. Lin Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the strange twists of fate. Was this the world's will self-repairing the main storyline? After all the twists and turns, they had returned to this place. Shifting his thoughts, Lin Yu felt a renewed determination regarding his decision. Nevertheless, what of fate? Those I wish to protect, none shall take away from me. He turned to Tianne Lizzie, gently supporting her trembling form, caused by exertion. Fixing his gaze upon her azure eyes, he asked earnestly, Lizzie, do you wish to live? Tianne Lizzie's heart raced, her tears spilling as she looked into Lin Yu's sincere eyes. She buried her face in his embrace, crying out, I can't bear to leave everyone behind. I don't want to die like this. I want to continue being with everyone. I want to explore more places and experience new things. Lin Yu, I want to live. Lin Yu brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, offering a gentle yet resolute smile. All right, trust me, no matter what happens today, I will surely bring you home. Sensing Lizzie's thoughts, he paused momentarily before adding, previously, I spoke with them. What if you don't wish to accept the assimilation? Our collective conclusion was, if that is the case, we shall cancel the assimilation. Regardless of your choice, the three of us will protect you. No one can infringe upon your freedom. We stand by our word. Tianne Lizzie's eyes glistened with tears as she tightened her grip on Lin Yu's hands, nodding vigorously. In the next moment, an intense sense of danger surged forth. Lin Yu sensed a menacing aura approaching him at sonic speed. With a flick of his thought, the sword Almond leapt from the black box, landing firmly in his grasp. With a twist of his wrist, the blade positioned itself to shield Tianne Lizzie's left side. A burst of explosive sparks ignited alongside dazzling golden eyes, illuminating the dim space. Emerging from the shadows, Heir regarded Lin Yu with surprise for having anticipated his attack. Intriguing, this little brat is the first to predict and block my strike. Lin Yu stood firm with his sword, shielding Tianne Lizzie, quietly urging her, find a place to hide. I will resolve this matter swiftly and come for you. All right. Tianne Lizzie acknowledged, turning to flee without hesitation, well aware that her presence would only burden Lin Yu. Chapter 16, A Turn of Events. Heir watched Tianne Lizzie's retreating figure without pursuing. Casually toying with the Shihun Dao in his hand, he regarded her life as already within his grasp. His gaze fell upon the Almond in Lin Yu's hand, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. You think to stop me with just a special-grade curse tool? Before his words could fade, he surged forward like an arrow, the Shihun Dao aimed directly at Lin Yu's face. The force of the blade causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lin Yu dared not meet the blow head-on. He retreated swiftly while slashing upwards with Almond, precisely deflecting the strike from the Shihun Dao. The clash resonated with a sharp metallic sound, sending a jolt through Lin Yu's hands. His arms feeling the weight of Heir's strength, which exceeded his expectations. In that moment, Lin Yu fervently wished to merge into the dragon transformation mode. Without the protection of scales, even with a physique rivaling that of the third generation, it would be challenging to gain the upper hand. Utilizing the inertia of his evasive maneuver, Lin Yu swiftly turned, summoning a 2-meter-tall broadsword, Tao Tai, from the black box behind him. With his left hand, he firmly grasped the hilt of Tao Tai, and with a reverse motion, he slashed towards Fushiguro Shigeru's waist. Perhaps due to Lin Yu's insufficient familiarity with the 7 deadly sins, the blade's trajectory deviated by half an inch from its intended mark, merely grazing the edge of Fushiguro Shigeru's garment. Quick to react, albeit still inexperienced, Fushiguro Shigeru scoffed, suddenly altering his stance and circling behind Lin Yu. The Tenkaboko aimed for his neck. A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine. Relying on his combat instincts, he lunged forward, narrowly evading the blade, yet the gust of its passage left a gash on his back. Enduring the pain, Lin Yu rolled onto his feet, positioning Tao Tai defensively with his left hand while gripping Aomen tightly in his right, crossing the 2 blades before him in a stance of defense. Observing this, Fushiguro Shigeru pressed on relentlessly, his assault growing ever more fierce. With the aid of the long-range curse tools, Wanli Suo and Yu Yun, each strike meticulously locked onto Lin Yu's evasion paths, forcing him into a corner where he could only passively defend. The clashing of swords and fists echoed through the corridor like a resonant symphony of metal. A fusion rate of merely 10% proved insufficient. Under the perfection of Fushiguro Shigeru's physique, Lin Yu remained at a disadvantage. However, Lin Yu's objective was not to vanquish Fushiguro Shigeru, but rather to lure him out. If his assumptions held true, Satoru Gojo should now be on the verge of comprehending the reversal technique, just as in the original narrative. At that moment, all he needed to do was to lie back and witness Satoru Gojo declare his supremacy with a proclamation of heaven and earth. I alone am supreme. Before unleashing the powerful technique to whisk Fushiguro Shigeru away. Do you only know how to evade, little brat? Fushiguro Shigeru's voice dripped with mockery as the Shurhan Dao transformed from a slash into a thrust, aimed directly at Lin Yu's heart. Stealing his resolve, Lin Yu executed a tactical recline, his body nearly parallel to the ground. While simultaneously channeling his thoughts, the black box released a third blade, see you, which he promptly clenched between his teeth. Uttering the incantation, three-sword style, ultimate mist ghost, the blade of Siyu shimmered with an eerie purple mist. And as it approached Fushiguro Shigeru's nostrils, his brow furrowed. A cursed tool imbued with neurotoxic and corrosive properties. Little brat, you possess quite an array of treasures. However, these toxins may affect others, but before my perfect physique, they are rendered utterly ineffective. Oh, is that so? Then do you dare to step outside and fight me? This place is far too cramped for proper engagement, Lin Yu inquired with a hint of provocation. Fushiguro Shigeru pondered briefly, quickly grasping Lin Yu's intentions. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You wish for me to leave, granting that girl a greater chance to escape, do you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart eased slightly. Yet, this expression, seen by Shigeru, revealed a betrayal of his own intentions, a sign of fear to admit defeat. He had never regarded Lin Yu as a threat. Catching up to eliminate the fleeing starry entity would merely be a minor delay for him. Perhaps, to satisfy Lin Yu's pitiful hope before his demise. Fushiguro Shigeru lifted the Shurhan Dao, turning away as he strode towards the corridor's exit, proclaiming, very well, I shall fulfill this pitiful wish of yours. A minute later, sunlight filtered through the leaves outside the corridor, and Fushiguro Shigeru stood in an open space, turning to face the emerging Lin Yu. The Shurhan Dao tapped lightly in his palm, his gaze icy. All right, little brat, it is time to conclude this. Yet Lin Yu bore a triumphant smile. Witnessing this strange scene, Fushiguro Shigeru quickly realized he had fallen into a trap, spinning around to gaze behind him. His eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, who should have already perished at his hands, stood unscathed before him, were it not for the bloodstains on their bodies. He might have doubted his own reality. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto rubbed their fists together, exuding a calm, yet manic energy, greeting Fushiguro Shigeru in unison. Hey, long time no see. How do you do? Fushiguro Shigeru's pupils constricted sharply, but as thoughts raced, he quickly understood the situation, the reversal technique. Correct. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto spoke again. Ever since you pierced our vital points, we abandoned all resistance, concentrating our efforts on mastering the reversal technique, which allows negative energy from cursed energy to be transformed into positive energy for regeneration. This technique, which we were unable to learn until now, we comprehended in this moment of near death, seizing the essence of cursed energy. And your downfall lies in your failure to utilize that cursed tool to sever our heads. Listening to their increasingly fervent words, Fushiguro Shigeru's lips curled upwards, devoid of any fear. Downfall? No, no, the true battle has only just begun. And you three shall be buried here forever by my hand. Fushiguro Shigeru's declaration served as a catalyst, igniting a frenzy within Satoru Gojo, who became exuberantly animated. The air erupted with explosive sounds as Fushiguro Shigeru made the first move, his left hand wielding the Tenkaboko against Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, while his right hand swung the Wanli Suwa connected to the Shurhan Dao, targeting Lin Yu behind him. At the very moment Fushiguro Shigeru launched his assault, all three simultaneously attacked him. Technique reversal, extreme spiral, incantation of the Lord Flame. The three attacks, akin to scythes wielded by the Grim Reaper, for the first time made Fushiguro Shigeru, the so-called slayer of sorcerers, feel the looming threat of death. Yet, instead of instilling fear, this dire predicament filled him with pure exhilaration and enjoyment for this life and death battle. Forcing his body into motion, he swiftly assessed the power of the incoming attacks and devised the optimal counteraction. With a single step, he shattered the ground beneath him, his fingers flying rapidly to unleash a flurry of debris, creating a window of time for defense against the three deadly strikes. His left hand blocked the incoming He, precisely intercepting Satoru Gojo's attack. Utilizing the recoil from the repelled energy, he leapt sideways, allowing the He and the Lord Flame to collide and explode. Following this, Fushiguro Shigeru executed a remarkable mid-air flip, gripping the Shurhun Dao with one arm and, with formidable strength, cleave the incoming extreme spiral in two. However, the extreme spiral did not dissipate entirely. Instead, it unleashed a multitude of cursed spirits that surged towards Fushiguro Shigeru. Cursing under his breath at the inconvenience, Fushiguro Shigeru, once grounded, retrieved Yuyun from his pouch and promptly retaliated against the oncoming swarm of cursed spirits. Faced with this overwhelming tide of cursed spirits, Fushiguro Shigeru's face displayed disdain. And in no time, he reduced them all to a crimson mist. After blocking the three attacks, Shigeru made no pause, swinging Yuyun forcefully towards the ground, sending a cloud of dust several meters high into the air. Through the haze, his gaze immediately locked onto the most troublesome yet familiar figure among the three, Satoru Gojo. In the face of this unfavorable situation, he would typically choose to retreat without hesitation, yet the sight of those azure six eyes stirred a resolute desire within him. He no longer wished to flee. He yearned to personally extinguish Satoru Gojo's life, to prove to those who had once forsaken him how foolish their decisions had been. With his legs coiled and muscles tensed, he awaited the sound of the air splitting. The moment it resounded, Fushiguro Shigeru propelled himself forward like a cannonball, bursting forth from the swirling dust. With a swift motion, the Wanli Suo in hand was swung, aiming to pierce the brow of Fujihaku Shire with the Tainahoko, intent on eliminating this formidable threat. Yet, in the next moment, Shire's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Surrounding Wu Tiao Wu was a halo of blue-purple cursed energy, hovering high above, his lips curling into a manic and flamboyant grin. However, the azure gaze of his six eyes concealed a murderous intent, preying upon its target. Lin Yu stood at the rear of Fujihaku Shire, his eyes fixated on his impending demise, his proud hand trembling slightly, a flicker of hesitation rising within him, only to vanish in an instant. He withdrew the arrogance back into the black box and turned away, with a serious expression. Wu Tiao Wu gathered a faint blue energy in his left hand and a fiery orange in his right. As his palms clashed together, the two energies collided and fused, emitting a piercing hum of energy, gradually forming a luminous sphere radiating a sense of annihilation. In that moment, Wu Tiao Wu resembled a deity descending from the heavens, reciting a death sentence for Fujihaku Shire. In the blink of an eye, the luminous sphere shot forth, majestic and domineering. It was insurmountable, unstoppable, and inescapable. The space was forcibly warped under this strike, and the heavens were engulfed by this blinding purple light. Fujihaku Shire could not even attempt to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the Wanli Suo, in his grasp, disintegrated layer by layer, his body consumed by the torrent of energy. As the ground succumbed to obliteration, it transformed into a landscape of ruins. Fujihaku Shire, too, was shattered by the explosive force, leaving a crimson streak across the azure sky before crashing heavily against a relatively intact wall. The dignity of a man compelled him to muster his strength and rise, refusing to fall. Even with a grotesque wound gaping in his chest, blood soaking his dark attire, he could no longer resist but gritted his teeth. Using his remaining right arm to prop up the Shurhun Dao and stand defiantly, he gazed at the approaching trio of Wu Tiao Wu, his vision blurring. In his mind, his life flashed before him like a revolving lantern, rejected by the Zenin clan, cast into a cage filled with cursed spirits for survival, and eventually killing his kin to escape the Zenin family. The final image froze upon a woman cradling a swaddled infant, entrusting him with a solemn promise. He suddenly smiled, not out of an inability to accept his failure, but rather a sense of release, a smile tinged with regret. He looked at the three before him, a stubborn glimmer in his eyes revealing a hint of pleading, his voice hoarse. In 2 or 3 years, my child will be sold to the Zenin clan for your disposal. After uttering these final words, the Shurhun Dao clattered to the ground, and Fujihaku Shire's pupils lost their focus, slipping into silence. As they observed the fallen man, the others understood the implication of his words, exchanging glances and silently agreeing to honor his request. When a man faces death, his words bear wisdom. Yet, before this moment, Lin Yu had once entertained the notion of expending half of his cursed energy to counter Wu Tiao Wu's attack and rescue Fujihaku Shire, hoping to sway him to join his cause. If Fujihaku Shire were to survive, he would become a formidable ally in the future of the cursed realm. Whether confronting the decaying sorcery world or the resurgence of the cursed king, his presence would be invaluable. However, Lin Yu was soon engulfed by a dilemma. If he were to spare Fujihaku Shire merely for his exceptional abilities and potential contributions to the future, was it truly right to let him go? Could a villain merely don a new guise, assume a different identity, and erase past transgressions? What of the innocent lives extinguished by his hands? Who would seek justice for those wronged? The family shattered by his actions would not find solace simply because Fujihaka Shire had chosen to turn over a new leaf. Lin Yu, a citizen of Longhua, raised under the banner of the Red Flag, had been instilled with the values of red thought and walked the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, firmly shaping his worldview. Thus, his beliefs could not condone the notion that a person who toyed with life could merely set down the butcher's knife, repent, and be readily forgiven, leading a life of happiness thereafter. Indeed, Fujihaku Shire had suffered discrimination from the Zenin clan due to his innate lack of cursed energy, resulting in a tragic past. Yet, his subsequent choices often stemmed from his own values and desires rather than sheer compulsion. For wealth, he engaged in various assassination missions, becoming a sorcerer assassin by his own volition, selling his son, Fujihaku Kei, to the Zenin clan, while claiming an inability to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, was fundamentally an act of evading responsibility. To claim he was powerless would be misleading, for once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences of their actions rather than evade or shirk them. As Chapter 18 unfolds, titled The Phantom Thief Lin Yu regained his composure and broke the silence. Time was of the essence. They needed to locate Riko Amanai. Yasuhiro Suguru, leaning against a nearby tree trunk, nodded in agreement. Let us go, Wu. We'll deal with Amanai Riko first, and then return for his remains. Leave it to me, under my 6 eyes. It won't take more than 3 seconds. Thus, the trio proceeded down the eastern corridor, and soon after, Wu Tiaowu halted, pointing towards the training ground not far ahead. There she is. Following his gaze, they spotted Riko Amanai crouched beside a statue, her arms wrapped around her knees, ears covered, and her head buried in her arms. Upon seeing this, Wu Tiaowu's eyes lit up, a familiar mischievous grin spreading across his face as he paused momentarily, a faint blue cursed energy radiating from him. Before Lin Yu and Yasuhiro Suguru could react, he utilized his Tsang ability to silently appear behind Riko Amanai, lowering his voice dramatically as he exclaimed, "Found you." A startled gasp escaped Riko Amanai as she jumped up, instinctively taking a few steps forward, her heart racing like a drum. Turning around, she found Wu Tiaowu doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose, revealing his mocking azure eyes. "Wu Tiaowu, you scoundrel." Riko Amanai stomped her foot in frustration, her cheeks flushed as she clenched her fists, her earlier concern replaced by indignation at Wu Tiaowu's antics. Puffing her cheeks, she ran back to Lin Yu, grabbing his sleeve and plaintively declaring, "Brother Lin Yu, he is bullying me." Lin Yu, exasperated, ruffled her hair, glancing at the still chuckling Wu Tiaowu with a mixture of resignation and amusement. Wu Tiaowu truly was the same familiar figure, remaining unchanged even after such events. Yasuhiro Suguru cleared his throat, his expression darkening. "Wu, enough of the antics." Only then did Wu Tiaowu cease his laughter. Leisurely rising to his feet and strolling over to the trio, he turned to Lin Yu. "Speak up. You sensed something earlier. You were in a hurry to gather us. And it wasn't solely to find Riko, was it?" Lin Yu nodded, taking a step forward while holding onto Tian Nei Li Zi. His gaze solemnly fixed on Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jia. As we previously discussed, Li Zi is unwilling to undergo assimilation with Tian Yuan. Therefore, in accordance with our prior agreement, we shall proceed with the cancellation of the assimilation process and ensure Li Zi's safe return home. Upon hearing this, both Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jia expressed no objections, shrugging their shoulders as they assured Tian Nei Li Zi with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, since you do not wish for this, we will not allow you to be assimilated by Tian Yuan. If anyone dares to oppose, we will make them comply." Their declaration resonated with confidence, for the three of them were indeed the strongest. Upon hearing Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jia's response, Tian Nei Li Zi's anxious heart finally settled. Tears streamed down her face as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She had not anticipated that the two individuals who were originally tasked with escorting her for assimilation would ultimately stand by her side, respecting her will to survive, even at the risk of defying the orders of Lord Tian Yuan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoyu Jia retrieved his phone and dialed Yi Zheng Dao's number. This was also a part of their earlier discussion. Should Tian Nei Li Zi refuse assimilation, she would be entrusted to Yi Zheng Dao for protection, while the three of them would confront Tian Yuan and the minions of the Panxing sect. Within moments, the call connected, and before Xiaoyu Jia could speak, Yi Zheng Dao's voice came through. "I see, you troublesome brats. Stay put. I'll arrive in 5 minutes." This statement effectively silenced Xiaoyu Jia, reducing his remaining words to a simple acknowledgement. Lin Yu, meanwhile, was not idle. Having self-taught numerous skills for writing, he had mastered the art of voice modulation. After 2.5 years of rigorous training in his previous life, he could mimic others' voices with over 90% accuracy. Unless one was extremely close to him, no one could detect the slightest anomaly. After hanging up with Yi Zhengdao, Xiao Yujie intended to relay the message to the others, but noticed Wu Tiaowu and Tian Nei Li Zi staring at Lin Yu with wide eyes. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Yujie leaned in to see what was happening, adopting a similar expression of surprise. Lin Yu was holding Fushiguro Megumi's phone, using a voice almost identical to Fushiguro's to persuade the person on the other end. Cut the nonsense. I've already dealt with the star plasma body. Now, tell me the coordinates for the exchange, and don't make me ask a third time. The person on the other end hesitated for a few seconds. Faint sounds of argument could be heard, before a cold, menacing voice took over. Mr. Fushiguro, Haven T, we already discussed the location of the transaction? Have you forgotten? Lin Yu refrained from explaining, instead adopting a tone of dissatisfaction and impatience akin to Megumi's questioning. Are you unable to comprehend my words? Or are you simply tired of living? Just provide the information if you have it. Do you have any objections? Immediately, the sound of a phone dropping and being quickly picked up again could be heard, indicating that Lin Yu's words had successfully intimidated the other party. The next moment, the person finally relented, rapidly reciting a series of addresses, fearing that any delay might result in dire consequences. After hearing this, Lin Yu softened his tone, adopting a casual demeanor. Understood, I will arrive shortly. Prepare your compensation. If it's short by even a fraction, your lives will be in jeopardy. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call. As the phone screen dimmed, he looked up to see 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Wu Tiaowu, revealing his azure eyes beneath his sunglasses, clapped in astonishment. Impressive, you. I nearly thought that guy had come back to life with that performance. Xiao Yujie, regaining his composure, chuckled lightly. You even mimicked the details. Did you learn this from Kaido Kid? Tian Nei Li Zi, transformed into a starry-eyed admirer, gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. You're amazing, brother Lin Yu. You're just like the perfect male lead from an idol drama, just as Xiao Xiao said. You can do everything. Lin Yu scratched the back of his head, and even his seasoned face flushed at the exuberant praise. Clearing his throat, he waved his hand. Just basic skills, nothing remarkable. Now, let us focus on addressing the matters concerning Tian Yuan and the Panxing sect. Returning to the topic at hand, after a thorough discussion, they decided that Wu Tiaowu would confront Tian Yuan, while Lin Yu and Xiao Yujie would handle the minions of the Panxing sect. Once their plan was finalized, the roar of a car engine erupted in their ears, and Yi Zhengdao executed a stylish drift, coming to a steady stop before them. Chapter 19, The Meaning of Protection. As the window rolled down, Yi Zhengdao's visage was revealed, his features as hard as dark wood, with tousled black hair, sharp brow bones, and sporting sunglasses reminiscent of swimming goggles, exuding an aura of both calm and sharpness. Confirming that Yi Zhengdao resembled the character he had seen in the anime of his previous life, Lin Yu gently nudged Tian Nei Li Zi, who had been hiding behind him, forward. Li Zi clutched Lin Yu's sleeve, her fingers trembling. In response, Lin Yu comforted her as he would Lin Xiao, gently ruffling her hair. This is the Yi teacher I told you about. Don't worry, he will not harm you. Yi Zhengdao nodded affirmatively, gesturing for Tian Nei Li Zi to get into the car and accompany him. Tian Nei Li Zi hesitated, glancing anxiously at Lin Yu before taking a few steps forward. Only when she saw Lin Yu nod did she feel reassured enough to enter the vehicle. Lin Yu turned his gaze to Xiao Yujie. The Panxing sect's gathering point is in the Star Child's home building. He then handed over a hand-drawn map, indicating that the main members of the sect were concentrated on the 3rd floor, including their bishop. Xiao Yujie accepted the map, his finger tracing the red indicating the bishop. Understood, he replied, summoning the Rainbow Dragon. Let us not delay. I'll have the Rainbow Dragon take us there. 10 minutes later, the two approached the Star Child's home building along a gravel path, the scent of rust mingling with the stench of low-quality incense invading their nostrils, eliciting a sense of nausea. Just as they reached the building's entrance, a seductive voice pierced their ears. Dear followers, I bring you joyous news. The one who was to taint Lord Tian Yuan's pure star plasma, Tian Nei Li Zi, is dead. Following this proclamation, a synchronized cheer erupted. Under the overcast sky, shadows enveloped Xiao Yujie, his eyes cold and piercing. Throughout these past few days, he had come to regard Tian Nei Li Zi as a true companion. In his eyes, she was innocent and kind, utterly blameless. Yet, in the mouths of these people, such a naive girl had become a being that tainted Tian Yuan, and her demise was celebrated as joyous news. Xiao Yujie clenched his fists, a dark cloud forming in his heart. Is this truly the crowd that we sorcerers must protect at all costs? What, then, is the meaning of our sacrifice? Just as Xiaoyu Jie's thoughts wavered, a pair of warm hands landed on his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Turning to see Lin Yu's expressionless face, he found his throat dry as he hoarsely asked, "What do you plan to do next, Yu? Capture their leader and hand him over for higher judgment?" Lin Yu shook his head slowly, beginning to speak. "The roots of the sorcery world have long since rotted. If we take them back, those old geezers in power will, in order to maintain their facade of glory, release them without consequence." His tone shifted abruptly, and Lin Yu's golden eyes gleamed, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth. "Do you know, Jie? We have a saying in Longhua, Chu I Wu Jin, which means to eradicate evil without exception. If we cannot uproot them completely, they will one day rise again, transforming into a venomous serpent lying in wait in the shadows, perhaps due to the remnants of justice within Xiaoyu Jie's heart." He hesitated and asked Lin Yu whether it was sufficient to kill the mastermind, while the others, not deserving of death, should be dealt with by the law. Lin Yu paused, countering with a question. "Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Then, is delayed justice still justice?" Xiaoyu Jie opened his mouth to retort, but the words caught in his throat. Indeed, is delayed justice still justice? It is merely a truth. Similarly, the law is not infallible. There are always loopholes that prevent justice from truly reaching the wrongdoers. For instance, if a lunatic commits murder and you expend tremendous effort to capture him and bring him to court, hoping for the law to judge him, your anticipation could be silenced by a mere certificate of insanity. In reality, those who can be truly punished by the law are often the powerless, those without wealth, connections, or backgrounds. As for the powerful, even if they fall, their days in prison are far more comfortable than those of ordinary people. When they are released, they will not suffer, but rather have others to help them smooth their path. Reflecting on this, Xiaoyu Jie's spirits sank once more. Yet a subsequent remark from Lin Yu rekindled his hope. Observing the silent Xiaoyu Jie, Lin Yu smiled gently and adopted a feigned casual tone. He turned to offer comfort, stating that it is precisely because of this that we must strive for change. The power bestowed upon us by the heavens is not for our enjoyment, but to bring transformation to this world. The world is not merely black and white. Just as yin and yang achieve balance, both are indispensable. Most of the conveniences we enjoy in life stem from those ordinary individuals who cannot wield sorcery. They provide us with sustenance, and we offer them protection. With a shift in focus, Lin Yu, unbeknownst to Wen, had drawn forth a 2-meter-long Scottish broadsword, Greed, continuously infusing it with cursed energy. Therefore, as guardians, we must eradicate not only the cursed spirits born from humanity's negative emotions, but also those hidden within humanity that perpetrate tragedies. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu Jie stiffened momentarily. The glimmer of hope returned to his once clouded eyes, dispelling the shadows that lingered in his heart. On the 3rd floor, in a spacious room, a rotund bishop, clad in pure white robes, waved a microphone while reciting fervently towards the image of the heavenly deity on the screen. "Dear believers, our Tian Yuan de Run shall forever remain supremely pure, untainted by the filth of the mundane. Those sorcerers who obstruct us, those who protect the vile, shall ultimately be forsaken by the divine. Rejoice and offer hymns to our Tian Yuan de Ren." Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yu completed the infusion of cursed energy required to unleash greed. Meeting Xiaoyu Jie's gaze, Lin Yu revealed a knowing smile. Xiaoyu Jie reciprocated with a grin, activating the prepared barrier that concealed their actions. Chapter 20. Complete victory. Lin Yu's eyes blazed with intensity as he raised greed high, aiming it at the building of the Star Child Society before him. On his journey, he had investigated the location of the Ponqing sect's gathering and was pleasantly surprised to find that this area had long been secured, meaning that aside from this building, there was no one else around. This was precisely why Lin Yu dared to recklessly unleash greed. He had been eager to experience this move ever since he unlocked the 7 deadly sins. Unfortunately, Fushiguro Shinso's techniques were too fierce and swift during their duel. Any misstep could lead to his demise. Additionally, the charging time for unleashing greed was prolonged, and the user could not move during this period. Otherwise, Shinso would certainly not have perished beneath Gojo Satoru's blade, but rather by the devastating strike of greed. Reminiscing about his days as an ordinary person from the Blue Star, Lin Yu recalled how he was deeply captivated by the spectacular Excalibur move of the quirky-haired king in Fate. Now, with a chance to experience it, even if his current cursed energy could only manifest a diminished version of its power, it would suffice. Lin Yu did not wish to wait even a second longer to replicate this iconic scene. Once the barrier was fully sealed, without hesitation, Lin Yu swung his sword toward the building while shouting, "Yex, curry stick." As the blade sliced through the air, an amber-hued wave of cursed energy surged forth like a predatory falcon, diving down and colliding with the building's wall, erupting instantly. The massive force of cursed energy exploded like a detonated powder keg, unleashing a torrent of energy capable of devouring all, with a destructive shockwave visibly radiating outward. Under the assault of Lin Yu's cursed energy, the wall splintered into a spiderweb of cracks before collapsing inward, vanishing entirely. Bricks disintegrated into fine dust, and steel was melted into molten iron by the searing heat. The celebratory crowd within the building was instantaneously transformed into countless particles, evaporating into nothingness. This terrifying spectacle transpired in the blink of an eye. The once expansive Star Child Society building, spanning several hundred acres, was completely engulfed by the cursed energy. As the residual energy gradually dissipated, all that remained was a flat, desolate expanse of land. The former grandeur and splendor had vanished without a trace, with not even a sizable fragment of rubble to be found, as if the building had never existed in this world. Xiaojia's ink-black eyes widened in astonishment, his hand instinctively tightening around the barrier as he stared at the empty ground before him, overwhelmed by disbelief. The intensity of Lin Yu's outburst of cursed energy far exceeded his expectations. What was intended as a mere strike had erupted with the destructive force of a missile explosion. Initially, he believed Lin Yu aimed to sever the building with the broadsword, causing a collapse to bury the deeply sinful individuals within. However, upon witnessing the result, he realized Lin Yu had essentially employed a technique akin to Deidara's art, an explosion. Such a massive structure had been reduced to rubble by a single strike. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiaojia reflected on the need to strengthen himself swiftly to unlock his domain. Otherwise, he would be left far behind by the two extraordinary beings, Gojo Satoru and Lin Yu. Outside the Xingxing Palace, a scene reminiscent of a banquet of intrigue was unfolding. Wu Tiaowu was surrounded by numerous elite sorcerers dispatched by the long-established Juzhen family and high-ranking officials, his azure six eyes concealed behind sunglasses, displaying not a trace of panic. At the forefront was the elderly headmaster of Jingdu Jizhou Gaozhuan, Lin Jia, adorned with earrings, a nose ring, a lip ring, and a tongue stud, wielding a guitar. His eyes were wide with fury as he confronted Wu Tiaowu, demanding an explanation for his audacious remarks. "What do you mean by the star plasma entity will not be assimilated with Tianyuan?" With a disdainful twist of his waist, Wu Tiaowu leisurely dug at his ear with his little finger, his tone flippant. "Old man, can't you comprehend human speech? It means, quite literally, that I've spared her. For Ye's sake, be gone quickly, or I shall not hesitate to take action." After a brief pause, his gaze turned icy. "Moreover, she has a name, Tianli Zi. She is my companion, Wu Tiaowu. Remember this. If anyone dares to refer to her as the star plasma entity again, do not blame me for being impolite. Everyone, remain calm." A booming voice erupted from the crowd. Zenin's son had already activated his technique, flames erupting from his long blade, inciting those around him. Even with Wu Tiaowu being the rare six eyes of the Wu family, he is merely a child now. Let us attack together. He cannot withstand us. Once subdued, we will interrogate him about the whereabouts of the star plasma entity. Zenin Naruhito stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Very well. I shall witness the true strength of this six eyes and see if he deserves such a hollow title." As his words fell, he gestured to the clan elder Kumo Bin, leading the Kumo family, to join the fray. Just as the crowd prepared to rush forward, a crimson haze suddenly appeared before Zenin's son. "Be careful," Zenin Naruhito exclaimed in alarm, instantly activating his projection technique, dividing a second into 24 predetermined motions, swiftly pulling Zenin's son back. Barely avoiding the attack, he turned to glare at Wu Tiaowu, his voice seething with rage. "Wu Tiaowu, not only do you obstruct Lord Tianyuan's assimilation, but you also dare to resort to violence. Do you wish to make an enemy of the entire sorcery world?" Wu Tiaowu scoffed, derision dripping from his voice. You think you can represent the entire sorcery world?" Lin Yu, realizing that confronting Wu Tiaowu directly would yield no favorable outcome, quickly adopted a different demeanor, invoking Ye's name. "Wu Tiaowu, think this through. Your actions will ruin Ye's future. If he becomes disappointed in you, can you bear it?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tiaowu recalled Ye, who had already fled with Tianli Zi, and burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Instantly, Lin Yu's face turned a shade of deep crimson, both furious and indignant. "Wu Tiaowu, what are you laughing at?" However, restrained by Wu Tiaowu's strength, he suppressed his anger and continued to persuade him. "If you hand over Tianli Zi now, for the sake of Ye, I can still plead for you with the higher-ups and spare you once. Otherwise, if the higher-ups become enraged, even your Wu family will not escape unscathed. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Chapter 21. Iguyotai. The laughter abruptly ceased. Wu Tiaowu's expression hardened, his azure six eyes emotionlessly surveying those present. He raised his hand to form a seal, his left hand coalescing a representation of attraction, song, while his right hand manifested a symbol of repulsion, hey. The two terrifying energies rapidly fused within his palm, gradually forming a dark purple sphere of light. With a chilling smirk, Wu Tiaowu's voice resonated with an overwhelming authority. It seems that unless I take decisive action, you will not cease your chatter. An ominous aura permeated the air, causing a palpable tension. In that moment, everyone felt as if time had frozen, their breaths caught in their throats, eyes fixated on the purple sphere in Wu Tiaowu's palm. Their bodies felt leaden, unable to move, forcing them to close their eyes and await the inevitable. Fortunately, Wu Tiaowu was not a bloodthirsty individual. He had no intention of ending their lives. Shifting his gaze from the quaking crowd, he directed his arm toward a distant, empty mountain. With a thunderous roar, the sphere shot forth, followed by the explosive sound that rocked the air. A tremendous wave of cursed energy enveloped the mountain, and in an instant, the peak was leveled by Wu Tiaowu's strike. Satisfied with his handiwork, Wu Tiaowu turned back, his azure six eyes sweeping over the still stunned figures. Their faces pale as sheets. He maintained an air of nonchalance. Return and inform that old hag Tian Yuan that if she wishes to take Tian Li Zi, she must first consider whether she possesses the capability. With that, Wu Tiaowu strode away, leaving no room for further discourse. His steps were light, the soles of his black boots crunching over the gravel with a crisp sound, as though he were ambling leisurely in his own abode. Particularly, as he passed Zinen's son, Wu Tiaowu did not hesitate to give him a kick, causing him to roll and create a new passageway. Zinen's son could only curl up on the ground, clutching his abdomen, unable to voice his anger, his head bowed in submission. After witnessing Wu Tiaowu's earlier display, his legs had turned to jelly, and now, even a glance at Wu Tiaowu sent tremors coursing through him. Time passed, and Wu Tiaowu arrived at the designated gathering point, the basketball court of the high school. Upon entering, he spotted familiar figures. Ye was leaning against the basketball hoop, repairing a cursed relic. Xiao Jie sat on the steps yawning, while Tian Li Zi was opening a taiyaki, ready to taste it. Wu Tiaowu would not allow Tian Li Zi her wish. He activated Song, teleporting to her side and snatching the taiyaki right from her hands, popping it into his mouth. Tian Li Zi bit into thin air, staring dumbfounded at her empty palm and the half-eaten taiyaki in Wu Tiaowu's mouth. Her face flushed, resembling a boiling kettle. She fumed. Wu Tiaowu, you scoundrel. Give me back my taiyaki. Huh. If you have the guts, come take it back. Wu Tiaowu made a face at her and dashed off into the distance. Ye set down the cursed relic and inquired, is everything resolved? Hearing this, Wu Tiaowu raised the taiyaki high, looking in Ye's direction, his tone relaxed. Of course, that bunch of old geezers is so frightened by me that they're akin to a herd of scared horses. They won't dare to trouble us anytime soon. Xiao Jie glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips. Wu, it seems you've thoroughly vexed those old fools. Wu Tiaowu nodded proudly, relishing the praise. Suddenly, he bent down, bringing his mischievous face close to Tian Li Zi, who had been tugging at his clothes. With an exaggerated tone, he feigned humility. Li Zi, you ought to express your gratitude. I've offended the Juzhen family and the higher-ups just to protect you. The cost is quite significant. With a dramatic sigh, he continued. How about this? You can be my personal maid for a month, serving me tea and snacks as a form of repayment. What do you say? As for this taiyaki, consider it your welcome gift to me. Upon hearing this, Tian Li Zi exploded with anger, her cheeks puffing up like a bun. She released Wu Tiaowu's clothes and, with her small fists, began to pummel his chest. Despicable Wu Tiaowu, not only did you steal my taiyaki, but you also dare to ask me to be your maid. Believe it or not, I will have Lin Yu give you a good thrashing. Although Wu Tiaowu's small fists lacked any real force as they struck his own body, he pretended to be in great pain, lamenting, woe is me. After all I have done for you, to end up with this kind of conclusion is truly a sign of the times, where human hearts have grown cold. Tian Li Zi gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to find a rebuttal to Wu Tiaowu's words. After all, it was indeed thanks to Wu Tiaowu and his companions that she could avoid merging with Tian Yuan and live the life she desired. Just as the two were embroiled in their squabble, footsteps approached the doorway. Lin Yu entered, carrying a bag of cola, and upon noticing the commotion, tossed a bottle to Wu Tiaowu, exclaiming, Wu, at 16 years old, you still bully a 14-year-old girl. How shameful. Wu Tiaowu, unfazed, caught the bottle with ease, popped the tab, and guzzled down a large mouthful of the icy beverage, feeling immediate relief. Just as he set the bottle down, his gaze fell upon the small child trailing behind Lin Yu. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with soft hair falling over his forehead, a pale complexion, and large, bright eyes that held a hint of timidity. He wore a faded short-sleeve shirt, clutching Lin Yu's clothing tightly. Wu Tiao squinted, instinctively scanning the child. A sudden realization struck him. The boy's cursed energy reservoir was astonishingly comparable to his own at that age, even radiating an undeniable potential for explosive power. Raising an eyebrow, he approached, playfully patting Lin Yu on the shoulder and teasingly remarked, Well, Lin Yu, when did you secretly have such a big child? You've hidden him well." Lin Yu shot him a glare and set the cola down on the steps, explaining, "Nonsense. Don't jump to conclusions. I stumbled upon him a few days ago. A car was about to hit his little girlfriend, and I saved him. After seeing his talent for cursed energy, I asked if he wanted to be my disciple. Once he agreed, I took him home after returning his girlfriend. By the way, his name is Igu Guyutai." Chapter 22. The Consequences of Snatching a Disciple. Igu, that surname rings a bell, doesn't it? Wu Tiao rubbed his chin, scrutinizing the child for a few seconds before suddenly snapping his fingers. "Oh, I remember. This child is a distant relative of the Wu Tiao family." Igu Guyutai's eyes widened slightly upon hearing the mention of the Wu Tiao family, and he murmured to himself, recalling that his grandfather once mentioned a powerful relative, a family with immense wealth, possibly a major financial magnate. The more Wu Tiao observed Igu Guyutai, the more he felt a strange affinity. It was as if the child before him wished to burrow into his mind. However, Wu Tiao was too indifferent to dwell on this odd sensation. He squatted down, placing his palm on the boy's soft shoulder, grinning like a fox luring a child. "Little Yutai, how about becoming my disciple and learning sorcery? I assure you, it will be far more thrilling than merely following Lin Yu, who only knows how to slash and hack." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu crumpled the cola can in his hand, gazing at Wu Tiao with a hidden menace. "Wu, have you grown too bold? 3 days without a beating, and you dare snatch my disciple in front of me? Do you think I can't wield a blade anymore?" Hee. Wu Tiao jumped up, eagerly challenging. "Let us settle this with a fight. Whoever wins, Igu will follow." Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his cursed technique, drawing Lin Yu towards the open area outside the basketball court. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, pushing off the ground and charging forward, coming to a sudden stop. Just as he steadied himself, Wu Tiao's technique, shimmering with a crimson glow, struck towards him. Child's play. Lin Yu's reflexes were lightning fast as the black box behind him burst forth with blades, the amber energy enveloping them as he cleaved towards the incoming force. The clash of equal cursed energy resulted in a cancellation of Wu Tiao's attack. Fully aware of Lin Yu's terrifying physical prowess and hand-to-hand combat skills, Wu Tiao had no intention of matching him in physical technique. He leapt into the air, focusing his 6 eyes on Lin Yu standing firm with his blade, alternating between offensive techniques that forced Lin Yu into a defensive stance. However, Lin Yu remained unfazed, his mastery over the black box allowing him to wield 7 blades with the precision of a maestro, effortlessly shattering Wu Tiao's cursed energy orbs to neutralize his assaults. In an astonishing turn of events, the initially disadvantaged Lin Yu began to gain momentum. He moved swiftly, his blades dancing in tandem with his form, compelling Wu Tiao in midair to retreat repeatedly. Observing the clash, Xia Yujia clenched his fists, his gaze intense, a growing desire for strength surging within him. No longer content to merely spectate, he closed his eyes, centering himself to grasp the principles of domain expansion. Tian Nei Li, too, clutched her clothing, her expression earnest. Watching Lin Yu and Wu Tiao's formidable prowess, she yearned to become a powerful sorcerer capable of protecting those she cherished rather than remaining in the shadows. On the open ground, Lin Yu swiftly drained half of his cursed energy into the blade, barely managing to block Wu Tiao's technique. Above, Wu Tiao's 6 eyes keenly detected Lin Yu's evident fatigue after his defense. Just as a flicker of joy arose in his heart, Lin Yu drew forth a towering sword named Tanlan, executing a maneuver reminiscent of Fubahai Shun Heir's ground-shattering technique, rapidly traversing the area and stirring up clouds of dust. A thunderous explosion echoed as debris and dust erupted from the center, engulfing Wu Tiao and obscuring his vision. Attempting that tactic? Wu Tiao scoffed, his 6 eyes piercing through the haze, preparing to lock onto Lin Yu's position. Suddenly, a cutting sound resonated from his chest. Lowering his gaze, he found the blade, enveloped in immense cursed energy, hurtling toward him, colliding squarely against his limitless technique. nullifying Wu Tiaowu's defenses. Now is my chance. Lin Yu seized the moment, dashing through the obscuring dust, catching the descending Tan Lan with one hand, while his left grasped lazy, channeling cursed energy into the blade, piercing Wu Tiaowu's shoulder with a swift thrust. The weight of gravity surged. Wu Tiaowu felt as if a boulder had been placed upon his shoulder, causing his body to plummet. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He activated his limitless technique just before hitting the ground, stabilizing himself and avoiding a fall. Just as Wu Tiaowu prepared to rise, his foot grazed the grass, only to find the blade of Tan Lan pressing against his neck. Surrendering, Wu Tiaowu relinquished any pretense of resistance, lying back on the grass. All right, I concede. I surrender. He raised both hands in capitulation, a radiant smile gracing his face. Lin Yu, your swordplay has become increasingly adept. Lin Yu sheathed his sword and returned the 7 deadly sins into the black box, plopping down on the grass. Of course, I'm constantly growing stronger every moment. But truly, this battle was exhilarating. After a pause, he added, Igu is not a bargaining chip for our wager. His choice of mentor rests solely with him. With that, Lin Yu gestured toward Igu, who eagerly scampered over. Little Yutai, speak up. You may choose whichever mentor you desire. Rest assured, it will not affect our relationship, and I will harbor no ill will should you choose Wu. Yigilu Yutai nodded, glancing at the mischievous Wu Tiaowu with a smirk, then turning to the gentle and earnest Lin Yu. He stated without hesitation, I choose teacher Lin Yu. Upon hearing Yigilu's response, Wu Tiaowu let out a sigh of disappointment, yet managed a smile, saying, all right. However, little Yigilu, if you ever wish to come under my tutelage, you are always welcome. In response, Lin Yu cast a teasing glance at Wu Tiaowu, exclaiming, oh dear, Wu, you never give up, do you? Turning around, Lin Yu seized Wu Tiaowu's waist and unleashed the Lin-style tickling technique. Under this playful assault, Wu Tiaowu lost all ability to resist, struggling while shouting, no, you, let go, it tickles. Seizing this opportune moment, Ye Zhengdao and Tian Nei Riko, positioned behind Wu Tiaowu, exchanged knowing glances, clearly preparing to join the fray without disturbing the contemplative Sheiyu. Observing the arrival of his allies, Lin Yu did not hesitate, silently activating the language spirit decree to firmly bind Wu Tiaowu in his embrace. The sudden disappearance of cursed energy rendered Wu Tiaowu's limitless abilities temporarily paralyzed, forcing him to watch in fear as the two approached, yelling, stay away from me. Chapter 23, Dragonbone Cross inside the Hongxing Palace. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive stillness following the reports from Lu Yanxi and others. Tian Yuan sat cross-legged with a dark expression that seemed ready to spill over, fixated on the 2 video segments presented by the higher-ups. One depicted Wu Tiaowu using Z to flatten a mountain peak, while the other showcased the combat between Lin Yu and Wu Tiaowu in an open area. Her fingers drummed against the armrest of her chair, replaying the scene in her mind where Wu Tiaowu had angrily called her an old hag. The high-ranking individuals kneeling below felt a chill run down their spines, avoiding eye contact with Tian Yuan. Despite being a millennia-old entity, Tian Yuan's portrayal in the original narrative paled in comparison to the same age-old figure of Xian Su, rendering her a mere jester. Nevertheless, the weight of her 1,000 years of existence endowed her with an intangible air of authority and wisdom, allowing her to maintain her composure and discern when to act or refrain. After a prolonged silence, Tian Yuan dissipated her imposing aura and addressed the assembly. You may leave. I shall deliberate on this matter. The attendees, astute individuals in their own right, understood the implication behind Tian Yuan's words. They relinquished any desire to hold the 3 accountable, bringing this matter to an end. This conclusion was entirely expected. No one harbored doubts, nor did anyone dare to oppose, as compromise was their only viable path. The power demonstrated by the 2 in the footage had already transcended the realm of sorcerers, not to mention the presence of Sheiyu, who had yet to make a move. Yet, who among them would genuinely perceive Sheiyu as weak? The answer was none. Who would dare to challenge one capable of standing toe-to-toe with 2 monsters? In the basketball court's locker room, Tian Nei Riko grasped Lin Yu's hand, her clear eyes brimming with sincerity. Brother Lin Yu, could you teach me to become a sorcerer? I no longer wish to hide behind you all. I want to grow stronger, to protect myself and assist you. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her request, opening his mouth but failing to articulate a response. He indeed wished to teach, yet sorcery was not merely a matter of cultivating techniques. Imparting a mantra and providing resources were insufficient. To become a sorcerer, one required not only cursed energy but also the awakening of corresponding techniques, akin to Wu Tiaowu's limitless abilities and Sheiyu's manipulation of cursed spirits. Without this outlet, even the most potent cursed energy would remain trapped within one's body, unable to manifest. Lin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, and a name suddenly emerged in his thoughts, Jujutsu. He recalled that in the original narrative, Jujutsu had once been a star jelly body like Tion Nei Riko, who later awakened her techniques, thus escaping Tian Yuan's assimilation, ultimately becoming a special grade sorcerer. Perhaps he could enlist Wu Tiaowu's assistance to connect Riko with Jujutsu for guidance. Perhaps this girl could indeed awaken her techniques. As this notion surfaced, Lin Yu felt a sudden warmth in his chest, as if something were attempting to emerge from beneath his skin. Instinctively, he glanced down to see a line of blood-red characters slowly materializing, visible only to him. Heir of the Black King Lin Yu. Cursed Energy Reserve. Ordinary Special Grade. Fusion Degree. 20. Unlocking the Black King's Dragon Bone Cross. Effect 1. Domain of the Dragon Feast. A closed domain that triples all personal attributes upon activation, allowing for instantaneous release of language spirits without incantation. Should the domain collapse, it cannot be reactivated for 1 hour, and cannot be shortened by special means. However, during this period, the user will not enter a state of technique disintegration. Effect 2. Divine Right of Kings. Continuously bestowing the recipient with the user's blood, subtly transforming the recipient's body to bear the authority of a king. Current 4 Noble Authority Granters, 04. Upon reading this line of text, Lin Yu's heart nearly overflowed with joy. Previously, after absorbing the cursed energy origins generated from Wu Tiaowu and She Yu's defeat of Fu Haijiner, reaching a fusion degree of 15, he had been puzzled as to why it merely enhanced his total cursed energy and physical strength without awakening any abilities. Little did he know, he had inadvertently acquired a significant boon. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu suppressed his burgeoning smile and turned to Tion Nei Riko, steadying his tone. Of course, I can teach you, but to become a sorcerer, mere cursed energy is insufficient. You also need techniques as an outlet, or else even the most potent cursed energy cannot be utilized. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the light in Tion Nei Riko's eyes dimmed, clearly disheartened. Do not despair. Lin Yu quickly reassured her, his voice imbued with comfort. I have a method to help you awaken your techniques, although the process may be a bit painful. You must endure it. At this, Tion Nei Riko suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling once more, the earlier disappointment vanishing, replaced by determination. Brother Lin Yu, I am not afraid of pain. What I fear is watching my loved ones get hurt, while I stand idly by, powerless to help. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Lin Yu cast aside his concerns. He reached back, retrieving the blade of desire from the black box, gripping the hilt and lightly grazing the tip against his index finger, drawing a small cut. To clarify, the negative effects of the 7 deadly sins only affect enemies and do not apply to the weapon's wielder. As the cut opened, crimson golden blood erupted forth, resembling molten lava from a volcano. Lin Yu raised his hand, directing his fingertip toward Tion Nei Riko, his tone serious. Drink this. As long as you can withstand the power within, you will awaken your techniques. Tion Nei Riko gazed at the crimson golden fluid, her cheeks flushing to the roots of her ears, her fingers nervously twisting her skirt, finding the act too intimate. Yet, upon meeting Lin Yu's earnest gaze, recalling her earlier declaration of fearlessness, and driven by her deep trust in him, she ultimately gritted her teeth and leaned forward. Parting her rosy lips, she extended her soft, moist tongue, gently enveloping Lin Yu's fingertip. In the next moment, the crimson golden blood flowed down her tongue and into her throat. The searing sensation felt like a small fireball descending, tightening her entire body and causing tears to fall uncontrollably. Nevertheless, in her pursuit of awakening her techniques, Tion Nei Riko endured the discomfort, refusing to release her grip. Feeling the warmth transmitted through his fingertips, Lin Yu gently patted Tion Nei Riko's back, softly reassuring her. Hold on, do not give up. Soon, your body will undergo a tremendous transformation. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tion Nei Riko obediently nodded, suppressing the pain coursing through her body, and diligently continued to suck Lin Yu's blood, swallowing every drop without waste. Chapter 24. Tion Nei Riko's technique before long. Tion Nei Riko's body began to tremble, her grip tightening on Lin Yu's pant leg. In her sky-blue eyes, it appeared as though shards of gold were slowly melting, gradually transforming into a pair of light golden vertical pupils. With a muffled sound, Tion Nei Riko felt warmth emanating from the joints of her bones, as if the blood within her was igniting, boiling, and raging. Curiously, a string of ancient phrases suddenly surfaced in her mind, a language she had never learned. Though incomprehensible, It felt engraved in her very being, allowing her to understand its meaning clearly. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's fingertips had completed their healing, halting the blood supply. Upon sensing this, Tion Nei Riko, feeling utterly drained, released her grip and collapsed to the ground. Her back against the wall, she exhaled softly, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks, dripping onto her slender collarbone, forming a small, crystal-clear pool. Shortly after, a blood-red inscription appeared above Tion Nei Riko's head. Heir of the King of Sky and Wind, Tion Nei Riko, Curse Power Storage, Level 1. Transformation Progress, 13,000. Glancing at it, Lin Yu realized it was quite similar to his expectations. Based on feeding her blood once a day, it would take approximately 10 years to fully transform Tion Nei Riko. This was unavoidable, as transforming an ordinary person into a being endowed with complete authority as a Dragon King required extensive remodeling and integration. Naturally, Lin Yu bore no grievances. Having made a promise, he was committed to persevering until the end, regardless of how long it took. After catching her breath for a good half-minute, Tion Nei Riko regained some strength and struggled to lift her head to meet Lin Yu's gentle gaze. Her voice trembled slightly, yet could not conceal her excitement. Lin Yu, I think I can feel it. My body feels warm, light as a feather, and there's a complicated incantation reverberating in my mind. Lin Yu crouched down, gazing into her golden glimmering eyes, and nodded with a smile. You are fortunate. Your technique has successfully awakened. As you continue to absorb my blood, you will eventually awaken all your techniques. He instructed her to slowly channel the power within and recite the intricate incantation to see if she could utilize it. Taking a deep breath, Tion Nei Riko closed her eyes and mentally recited the ancient language. Let the winds of the heavens cleanse the impurities of the world. In a realm free of words. As her voice faded, a ripple enveloped her entire being, and a transparent circular wall of wind emanated from her, extending 5 meters outward, repelling everything in its path. All entities within that 5-meter radius, save for Lin Yu, were forcefully propelled away, crashing against the walls of the lounge. Is this my technique? Tion Nei Riko's light golden eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld this extraordinary scene. Overwhelmed with both surprise and joy, she raised her hand repeatedly, discovering she could manipulate the invisible wind wall at will. As her thoughts shifted, the wall would alter its size accordingly. Lin Yu nodded, offering his evaluation. Not bad. The awakening of the realm free of words provides a defensive capability. While it lacks offensive power, it is indeed suitable for you at this moment. Tion Nei Riko gleefully leaped into Lin Yu's embrace, nuzzling against him before looking up with a radiant smile. This is wonderful, Lin Yu. I will no longer have to hide behind you. I can fight alongside you all. All right, Lin Yu replied, gently ruffling her soft hair. Suddenly, the door to the lounge burst open with a bang, revealing Wu Tiaowu, who entered with a bag of delectable desserts, accompanied by the grinning figure of Xiaoyu Jia. Hey, what are you two up to in here? Wu Tiaowu asked, removing his sunglasses and wearing a mischievous grin as he looked at the pair. Caught in an affectionate moment, Tion Nei Riko's face flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew from Lin Yu's embrace. Despite her typically bold demeanor, she felt shy under Wu Tiaowu's intense gaze. Lin Yu chuckled, patting her shoulder while addressing Wu Tiaowu at the entrance. What do you think? I was helping Riko awaken her technique. She just succeeded and was testing its effects. Curiously, he turned to Xiaoyu Jia, who wore a grin, and asked, by the way, Jia, weren't you meditating? What brings you here? Hearing Lin Yu's question, Xiaoyu Jia suppressed his smile slightly, responding casually, I've almost grasped the concept of constructing my domain. I just need to organize the core aspects. And I anticipate it won't be long before I can realize the expansion of my domain. As he spoke, his gaze flitted to the still blushing Tion Nei Riko. Then back to Lin Yu, deliberately elongating his tone as he added, but is it truly just about helping Riko awaken her technique? I heard some rather unsavory noises while waiting at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Tiaowu exclaimed, leaning closer to Tion Nei Riko, scrutinizing her eyes. Hey, little Riko, why have your eyes turned light golden? They resemble the glow of that guy Lin Yu. You want to end up looking like a muscular Barbie like him, will you? Tion Nei Riko, already flustered by Xiaoyu Jia's teasing, exploded at Wu Tiaowu's comment. She raised her hand and unleashed the light golden wind wall of her realm, which, under her deliberate control, bypassed everyone and accurately struck Wu Tiaowu. With a loud bang, the force collided with Wu Tiaowu, catching him off guard and sending him flying backward as if pushed by an invisible hand. Fortunately, Wu Tiaowu reacted swiftly, activating his limitless technique to shield the bag of desserts he held, preventing them from being tossed away. As he regained his footing, Wu Tiaowu looked at Tian Nei Riko at the door, his eyes sparkling. Interesting. You possess a defensive technique akin to my limitless. However, little Riko, mine is fully automated, so you won't be able to harm me. Tian Nei Riko huffed, hands on her hips, glaring at him. You irritating Wu Tiaowu. One day I will hang you up and pluck each of your white hairs one by one. Xia Yujie approached, patting the fuming Tian Nei Riko on the back. Riko, don't stoop to Wu's level. For him, a day without boasting is like a death sentence. Lin Yu added reassuringly, indeed. Moreover, the realm you awakened is a group defensive skill. When utilized effectively, it will undoubtedly rival Wu's limitless. You can rest assured about that. Chapter 25, The King Descends. Fierce and wrathful in the ensuing months, under Lin Yu's guidance, Tian Nei Riko and Lin Xiao successfully passed the entrance examination for the prestigious institution, while He Jing Li Mei, demonstrating exceptional abilities, secured a clerical position in the school's administrative office, responsible for organizing task files and cursed spirit intelligence. Among the group, the most significant transformation was undoubtedly Lin Xiao, a direct blood relative of Lin Yu. Due to their shared bloodline, the efficiency of her transformation was remarkably high. Each time she was fed dragon blood, she exhibited perfect absorption. Thus, it is paradoxical that she, who was the last to transform, has made the most rapid progress. Moreover, Lin Xiao not only inherited the authority of Dadi Yushanji Wang, but also awakened the Wind King Si, a manifestation of the language spirit from the original work Long Zhu. As Lin Yu's first and foremost ardent admirer on his literary journey, Lin Zhao's familiarity with the Wind King's eye is second only to that of Lin Yu himself, the creator. From the moment of awakening to complete mastery, Lin Xiao relied on her extraordinary talent to successfully achieve aerial flight on the very first day. The only shortcoming was her lack of combat experience. However, opportunities to hone her combat skills did not keep Lin Xiao waiting long. A month after entering the Advanced Academy, Lin Xiao and Tian Nei Riko, accompanied by their peer Nanami Kenjin and Huayuan Xiong, were assigned a high-level mission to eliminate the secondary cursed spirit, the Earth God. Lin Yu, unaware of this due to Itadori Yuda's choice to pursue the path of becoming a first-level sorcerer, which entailed exorcising over 200 first-level cursed spirits and 10 special-grade spirits, remained oblivious. It was only in the afternoon, when Kurogimori was organizing the task files, that she noticed a discrepancy in the information estimation and the sorcerer's mortality rate regarding this secondary cursed spirit mission. Immediately, a flurry of urgent phone calls ensued, and Lin Yu learned of the situation. Alarmed, he seized the black box on his back, entrusted a message to Itadori Yuda, and activated his dragon transformation mode, hastily rushing to the scene. At this moment, Lin Yu's fusion degree had reached 35, successfully initiating the dragon transformation mode. When Lin Yu's gaze finally fell upon the shrine, he was met with a scene of devastation. Chaos reigned. The shrine's ground had fissured in multiple places, and stone spikes erupted violently from the cracks, transforming the once sacred site into a forest of rock spires. In the presence of the formidable Earth God, Lin Xiao and Nanami Kenjin appeared as insignificant ants, their efforts to inflict damage utterly futile. Furthermore, after enduring prolonged high-intensity combat, they were already exhausted, merely relying on sheer willpower to persist. Huayuan Xiong, as a vital combat asset, nearly succumbed to the Earth God's rock blade due to a moment of negligence, but thankfully Tian Nei Riko swiftly conjured a dustless domain, redirecting the strike, which only grazed his thigh. Despite this, Huayuan Xiong's condition was dire, although Tian Nei Riko hastily tore her skirt to staunch the bleeding. It was merely a temporary measure, and he had entirely lost his combat capabilities, relegated to hiding within Tian Nei Riko's dustless domain. Just when the situation became increasingly desperate, Nanami Kenjin's cursed tool shattered under the relentless assault of the Earth God, who seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the ruins, unconscious. Lin Xiao found herself alone, struggling against the overwhelming odds. The Earth God, uninterested in prolonging the skirmish, clapped its hands together, causing the ground at the shrine's center to surge upwards, a colossal hand made of stone and earth crashing down upon Lin Xiao. Upon witnessing this massive strike, Lin Xiao raised her hands, compressing the surrounding airflow in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. Fear is an instinct of living beings, while courage is the anthem of humanity. Faced with this impending doom, Lin Xiao could easily flee, but she could not abandon Nanami Kenjin, who lay in the ruins behind her, surely facing death. A thunderous impact resounded as the rock hand was miraculously halted by an unseen force. Lin Xiao turned in disbelief, Spotting Tian Nei Riko, one hand supporting Huayuan Xiong and the other maintaining the dustless domain. Gritting her teeth, beads of sweat trickled down her brow, yet she appeared composed. Xiao Xiao, do not worry about me. Leave the task of blocking its attack to me. You only need to focus on exorcising this cursed spirit. Understood. Lin Xiao immediately manipulated the airflow, spiraling upwards along the wind wall, hurling surrounding metals violently towards the earth god's head. At that moment, an overwhelming murderous intent descended, locking onto the earth god as it prepared to strike with its rock blade. A resounding roar echoed through the skies as a pair of colossal black wings unfurled, shrouding the heavens. The radiant golden eyes gazed down upon the mortal realm, resembling a deity descended from mythology. The black box behind Lin Yu erupted, transforming into a furious blade reminiscent of a horse-slaying sword. Lin Yu grasped it, the crimson gold cursed energy swirling like a dragon around the blade. A booming shout akin to thunder reverberated as Lin Yu's black wings flared, executing a judgmental strike as the blade sliced through the air, emitting a dragon-like roar. Like a shooting star, Lin Yu plunged downward, the icy light within his golden eyes locking onto the earth god's cursed energy core, his presence radiating an overwhelming force as he aimed to cleave through the earthen entity. Sensing the impending danger, the earth god attempted to retreat underground, but was instantly suppressed by Lin Yu and the authority of the language spirit. In the next moment, the furious blade light descended, a crimson arc infused with earth-shattering might, directly cleaving into the earth god's massive form. A resounding crash echoed as the red blade light engulfed the entire shrine. All present, save for Lin Xiao and her companions, deliberately excluded from Lin Yu's cursed energy, were obliterated in an instant. Without lingering, Lin Yu sheathed his blade and descended, his black wings gradually retracting. Dispelling the golden eyes, he hurried to Lin Xiao's side. Gently caressing her forehead, he scanned her for injuries, relieved to find her wounds were minimal. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Lin Xiao shook her head, her taut body relaxing as she nestled into Lin Yu's embrace. Not far away, Tian Nei Riko approached, supporting Huayuan Xiong, who gazed at Lin Yu's still-present wings. His voice tinged with emotion. Thank goodness. Lin Yu, you finally arrived. Yes, I am here, and you are safe now, Lin Yu reassured them. Comforting Lin Xiao, he extended 2 fingers to gently poke her forehead, apologizing. Xiao Xiao, my dear, please wait a moment. I will check on your other companion. After Lin Xiao acknowledged, she no longer clung to Lin Yu. He swiftly turned, rushing to the ruins, clearing away debris to assist Nanami Kenjin, checking for his breath, and sighing in relief. Phew. He merely fainted. He is not gravely injured. To be cautious, Lin Yu decided to utilize the language spirit Do Not Die on Nanami Kenjin. Upon activation, the effect of Do Not Die had significantly improved compared to its portrayal in the original work, not only enhancing bodily functions and accelerating external wound recovery, but also capable of repairing damaged organs and limbs. It now rivaled reversal techniques, capable of restoring severed organs, and even introduced an extraordinary effect known as Purify Misery. As the name implies, when Lin Yu used Do Not Die on himself, it not only healed injuries, but also provided a powerful buff that made him immune to all negative states for 10 minutes. Of course, no technique is without flaws. Do Not Die also had its limitations, such as the buff being applicable only to oneself and could only be used once per day. Lin Yu carefully cradled Nanami Kenjin from the rubble, seeking a cleaner spot to lay him down. Placing his hand on Nanami's chest, the crimson gold cursed energy permeated as the language spirit Do Not Die activated instantly. Chihai Jin's pallor gradually transformed back to a healthy hue under the miraculous healing, his breathing becoming more stable with each passing moment. After attending to Chihai, Lin Yu turned to Lin Xiao and the others. Perhaps due to the inherent resilience of the Dragon Clan, Lin Xiao and Tian Nei Riko had almost completely recovered from their injuries shortly after the battle. Their complexions were slightly pale from the prolonged fight, but there were no other visible issues. As for Huayuan Xiong, he remained in his usual half-dead state. In response, Lin Yu treated him with the same healing powers. Once everyone had returned to their normal state, Lin Yu ceased his magical output. He brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands and, with a simultaneous exertion of strength, lifted the still unconscious Chihai Jin and Huayuan Xiong, addressing the 2 women before him. A hint of suppressed coldness laced his voice. The higher-ups miscalculated the mission's danger, nearly costing you your lives. This matter cannot be overlooked. Hold on tightly to me. I will fly you both back. Lin Xiao exchanged glances with Tian Nei Riko and shook her head, indicating her reluctance. The memory of their previous experience, When they had joyfully embarked on Lin Yu's supersonic flight only to nearly regurgitate their last meal, left them both apprehensive. Observing their ghostly expressions, Lin Yu's lips twitched, and he awkwardly scratched his head, sincerely assuring them, Xiao, Rico, rest assured, this time I promise to fly at a slower pace and will not suddenly accelerate. Lin Xiao raised a hand in protest, resolutely shaking her head. Lin Yu then turned his gaze to Tian Nei Rico, who also shook her head vigorously, eyes shut tight. With a sigh of disappointment, Lin Yu mused about the fragile nature of trust between individuals. Not wanting to press further, he sent a summons to Wutiao Wugen and his companions before unfolding his dragon wings and soaring towards the direction of the high school. Upon their return to the high school, Yi Zheng Dao and his companions had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Seeing Lin Yu carrying the unconscious Qihai and Huiyuan, Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, Lin Yu, what on earth happened? Lin Yu succinctly recounted the events, concluding with a cold remark, the higher-ups' intelligence operations are nothing short of a farce. They misclassified a Grade 1 cursed spirit as Grade 2, nearly endangering my sister and the others. Before Yi could respond, Lin Yu had already set down Qihai and Huiyuan, striding towards the exit of the high school, closely followed by Xiao Jie and Wutiao Wugen, who walked with a nonchalant air. Yi could only sigh, thinking to himself that he truly did not wish to disappoint his students, and followed suit. The four of them barreled into the meeting room of the sorcery world's upper echelon without any prior notification. Lin Yu kicked the door open with authority, his golden eyes coldly surveying the flabbergasted high-ranking sorcerers. Lin Yu? What do you mean by this? Zenin Maki rose, furrowing his brow with evident discontent. Lin Yu placed the recording device that captured the scene before the land god on the round table and activated the projection. His gaze swept over the assembly of high-ranking officials, his voice as frigid as ice. Today, during the mission to exorcise the land god, you misclassified a Grade 1 cursed spirit as Grade 2, nearly resulting in the demise of my sister, Rico, Qihai, Huiyuan, and others. Is this the standard of intelligence work you all exhibit? At this, the expressions of the high-ranking officials shifted dramatically. Zenin Maki cleared his throat, attempting to defend. This was merely an intelligence oversight. Moreover, as the video shows, there were no significant losses incurred. Why not downplay this and let it go? Let it go? Lin Yu raised his hand, and the greed emerged from the black box, its blade glinting ominously. One oversight almost cost the lives of 4 promising talents in the sorcery world. Should we wait until a special grade cursed spirit is misclassified as Grade 1, dragging us all down with it? He stepped forward, activating his royal aura, compelling the assembly of high-ranking officials to kneel before him like dogs. Lin Yu regarded the prostrated officials with an impassive expression, his tone imperious and unassailable. From this day forth, I expect you to voluntarily relinquish your authority over intelligence at the high school, placing it under my jurisdiction. Furthermore, I will establish an execution department, responsible for all intelligence review and task assignments henceforth. Of course, you may disagree, but remember, the blade is merciless. Should any of you be inadvertently harmed, I trust you will understand. As he spoke, the high-ranking officials gritted their teeth, lifting their heads to meet Lin Yu's gaze, ready to protest against such a breach of tradition in the sorcery world. However, Lin Yu's greed glowed ominously, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Wutiao Wugen smiled amiably as he toyed with his weapons, while Xiao Jie leaned casually against a menacing cursed spirit, yawning. Faced with such formidable figures, they had no choice but to concede, nodding in agreement. Lin Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he returned greed to the black box. Now, this is how it should be. There is nothing that cannot be resolved through a proper discussion. With that, Lin Yu grew weary of conversing with these decaying roots, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. Even so, the high-ranking officials dared not rise from their kneeling position for over an hour, eventually stumbling to their feet, cursing ineffectively in their frustration. Chapter 27. Granting Xiao Jie day off upon returning to the high school, under Yi Zheng Dao's arrangements. Lin Yu and his companions led a roundtable meeting alongside several teachers sympathetic to the high school's cause. After finalizing positions and delineating responsibilities, that evening at 9 p.m., the high school's bulletin board displayed the announcement of the establishment of the execution department. From this day forth, all sorcerers affiliated with the high school would have their task intelligence reviewed and approved by the execution department, no longer constrained by the Sorcery Association. Little did they know, this very night marked the commencement of the countdown to the decay of the corrupt sorcery world, ushering in a new era. Of course, these were matters for another time. The following day, due to Wutiao Wugen's laziness in delegating all the work to Xiao Jie, who had spent the night drafting plans, Xiao Jia, sporting deep dark circles under his eyes, drowsily listened to Lin Yu and Yi Zhengdao discuss the future plans for the high school during the roundtable meeting. Fortunately, Lin Yu was not one to ramble. From the start of the meeting to its conclusion, he succinctly covered the theoretical and practical steps in a mere 40 minutes. As he closed the notebook filled with plans, Lin Yu looked up to see Xiao Jia rising unsteadily from the table, his footsteps faltering. His dark circles reminiscent of a panda, with even his usually neatly groomed hair disheveled, exuding an aura of exhaustion. As Xiao Jia's mentor, Yi Zhengdao had long noticed his state. Once most attendees had left, he approached, gently patting Xiao Jia's shoulder, his tone considerably softer than during the meeting. Jia, you've been working hard lately. Don't overexert yourself. Health is paramount. I'm granting you a day off to rest properly. Don't worry about the remaining tasks. If you feel unwell, head to the medical department and let the nurse assist you. Xiao Jia paused, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly, and offered a faint smile. Thank you, Teacher Yi. He had initially planned to persist in completing the remaining tasks before taking a brief rest, but with Yi Ya's considerate gesture, he naturally could not refuse. Beside him, Lin Yu leaned over, casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Wu Tiao, and chuckled to Xiao Jia. You should have rested long ago. At this rate, you'll exhaust yourself. Don't worry about the remaining tasks. I will make sure a certain lazybones compensates fully for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu abruptly reached out and seized the back of Wu Tiao's collar, lifting him as one would a small cat. Wu Tiao yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes, saying, You, is it time to clock out? No, wait. Is it time to clock in? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk playing on his lips as his gaze swept over Xiao Jia's dark circles. Then back to the nonchalant Wu Tiao. Wu, when you both entered the meeting room, one of you could barely stand while the other was brimming with energy. It's clear you've offloaded all the work onto Jia. Wu Tiao's eyes darted, and he averted his gaze, attempting to defend himself. No way. I've done quite a bit too, alright. Oh, Lin Yu interjected before he could finish, picking up the proposal Xiao Jia had rushed out the night before and flipping to the last page. So, what exactly does the final page of this proposal say? Wu Tiao swallowed hard, clearing his throat as he stammered. I was busy late last night, so I can't quite remember. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Can't remember. That's fine. Today, there's a perfect relaxation task for you. There are a dozen cursed spirit tasks over in Asakusa. I'll assign them all to you. What? Wu Tiao's face fell instantly. No, I want to go. The execution department has recently expanded its combat personnel. Why not let them handle it? Why? Lin Yu replied, tugging at his collar as he dragged him toward the door. You still have the nerve to ask? It's because you offloaded all the work onto Jia. Wu Tiao staggered as he was pulled along, tearfully glancing at Xiao Jia, muttering, This is too much. Way too much, Jia. You have to say something. Leaning against the doorframe, Xiao Jia observed Wu Tiao being dragged away and finally allowed a genuine smile to break through his fatigued expression, calling after him. Wu, do your job well, and don't slack off. Once their figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, Yi Jing patted Xiao Jia's arm. Go on. Get some rest. Xiao Jia nodded and turned to leave. Sunlight streamed through the corridor, warming the floor. Xiao Jia rubbed his slightly heavy head, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. If one were to inquire about his immediate priority, it would undoubtedly be to indulge in a restful sleep. Of course, Xiao Jia could never sleep at the high school. As one of the 4 elders of the execution department, he no longer had to worry about finances like he once did. The tax revenue from the daily tasks of the execution department alone equaled what Xiao Jia would have earned from exorcising over 10 grade 1 cursed spirits in the past. Thus, at the moment of stepping out, he unhesitatingly booked a room at the luxurious 5-star Tokyo Peninsula Hotel. Xiao Jia had often heard the elders from Iwate Prefecture mention the Tokyo Peninsula Hotel as the finest spa hotel in all of Neon. However, after entering Jujutsu High, although he was now financially comfortable, he lacked the time to indulge, even with the desire. But now, he could finally have his wish. On the bustling streets of Tokyo, Xiao Jia walked with a cheerful stride, weaving through the crowd. He had already mapped out a delightful day ahead. Morning, sleep in, then enjoy breakfast via room service while admiring the views of the Imperial Palace or Ginza. Next, swim in the indoor pool on the 5th floor or lightly exercise in the fitness center to relax. Noon, head to the 2nd floor Chi Fong Thai restaurant to savor exquisite sushi in a Suzhou garden-style setting. Afternoon, book a treatment at the spa on the 6th floor, indulging in the luxurious subtle energies or Margie's Monte Carlo therapies. Afterwards, enjoy classic afternoon tea in the lobby or at the Peter Bar on the 24th floor, unwinding with beautiful scenery. Evening, At the Peter Bar on the 24th floor, sip cocktails while overlooking the panoramic views of Ginza and the Tokyo skyline, concluding the day perfectly. Just as Xiaojia was blissfully envisioning his day, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 28, Reverse Persuasion by Gojo Yuji. Xiaojia halted his steps, turning to follow the sound, only to see a tall blonde beauty leaning against a streetlight at the alley's entrance. The newcomer wore a fitted black tank top, casually tucked into black cargo pants, her long hair cascading down, with wispy strands framing her face. Despite the casual attire, she emanated an effortless charm. Indeed, this was the renowned persuasion master from Jujutsu Kaisen, one of the key figures behind Xiaojia's dark transformation, the special grade sorcerer, Gojo Yuji. She raised her gaze, her eyes landing on the dark circles under Xiaojia's eyes, her lips curling into a smirk. Before he could speak, she tossed out her signature line. "What kind of woman do you like?" Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback, but as he observed her attire and features, the name that Lin Yu had repeatedly cautioned him about, Gojo Yuji, suddenly surfaced in his mind. Realizing who she was, Xiaojia came to a sudden understanding. Yet out of courtesy, he chose not to heed Lin Yu's advice to walk away. Instead, he gently inquired, "Miss Gojo, what brings you here?" "Just passing by and happened to see you, so I thought I'd stop by to say hello." Gojo Yuji straightened up, leisurely walking closer to him. "And answer me, what kind of woman do you like?" "Is that question really so difficult?" Xiaojia fell silent for a few seconds. Based on Lin Yu's explanations, he knew Gojo Yuji often deviated from conventional norms, so he did not intend to follow this line of questioning. Avoiding the topic, he countered, "So, is there something else you need from me?" "No, I'm just leaving first." "My dear junior, can't a senior have a chat with you?" Gojo Yuji raised an eyebrow, leaning against the wall. With a shift in tone, she adopted a curious expression and asked, "I heard you guys roughed up the higher-ups, seized their intelligence rights, and created an execution department. Care to share? It sounds like your lives are quite interesting now." Xiaojia subtly tightened his fingers, contemplating for a moment before replying with a hint of sarcasm, "It's not bad. The completion rate of tasks and safety index have significantly increased, much better than before. Indeed, it's far more interesting than your idle time overseas as a special grade." Upon hearing this, Gojo Yuji's smile abruptly froze. She pouted, resting her hands behind her head, exposing her fair, smooth underarms, and lamented, "I can't help it. I certainly don't like Jujutsu High. My ideology differs from theirs. They always prefer symptomatic treatment, while I am more dedicated to causal therapy." "Causal therapy?" Xiaojia raised an eyebrow, murmuring in confusion. Seeing his reaction, Gojo Yuji shed her casual demeanor, her tone turning serious as she explained, "Causal therapy isn't merely about hunting cursed spirits. It's about creating a world entirely devoid of cursed spirits. It is well known that cursed spirits arise from the leakage of human cursed energy, resulting in a mixture of numerous negative factors. After years of diligent research, I have meticulously contemplated this issue and have summarized two potential solutions. The first is to eradicate the cursed power of all humanity. The second is to enable every individual to control this power. Personally, I am more inclined towards the former, as a precedent exists in the form of Zenin Shinjiro, the holder of the curse binding, who was entirely devoid of curse power. Regrettably, he has passed away, leaving us unable to study the replication of his condition. Thus, only the second option remains feasible. Xiaojia paused momentarily, shaking his head. After several months of persistent psychological counseling from Lin Yu, he successfully eliminated the extreme notion of annihilating all non-sorcerers that was present in the original narrative. After contemplating his words, Xiaojia gradually addressed Juji Yuki, stating, "No, this solution is unworkable. Humanity and cursed spirits are akin to the sun and the moon, two opposing forces that cannot completely extinguish one another. Just as ordinary people can give rise to sorcerers, sorcerers can also engender ordinary individuals. Everything harbors unknown possibilities. Therefore, if we truly wish to suppress the birth of cursed spirits, we must not rely solely on brute strength to flatten all obstacles before us, but rather subtly reform the decayed roots of this issue. Sorcerers and non-sorcerers alike are merely reflections of society's inability to meet the happiness index desired by the populace, which leads to an eruption of collective negative emotions, causing their own cursed power to leak." Pausing, Xiaojia gazed at the stunned Juji Yuki, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Since we possess this extraordinary power, why should we remain stagnant? Why not endeavor to alter the decay of this world, rendering it a tad more perfect? Wouldn't you agree, Miss Juji?" Juji Yuki's beautiful eyes fixated on Xiaojia for several seconds. her fingers unconsciously twirling the fabric of her work pants. The earlier awkwardness dissipated, yet her tone grew heavier. Reform? The higher-ups have monopolized the intelligence rights for centuries. It is not something you can simply change at will. Furthermore, the stance of ordinary individuals towards sorcerers is ambiguous. Even if you continually protect them, they may not regard you as kin. Difficult does not equate to impossible, Shoyo Jie countered, his gaze earnest. Reform cannot be accomplished overnight. Hence, we are in dire need of a powerful ally, and as a special-grade sorcerer, you are undoubtedly the sharpest blade. Thus, I sincerely invite you, Miss Juji, to join our execution department. This proposition momentarily halted Juji Yuki. She brushed her silky hair and, with a gaze that drifted, finally murmured, I need to think about this. I have grown accustomed to freedom over the years. Suddenly plunging into rules is quite unsettling. Shoyo Jie nodded, not pressing further. Very well, here's my contact information. Take your time to ponder, and whenever you come to a decision, feel free to reach out to me. After speaking, he recalled a phrase Lin Yu once shared with him and added, Miss Juji, allow me to impart a saying from my homeland. When faced with uncertainty, seek the spring breeze. When the spring breeze is silent, follow your heart. As these words resonated, Shoyo Jie did not linger, promptly departing towards the Tokyo Peninsula Hotel. If he delayed any longer, his hard-earned holiday would be squandered. Juji Yuki remained, gazing vacantly at Shoyo Jie's retreating figure, softly repeating the phrase he had given her. Chapter 29. Nana-zi and Mei-mei-zi sunlight had already filtered through the gaps of the hotel curtains, casting fragmented light spots on the waterbed. Shoyo Jie shifted slightly to grasp his buzzing phone on the bedside table. Upon feeling its weight, he lazily arose from the bed, stretching before drowsily lifting his eye mask. Last night's therapy was exceptional. Upon experiencing it, he felt as though his body could almost float. Upon returning to his room, he charged his phone but had not yet taken the opportunity to enjoy the night view before succumbing to sleep. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Shoyo Jie activated the screen, illuminating the name Lin Yu. He swiped to answer, his voice still thick with sleep. Hello? Jie, how is your rest? I noticed you didn't reply last night, so I assumed you were asleep. Lin Yu's voice emanated from the receiver, accompanied by the faint sound of papers rustling in the background, suggesting that he had indeed relaxed well. Shoyo Jie massaged his temples, leaning against the headboard, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. The Tokyo Peninsula Hotel is far more comfortable than I had anticipated. Let us not rush back. I have a task for you. Lin Yu paused, his tone direct. Korwa Rimi just reported a distress call from Yameo village in the suburbs, suspected to have been attacked by cursed spirits. Just as Shoyo Jie was about to respond, Lin Yu added, coincidentally, I have nothing on my agenda today. How about we tackle this together? It has been quite some time since we executed a mission as a duo. He was taken aback for a moment before chuckling softly. Of course, but what is the situation with Wudo? Lin Yu chuckled lightly, laced with a hint of exasperation. Under usual circumstances, he should be at some dessert shop indulging himself. There was a minor hiccup in the task assigned to him yesterday. Unexpectedly, 3 fingers of Sukuna were sealed within a shrine. While exorcising the cursed spirits, he inadvertently released the seal, allowing those first-grade cursed spirits to consume them, elevating him to special-grade status. However, in Wudo's boundless void, it poses no significant threat. In the end, he smeared some ketchup on himself and sent a photo to Yaga-sensei, effectively securing a day off. Listening to Lin Yu's remarks, Shoyo Jie couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, that is Wudo's style. Alright, enough of that. I'll drive to the entrance of the Tokyo Peninsula Hotel to pick you up. Prepare yourself. Understood. Approximately 10 minutes later, as Shoyo Jie exited the revolving door of the Tokyo Peninsula Hotel, he spotted a sleek black Maybach parked at the roadside. The vehicle gleamed under the sunlight, radiating a metallic luster. Lin Yu, sporting sunglasses, leaned against the driver's door, holding an unopened bottle of mineral water. Upon noticing Shoyo Jie, he waved. Jie, over here. Shoyo Jie approached, opened the door, and took a seat in the passenger seat. After sipping the mineral water handed to him, he remarked, let me know when we arrive. I'll catch a few more minutes of sleep. Sure, I'll wake you when we get there. Lin Yu nodded in agreement and started the engine. With a roar, the Maybach transformed into a streak of black light, speeding away. The village lay nestled in the heart of a mountain range in Neon Country. Due to the typhoons generated in the northwestern Pacific during summer and autumn, heavy rains and strong winds had resulted in substantial precipitation over a short period. As this moisture encountered the mountains, it was forced upwards, creating widespread topographic rain. Thus, several hours after departing the city, Lin Yu was met with a torrential downpour. The The dark clouds obscured the last traces of twilight, leaving only the sound of rain pounding against the car's body and the sharp scrape of the windshield wipers. Observing the rain that seemed to merge with the dark clouds, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Of course, this was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, so there was no need to worry about Odin suddenly appearing to deliver a strike with Gungnir, showcasing the allure of causality. Before long, the two arrived at the village that had led Shoyo Jie to his complete descent into darkness within the original story. It was eerie and oppressive. This was Lin Yu's first impression of the village. In the dim, torrential rain, an elderly man clad in a gray short coat ambled forward, wielding a black umbrella. This was none other than Shijing Shifei, the village chief. His face was wrinkled like dried orange peel, with high cheekbones and a chin adorned with unshaved white stubble. The cuffs of his sleeves were worn to a sheen, and one of the ribs of his umbrella was broken, crudely bound with twine. He walked with a pronounced limp, appearing more decrepit than the old locust tree in the village. "So you are the sorcerers we have been waiting for," the village chief exclaimed, his voice trembling with anticipation as he leaned out of the car window. "Come quickly, those two calamities are locked in the dungeon behind. If we do not act soon, the cursed spirits in the mountains will wreak havoc." Lin Yu frowned but refrained from responding, pushing open the car door and stepping out with his umbrella. Summer Jie followed suit, stepping into the mud and splattering his pants with black muck, which elicited a sense of distaste within him. As they followed the village chief further behind the village, the path became increasingly desolate, with crooked houses lining the road, devoid of any light from their windows. Upon reaching a dilapidated mud brick house overgrown with vines, the village chief lifted the tattered straw curtain at the entrance, and a musty, earthy smell immediately assailed them. "This is the place. The dungeon is inside." As they stepped just 2 paces inside, a cacophony of curses erupted from within, sharp and hoarse, mingling like a frantic pack of wild cats. "These 2 wretched calamities. I warned you that they should have been dealt with when they were still in swaddling clothes. They are monsters, just like that wretched woman who remains. Had I known this would happen, I would never have allowed her to marry into our village. Look at this retribution. Those 2 will eventually bring doom upon us all. It is your fault. If not for your mischief, how would my son Binbin have perished? Just wait. The sorcerers will arrive soon, and you shall never wreak havoc again." Following the direction of the tumultuous voices, Summer Jie abruptly halted, his eyes widening as his fingers instinctively clenched into fists. Within the cage, 2 frail girls, one with disheveled yellow hair and tattered clothing, the other with trembling brown hair, embraced each other tightly. The elder girl shielded the younger one's eyes, preventing her from witnessing the menacing faces outside the cage. The sisters' hair was in disarray, their faces smeared with mud, yet fear was etched on their features as they bit their lips, suppressing their cries. These 2 small cage girls were none other than the adopted daughters, Jia Gang Kaikai, the elder sister, and Jia Gang Maimizi, the younger sister, whom Summer Jie had taken in after annihilating the villagers in a fit of rage. Surrounding them were a dozen villagers, both men and women, some wielding machetes, others brandishing wooden sticks, incessantly hurling curses at the 2 girls, their vitriol palpable. Suddenly, Lin Yu raised his foot and kicked a pile of firewood nearby, causing the logs to scatter and momentarily drowning out the cacophony of curses. His expression was terrifyingly dark, and as he surveyed the villagers, an icy chill emanated from his gaze, akin to the depths of the netherworld. Silence. The villagers recoiled in fear, glancing at Lin Yu and Summer Jie, their faces paling as they shrank back. Some, emboldened by stubbornness, attempted to mutter defiance, but Lin Yu's piercing gaze silenced them. Among them, Shijing Lirong, who had intended to reach for Maimizi, froze mid-motion, too frightened to proceed. Summer Jie inhaled deeply. A thought of unleashing the cursed spirits within him to obliterate the villagers flickered in his mind, but was swiftly suppressed. Recalling the principles Lin Yu had shared with him in recent days, he remained resolute, choosing not to resort to violence. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the villagers, his voice chilling enough to constrict their hearts with an invisible grip. "What is the meaning of this? The cursed spirits are causing chaos, yet you blame these children? You confine them in a cage and speak of killing them? I demand a reasonable explanation." The village chief, shrinking back, stammered, "You misunderstand, esteemed sorcerers. The tragedies in the mountains are due to the strange aura surrounding them, which has attracted the cursed spirits." "Strange aura?" Summer Jie sneered, his gaze piercing through to the trembling sisters within the cage. "I see a group of adults bullying 2 defenseless children, projecting their own cowardice and fears onto them." Lin Yu stood silently beside him, recognizing that Summer Jie was restraining his emotions and refraining from extreme actions. He sensed the surge of cursed energy that had briefly flickered at Summer Yu's fingertips. But the subsequent retraction indicated that the psychological guidance he had provided over the past few months was not in vain. Summer Yu took another step forward, his cursed energy gradually radiating, instilling tremors in the villager's legs. Now, open the cage and apologize to these children. I shall overlook your actions if you comply. Although most villagers trembled under the oppressive weight of his cursed energy and dared not retort, one man with a machete stepped forward, trembling yet defiant. No, they have caused the deaths of so many. How can we let them go so easily? Seeing someone take a stand, the other villagers swallowed hard, summoning their courage in support of the man, showing no signs of retreat. Observing their united front, Summer Yu found it absurdly amusing and clapped his hands mockingly. Very well, I am eager to hear what these two girls have done to deserve such treatment. Faced with this question, the 10 or so villagers momentarily fell silent, their gazes shifting toward the village chief's wife, Shijing Lirong, who stood at the center of attention. With no escape, Shijing Lirong retracted her frail arm, trembling as she approached the group, organizing her thoughts regarding the alleged crimes of Kaikai and Maimizi. She soon realized that the only thing they had discovered was that these calamities could see the cursed spirits, her throat constricting. Shijing Lirong met Summer Yu's frost-laden gaze, her instinct to lie stifled. It is because they can see those cursed spirits. Is that so? Summer Yu coldly laughed, a subtle malevolence creeping into his demeanor. Lin Yu refrained from intervening, placing a reassuring hand on Summer Yu's shoulder, softly advising, people often fear the unknown. Though this crowd may be foolish, their crimes do not warrant death. Remember not to take their lives. After a brief acknowledgement, Summer Yu clasped his hands tightly, his fingers digging into his palms, before slowly articulating, Domain, manifest the Wanling Gikanji. As the words fell, every living soul in the village, except for Lin Yu, Kaikai, and Maimizi, whom Summer Yu had intentionally excluded, was drawn into the Wanling Gikanji. In an instant, the ground transformed into black obsidian, forged from countless cursed cores, shimmering with dark golden light. Numerous black scripture tablets soared into the air, while the sky above mirrored a starry expanse, filled with thousands of sealed cursed spirits, like an army awaiting a sovereign's command. Seated upon an imposing statue of a Buddhist demon, Summer Yu wielded a Vajra pestle, his icy gaze sweeping over the hundreds of villagers, now bound by magical chains. Kneeling before him, he raised the pestle, invoking the holy judgment upon the ignorant throng. This technique was Summer Yu's reverse sorcery, the Wanling Saijua. Evolved through his domain, it transformed from a mere consumption of cursed energy to a lethal penalty targeting individual souls, administering 18 forms of soul punishment based on the gravity of their sins. Unless the practitioner actively ceases or annihilates all the curses that constitute the punishment, it cannot be lifted. In an instant, the ethereal manifestations of curses in the sky surged forth, coalescing into 18 spheres of various colors that descended upon the villagers below, each one selecting its own tormentor. Within mere seconds, the man wielding a hatchet was fortuitously chosen by a blue sphere. A piercing scream erupted from the man as he clutched his hair, his body curling into a tight ball, the sound of his bones fracturing and reassembling echoing around him. Shortly thereafter, the village chief's wife, Shijing Lirong, collapsed, convulsing on the ground, as if submerged in icy water. Her body trembled violently, her lips turned a deep shade of purple. Her teeth chattered, and her eyes were filled with terror. Despite being completely dry, she appeared as though she would freeze to death, only able to emit a series of pitiful whimpers. The other villagers fared no better. Some rolled on the ground clutching their heads, as if tormented by the incessant buzzing of countless flies, driving them to the brink of madness. Others clawed at their clothes, as though insects were burrowing beneath their skin, gnawing at their flesh, their hands stained with blood, yet unable to stop. Whenever someone fainted or lost control of their bodily functions, the curses bound to them forcibly revived them, shoving their waste back into their bodies, compelling them to endure yet another wave of agony. In less than 5 minutes, the villagers who had been cursing fell silent, reduced to fragmented pleas for mercy and the rasping sounds of curses devouring their spirits. After issuing the command not to kill, Xia Yojie showed no concern for their lives, comfortably reclining against a statue of Buddha and the demon, quietly observing the foolish villagers as they atoned for their misdeeds. Chapter 31. Xia Yojie's caregiver life outside the domain. Do not fear. You are safe now, Lin Yu spoke gently, endeavoring to infuse his tone with warmth. He stood before the cage, gazing at the rusted iron bars, and without searching for a key, he raised his hands to grasp the ends of the bars. Applying a slight pressure, With a sharp crack, the sturdy iron bent, creating an opening wide enough for two children to escape. Nai raised her head, her eyes brimming with caution, and only when she sensed no familiar malice from Lin Yu did she gradually relax her grip on Maimee's eyes and turn her gaze toward him. Lin Yu crouched down on one knee, striving to meet the two adorable little sisters at eye level. "Hello, my dear little sisters. I am Lin Yu, and this big brother is Xiaojia. We are here to help you." As he spoke, Lin Yu prepared to offer a comforting pat on their heads. However, to his surprise, Maimezi shrank back into Nai's embrace, leaving Lin Yu's hand awkwardly suspended in midair, unable to move forward or retreat. After a prolonged moment of psychological preparation, Nai finally mustered the courage to look up at Lin Yu. "Is everything you said true?" "Of course," Lin Yu affirmed, his voice steady. "From this day forth, no one shall ever bully you again." With that, he carefully avoided the wounds on the children and gently cradled Nai and Maimezi in his arms. Upon exiting the dungeon, the rain had transformed into a gentle drizzle. Yet for the sake of the child's health, Lin Yu decided to unfurl an umbrella, sheltering the two girls beneath it. Glancing down at the battered children in his arms, Lin Yu felt a pang of heartache. He longed to treat their injuries immediately, but the surrounding conditions were too unsanitary. After searching through several rooms, he finally found one that appeared relatively clean. Once he placed the two girls on a soft cotton bed, the moment he activated the healing spell, a gentle wave of restorative energy enveloped Nai and Maimezi. In the blink of an eye, their previously pale faces regained a hint of color, and the bruises accumulated over the years gradually faded away with the passage of time. Just as the treatment concluded, a cacophony of thuds erupted behind him as the domain dissolved. The villagers, previously ensnared within it, collapsed one by one to the ground, all succumbing to unconsciousness. Their faces bore the lingering expressions of torment inflicted by the soul punishment, yet none exhibited any visible signs of physical harm. It was as if they had merely experienced a harrowing nightmare. However, it was almost certain that such an experience would lead to depression, paranoia, or heart ailments among them. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Lin Yu decided to cast a mild healing spell upon them. Under Lin Yu's deliberate restraint, the intensity of the healing would ensure they remained alive, but whether they would succumb to madness was beyond his concern. Unbeknownst to him, the skies had cleared. The clouds had dispersed, and sunlight streamed down, illuminating the muddy ground at the entrance of the dungeon, causing the pooled water to glisten. Xiaojia approached, the malevolence in his demeanor having dissipated, and his gaze appeared significantly calmer than before. He exhaled deeply, casting his eyes toward the horizon where a faint rainbow began to emerge, its prismatic hues suspended against the azure sky, vibrant and captivating. "I never expected to see a rainbow after the rain," Xiaojia remarked, a hint of unexpected relaxation surfacing in his tone, as the agitation he felt during the punishment of the villagers seemed to dissipate beneath the rainbow's splendor. Lin Yu, cradling the now sleeping Maimezi and Nai, looked at Xiaojia with a hint of resignation. "Jia, you know I am not particularly adept at interacting with children, so I will leave them in your care." With that, he carefully transferred Nai and Maimezi into Xiaojia's arms. Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback as he received the two little girls, who nestled against him, shifting to find a comfortable sleeping position. The warmth radiating from their small bodies filled Xiaojia with an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. It was as though he had discovered the purpose of his existence as a sorcerer. Before Xiaojia could further indulge in his hopeful musings about the future, Lin Yu spoke up. "There should be a private bathhouse nearby. Let us take them there to wash up." Xiaojia nodded, holding Maimezi and Nai as he followed Lin Yu out of the village. Not far along their way, Lin Yu spotted a quaint establishment with a sign indicating a hot spring bathhouse. Upon entering, the results exceeded their expectations. The proprietor, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, readily agreed to assist the two distressed children, assuring them, "Do not worry. I will find them clean clothes and ensure they are washed up before bringing them back to you." As they prepared to leave, Xiaojia entrusted Nai and Maimezi to the woman, carefully advising her to be gentle, as the children were timid. He then stepped outside with Lin Yu. "Jia, you stay here. I will check out the nearby clothing store to buy them some fitting outfits," Lin Yu said, turning back to him. Xiaojia nodded in agreement, leaning against the pillar at the entrance of the bathhouse. "All right, make haste and return quickly." Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yu returned in his car, delivering the purchased clothing. By the time Nai and Maimezi emerged, freshly cleaned and clad in the garments Lin Yu had procured for them, it was nearly noon. Xiaojia looked down at the two little girls holding his hands and proposed, "Would you like to visit Ginza Street? There are many fascinating things to see there." Upon hearing this, Nai and Maimezi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they nodded enthusiastically, clutching his hands even tighter. As the group arrived in Ginza, the timing proved perfect. The streets buzzed with activity, yet they did not feel overcrowded. As they approached the corner dessert shop, Xia Yojia ordered a colossal strawberry parfait and a warm milk for the two of them. Kai Kai took gentle spoonfuls of creamy indulgence, while Mei Mei held the cup and savored every delightful bite of this hard-earned treat. When the two girls were thoroughly enjoying their dessert, they called out sweetly to Xia Yojia and Lin Yu, offering each a piece. This enchanting scene instantly drew the envious gazes of numerous passers-by. Despite being merely 16, both displayed an extraordinary height and an ethereal grace that belied their youth, resembling two young fathers joyfully out with their beloved daughters, creating an atmosphere of warmth and affection. At that moment, Xia Yojia remained blissfully unaware that the wheels of fate, inscribed with the title of father, had silently begun to turn. Chapter 32. Li Xiang's Company. Igu Yin's ascension to special grade 8 years later at the headquarters of the Jujutsu sorcerers. Hundreds of sorcerers sat in their designated seats, murmuring amongst themselves as they gazed toward the hall's corridor. Today marked an exceptionally significant occasion in the Jujutsu world, for it heralded the arrival of their 5th special grade sorcerer, Igu Yutai. Consequently, every individual present, regardless of age or gender, held a notable position within the Jujutsu community. Within the fitting room, Qi Bin Li Xiang stood on tiptoes, adjusting the collar of Igu Yotai's black suit. The fabric was stiff, enhancing Igu Yotai's already imposing stature with an added formality. Yet his hands trembled slightly as he clutched the speech he had prepared, the edges crumpled from his anxious grip. Have you forgotten your lines again? Li Xiang's voice was soft, as her fingers delicately smoothed out the creases in his collar. Looking up, her eyes sparkled with warmth. You were reciting them perfectly in the car. Why are you flustered now? Igu Yutai inhaled deeply, his throat tightening. It's different when it's just the two of us in the car. Now we are surrounded by people. The thought of being scrutinized by hundreds makes me nervous. After speaking, he returned to gazing at the speech, which Lin Yu had meticulously crafted for him, encompassing all possible scenarios and responses in the simplest terms. Yet, his mind felt like a tangled mess, with half of the lines he had memorized slipping away, leaving him feeling deflated, like a punctured balloon. Though Lin Yu had trained him rigorously over the past 8 years in combat skills and fundamental knowledge, he had also exposed him to various grand occasions. Nevertheless, personality traits are innate. Complete transformation through effort alone is an impossibility, leaving traces of the past. Igu Yutai's character was relatively introverted, easily overwhelmed by pressure. In design discussions, he preferred to listen attentively, often remaining silent unless absolutely necessary, akin to a mute. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Li Xiang could not resist reaching out to gently tousle his hair. This simple gesture was Igu Yotai's preferred source of comfort. Whenever he felt burdened, he would seek her out, lying on her lap as she stroked his head, magically alleviating all his worries and restoring his spirit. Do not fear, Yutai, Li Xiang said, gazing up at him, her eyes reflecting the incandescent lights of the fitting room, bright as stars. No matter the challenges you face, I will steadfastly stand by your side, wherever and whenever. But I still can't shake this anxiety, Igu Yutai attempted to argue, only to be gently interrupted by Li Xiang. Enough of that. She grasped his hand, interlacing her fingers with his, encouragingly. When you stand on that stage, you are not there to appease anyone. You are there to assert that you possess the power to protect those you cherish. Over the past 8 years, we have witnessed all your efforts. Rest assured, you can do this. Our Yutai is the finest boy in the world, so just be at ease. Her gentle words flowed like a warm current, gradually soothing Igu Yutai's racing heart. He nodded, fortified by the power of pure affection. Li Xiang's voice softened, and his grip on the speech relaxed slightly. Looking down into her bright eyes, Igu Yotai's gaze transformed from one of anxiety to warmth, akin to cotton soaked in warm water, soft and comforting. Before Li Xiang could fully register her feelings, Igu Yutai brushed his hand over her cheek, lifted his head, and gently pressed his lips against hers. Momentarily taken aback, Li Xiang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, followed by a delighted laugh as she playfully nudged his chest. Yutai, how sudden? Igu Yutai smiled softly, having dispelled much of his prior unease. He wrapped his arm around Li Xiang's shoulder, drawing her closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Meant only for her ears. Thank you, Li Xiang. Leaning into his embrace, she murmured an acknowledgement, her ears flushed with warmth. The fitting room fell into a serene silence, only interrupted by the occasional chatter from outside and the sound of their gentle breaths. After a few moments, Li Xiang pulled away, smoothing back his stray hair and playfully tugging at his jacket. All right, it's nearly time. The main character is about to make an entrance. Yutai nodded, taking a deep breath as he folded the speech neatly and tucked it into the inner pocket of his suit. Li Xiang took hold of his hand and walked to the fitting room door, gently pushing it open. As the door swung ajar, the chatter in the hall paused abruptly, and all eyes turned toward them in unison. Yutai squeezed Li Xiang's hand, and as he raised his gaze, he spotted Lin Yu and Tian Nei Riko standing at the forefront, both smiling warmly and applauding their entrance. Nearby, Lin Xiao and the whistleblower were already poised with cameras, ready to capture the moment, transforming into a paparazzi duo as they clicked away for close-ups. In the forefront, Wu Tiao leaned against a pillar. His eye patch slid down to reveal deep azure eyes, waving his hand in greeting. "Ah, our little Yutai has finally decided to grace us with his presence." Meanwhile, Xiaoyojia, Kai, and Mei Mei held beautifully wrapped gifts, clearly prepared to celebrate Yutai's achievement in becoming a special grade sorcerer. Nightingale stood at the back of the crowd, clutching the special grade certificate, nodding approvingly at Yutai, his eyes filled with pride. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the day Lin Yu first brought Yutai before him. Knowing this day would come, in terms of physical prowess, jujutsu energy reserves, and learning capabilities, Yutai stood among the strongest sorcerers he had ever encountered, second only to Lin Yu. Most importantly, this child possessed an extraordinary resilience, enduring through Lin Yu's grueling training, and at just 5 years of age, he had already earned the title of a first-grade sorcerer. In today's world, one could aptly say, beneath 4 individuals, above 10,000. Approaching the podium, Yutei reluctantly released his grip on Chiban Rika's hand, turned back for a final glance at the crowd, and resolutely stepped onto the stage that was under the watchful eyes of many. Chapter 33. A gift. Upon Yutei ascending the stage, the host straightened his posture, adjusting himself to his utmost state, and grasped the script beside the microphone. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the microphone with clarity. "Thank you all for your prolonged patience. Now, I declare the ceremony for the elevation of the special grade sorcerer officially commences. I will now present the achievements of Mr. Yigilu." The voice from the microphone echoed throughout the hall as Yutei stood on stage, listening to the host recount his familiar experiences. 8 years ago, Mr. Yigilu began studying sorcery under Lin Yu, and by the end of April that year, he exorcised a grade 1 cursed spirit in Kanagawa. By mid-June, he officially commenced the assessment for grade 1 sorcerers, and by September 3rd, he had exorcised a staggering 284 grade 3 to 5 cursed spirits, 651 grade 2 cursed spirits, 19 grade 1 cursed spirits, and 1 special grade cursed spirit. 7 years ago, he participated in the rescue efforts during the cursed spirit disaster in Kyoto, saving 27 trapped villagers. 5 years ago, he single-handedly exorcised the special grade parasitic cursed spirit, preventing a widespread calamity. 3 years ago, he assisted special grade sorcerer Xiaojia during the Night of Long Swords, suppressing various reactionary forces led by Tianjin in an internal rebellion in Tokyo. 1 year ago, he aided our savior of the sorcery community, Mr. Lin Yu, in establishing the Tiandi Jia de AI Alliance, providing shelter for countless unemployed retired sorcerers and orphans who lost their families to cursed spirits. These words resonated within Yutei's ears, stirring memories that flickered in his mind like a slideshow, as if all these events had transpired just yesterday, prompting him to reminisce. In summary, after a joint evaluation by the Sorcerer Headquarters and the Advanced Sorcery Academy, it was unanimously agreed to bestow upon Yutei the title of Special Grade Sorcerer, making him the 5th Special Grade Sorcerer of modern times. Following this, the host's voice rose sharply, imbued with evident congratulations. "Now, I invite Principal Yega Jingdao to present the certificate of Special Grade Sorcerer to Mr. Yutei." Yega Jingdao swiftly approached, accepting the award certificate from Lin Yu and stepping onto the high stage. Yutei, momentarily stunned, inhaled deeply, slightly bent forward, and took a few steps to extend his hands to accept the crimson certificate. The cover bore the golden words Special Grade Sorcerer, and as he held it, it felt weighty, not merely the physical heft of the certificate itself, but the culmination of 8 years of arduous toil and sacrifice. Applause erupted from the audience, initially sparse, but gradually swelling into fervent cheers. Yutei lifted his gaze to the audience, spotting Rika amidst the crowd, her head tilted back, smiling at him with eyes full of warmth. In response, Yutei smiled back, his prior nervousness dissipating as the familiar phrases he had long memorized surfaced in his mind. After a brief pause, he addressed the crowd. "Thank you all for your support. It is an honor to have you take time from your busy schedules to attend my awarding ceremony, which fills me with immense gratitude. I am not one for lengthy speeches, so let us keep it brief. I will convey my thoughts and feelings from these past years with utmost sincerity. Taking a deep breath, Yigili Yute's clear voice resonated through the microphone. 8 years ago, when I first began learning sorcery under my master, I could barely control my cursed energy. Today, my achievements are not solely due to my master's unwavering support, but also to the invaluable teachings from all at the Advanced Sorcery Academy. They have imparted not only combat skills, but also lessons in humanity, helping me realize that the path of a sorcerer does not culminate in a mountain of fallen comrades, but also in the myriad of lights that shine behind us. For me, becoming a special grade sorcerer is not the end. As he spoke, Yigili Yute held the certificate aloft, his voice rising slightly. From now on, I will protect the sorcery community like my master, Gojo Satoru, and Sheojia, safeguarding those who need protection, and strive to establish a perfect world. Upon the conclusion of his speech, the sorcerers present rose from their seats, applauding Yigili Yute with fervor and acclaim. Yigili Yute bowed politely, deeply acknowledging the support of the audience. Seeing this, the host adeptly stepped onto the stage, speaking into the microphone. Thank you all for your support. I hereby declare the elevation ceremony for special grade sorcerer Yigili Yute concluded. As the host's words fell, Yigili Yute's tense body finally relaxed, clutching the certificate as he walked briskly down from the podium. Returning to the fitting room, Yigili Yute gently leaned against Rika's legs, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. I was so nervous. Observing Yigilu's demeanor, Rika chuckled softly, about to offer words of comfort when a series of knocks echoed from the door. Rika rose to open it, and a group of people surged in. Lin Yu carrying a gift box, Tian Ni Riko beside him with a beautifully wrapped bouquet. Lin Xiao and the whistleblower together presented a towering cream cake, while our father figure, Sheojia, ambled in, cradling a precisely wrapped gift box amid the company of Kai Kai and Mei Mei. Yute, well done. You didn't forget your speech. I must say I'm impressed. Lin Yu was the first to step forward, handing over the gift box. This is for you, the special grade sorcery tool Tian Yu Yuzhan and Bu Tiyuan. Tian Ni Riko placed the cake on the table, smiling as she added, I specially prepared these calla lilies for you too. It took considerable effort to airlift them from Northern Europe. I hope you like them. With Lin Yu and the others leading the way, the remaining friends eagerly approached, presenting their own tokens of congratulations. Before long, Yigili Yute's hands were brimming with gifts, and he struggled to carve out a gap to express his gratitude. Thank you all. At that moment, the ringing of a mobile phone suddenly pierced the air, Gojo Satoru's. He glanced at the screen and looked up at the group, asking, It's a call from Fushiguro Megumi. May I take it? In unison, everyone shook their heads, indicating their approval. Gojo Satoru then swiped to answer, a mischievous grin forming as he prepared to tease Fushiguro Megumi, but upon hearing the urgency in Megumi's voice, his brow furrowed slightly. Gojo-sensei, I'm at Miyagi Prefecture's Sanzawa 3rd High School, and I'm in a bit of trouble. Someone has swallowed 2 of Sukuna's fingers, and now he's been possessed. I may not be able to handle it. Chapter 34. Sukuna. Gojo Satoru did not probe for further details. His tone was decisive and brimming with unwavering confidence as he spoke into the phone. Hang tight. I'll be there in a minute. Don't engage recklessly. After hanging up, he raised his hand to teleport with Tsong, feeling a tap on his back. Turning around, he found it was Lin Yu. Take me with you. Lin Yu's tone was calm yet firm. The matter concerning Sukuna was no trivial affair, and having an extra hand would be prudent. Gojo Satoru paused, then raised an eyebrow, a hint of familiar amusement gleaming in his eyes. Sure, I'm quite curious to see Sukuna's expression when faced with a tag team. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru glanced toward Sheojia, playfully asking, Are you coming, Jia? Sheojia, with arms crossed, shook his head. No. I still need to accompany Kai Kai and Mei Mei to have some taiyaki. Yiguyo Kat, taking advantage of the moment, spoke up, Well, Lao Shifu, the earlier we go, the earlier we return. We shall head to Jiufengwu to place our order. By the time you return, it should be nearly time to feast. Wu Tiaowen nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, as he lifted his hand to adjust the eye mask that had slipped down to his nose, revealing his eyes glimmering with a cerulean hue. He extended his hand, firmly grasping Lin Yu's wrist, a faint aura of cursed energy emanating from his fingertips. On the rooftop of Suinzei 3rd High School in Miyagi Prefecture, Fuhei Ko watched vigilantly, resembling a lovesick fool, as he observed Tujan Yoren suddenly tear off his clothing, exclaiming his desire to seek women, proclaiming how splendid this era was for the youth. However, to be precise, the half-naked slacker before him was none other than the legendary Curse King, Liang Mian Sukong. Yet, Reality had no intention of granting him the opportunity to continue his delusions. Liang Mian Sukong's gaze abruptly turned crystal clear as he strode directly towards him. Without a hint of retreat, Fu Heiko immediately assumed the initial stance of 10 shadow techniques, warning to Zhang, who had not completely exited his possessed state, of his intent to exorcise. However, the single-minded Zhang remained oblivious to Fu Heiko's unease, slowly advancing to inquire, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" In response to Zhang's sudden concern, Fu Heiko did not lower his guard but cautioned him to stay put, insisting, "No, don't come closer." At that moment, his feelings towards Zhang were akin to Li Huowang grappling with the situation on the 18th of the 12th lunar month, utterly perplexed. As Fu Heiko found himself engulfed in confusion, a gentle voice resonated. "Ko, you can take a break. I will handle the rest." Upon hearing this voice, Fu Heiko's tense shoulders relaxed considerably, and his raised hands gradually descended. Turning around, he saw Lin Yu standing at the rooftop entrance, his stature tall, his expression devoid of excess, yet inexplicably reassuring. He could not help but marvel, for indeed, he was a man who had been jestingly referred to as reliable. Adorned with a human visage, "Lin Yu Laosher, your timing is impeccable," he remarked, his gaze sweeping behind Lin Yu, only to find the absence of the familiar white hair, prompting him to frown and inquire, "Where's Wu Tiao Laosher? Wasn't he supposed to accompany you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead, fingers gently massaging his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Don't mention it. On the way here, he sensed your calm aura with his 6 eyes, perceiving no danger, so he asked me to find you first. He requested to buy a souvenir." Fu Heiko was momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth, wishing to voice something, yet found himself at a loss for words. This absurd behavior was indeed something Wu Tiao would do. Fu Heiko rubbed his forehead, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Truly, Wu Laosher could always be counted on to engage in the most nonsensical actions at the most critical moments. He remained silent for several seconds, suppressing the impulse to retort, and turned to face the still-standing Zhang Youren, whose gaze appeared both clear and foolish. Lin Yu ignited his golden eyes, stepping forward to meticulously observe the fluctuations of cursed energy surrounding Zhang. Under the scrutiny of these golden eyes, Zhang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, instinctively retreating, only to be gently pulled back by Lin Yu's hand. "Stay still, let me take a look." Moments later, Lin Yu sighed inwardly, recognizing the truth in the original narrative. Although their cursed energies were intertwined, a force akin to restraint within this child allowed Zhang to maintain dominion over his corporeal form. One must acknowledge that this was indeed a masterpiece crafted by Xuan Suo, designed for the utilization of Liang Mian Sukong's power. After confirming the situation, Lin Yu took a step back and beckoned to Zhang with a finger, his tone imbued with a hint of provocation. "The entity that possessed you earlier was Liang Mian Sukong, correct? It seems you can control the duration of its emergence, am I right?" Zhang hesitated for a moment, his face paling slightly, yet he nodded. "Yes, it suddenly appeared, and I barely managed to reclaim my consciousness." "That is fortunate," Lin Yu replied, his expression turning serious. "Now, let us conduct an experiment. Release your body and allow it to emerge for 10 seconds. I wish to engage with it." Zhang met Lin Yu's gaze, hesitating for 2 seconds, but upon witnessing Lin Yu's confident demeanor, he ultimately acquiesced. "All right." Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. The next moment, when he reopened them, Zhang's irises transformed into a shade of crimson, dark, cursed markings materializing at the corners of his eyes. A sinister smile, devoid of his previous innocence, crept across his face as he slowly raised his hand, flexing his fingers with a faint cracking sound. His voice became deep and hoarse, carrying an air of condescension. "Humph, little brat, you dare to voluntarily release me?" A malevolent aura of cursed energy radiated from Zhang, instantly drenching Fu Heiko, who stood behind Lin Yu, in cold sweat. Liang Mian Sukong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "Boy, you wish to play with me? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Before the words could fully escape his lips, as his gaze met Lin Yu's, a surge of draconic might pierce through to Liang Mian Sukong's mind, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, with a sudden movement, Liang Mian Sukong raised his hand, slapping his palms against his own face, shaking his dazed head. As the astonishment faded from his eyes, he scoffed with disdain. "Humph, what trickery is this? I thought it was some formidable technique, but it turns out to be mere illusions. Do you think you can challenge me with such trifling arts? Ridiculous." With that, Liang Mian Sukong raised his hand and made a swift motion towards Lin Yu, unleashing an invisible slash that aimed directly at Lin Yu's neck. Chapter 35. Have you experienced the taste of being mortal? Clang. The instant the invisible slash collided with Lin Yu's neck, a sharp sound reverberated, causing the railing at the edge of the rooftop to tremble slightly. Yet Lin Yu, struck directly by Liang Mian-Sukong's assault, remained unfazed, standing motionless, not even a hint of redness appearing on his skin. Indeed, Lin Yu was able to withstand this strike with his physical form not out of courtesy from Liang Mian-Sukong, but rather due to the sheer difference in their powers. Had this been 8 years prior, even in his dragon form, he would have retreated in fear, yet now, it was merely a fraction of Liang Mian-Sukong's strength, which sought to gauge the resilience of a body that rivaled the 4 great monarchs. Impossible. Liang Mian-Sukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his hoarse voice laced with incredulity. Even with just a portion of my power left, a strike to the neck, a vital point, surely, even a special-grade sorcerer with defensive techniques would draw blood. How can you remain unscathed? He scrutinized Lin Yu's neck, as if trying to uncover a flaw. Throughout the millennia, no one had withstood his strike without a scratch. Before him, this boy was simply preposterous. Lin Yu scratched his neck, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his tone as light as casual conversation. It's not that I felt nothing, it was merely a bit itchy. You seek death. The fury within Liang Mian-Sukong ignited at Lin Yu's mockery, his crimson eyes swirling with malice as he prepared to gather cursed energy for an even more potent strike. He intended to cleave this arrogant boy in two, teaching him the price of mocking the Curse King. However, before he could amass his power, Lin Yu's voice drifted over languidly. But on another note, your slash, aside from being a mere itch, is quite effective at demolishing property. Therefore, to minimize the repair costs, it would be best to ensure you quiet down a bit. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at the corner of the rooftop, where the ground had been split by the residual force of the previous strike. Su Nuo, after all these years, have you ever experienced the sensation of plummeting from the heights of power, becoming a mere mortal devoid of strength? Su Nuo furrowed his brow, dismissing him as merely posturing, his crimson eyes narrowing to slits. What do you mean? As soon as the words left his mouth, he observed Lin Yu gradually raise his hand and lightly snap his fingers, reciting, Yanling Jielu. A hum echoed through the air, causing Su Nuo's entire body to stiffen. The curse energy that had been surging within him felt as though it had been paused, swiftly dissipating through his limbs until it vanished entirely, leaving not even a trace behind. Instinctively, he raised his hand to gather his curse power, but his palm was empty, as if he had truly become an ordinary person. This was a sensation he had never encountered in a millennium, akin to having his bones suddenly extracted, making even standing feel foreign. What kind of technique is this? Su Nuo's voice dried up, the arrogance of the Curse King dissipating for the first time, leaving only pure astonishment. Throughout the long years, he had witnessed countless curses, yet he had never heard of a power that could directly seal another's curse energy. Before he could receive an answer, he felt Lin Yu's figure suddenly blur and vanish before him. In the blink of an eye, a large hand firmly pressed against his cheek, exerting an irresistible force that slammed him down. Bang! Su Nuo's face crashed into the rooftop, the concrete fracturing instantaneously. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from his center, debris and dust flying up, stinging his nostrils. He sensed his nasal bridge had broken, his cheek ablaze with pain. Yet devoid of curse power, he could not even reverse the technique, forced to endure the assault. Coughing, Su Nuo instinctively kicked towards Lin Yu's abdomen. However, Lin Yu seemed to anticipate this, effortlessly leaping backward to evade the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nuo braced himself against the ground, staggering to his feet. At that moment, his hair was disheveled, his cheeks smeared with dust and small droplets of blood, and his once crimson eyes now clouded by pain and fury. Yet, even stripped of his curse power, the pride of the Curse King, who had once stood atop the sorcery world a millennium ago, would not bow to a mere youth. Moreover, after several attempts to test the limits of his sealed curse power, he had roughly deduced the operational principles of the Yanling Jielu and potential methods to break it. You little brat. You rely solely on your formidable physique and this suppression technique that compares curse energy reserves to contend with me. Once I regain my full strength, do you truly believe your reserves can contain me? When that time comes, I shall shatter you into 1,000 pieces, making you experience the most excruciating curses this world has to offer. Lin Yu stood opposite him, brushing off the dust on his hands, his tone still calm. No wonder you are the Curse King from a millennium ago. In just a few seconds of combat, you have already grasped my technique. Unfortunately, how could you know this is merely a fraction of my capabilities? Besides, now you are the one on the chopping block. With that, Lin Yu charged once more. He lifted his foot, delivering a powerful kick towards Su Nuo's knee. Su Nuo attempted to evade, But without the enhancement of curse power, his reflexes slowed significantly, leaving him helpless as Lin Yu's foot impacted his knee. A crack echoed, and Su Nuo felt as though his knee had been struck by an iron rod. Excruciating pain radiating throughout his body, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. Gritting his teeth, he tried to push against the ground to rise again. But Lin Yu was faster, landing another kick on his back, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Su Nuo's chest collided with the shattered concrete, the jagged stones digging painfully into his lungs, prompting him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to rise, but the weight on his back felt like a mountain, pinning him firmly to the ground, making even the slightest movement a Herculean effort. The Curse King? Lin Yu's voice came from above, laced with subtle mockery. Deprived of your curse power, you are but this. Su Nuo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He had never envisioned that the invincible self of an era would one day be so brutally oppressed, tormented, and humiliated by a youth in his 20s. In that moment, he vowed that this would be the first and last time he would struggle in such a manner. From henceforth, only others would be permitted to struggle in his grasp. A testament to the duality of humanity and curses. Just as Su Nuo fervently made his vow, a light-hearted patter of footsteps echoed from the rooftop entrance. A familiar, teasing voice, which inexplicably provoked a desire to retaliate, chimed in. Ah, it seems I have arrived late. Are you bullying the weak? Weak? Su Nuo's pupils widened, his silver teeth gritting together, disbelief coursing through him as he pushed himself up to gaze at the white-haired man with a blindfold who had spoken. Chapter 36. Two choices. Lin Yu turned to look, finding Wu Tiao standing leisurely at the rooftop entrance, holding a pink dessert box, his 6 eyes peering through the blindfold with interest at the scene before him. Clearly, remnants of cream at the corner of his mouth suggested that he had been indulging in treats while flying over. Su Nuo glared coldly at Wu Tiao, preparing to utter a harsh retort, when suddenly, his heart jolted. Almost immediately, a familiar tugging sensation emanated from deep within him. Itadori Yuji's consciousness was desperately vying for control of the body. Damn, here we go again. Su Nuo's voice became fragmented, his once crimson eyes flickering erratically, the curse markings on his face gradually fading. Who on earth is this person? How am I unable to maintain control? Su Nuo's consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide, until it vanished entirely. Lin Yu paused, sensing the resistance beneath his feet lessen, and slowly withdrew his foot. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was precisely 10 seconds, not a moment more. Wu Tiao ambled over to Lin Yu's side, shaking the dessert box in his hand, smiling as he said, would you like one? This is a specialty of Sendai, Kiku Fuck, and it is absolutely delicious. I personally recommend the edamame cream flavor. Forget it, I need to head to Jiufengwu for Yu Tai's celebration banquet later. Lin Yu shot him a glance, but his immediate concern was still this individual. With that, Lin Yu lifted the restriction, bestowing Itadori with a do not die spell, healing the wounds inflicted during the battle with Su Nuo. Once his injuries were fully healed, Itadori shook his head and stood up. Looking at Lin Yu and the suddenly appeared Wu Tiao, he instinctively asked, "Are you all right? And who is this?" Lin Yu, stepping forward, focused on Itadori's face, asking earnestly, "Do you feel any abnormalities in your body? For instance, irregular heart rate or any discomfort?" Hu Zhang scratched the back of his head, furrowing his brows in irritation as he patted his temples, expressing a hint of helplessness. "It's not that it's strange. Just rather bothersome. That fellow's voice keeps echoing incessantly in my mind." Upon finishing his sentence, Wu Tiao, Wu Jing, and Lin Yu, who were nearby, suddenly burst into applause, exclaiming in unison, "Only this little impact? That is quite miraculous." Subsequently, Wu Tiao, Wu Jing ceased his laughter, approached Hu Zhang, and lightly tapped his forehead with a finger. The moment his fingertip made contact with Hu Zhang's skin, Hu Zhang's eyes fluttered shut, and his body went limp. Wu Tiao, Wu Jing, quick on his feet, hoisted him onto his shoulder, displaying a remarkable ease that belied his serious demeanor. "This kid's internal structure is even more intriguing than I anticipated. I must take him back to the Jiaozhuang for thorough research," he mused. Turning around, Wu Tiao, Wu Jing shook Hu Zhang gently and waved to Lin Yu, saying, "I want to be attending the gathering. Let a Hui take my place instead." With that, he spun around, and a surge of cursed energy enveloped the two, causing them to vanish from sight in an instant. Lin Yu spread his dragon wings and glanced at the silent Fuhai Hui beside him. "Let us go. The teacher will take you to Jiufengwu for a grand feast." Upon hearing this, Fuhai Hui shook his head in terror, exclaiming, "No, I'd rather book a flight back to the Jiaozhuang. Teacher Lin Yu, you should go by yourself." Lin Yu chuckled, fully aware of Fuhai Hui's fears. Without giving him a chance to react, he scooped Fuhai Hui into his arms, shielding him with cursed energy. Don't worry, this time I'll fly slowly. Never exceeding 5 mach, he reassured with a grin. Fu Haihui, upon hearing this, struggled even harder, but alas. His feeble attempts were akin to a mere kitten's pawing in Lin Yu's grasp. Indeed, even if his father, Fu Heir, were resurrected, he would be no match for Lin Yu's current physical prowess. With dragon wings flapping and a sonic boom resonating, Lin Yu and Fu Haihui's figures materialized 1,000 meters away, at the Tokyo Jiaozhuang, in a chamber adorned with a myriad of golden talismans. Wutiao Wujing rested his chin on his hand, savoring a piece of jigsafu while patiently awaiting Hu Zhang's awakening from his stupor. The solemn atmosphere created by the intertwining talismans and candlelight appeared somewhat ludicrous under Wutiao Wujing's demeanor. It wasn't long before Hu Zhang Yuheng, bound hand and foot, gradually stirred awake in a metallic chair. As he opened his eyes, his mind struggled to grasp the situation before him. The white-haired man seated in the shadows across from him initiated the conversation. Awake, are we? Wutiao Wujing's voice carried an air of nonchalance, his fingers casually tapping the table as he introduced himself anew. Wutiao Wujing, a teacher at the Jiaozhuang. Before Hu Zhang could fully comprehend, Wutiao Wujing leaned forward slightly. His tone as light as discussing the weather, yet the content bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Hu Zhang, you have been sentenced to a secret death penalty. What? Hu Zhang's eyes widened, struggling to rise, only to be tightly restrained by the ropes. Wutiao Wujing, seemingly anticipating his reaction, leisurely produced a cursed finger from his pocket. The very one Hu Zhang had consumed. What you ingested was the finger of the strongest curse, Sukuna. This thing cannot be destroyed. As he spoke, he tossed the finger against the talisman-covered wall, causing it to crack while the finger remained unscathed, leaving Hu Zhang utterly astonished. The old fogies in the cursed arts community are cowards, clamoring to kill you immediately. However, I deem it a waste to eliminate a vessel like you, capable of containing Sukuna without being controlled. Such a rarity is a millennium in the making. Wutiao Wujing paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating the bindings, locking onto Hu Zhang's eyes. Thus, I proposed a suggestion, which the higher-ups consented to. You have 2 choices. Either I eliminate you right now, or you consume all 20 of Sukuna's fingers, after which you may die. He spread his hands, his demeanor relaxed. In simpler terms, the second option is merely a delayed death sentence. So, which shall you choose? Chapter 37. Jiufeng Wu. Hu Zhang stared at Wutiao Wujing's nonchalant face, internally scoffing at the chilling nature of his words despite sharing the same body temperature. Yet, recalling his grandfather's dying words, Hu Zhang chose not to struggle for his life. Instead, he suppressed his emotions, inhaled deeply, and calmly regarded Wutiao Wujing across from him, replying, I choose the second option. Wutiao Wujing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You've come to a decision so quickly? Not even a moment of hesitation? Waiting for death can be quite a torment. There's nothing to ponder, Hu Zhang replied, a flicker of determination lighting his gaze as he recalled his grandfather's wisdom. He once told me to help others and to die surrounded by those I cherish. If I die now, the remaining Sukuna fingers will surely harm more people. It's better for me to consume them, concentrating the danger upon myself. Moreover, a delayed death sentence is still living. It's far better than dying immediately. Upon hearing this, Wutiao Wujing couldn't help but chuckle, rising from his chair. He approached Hu Zhang, lightly tapping the ropes binding him, which instantly fell away, clattering to the floor. Not bad, not bad. More decisive than I imagined, Wutiao Wujing praised, placing a hand on Hu Zhang's shoulder with genuine admiration. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Your response far surpasses those who merely weep and wail. Of course, Wutiao Wujing was keenly aware that even if Hu Zhang consumed all 20 fingers, without Lin Yu's approval, no one could touch him. This was due to an incident 3 years prior when Lin Yu, leveraging Tenjin's dissatisfaction with his continuous undermining of the higher-ups' authority, incited the sorcerers of the higher-ups to unite in an attempt to impeach him at the Tokyo Jiaozhuang. They orchestrated a fabricated betrayal, resulting in a coup known as the Night of the Long Knives, backed by the Joint Execution Department and the sorcerers aligned with the cursed arts community. Since then, no heretics remained in the cursed arts world. Hu Zhang rubbed his reddened wrists, about to speak when he noticed Wutiao Wujing turning to grab a box of sweets from the table and plucking the Sukuna finger from the wall, stowing it away in his pocket. Let us go. I'll take you to the Jiaozhuang. Since you've chosen the second option, starting today, you are now a transfer student at the Jiaozhuang. Transfer student? Hu Zhang paused momentarily, following Wutiao Wujing towards the chamber's exit. Isn't there any paperwork? What's the Jiaozhuang like? Paperwork? With me around, who needs that? Wutiao Wujing glanced back, flashing a cocky grin. As for what the Jiao Zhuang is like, you'll find out soon enough. There are 2 classmates waiting for you, one a newcomer like you, and the other you've already met. Thus, Hu Zhang set forth with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, embarking on his journey to the Jiao Zhuang alongside Wu Tiao Wujing. Meanwhile, Lin Yu retracted his dragon wings abruptly, landing gracefully with Fu Hai Hui. The moment they touched down, Fu Hai Hui crumpled to the ground, gasping violently while clutching his chest, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Appearing utterly drained, Lin Yu chuckled softly, clapping his hands as he turned to face the nearby building. That's Jiufeng Wu, resembling an ordinary Japanese izakaya. Its roof was adorned with deep gray tiles, the wooden facade painted a dark red, and 2 warm yellow paper lanterns hung at the entrance. The characters Jiufeng Wu glowing warmly. However, it is significantly larger than an ordinary izakaya, measuring at least 5 times its size. On both sides, private rooms have been extended, and under the eaves, numerous dried herbs and talismans hang. This establishment was built 5 years ago when Lin Yu happened to pass by and casually exorcised a cursed spirit that was afflicting a couple of merchants. In gratitude, the couple constructed this Jiufeng house, offering free accommodation and meals to sorcerers. Teacher Lin Yu, over here. The paper door swung open, revealing Odajirai Yuta, dressed in loose casual attire, who hurriedly stepped out, followed closely by Rika, who carried a tray filled with tea. Upon seeing Fushiguro Megumi sprawled on the stone steps, Odajirai rushed forward to help him up, who appeared utterly dejected. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, his tone laced with disappointment. The new generation of sorcerers is simply too lacking in training. They cannot even withstand a speed of 5 Mach. They are even less capable than you were at 5 years old. Wouldn't you agree, Yuta? Odajirai, supporting the limp Fushiguro, could only nod in resignation at his master's unreasonable assertions and gently patted Fushiguro's back to help him catch his breath. He thought to himself with a wry smile, indeed, since the age of 5, I have been accustomed to soaring through the air at your side. But this is the first time for Ahui to experience such a flight. After a lengthy moment, Fushiguro finally caught his breath. When he looked up and saw Odajirai, his eyes were slightly red, and his voice trembled with indescribable joy. Odajirai-senpai, you're wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. Ahui, you've had a tough journey, Odajirai replied sympathetically, patting his shoulder before taking a sip of the warm tea handed to him by Rika. Everyone is waiting inside. Fushiguro took the teacup and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. The warmth flowed down his throat, reviving his sense of life and restoring his condition. Upon witnessing this, the group helped Fushiguro enter the house. As they pushed open the paper door, the aroma of delicious food wafted out. Inside, a large wooden table was set, where Suguru Geto was arranging the dishes with Nanami and Mimi. Tion Nairiko sat nearby, salivating at the sight of the feast. Lin Xiao and the lookout were assisting the proprietress in serving the food. Teacher Lin Yu, Fushiguro-kun. Upon seeing them enter, Nanami waved her little hand to greet them, and Mimi nodded in agreement, her face beaming with joy. Suguru looked up and smiled. You finally made it. I thought you were going to be late. By the way, where's Wataru? Lin Yu sat down at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and leisurely responded while savoring a piece of braised pork. Wataru took the vessel of Sukuna back home, intending to study it, so he asked Ahui to substitute for him. He then cast a glance at the slightly pale Fushiguro beside him. Odajirai took the main seat, raising his cup in a toast to everyone. All right, let us not dwell on that. I deeply appreciate everyone coming to my celebration banquet. It has been quite a hassle for all of you during this time. What hassle? We are all family. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively and served Odajirai a piece of rib. Dig in. Otherwise, the food will get cold and lose its flavor. Odajirai nodded, accepting the rib from Lin Yu, but it was too hot, causing him to chew several times before swallowing it. This elicited peals of laughter from the others, and the atmosphere at the table grew lively, filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses, adding a touch of warmth to the joyous occasion. Chapter 38. The ritual of subduing Mokuralu 2 days later, at the Tokyo Jujutsu High School's martial arts arena. Lin Yu, Wataru, and Suguru Geto observed from above as Fushiguro Megumi stood at the center of the barrier, preparing to commence the ritual of subduing Mokuralu. Initially, according to Lin Yu's planned strategy, this endeavor was supposed to begin only after Fushiguro activated his domain. However, 2 days prior, having indulged in drinks, he boasted to everyone that to compensate for our poor Ahui, he would devise a perfect method to help him subdue Mokuralu in 2 days. Thus, today this event had come to pass. To prepare for the subjugation, Lin Yu had equipped Fushiguro with the spells Wang Xianji Shi, Bu Si, and Shu Guang, which continuously enhanced his attack, defense, speed, cursed energy reserves, and recovery capabilities. To further ensure success, Lin Yu had also invited the performers from Yayanshi and Jiaha and to present a rock dance fusion technique, layering additional buffs onto Fushiguro. Regarding weapons, with Lin Yu's consent, even without the blood of dragons, Fushiguro could wield the power of the 7 deadly sins, although its effectiveness would not compare to that of its true master, Lin Yu. Within the pale blue boundary, upon Lin Yu's nod, Fushiguro steadied his nervous heart, crossed his hands, and formed the crossbow fist seal, gradually gathering his cursed energy. Taking a deep breath, Fushiguro recited the incantation from memory, enunciating each word with conviction. Birbu. Yura Yura. 8 grasped sword, the deity of Mokurilu. As his voice fell, the surrounding light was abruptly drawn away, plunging the world into an impenetrable darkness. A low wolf howl resonated from the depths of the shadows, the roars of wolves flanking either side reverberating through the air, marking the only sound in the enveloping darkness. In the center of this void, a silhouette cocooned in a thick white chrysalis slowly rose, countless faintly glowing threads entwined around it like chains. As the cursed energy surged, the chrysalis began to tremble violently and crack. The energy seeping from the fissures emanated in overwhelming pressure that made the ground hum. In the next instant, the white cocoon shattered explosively, the threads snapping apart, and the massive form of Mokurilu emerged, towering before Fushiguro. Fushiguro swallowed hard, gazing up at the imposing Shikigami, his breath hitching. Before him stood Mokurilu, a being of both holiness and eerie presence, its eyeless head adorned with 4 wing-like appendages. Its tail swayed behind, and as the disc atop its head spun, an aura of law seemed to circulate around it, while its demon-slaying sword gleamed ominously. It resembled an angel overseeing the world, yet bore the visage of a demon heralding disaster. Mokurilu wasted no time, as its gaze fell upon Fushiguro. The demon-slaying sword swung toward him. Fortunately, Fushiguro was prepared. He swiftly slid back, agilely dodging to the side, while simultaneously forming a complex seal with his left hand. Shikigami knew. A shadow burst forth from behind Fushiguro. Nu flapped its wings, propelled by a fierce wind, diving toward Mokurilu, its sharp beak aimed at its throat, intending to draw blood. Clang. Nu's beak collided forcefully with Mokurilu's throat, producing a metallic clang. Mokurilu, in pain, swiped at Nu's wings, attempting to shred them. Nu reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to evade the attack. Though it still lost a few black feathers to Mokurilu's grasp, Fushiguro furrowed his brow, realizing that even Nu's surprise assault could not harm Mokurilu. Not daring to pause, he swiftly formed another seal with his right hand. Shikigami Yuki Inu. 2 beams of white light surged from the shadows on the ground, instantly transforming into 2 large dogs, one black and one white, charging toward Mokurilu. The 2 Yuki Inu pounced on Mokurilu's hind legs, their jaws wide open, fiercely biting into the flesh of its legs. Roar! Mokurilu howled in fury as it felt the bite on its hind leg, its massive body shaking violently in an attempt to throw off the Yuki Inu. However, the fangs of the Jade Hound seemed to be welded into the crevices of the flesh, and no matter how desperately Mashulua struggled, it clung on tenaciously, even relentlessly scratching the same spot with its claws, attempting to sever its calf. Taking advantage of the moment Mashulua was restrained, Fuhei gripped the weapon Desire at his waist and thrust it towards Mashulua. As a member of the Zenin clan and the designated contemporary head of the family, all the abilities recorded in the ancient texts pertaining to Mashulua could only be accessed by Fuhei, and no one had the authority to prevent him from doing so. Thus, Fuhei clearly understood that due to Mashulua's formidable adaptability, employing the same method for an extended duration was utterly inadvisable. Seizing the fleeting moment while Mashulua was still in turmoil, Fuhei leaped into the air, plunging the Desire dagger forcefully into Mashulua's abdomen. With a soft thud, this time there was no clang of metal. Desire smoothly penetrated Mashulua's flesh, and the pink cursed energy surged into Mashulua's body through the blade's tip. Mashulua's body suddenly stiffened, and its struggling motions slowed significantly. This was a sign that the toxin from Desire had successfully infiltrated, and over time, it would gradually corrode Mashulua's core of cursed energy, rendering its movements increasingly sluggish and disrupting its cursed energy flow. Withdrawing Desire, Fuhei quickly retreated, simultaneously recalling the Jade Hound still gnawing on Mashulua's hind leg and the hovering Yao. He did not intend to place all his hopes on Desire, for regardless of the potency of its toxin, it would be merely a temporary measure against Mashulua. With Mashulua's regenerative abilities, it would not be long before it adapted. Therefore, He needed to act swiftly to launch the next wave of attack. His left hand reached for the black box behind him, summoning the heavy sword Greed. The magical runes surrounding Greed exuded a blinding radiance, as Lin Yu had charged it with energy prior to the battle. Thus, Fu Hui merely needed to find the opportune moment to swing Greed at Ma Shulao to unleash a destructive force akin to Satoru Gojo's full release of the Hollow Technique. Fu Hui raised Greed high, and a golden halo surged dramatically, while the runes on the sword's surface began to emit an intense heat. In the face of the long-accumulated cursed energy within Greed, the surrounding space began to distort uncontrollably, emitting piercing cries as it could not withstand this power. In the stands, Lin Yu witnessed this scene and instantly straightened his previously relaxed posture, speaking solemnly to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Act now. Reinforce the barrier. We cannot allow the energy shock to rupture it. Upon hearing this, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto immediately stowed their carefree expressions, and the three raised their hands almost simultaneously, pouring azure, black, and crimson cursed energy into the barrier. The once pale blue barrier instantly solidified, its surface shimmering with a thick layer of luminous film, resembling a sturdy blue iron wall, securely protecting the center of the arena. Within the barrier, Fu Hui observed Ma Shulao's movements growing increasingly sluggish due to the poison, and his gaze sharpened. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself towards Ma Shulao like an arrow released from its bow. With both hands firmly gripping the golden haloed heavy sword Greed, he aimed a fierce strike at Ma Shulao's chest. Ma Shulao, kneel and sing your submission. Boom. The golden cursed energy erupted from the sword with a thunderous roar, forming a colossal energy beam with a diameter of several dozen meters that violently exploded against Ma Shulao's chest. In an instant, Ma Shulao's massive form was engulfed by the energy beam, lifted like a broken kite, and slammed against the barrier with a resounding thud. The barrier shook violently, rippling with enormous waves, as if it might shatter at any moment. However, the cursed energy poured in by Lin Yu and the others met the challenge in time, stabilizing the barrier and preventing the energy from spilling out. As the aftershock subsided, Ma Shulao crashed to the ground, the hardened shell on its chest utterly shattered, revealing dark red muscle tissue within, from which dark purple blood gushed forth, pooling onto the ground. The Dharma will spun rapidly, aiding Ma Shulao in adapting and healing its injuries. Yet under such grievous wounds, even someone as powerful as Ma Shulao could only dream of recovering in a short time. At this moment, it was incapable of even standing to resist, let alone moving a single finger. Now is the time. Lin Yu's timely call resonated through the barrier, reaching Fu Hui's ears. His eyes narrowed in understanding of Lin Yu's intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved the weapon laziness from the black box behind him. It was a traditional katana, exuding an aura of heaviness and lethargy. The mere sight of it instilled an inexplicable urge to forfeit resistance. Fu Hui infused laziness with cursed energy, its gray glow brightening, and hurled it at Ma Shulao's spine, instantly piercing through its vertebrae. With a snap, the gray light of laziness spread along the spine at a visible speed. In an instant, a gravitational force exceeding 1,000 times that of Earth bore down upon Ma Shulao, rendering its convulsing body utterly incapable of struggle, leaving it obediently pinned to the ground by laziness. Fu Hui did not pause. He swiftly retrieved the remaining 4 components of the 7 deadly sins: wrath, envy, gluttony, and pride. Wrath, a crimson gleaming broadsword; envy, a deep red tachi; gluttony, an orange glimmering Atacama long sword; and pride, a dark golden-hued Han Dynasty straight sword. He first hurled wrath, which accurately struck Ma Shulao's left front leg joint, the red light exploding to firmly lock the joint's movement. Next, he threw envy, which autonomously descended in midair, firmly pinning Ma Shulao's right front leg. Then came gluttony, which struck harshly against Ma Shulao's left palm, the orange light flickering and slowly beginning to consume Ma Shulao's life essence, replenishing Fu Hui's stamina. Finally, the sword of pride was tightly gripped in Fu Hui's hand, black, cursed energy surging wildly into the sword. As the black light of the sword grew ever brighter, a faint black dragon silhouette began to take shape around him. As Fu Hui prepared to unleash his final strike, Ma Shulao struggled frantically, but the 6 weapons upon it were akin to the proverbial last straw, pinning it firmly to the ground, rendering it unable to retaliate. Fu Hui grasped gluttony embedded in Ma Shulao and held tightly to the hilt of pride, replenishing himself while channeling all remaining cursed energy into the sword. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his arms trembled slightly from the overexertion of cursed energy. Yet his gaze remained resolute and fervent. Finally, the efforts bore fruit, and the black dragon silhouette behind him solidified, revealing its domineering essence. Pride, conflagration of annihilation. Fuhei Hui intoned, gripping the sword with both hands. The black dragon silhouette entwined around pride, and he struck down fiercely at Ma Xiluo's head. The black sword light carved a fierce arc through the air, imbued with a cataclysmic momentum, descending upon Ma Xiluo's head. Swish! With no obstruction, the black sword light effortlessly severed Ma Xiluo's head, dark purple blood gushing forth, splattering onto the ground. Ma Xiluo's head rolled aside, the light in its eyes fading rapidly, its form swiftly dissolving into the binding array beneath Fuhei Hui's feet. Witnessing this scene, Fuhei Hui staggered and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the pride in his hand, as if possessing a will of its own, floated alongside the remaining 6 components of the 7 deadly sins, returning autonomously to the black box. Fuhei Hui, however, was not particularly surprised by this development. As he took the object from Lin Yu's hands, he could sense the presence of a spirit akin to a Shikigami among the 7 deadly sins. Endowed with its own intelligence, he knelt, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, his clothes drenched in sweat, feeling the nearly depleted cursed energy within him. Fuhei Hui felt as though his eyelids were weighed down with lead, heavy and burdensome. As the barrier slowly dissipated, Lin Yu, Wu Tiaowu, and Xia Yujie swiftly descended from the stands, assisting Fuhei Hui in replenishing his cursed energy. Lin Yu patted Fuhei Hui on the shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Well done, you have not disappointed me after a whole day of teaching you the methods of the 7 deadly sins. Wu Tiaowu waved a pack of Kiku Fuku in his hand, cheerfully offering it. Here, a reward for you, Ahui. I specifically rushed to Sendai to buy you the edamame cream flavor Kiku Fuku. Xia Yujie crouched down, observing the slowly dissolving form of Emosu Luo on the ground, nodding in appreciation. With such a Shikigami, it seems the younger generation has no one capable of challenging you. Fuhei Hui did not refuse Wu Tiaowu's kindness, for he was indeed ravenous at that moment. Accepting the Kiku Fuku offered by Wu Tiaowu, he took a bite, the sweet cream melting in his mouth, granting him a slight restoration of strength. His tense body began to relax amidst the crowd's warmth, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 40. The Youth Detention Center. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fuhei Hui politely declined Wu Tiaowu's invitation to join him in Kyoto for an alumni gathering. After all, he was utterly exhausted and simply wished to lie down and sleep. Bidding farewell to the 3, Fuhei Hui trudged back to his dormitory, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep slumber without even covering himself with a blanket. It was unclear how long had passed, but in his drowsy state, Fuhei Hui felt an intense gaze upon him, making him uneasy and unable to sleep peacefully. Suddenly jolting awake, he found a face alarmingly close to his, causing him to nearly unleash a rising dragon punch in response. You're awake, Fuhei? The vibrant face of Su Zhuangyuren blossomed into a smile, his tone as familiar as if they had known each other for years. I apologize for the intrusion. I came to find you because of an urgent matter. The door was unlocked, so I came in. Fuhei Hui furrowed his brow, retreating slightly, gazing at him in disbelief. What are you doing in my room? And your face is too close. As if suddenly realizing something, Fuhei Hui struggled to gather his foggy thoughts, recalling memories from before he returned to the dormitory. All students at the Jujutsu Academy had single occupancy rooms. How on earth did this fellow get in? No, I distinctly remember locking the door. Could it be the key given by teacher Wu Tiao? But that shouldn't be the case. He had only invited me to Kyoto this morning, so he couldn't possibly still be in Tokyo. While Fuhei Hui pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of the precariously dangling door lock, and a dark line quickly crossed his face. Su Zhuangyuren noticed the shifting expressions on Fuhei Hui's face, scratching his head in confusion, completely oblivious to the impropriety of entering someone else's room uninvited. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to dismiss the thought. In an urgent tone, he explained to Fuhei Hui, I just received a mission from the academy. There have been reports of a cursed spirit at the Youth Detention Center, and several people have gone missing. We need to rush over to exorcise it. This is an emergency. You must come with me now, and I'll explain everything on the way. Fuhei Hui rubbed his throbbing temples, and although his body had not fully recovered, his sense of duty as a jujitsu sorcerer compelled him to move. He threw off the covers, sat up, and nodded. All right, I understand. You wait for me outside. I'll be ready in 3 minutes. Sure thing. Su Zhuang readily agreed, turning and hurriedly exiting the room, kindly closing the door behind him. With a clatter, The door lock ultimately succumbed to the pressure and fell apart. Fu Hui sighed, reassuring himself that it was all right as the academy would cover the expenses, sparing him from personal costs. He then rummaged through his wardrobe, pulling out a fresh set of black jujutsu attire and tidying up his disheveled bed, a habit instilled in him by Fuhei Jin Meiji from a young age. Once he was presentable, Fu Hui promptly opened the door and stepped outside. Su Zhuang was already growing impatient, bouncing on his feet in the hallway. At the end of the corridor, Ding Qi Yichang stood with her cursed tool bag slung over her shoulder. Upon seeing them emerge, she rolled her eyes and remarked, "Why are you two so slow? I almost fell asleep waiting." "Sorry, Ding Qi. I saw Fu Hui sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake him." Su Zhuang apologized repeatedly, ushering everyone towards the school gate. The academy's designated vehicle was already waiting at the entrance, driven by Exine Tianming, the assistant supervisor responsible for transporting students for missions and providing support on-site, while also being a perennial best supporting character at the academy. Upon seeing the three board the vehicle, Exine Tianming promptly accelerated, racing towards their destination. Throughout the journey, Ding Qi was preoccupied with her phone, browsing the latest fashion trends, while Su Zhuang bombarded Fu Hui with questions about the process of adjusting the magic of Mo Su Luo that morning. In response, Fu Hui maintained his aloof demeanor, yet his loyal nature compelled him to engage earnestly with each of Su Zhuang's inquiries, despite his fatigue. After approximately an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the youth detention center. From a distance, they could observe a faint black, cursed energy emanating from the direction of the center, surrounded by a cordon with several law enforcement personnel stationed outside. At the center of the officers, a middle-aged woman was kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably, repeatedly pleading, "Please, save my child, he is still inside." Upon witnessing this, Su Zhuang's expression hardened, silently vowing to help the mother rescue her child once they entered. The three disembarked and hastened toward the entrance of the detention center, while Exine Tianming halted, raising his hand to begin forming seals. Black, cursed energy swirled around his fingertips, carving intricate patterns in the air as he solemnly intoned the incantation. "Born from darkness, from dark to darkest, all filth and impurities shall be exorcised." As the incantation concluded, a faint black barrier rapidly expanded from him, enveloping the entire detention center like a massive black net. The edges of the barrier shimmered with scattered points of cursed energy, thoroughly isolating the interior from the outside world. This was a barrier. Fu Hui turned to Su Zhuang and Ding Qi, explaining in a calm tone, "This area is close to residential zones, and using a barrier can conceal our movements, preventing cursed spirits from escaping and revealing their true forms." Su Zhuang approached the edge of the barrier, reaching out to touch it in awe. "This is incredible. It feels so soft. Can it really block cursed spirits?" Just then, Exine Tianming approached, adjusting his black-framed glasses, and sternly warned the trio that the curses emanating from this area were potent and could give rise to special-grade cursed spirits. Therefore, remember, once you enter, your task is to search for survivors. If you encounter an unassailable special-grade cursed spirit, do not hesitate to flee immediately. Prioritize your safety above all else. Do you all understand? The three nodded in agreement, swiftly making their way toward the detention center. Fahaku K raised his hand to summon the Baiyu Quan, allowing it to enter first for reconnaissance before signaling his companions, Itadori Yuji and Inu Makimaki, to follow him. The moment he pushed open the door, the temperature within the air plummeted. The iron door of the youth institution creaked ominously, its rusty hinges producing a drawn-out squeal. Yet no echo returned in the corridor that should have been suffused with the scent of disinfectant. Instead, an oppressive, damp silence enveloped the space, akin to being shrouded in waterlogged cotton, weighing heavily upon their chests. Fahaku K paused at the threshold, his fingertips unconsciously tightening around the talisman pouch. As the Baiyu Quan leaped from the talisman, it did not wag its tail as usual. Its ears were pinned back, and its nose darted through the air, emitting a faint whimper from its throat. Something was amiss, Fahaku K murmured softly. Almost simultaneously, Itadori gasped, pointing towards the window at the end of the corridor. Chapter 41. This is my escape route. The daylight outside appeared distorted. Despite it being noon, the sun beyond the glass resembled a blurred spot, and even the window frame seemed to pulse subtly, as if ensnared by some unseen force. As the trio ventured deeper within, the light of the corridor grew increasingly dim, with inexplicable scratch marks marring the walls and dried dark stains sporadically visible on the floor. Suddenly, an icy corpse loomed unexpectedly ahead of them. Itadori instinctively reached to pull it away, only to be halted by Fahaku. Thus, A verbal dispute ensued between the two over whether to prioritize saving the person or dealing with the body. Just as they argued, the ground beneath Inumaki split open, revealing a black void. Before she could react, she was swiftly consumed by the chasm. Almost concurrently, the Baiyu Quan emitted a brief mournful cry before collapsing silently onto the ground. Sensing the sudden demise of his Shikigami, Fahaku Kei's heart raced with alarm as he scanned the surroundings, only to realize Inumaki had vanished without a trace. Before he could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth, compelling him to urge Itadori to flee. In that instant, a formidable Shikigami, adorned with irregular patterns, materialized before them. This was the evolved form of the cursed womb, exuding immense cursed energy that created an invisible pressure, rendering both Itadori and Fahaku nearly immobile, their breaths growing laborious. Fortunately, having endured the trials of the Moshira, Fahaku Kei managed to escape this passive state within half a second. He delivered a swift kick to Itadori's abdomen, successfully diverting him from the strike of the Shikigami's blade-wielding right hand. Simultaneously, Fahaku utilized Itadori's sturdy form to retreat to a safer distance. Without hesitation, he rapidly recited incantations, his left hand forming seals. The cursed energy at his fingertips slammed into the ground as he summoned the Moshira. With a thunderous roar, the ground split, revealing a dark abyss from which a pale, hard shell emerged, followed by robust limbs akin to water buckets. As the earth trembled beneath its weight, Moshira's massive form erupted into existence, standing like a guardian spirit behind Fahaku Kei. Meanwhile, Itadori, propelled by Fahaku's kick, crashed against the wall, pain radiating through his back. Just as he prepared to voice a complaint about Fahaku's harshness, his peripheral vision caught sight of the imposing Moshira behind Fahaku. He immediately forgot his discomfort, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth forming a perfect as he stammered. "Is this the Shikigami you subdued this morning? It's enormous." Before he could further admire the sight, Moshira received Fahaku's command. It propelled itself forward, charging at the cursed womb like an out-of-control heavy truck. Its speed surpassed what its size suggested. Before the cursed womb could react, Moshira's colossal fist, the size of a sandbag, struck with a resounding crash. The moment flesh collided, the cursed womb emitted a piercing shriek. Its form violently hurled away, akin to a rag doll, crashing against the iron door at the corridor's end. The door contorted with a loud clang, fissures spreading across its surface, while the cursed womb lay sprawled on the ground, a gash opening on its chest, dark purple blood seeping out. It was evident that Moshira's blow had nearly claimed its life. Fahaku furrowed his brow, sensing that this cursed womb had fallen too easily. A thread of unease crept into his mind as he watched the cursed womb suddenly lift its head, a surge of vitality erupting within its previously lethargic body. Using its rear foothold, it twisted and lunged directly at the still-dazed Itadori. If the cursed womb could speak, its first utterance would surely be, "You've fallen for my trap, Fahaku. This is my escape route." Not good. It's a trap. Fahaku Kei's pupils constricted as he instinctively shouted at Moshira, "Moshira, block it. Go save Itadori." Upon receiving Fahaku's command, Moshira whirled around. But the cursed womb and Itadori were mere seconds apart. Even though Moshira's speed greatly exceeded that of the cursed womb, the distance was too short for it to arrive in time to intervene. Itadori, now aware of the cursed womb lunging at him, instinctively raised his blade to defend himself. Yet, in his current state, how could he possibly withstand the desperate counterattack of a special-grade cursed spirit? With a swift motion, the cursed womb's claws, imbued with dark energy, sliced effortlessly through Itadori's arms. Blood erupted, splattering across his face, but he felt no pain. Instead, he merely sensed the lightness of his limbs as his hands exploded into a mist of crimson. In the next moment, a cold hand seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. Coughing, Itadori's face flushed crimson as he struggled futilely, his gaze fixed desperately on Fahaku. The cursed womb held Itadori hostage, tilting its patterned head towards Fahaku, emitting a shrill, mocking laugh, clearly intending to use Itadori as leverage. Fahaku's heart felt constricted, and he quickly raised his hand toward Moshira, shouting, "Moshira, stop, don't move." The sword of exorcism that Moshira had just swung came to an abrupt halt, poised a mere 0.01 centimeters from Itadori's head. A slight push forward would easily cleave both the cursed womb and Itadori Yuji in two. The corridor fell into a profound silence, no one daring to make a move. The air so still that one could distinctly hear their own breathing. This silence, however, did not persist for long. Suddenly, Itadori, gripped by the cursed womb, went still. The flush of oxygen deprivation faded from his face, returning to normal. A terrifying aura erupted from Itadori's body, dark, cursed energy spreading throughout the space, murky and viscous, brutal and arrogant, causing hearts to race and bodies to chill. Indeed, in this moment, the brave and kind-hearted Itadori had been supplanted by the king of curses, Sukuna. A soft click of annoyance escaped Itadori's lips, his tone languid, yet filled with impatience, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. He slowly lifted his head, his crimson eyes scanning the cursed womb's patterned face as if regarding something vile, a cruel smile curving his lips. Worm, does it feel good to squeeze my neck? Chapter 42. The Rescue. The cursed womb, taken aback by this sudden shift in atmosphere, instinctively tightened its grip. Yet, as its fingers brushed against Sukuna's skin, it felt as though it had touched a searing iron, a piercing pain shooting back through its fingertips. It was only then that it realized, with a sense of belated awareness, that the small spirit before it seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation. Without waiting for the cursed vessel to release its grip, Sukwon had completely lost patience to continue this game. The severed hand that had been hanging at his side had, unbeknownst to him, fully restored itself. Sukwon raised both hands, aligning his fingers, his index and little fingers curled, while his middle and ring fingers stood erect. He slowly began to chant, "Field of Exorcism. Summon the Chef of Demons." In the next moment, the dark patterns of the domain spread out from him like a sudden rush. Intricate points of cursed energy pulsating along the lines, as a towering divine altar materialized before Fuhai Hui. As soon as the words left his mouth, the domain instantaneously unleashed several invisible slashing curses, moving so swiftly that the cursed vessel had no time to react. It merely felt a chill enveloping its entirety. And in the next heartbeat, its massive form was cleaved into 5 pieces with a resounding crash. Fragments fell heavily to the ground, splattering dark purple blood everywhere, even spattering the walls of the corridor with flecks of tainted blood. On the other side, Imosu Luo was also caught in the aftermath, a deep wound visible down to the bone appearing on its pale shell, causing its massive body to stagger back several meters, thus providing Su Quan with an unobstructed space for his forthcoming display. Fuhai Hui stood still, fixated on Su Quan, awaiting the return of Itadori to reclaim his body. Su Quan leaned down, nonchalantly extracting a finger glimmering with dark light from the remnants of the cursed vessel's chest. He did not immediately consume the finger. Instead, he raised his gaze towards Fuhai Hui, a glint of shrewd calculation flashing in his crimson eyes as a perfect plan quietly took shape in his mind. He understood, well, that even if he were to swallow the finger, the power of 3 fingers would not suffice to defeat Imosu Luo before him. A true confrontation would only result in his own demise. Moreover, his aim was never to win, but rather to firmly grasp the reins of power. With this thought, Sukwon suddenly raised his hand, plunging 5 fingers into his own chest. The sound of flesh tearing echoed starkly in the silent corridor. His face bore no trace of pain, but rather a hint of playful amusement as he forcefully extracted his still-beating heart. Dark red droplets of blood dripped from the edges of the heart, splattering on the ground and creating small blossoms of blood, a sight that sent shivers down the spine of any onlooker. "What are you doing?" Fuhai Hui's pupils constricted abruptly, preparing to command Imosu Luo to intervene and stop Sukwon. To this, Sukwon remained unfazed, letting out a cold chuckle as he shook the still-beating heart in his grasp. Suddenly, he exerted force in his fingers, feigning an intent to crush it. Mockingly gazing down at Fuhai Hui, his tone laced with blatant and cruel threat. "If you wish for this little spirit to live, stand there obediently and do not move. Since you dared to exploit me, you must pay the corresponding price." After a pause, Sukwon's crimson eyes locked onto Fuhai Hui, each word punctuated with increasing intensity. "If you want this little spirit to survive, you must agree to bind with me. Do not harbor thoughts of outmaneuvering me. I can still live without my heart. But once this little spirit is returned, it will undoubtedly perish. Furthermore, if you or your accompanying Shikigami dare to make a move, I will not hesitate to crush him, making this little spirit pay for your actions." Fuhai Hui met Sukwon's gaze with unwavering determination, calmly stating, "Do you still not understand what kind of being you are hosting? Itadori will undoubtedly return. Even if death is imminent, he will come back. That is simply who he is." In response, Sukwon scoffed disdainfully, "Just a little spirit, barely out of childhood. In the face of death, how could he possibly?" Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful pulling sensation surged through him, gradually stripping away his control over Itadori's physical form. Why is it that such a mere child possesses such courage? Feeling the intensifying tug within his body, Sukwon ultimately gritted his teeth. Temporarily relinquishing his plans to possess Fuhai Hui's flesh, opting instead to set a trap for Itadori within. Humph, little spirit, you will come to seek my aid. With that, he tightened his grip, using the last vestiges of his control to crush the still beating heart in his palm. With a muffled pop, the vibrant heart exploded into a mist of blood. You bastard! Fuhai Hui cursed vehemently, charging forward to check Itadori's condition. Simultaneously, Itadori, regaining control of his body, mustered his final ounce of strength to lift his head and gaze at Fuhai Hui rushing towards him, a look of relief crossing his face. I'm sorry, Fuhai. Please take a part of me and live well. Upon uttering those words, Itadori's pupils dilated, his legs giving way as he collapsed heavily towards the cold floor. Just as his head was about to strike the unforgiving tiles, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, steadily supporting his chest. A calm yet slightly relaxed voice emerged. As Lin Yu gently placed his fingertips on Itadori's chest, speaking without a hint of urgency. Your life is not yet at its end, Itadori. Do not perish. At the moment the words fell, a pale golden light emanated from Lin Yu's fingertips, flowing like water into the wound on Itadori's chest. The gaping hole, which had been gushing blood, began to heal at a visible speed, the torn flesh rejoining, along with the heart that had been crushed by Su Quan, slowly being reformed under the embrace of the luminous patterns. Within mere seconds, the wound on Itadori's chest vanished entirely, leaving only bloodstains on his clothing as remnants of the previous ordeal. Cough, cough, cough. Itadori suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, the pain in his chest dissipating. Even the areas where he had been scratched by the cursed vessel or kicked by Fuhai Hui felt completely alleviated. He stared blankly at his hand, touching the smooth skin of his chest, devoid of any wounds. As if the prior incident of having his heart extracted and crushed had been nothing but a figment of his imagination. Itadori's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his unscathed hand, then looked down at his chest, his face a mask of astonishment. Seeing Itadori fully restored, Lin Yu released his fingers from Itadori's chest. Rising, he utilized cursed energy to evaporate the blood on his fingertips, offering a comforting pat on the shoulders of both Itadori and the approaching Fuhai Hui. Well done, in the face of such adversity. None of you chose to retreat or compromise. As your teacher, I am proud of you. Let us go. The little rose is waiting for you outside. Chapter 43. The Cafe Plan Tokyo. Everyone's Cafe. Table 5. A gaunt man leaned against the soft sofa of the cafe, examining the special dishes on the menu before him. Opposite him sat a being resembling an elderly man, with a volcano-like head, a single red eye, blackened teeth, dressed in a yellow robe adorned with black spots, and wrapped in a white scarf. At that moment, he was dissatisfiedly banging on the table, questioning the gaunt man, Yaozi Jinshu. Explain what you mean by there being another who is seemingly on par with Gojo Satoru, namely Lin Yu. Note: Yaozi Jinshu has already been possessed by Shinsuwa. Shinsuwa waved his hand dismissively, explaining, to be honest, I'm not entirely clear either. This fellow emerged during the Star Jelly incident 8 years ago, and even before he became renowned in the sorcery world. He was able to ruthlessly slaughter special-grade cursed spirits through sheer martial prowess. Now, he has grown shockingly powerful, wielding abilities akin to those of a sorcerer and 7 unique special-grade cursed tools, along with a cursed spirit killer organization under his command called Tian Di Ijia de Ai Meng, which has turned the entirety of Tokyo into a forbidden zone for cursed spirits. As of today, one might question how many grade 4 or above cursed spirits can still be found within the confines of Tokyo, aside from the few esteemed ones among you. After listening to Guan Sua's words, the volcano-like figure known as Lu Hu remained silent for a considerable time, steam wafting from the top of his head, before finally speaking in a deep, resonant tone. Is there truly no other option? We cannot simply stand by and watch these two obstruct our path, can we? Leaning back on the sofa, Guan Sua lightly tapped the table with his fingers, a smile curling on his lips. Why the rush? There are certainly ways. He paused slightly before leisurely proposing 2 plans: either defeat or seal Wu Tiaowu, or find a way to draw Suaju to our side. Lu Hu propped his chin on his hand, his single eye swirling with concern. Defeating Wu Tiaowu? Impossible. With Wu Tiaowu's terrifying strength, even if he were to ally with Han Yu, Tua Jin, and Zhun Rin to besiege him, they would merely be serving as fodder. As for luring Suaju to join us, that being, who stood at the pinnacle of the sorcery world a millennium ago, would hardly give face to even the king of cursed spirits from back then, let alone to someone like himself. Considering this, it seemed sealing was the only viable path. Yet the method of sealing posed its own conundrum. Just as Lu Hu was in deep thought, Guan Su suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with certainty. Fear not, for I happen to possess the means to seal Wu Tiaowu. He raised his chin and spoke deliberately. The special grade curse tool, Yumin Jiang, is my trump card specifically acquired for this purpose. With it in hand, even Wu Tiao Wu, no matter how formidable he may be, would be reduced to mere confinement. Moreover, it is now known that the other two special grade curse tools capable of forcibly lifting the seal of Yumin Jiang, namely Tian Ni Bo and Hei Shang. One was destroyed by Wu Tiao Wu himself, and the other has gone missing. Really? Lu Hu's eyes brightened, and the volcano-like crown erupted with a wave of heat, causing the surrounding air to grow increasingly oppressive. He had long heard of the infamous Yumin Jiang, but never imagined Guan Suo could truly acquire it. Finally, there was hope for sealing Wu Tiao Wu. At the entrance of the cafe, the manager wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth, muttering, "How strange. It was perfectly cool with the air conditioning. Why is it suddenly so hot? Never mind, I must go urge the patrons at table 5. They have been here for so long without ordering, just sitting there like an NPC, mumbling to themselves." Upon glancing at the male waiter in the corner, he intended to call him over to nudge the table 5 patrons, but was startled to see the waiter suddenly turn pale, rushing towards him in a panic. Loudly he exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, manager. I quit." Having shouted that, he tumbled out of the cafe, leaving his coat behind, unwilling to stop and retrieve it. The manager stood frozen, scratching his head, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. With a sigh, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Guan Suo paid no heed to the commotion in the cafe and continued speaking to Lu Hu. "As for how to delay Wu Tiao Wu, you need not worry." He stroked his chin, his tone relaxed. "After seizing this body, I inherited a rather impressive technique, sufficient to keep Wu Tiao Wu immobilized for a minute." "What about Lin Yu?" Lu Hu quickly inquired, remembering the formidable figure that had turned Tokyo into a cursed spirit's forbidden zone. "Rest assured, when the time comes, prepare enough of Suo Ju's fingers. And at that point, Suo Ju will take the initiative to resolve this issue for us without our prompting." Guan Suo smiled meaningfully, at which point he would be too preoccupied to concern himself with our affairs, allowing us to continue executing our plans. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his single eye narrowing into a slit. Elated at the prospect that once Wu Tiao Wu and Lin Yu were dealt with, the world would belong to cursed spirits. In that future, they could transform all of humanity into cursed spirits without a care, creating a utopia for their kind. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, the heat from his volcano-like crown intensifying. Just then, the manager hesitantly approached, though the abrupt departure of the waiter had unsettled him. His duty as a manager compelled him to never abandon his customers easily. "Excuse me, may I ask?" His words barely left his mouth when suddenly flames erupted from his body. The fire surged forth with incredible swiftness and ferocity, enveloping the manager before he could even utter a scream, reducing him to a charred, blackened husk in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the surrounding waitstaff and patrons erupted into chaos, fleeing towards the exit. Yet Lu Hu would not let them escape. This was a grand feast he had prepared to celebrate the resolution of his troubles with Wu Tiao Wu and Lin Yu. The flames grew larger, spreading across the floor and igniting the patrons and waitstaff in rapid succession. The screams and cries filled the air, but under the 1,300-degree heat from Lu Hu, their voices were silenced almost instantly. In the vast cafe, only charred remains emitting black smoke were left behind. The instigator, Lu Hu, paid no attention to the charred remains, laughing heartily as he turned to Guan Suo. "Since the plan is set, when shall we take action? I can hardly wait to eliminate these 2 lingering threats and establish our utopia for cursed spirits." Guan Suo wore a knowing smile as he gazed at Lu Hu, speaking with calm assurance. "There is no need for haste. I have received word that tonight, Wu Tiao Wu will be appearing on the number 4 Shinjuku line. You may personally go and test his strength." With that, Guan Suo took his leave from the cafe, leaving Lu Hu in a state of contemplation. Chapter 44. Ambush on the number 4 Shinjuku line. Within the vehicle, Lin Yu rested his chin on one hand, boredly gazing at the window where a line of conspicuous blood-red characters slowly appeared. Heir of the Black King, Lin Yu. Cursed Energy Reserves. 25, Wu Tiao Wu. Otajairai Yuda, Black King's Fusion Progress. 74, currently unlocked abilities. Words Spirit Commandments, Junyin, Judgment, Bloodsucking Scythe, Underworld Illumination, Royal Authority, Dustless Land, Do Not Die, Vacuum Snake. Bronze Throne, Candle Dragon. Alchemy Weapon, 7 Deadly Sins, currently held. Tian Yu Zhan and Bu Du Yu Shan, already gifted. Can be recalled at any time. Ancient Authority, Dragonbone Cross, Effect 1. Domain Feast of Dragons, a closed domain that, when activated, triples all personal attributes. and allows for instant release of word spirit without chanting. Effect 2. Divine Right of Kings, continuously providing the sealed with their own blood, subtly transforming the recipient's body to carry the authority of a king. Current 4 Great Gentlemen's Authority Bestowers, 24. Effect 3. New Extension Bathed in Radiance, continuously providing 50 delay in aging and 10 resistance to physical and magical damage for the inheritor's life form. With a sigh, Lin Yu muttered in complaint. It has been 8 years. I've exhausted every possibility, yet only managed to reach 74, while my little sister is nearing 90. When will I finally reach 100? After speaking, Lin Yu waved his hand to disperse the blood-red characters before him, silently hoping that Lu Hu would bring him some surprise tonight, pushing his progress bar to 75. There was no other choice. He had been stuck at this one for over a month. If tonight he couldn't give Lu Hu a beating, he would likely present Wu Tiao Wu with an Eastern aesthetic performance of Wu Tiao Still Sleeps. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, a searing and volatile energy suddenly entered his perception. Immediately, Lin Yu stretched his limbs with delight, loosening his body, and then he swiftly awakened the slumbering Huai Zhong, who was cradling a small bear-shaped boxing glove, as well as the still dreaming Yujin tiger stick. Rubbing his eyes, Yujin blinked in confusion and queried, "Teacher Lin Yu, have we arrived at the high school yet?" Lin Yu gazed out at the rapidly retreating shadows of trees and shook his head, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Not yet, but your practical course materials have arrived." "Practical materials?" Yujin blinked, utterly bewildered. Lin Yu chose not to address Yujin's confusion. Instead, he signaled to the driver, Xin Tianming, to pull over. Upon hearing this, Xin Tianming promptly applied the brakes, bringing the sleek black vehicle to a steady halt by the roadside, and inquired, "Teacher Lin Yu, is there something you need? Should I wait here?" "No need," Lin Yu replied. "I will escort Yujin for the remainder of the journey. You may return to the high school." With those words, Xin Tianming turned decisively and drove away, not questioning Lin Yu's request in the slightest. Watching the vehicle disappear in a cloud of dust, Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and immediately activated the realm of dustlessness, shielding both himself and Yujin within. Indeed, the very next moment, a piercing sound cut through the air above them, followed by a wave of crimson flames that surged like a dragon, striking precisely in front of Lin Yu. Boom! The flames erupted instantly, sending a torrent of scorching heat rippling throughout the area. The ground crackled under the intensity, and the trees behind them were blasted away, creating a massive fiery trench stretching several kilometers long and over 100 meters wide. Charred branches and soil were sent flying. Dark smoke billowed skyward, and even the air turned searingly hot. On the opposite side of the fiery trench, Lu Hu stepped forth with a slow gait, gazing at the heart of the flames, and coldly chuckled. "I thought Gojo Satoru was formidable. After enduring my wrath, he must be reduced to mere bones." However, as it reveled in its fantasies, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Lin Yu and Yujin standing unscathed, staring blankly at the grinning Lu Hu. Lin Yu's calm voice echoed in Lu Hu's ear, "I apologize for your disappointment. Satoru had an urgent matter to attend to. I am Lin Yu." Lu Hu's single eye widened in shock, as sparks erupted from the volcano's mouth. "How is this possible? You are not Gojo Satoru. Then why have you endured my full-force strike without a scratch? Could it be that you possess infinity as well?" To Lu Hu's inquiry, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly. "What do you think?" With that, Lin Yu activated the bronze throne and charged towards Lu Hu with unparalleled speed. Lu Hu could scarcely register the movement before feeling a searing pain in its chest, as though struck by a heavy truck. Thud! Multiple punches landed simultaneously upon Lu Hu, causing its diminutive form to erupt with 7 or 8 gaping wounds, before it was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the rock wall at the end of the fiery trench. With a thunderous roar, the rock face cracked with intricate fissures, and debris cascaded down. Lin Yu, unwilling to grant Lu Hu a moment's respite, drew laziness from the black box at his waist and aimed to strike at Lu Hu, still embedded in the rock wall. Witnessing this ruthless display, Lu Hu was thrown into a panic, finally recognizing the staggering disparity in their strengths. The opponent had not even employed sorcery. Relying solely on pure physical prowess had rendered it utterly defenseless. If it did not resort to its trump card, it would likely perish here today. Resolutely, Lu Hu unleashed its full sorceress energy, a towering column of flames erupting from its volcanic crown, crimson flames surging forth like a tsunami towards Lin Yu, forming a terrifying conflagration. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, taking a step back, and vanished from his position, reappearing beside Yujin, raising his hand to activate the realm of dustlessness once more, shielding them both within. The flame impact struck the barrier with a hissing sound. Yet it could not penetrate even a fraction. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Hu extricated itself from the rock wall, relying on its sorceress spirit's formidable regenerative capabilities. Swiftly recovering from the earlier assault, without hesitation, Lu Hu curled 3 fingers into a spout-like formation, its thumb and pinky overlapping to form a leek-like shape. And with a powerful surge of sorceress energy, a massive inverted pot-like shadow began to materialize behind it. Domain expansion, Ironbound Mountain. With Lu Hu's incantation, the colossal pot flipped over, unleashing torrents of crimson fire that cascaded like a flood, instantly weaving into an impenetrable prison of flames, enveloping Lin Yu and Yujin in its searing embrace. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu and Yujin found themselves in a sealed domain, surrounded by surging lava that erupted from the fissures like a wound breaking free from its bandages, unleashing waves of scorching heat. Yujin stood agape, overwhelmed by the sight of this enclosure formed by countless volcanoes, his heart racing uncontrollably. It wasn't until the crimson liquid flowed over his sneakers, the melting salts releasing a charred scent into his nostrils, that Yujin hastily covered his nose, regaining his composure. An ominous premonition surged within him, and gripping his sorceress tool, he swung it fiercely backward, yet it was too late. A steaming volcanic rock had already begun to descend upon his head. Just as the rock was about to make contact with Yujin's skull, it abruptly halted in midair. Yujin then remembered he was still within Lin Yu's protective realm. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and exhaling a sigh of relief. Watch closely, Yujin. This is a complete domain expansion, Lin Yu's gentle voice resonated, revealing no hint of tumult. The essence of a domain is to ensnare one's opponent within a cage. Much like the cursed womb tasks you previously encountered, it is capable of launching attacks silently because of this. Fortunately, that was merely a half-finished product, incapable of unleashing the full advantages of a domain. Otherwise, by the time I arrived, you would likely have suffered collective brain death. In such a case, even I would have been unable to save you. In the center of the domain, Lu Hu, infuriated by Lin Yu's blatant disregard, not only refrained from attacking but also took the opportunity to lecture his student. Erupting in a fit of rage, with a furious roar, Lu Hu waved its hand, launching a claw of molten rock like a cannonball towards Lin Yu. The gust of wind from the claw's passage ruffled Lin Yu's hair, yet he displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, he turned to glance at Yujin, safeguarded by the realm of dustlessness. For instance, as of now, each of its attacks is tantamount to handing me its own rules. Ordinary sorcerers or cursed spirits can typically activate a domain only once a day, and once it is expanded, their techniques and weaknesses are laid bare within the domain's rules. As he spoke, Lin Yu instantly transformed into his dragon form, unfurling his immense black wings, seizing Yujin, and teleporting to Lu Hu's side. For instance, right now, its certainty against me is futile. Thus, this domain has become a cage that ensnares itself. The most effective method to counter a domain is to expand our own. Whoever possesses greater sorceress energy and stronger techniques will seize the initiative in this battle. As his words concluded, Lin Yu set Yujin down, and in the brilliance of his sparkling gaze, his right ring finger curled behind his middle finger, while his index finger hooked around it. Thumb and pinky tucked into his palm, and the middle finger rose, revealing the Taishang seal. Domain expansion, Feast of the Dragons. As Lin Yu's fingers fell into a seal, the domain of the lava-filled Lu Hu dimmed instantly, as if cold water had been splashed upon flames. In the next moment, a surge of black light erupted, engulfing the entire space, which was replaced by a vast dueling arena adorned with dark golden patterns. Lu Hu's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. This was a dueling ground entirely paved with obsidian, each piece intricately engraved with ancient and complex dragon scripts. A grayish sky hung low, shrouding all hope and vitality. Beneath this canopy dangled countless robust bronze chains, suspending a multitude of corpses, some of dragons, some of humans, and many more of cursed spirits akin to himself. Yet what chilled him the most was the massive bronze throne floating above the dueling ground, towering 3 stories high. The throne's armrests were sculpted into spiraling dragon heads, and its back was adorned with a scale pattern design, crowned with the corpse of a white dragon the size of a mountain, its enormous golden eyes seemingly reflecting its former glory. Lin Yu sat regally upon the throne's center, his black gold robes cascading over its edge, his right hand resting on the armrest while his left lay casually upon his thigh, his indifferent gaze surveying below as if observing mere insects. The blood-stained 7 deadly sins hovered behind him, exuding a dense and inescapable aura of sanguine energy. Surrounding the throne were countless ancient dragon phantoms, the smallest of which exceeded 10 meters in height, their ebony scales glinting with a sharp chill. There were no torches to illuminate the space, only numerous pairs of golden eyes, bright as day, fixated on Lu Hu in the dueling ground. They remained motionless, like loyal attendants at the feet of their king, ready to pounce at Lin Yu's command, tearing apart his enemies. What manner of human could possibly give rise to such a domain? Lu Hu's voice trembled, sparks flying from the volcanic crown atop his head, yet he dared not unleash even the slightest ember. He had encountered formidable domains before, yet none had instilled within him such a profound sense of oppression as Huayu's Dui Guanghai or Yaozi Shinsu's bloodslaughter Mayuo Tianji. Why did this human domain feel so palpably real, imbued with loneliness, despair, and death, devoid of even a glimmer of hope for life? He even felt a fear within himself that he had never before experienced, nor could he fathom. In that moment, he finally comprehended that the disparity between himself and Lin Yu was not one of strength, but of status, akin to the insignificance of a mayfly gazing up at the vast sky, unworthy of even looking up. Of course, another soul in the arena shared his sentiments, Puzhang Yuren, seated atop the massive head of an ancient dragon beneath Lin Yu's feet, resembling a docile child, too afraid to move. Lin Yu slowly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the dueling ground with unabashed dominance. Lu Hu, you have played with fire your entire life. Have you ever witnessed its ultimate form? Lu Hu appeared perplexed at the mention of ultimate. With a soft chuckle, Lin Yu raised a finger, declaring, "Behold, this move is called Zhu Long." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Hu beheld a small golden flame, the size of a fingernail, ignite at the tip of Lin Yu's finger, which in an instant transformed into a colossal fire dragon stretching thousands of meters long. Chapter 46. The Fall of Lu Hu. The fury of Huayu. The flames danced wildly, consuming all in their path. The fire dragon soared into the air, coiling above the dueling ground, its magnificent form unfurling. With each breath, the temperature of the Zhu Long escalated dramatically, and within mere seconds, even the obsidian, with a melting point of 1710 to 1750 degrees, began to crack like frost, gradually transitioning from solid to liquid. Lu Hu's throat tightened as he struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, hastily channeling all his cursed energy to extend his domain, crafting a vacuum to withstand Lin Yu's unleashed Zhu Long. Yet a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. As time passed, the heating of the Zhu Long showed no signs of abating, continuing to rise relentlessly. 5500, 17500, 246 800, 10000000. It was not until a full minute had elapsed that the temperature of the Zhu Long finally ceased its relentless climb, lowering its massive dragon head to gaze upon the minuscule Lu Hu before it like a grain of sand. A minute may seem neither long nor short, but for Lu Hu, it felt as though a lifetime had passed. As a special grade cursed spirit, his reservoir of cursed energy was unparalleled, a source of immense pride. Yet today, this advantage was being ruthlessly suppressed beneath Lin Yu's might. He had assumed that by employing a layered vacuum barrier and leveraging his exceptional resistance to high temperatures, he might endure this attack and seize an opportunity to escape. However, as the situation unfolded, even merely resisting the prelude to the Zhu Long's descent drained nearly all his energy, let alone withstand the brunt of its assault. Confronted with such dire straits, Lu Hu's gaze hardened, locking onto Lin Yu's enormous dragon eyes without a shred of fear, and to his own astonishment, he laughed. Indeed, he laughed, joyfully and savagely. Ha 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 ha, human, I concede your strength. I have never encountered anyone as formidable as you. But that does not mean I shall allow you to slaughter me at will. With that, Lu Hu abandoned all defense, permitting his body to be vaporized by the million-degree heat emanating from the Zhu Long, raising his hands high in mad glee. Behold, human, this is the final aria of Lu Hu. In the next moment, a crimson magic array unfurled above his head, twisting and fracturing to reveal a black hole hundreds of meters wide. Within this abyss, a mountain-sized meteor, ablaze with crimson flames, plummeted with a whistling sound, descending heavily from above the Zhu Long. It vowed to perish together with it. Observing this, Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly, the previous disdain waning, replaced by a subtle appreciation. With a slight arch of his brow and a languid gaze toward the colossal meteor above, Lin Yu offered the first and only praise he would ever bestow upon a cursed spirit. Having the audacity to challenge me is commendable, but that is all the praise I can afford you. As he spoke, Lin Yu gently raised a finger, executing no extraneous movements, and the Zhu Long, as if receiving a command, pivoted its head sharply, its golden form soaring skyward to meet the meteor head-on. Boom! The collision of dragon and meteor did not yield the cataclysmic explosion one might envision, nor even a resounding crash. When the golden dragon head collided with the seemingly invincible meteor, it disintegrated like spring snow under the fierce sun. The surface of the lava evaporated in an instant, and the hard rocky shell melted at a visibly rapid pace, transforming into a cloud of white mist. In the blink of an eye, it was entirely vaporized by the Zhu Long's searing heat, leaving no trace of debris behind, only the white mist rising softly, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, it was as such. Lu Hu watched this scene, his wild laughter freezing, soon morphing into a bitter sigh. He raised his head, memories of past moments with Huayu and others flooding his mind, and a single tear formed at the corner of his eye. Yet before it could fall, his body was already disintegrating into countless drifting ions beneath the Zhu Long's intense heat. Thus, the once great Lu Hu fell. Following this, Lin Yu stood and snapped his fingers, and the Zhu Long along with the domain receded like a tide. Lin Yu and Hu Zhang reappeared on the previous stretch of road. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, atop a distant mountain, Huayu stood frozen, his body limp, muttering to herself, "Gone, all gone. The breath of the Lu Hu has truly left not a trace." Huayu clenched her silver teeth tightly. Her once limp body suddenly tensed, emerald vines erupting from the soil around her, their roots frantically burrowing into the ground. In the next moment, she resembled an enraged beast, pushing off with her hind legs and charging down the mountain, roaring, "Damn humans. I shall avenge the Lu Hu." However, after just a couple of strides, an invisible barrier abruptly blocked her path, and Huayu collided against it, the wooden horn on her forehead rattling from the impact. She whirled around, a crimson eye in her right shoulder bud fixated on the figure of Xian Su behind her. Huayu slammed her fist against the barrier, producing a dull thud, and furiously demanded, "Xian Su, why do you stop me? Are you in league with them as well?" Xian Su remained motionless, his fingers still forming a seal, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his tone laced with mockery. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to spare you from a futile demise. Do you truly believe that with your meager strength, you could slay Lin Yu? Is that even conceivable? The only outcome would be to add a notch to his record of slaying the special grade cursed spirit, Huayu, which would bear no consequence for him." These words fell upon Huayu like a bucket of cold water, freezing her actions, though her body continued to tremble with rage. The once wildly dancing vines now drooped, mirroring her despair. Lowering her head, her voice emerged hoarse and subdued. "Then must we simply watch the Lu Hu perish without retaliation? Is there truly no way to avenge it?" Xian Su slowly lowered his hand, the barrier dissipating with his gesture. He took 2 steps forward, a glimmer of calculating secrecy flashing in his gaze. "There are indeed means, but it hinges on your courage. Lin Yu has a cherished one. Though her strength pales in comparison to his, she is not weak. If you can subdue her, then I shall find a way to avenge the Lu Hu." Huayu's emotions finally settled somewhat, the verdant leaves swaying gently as she fixed her gaze on Xian Su, inquiring, "Who?" Xian Su lowered his head, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. "Lin Yu's sister, Lin Xiao, currently the top superstar of the Neon Kingdom's music scene. If you wish to avenge the Lu Hu, remember that 7 days from now, Lin Xiao will perform at the Osaka Dome. That will be your sole opportunity to capture her. And do not worry about Lin Yu coming to her aid. I will create a distraction at Kanagawa Prefectural Sakurazaka High School to delay him. You need only act." With that, Xian Su patted Huayu on the shoulder and departed. Chapter 47. "Could you, do you know why birds can fly?" On the highway, Black King Heir Lin Yu. Curse Power Reserve 25. Black King Fusion Progress 77. Currently unlocked abilities: Word Spirit Commandments, Monarch Flame, Judgment, Bloodsucking Scythe, Netherlight, Royal Authority, Dustless Realm. Do Not Die, Vacuum Snake, Bronze Throne, Candle Dragon, Time Zero. Alchemical Weapon 7 Deadly Sins, currently held, 10 Feathered Blade and Futsunushi, already gifted. Can be recalled at any time. Ancient Permissions Dragonbone Cross, Effect 1, Domain of the Dragon Feast, a closed domain that triples all personal attributes upon activation, allowing instant release of word spirits without chanting. Effect 2, Divine Right of Kings, continuously grants the recipient with one's own blood, subtly transforming the recipient's body to bear the king's authority. Current 4 Gentleman's Authority Grantor 24, Effect 3, New Expansion Bathing in Glory. Continuously provides the inheritor with 50 delay in aging and 10 resistance to physical and magical attacks. Newly added word Spirit Time Zero, effect, within 15 seconds. A small domain centered on oneself can accelerate time within it, up to a maximum of 300 times, shareable but reduced to 1/10 of the original effect. Lin Yu gazed at the crimson text before him, a peculiar sense of exhilaration swelling within him, as he silently offered a tribute to the selfless sacrifice of the Lowu. Truth be told, with his flight speed nearing 6 Mach, combined with the 15 seconds of time zero, his enemies would need a miraculous combination of the World Golden Requiem and a stand-in to stand a chance against him. Otherwise, they would hardly conceive of any opportunity to prevail. Of course, mere words without action are worthless. Lin Yu, naturally, needed to familiarize himself with these abilities, and the still recovering Gojo was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. With a sly smile curling at his lips, Lin Yu turned to the still gasping Gojo, slumped by the roadside. Clearly, the recent events had been rather overwhelming for the 15-year-old. Yet, reflecting on the fact that in just 68 years, they would be dispatched to the heavens to combat extraterrestrial beings, any lingering guilt he felt about testing Gojo would swiftly dissipate. Gojo, Lin Yu approached, patting his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Do you know why birds can fly? Gojo, still dazed, looked up, scratching his head, and tentatively replied. Because they want to soar into the sky. At this moment, his mind was still muddled, lingering on the candle dragon and meteors from earlier, utterly oblivious to why Lin Yu had posed such a question. No, it is not merely a desire, it is a necessity. Lin Yu crouched down, flicking the dust from Gojo's collar as he spoke. When the final star fell during the Cretaceous, only the free birds could escape the predetermined extinction. Your future path is long and fraught with various foes, and we shall inevitably grow old, succumbing to the currents of the past. Therefore, before that day arrives, you must become stronger, evolving into the new dawn of the Cursed Realm. However, these words were merely Lin Yu's encouragement for Gojo. Since the day he merged with the Black King, he and humanity had become two distinct species. Gojo furrowed his brow, contemplating the deeper meaning behind Lin Yu's statement. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming weight. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu's curse power had enveloped him like a fine veil. Instantly, a sense of foreboding surged within him. And turning to look, he beheld Lin Yu's back, a pair of obsidian dragon wings unfurling, the edges shimmering with a faint golden light. The wind producing a delicate rustle sound from the dragon scales. To Gojo's ears, it resonated like the tolling of an eternal death bell. Without a moment's hesitation, Gojo Yuji acted purely on instinct. His leg muscles tensed in an instant, his body leaning forward as he darted toward the dense forest, intending to utilize the complex geography to escape Lin Yu's grasp. Yet, the disparity in strength loomed large, and whether he could fly was not within Gojo's control. In the next moment, Lin Yu's powerful hand seized him by the collar, yanking him back. Gojo turned, offering a wry smile, his eyes filled with earnestness and hope. Teacher Lin Yu, please don't. Lin Yu smiled slightly, shaking his head coldly, as he began to chant the intricate dragon script, the servants of the time wheel. Heed my words. I shall be the staff. I shall be the master. Word spirit, time zero. As the words landed, Gojo felt the surrounding scenery shift as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. The roadside landscape stretched into elongated ink lines. With a gentle push from Lin Yu's feet, the two transformed into a streak of black light, soaring into the sky. The swiftness was so astonishing that Huzhong felt as though someone were tugging at him. As if in the next moment, his very soul would be wrenched from him. He realized that if he did not hastily return it, he might perish. Recalling the vivid descriptions Fuhai Kuei had given of Lin Yu's flight, he had initially thought them exaggerated. Now he understood that Fuhai Kuei had indeed understated the matter. This was beyond mere speed. It was as if his spirit were being forcibly extracted. With dragon-like wings unfurled, Lin Yu tore through the clouds, creating a horizon that extended over 10 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he had transported Huzhong safely to Gaozhuan. With a gentle toss, the barely conscious Huzhong landed securely on an empty bed in the medical department of Gaozhuan. Then, Lin Yu stroked his chin, as if suddenly recalling something. And with one hand forming a fist and the other an open palm, he struck down decisively. In a flash, he reappeared with a collection of exquisite cosmetics in hand. After meticulously counting them, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief and strolled leisurely inside. In the room, the night shift nurse, Jiaru Shaozi, calmly lit a cigarette, retrieving a recorder and a wooden box adorned with talismans from a drawer as she approached. Extending her slender, jade-like hand, she pressed it against Huzhong's chest, kindly assessing his condition, which brought a hint of color back to his pale face. Taking a deep breath, Huzhong looked at Jiaru with lingering trepidation and uncertainly asked, "Am I still alive?" Jiaru exhaled a smoke ring, empathizing with a sigh tinged with helpless sympathy. "You are indeed alive. Rest assured, you are safe now." Chapter 48. The 9 forms of curse embryos. As Lin Yu pushed open the door, he overheard Jiaru's words and immediately furrowed his brows in complaint. Xiaozi. That is not fair. It makes me sound like a villain bullying a child. Jiaru glanced at him, her tone flat. Be more confident. Remove the like from your statement. Lin Yu pursed his lips, waving his hands in a feigned display of sorrow. Alas, I was worried you were under too much pressure. So I prepared some girl and skincare products for you. It seems someone does not need them. Jiaru cleared her throat twice, silently stepping forward to take the gift box from Lin Yu's hands, adjusting her hair. Since it's from you, Lin Yu, I shall graciously accept it. Additionally, while there are commendable aspects to you, I understand that your intention is to train Hu Zhang's resilience. Hu Zhang, Sensei Xiaozi, have you surrendered? Seeing this, Lin Yu clapped his hands and smoothly redirected the conversation. All right, time is of the essence. We must focus on the matter at hand. Xiaozi, please pass me the wooden box in your hand. Nodding in response, Xiaozi handed the wooden box to Lin Yu. Upon receiving it, Lin Yu placed it on the table beside the bed and tore away the yellow talisman affixed to it. With a sharp sound, as the talisman detached, a faint vibration and indistinct growls emanated from within the box. Hu Zhang felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively shrank back towards the corner of the bed. Don't be alarmed. They are merely a few curse embryos, Lin Yu reassured, gradually opening the box to reveal 9 palm-sized blackened fetal corpses, each distinct in form, representing the 9 different states of dissolution that occur after death: the swollen form, the withered form, the blood-stained form, the pus-ridden form, the devoured form, the scattered form, the skeletal form, and the burned form. Among them, the most notorious were the swollen, withered, and blood-stained forms. According to the original narrative, they were to be taken by the real person after Quan Suo led an invasion of Gaozhuan, resurrected through flesh, and ultimately sacrificed heroically within a brotherhood. However, with Lin Yu's unexpected intervention as a time traveler, this intricate family drama was destined to remain unplayed. Is this the special curse object? The 9 forms of curse embryos? Jiaru leaned in for a closer look, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it has been sealed for so long. It is time to unleash its potential, Lin Yu stated, his gaze shifting to Hu Zhang. Hu Zhang, as you gaze upon these curse embryos, do you experience any peculiar sensations? Perhaps a connection through blood? Hu Zhang furrowed his brow and leaned in to examine them closely. Initially, he felt no particular sensation, only an overwhelming sense of malevolence that made his scalp prickle. Yet, after staring for a few moments, he suddenly felt warmth spreading through his chest, his heartbeat quickened, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Zhang reached to touch his chest, confirming it was not merely a figment of his imagination. I think I'm resonating with them. It feels as if I am encountering kin, though we share different fathers and mothers. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Excellent. This is precisely the sensation we seek. With that, Lin Yu retrieved the swollen curse embryo from the box and presented it to Hu Zhang. Here, consume it. What? Hu Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the curse embryo marred by a scar on its nose, his face paling. Teacher Lin Yu, are you serious? This thing doesn't look very palatable. It is edible, not only that, but you must consume all 9. Only then can you hasten the awakening of your techniques. Lin Yu replied with a smile. But this is utterly revolting, Hu Zhang exclaimed, gazing at the slimy surface of the curse embryo, his stomach churning. The dizziness from being flung through the air still lingered, and now he was expected to eat this? Is there no other way? Perhaps we could boil it or add some seasoning. Do you think this is cooking? Why not ask your inner Sukuna to help you out? I recall ancient texts stating he had a severe case of pica, for which he sought a chef named Li Mei. Perhaps he would relish this? In the next moment, a large, bloodthirsty mouth materialized on Hu Zhang's right cheek, angrily berating Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you bastard. You think I like eating humans? I prefer devouring corpses. If I could get out of here, I would chop you into pieces. Lin Yu paid no heed to Sukuna's outburst, pushing the curse embryo and wooden box forward with an air of insistence. Hu Zhang, eat it. Do not emulate Sukuna. A man should possess fortitude and not be overly sensitive. Sukuna roared furiously. With gritted teeth, Hu Zhang found himself torn between conflicting thoughts. Ultimately, he chose to resign himself to fate, closing his eyes and reaching for the curse embryo and wooden box. Taking a deep breath to suppress his discomfort, he pinched his nose, opened his mouth wide, and forced the curse embryo inside. Upon entry, the curse embryo began to writhe in his mouth, releasing an aroma reminiscent of Indian cuisine that nearly induced him to vomit. Hu Zhang quickly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forcing the curse embryo down into his stomach. Yet before he could catch his breath, Lin Yu had already grabbed the wooden box with his left hand, extracting the withered curse embryo, while thrusting a bottle of mineral water towards him with his right hand. Huzhang, keep going. It's better to endure the pain swiftly. Let us muster our strength and finish them all at once. With that, he held Huzhang's chin, eliminating any escape routes, and directly shoved the cursed embryo, glistening with a black membrane, into his mouth, followed by a swig of mineral water. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, and finally the ninth. At last, as Huzhang teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Yu completed the feeding process. Observing Huzhang's tear-filled eyes, Lin Yu gently patted his shoulder, his tone considerably softer than before. Well done. You didn't vomit. You've managed better than I anticipated. Lin Yu crouched down, gently tapping the chest of Huzhang with his fingertips. The power of these cursed fetuses is merging with you, and now is the pivotal moment. Hold on a little longer and try to absorb them with your body. If all goes well, in about a month, you will fully absorb their strength and successfully awaken your own technique. At that time, your power will undergo a tremendous transformation compared to now, and you may even aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the foremost sorcerers. After a pause, Lin Yu added, of course, you will not be alone during this period. I will serve as your mentor, personally imparting combat skills and strategies to help your body absorb the power of the Jiuxiang 2 more swiftly. Chapter 49. The concert 7 days later, the atmosphere surrounding the Osaka Dome in the Kansai region of Neon Country was electric. Outside, fans donned in Lin Zhao's support gear lined up, excitedly discussing the upcoming concert while holding light sticks emblazoned with her name. Inside, over 50,000 seats were filled to capacity, and the large screen above the stage replayed Lin Zhao's MV in a continuous loop, with waves of cheers rising every few minutes, igniting the fervor of the fans. In the backstage dressing room, Lin Zhao sat before a vanity, clad in a fitted silver sequined evening gown adorned with tassels. Surrounding her were 7 top-tier makeup artists bustling about. Under their exquisite craftsmanship, Lin Zhao's already ethereal beauty radiated an otherworldly glow. She blinked at the mirror, lightly touching her lips with her fingertips, filled with anticipation. Knock, knock, knock. A voice sounded from behind Lin Zhao. Zhao, good news. Her manager, Tianzhu Kan, burst into the dressing room, tablet in hand, excitement barely contained on her face. Her voice trembling slightly. The ticket sales have been finalized, 52,000 people. The online livestream reservations have surpassed 120,000, setting a new record for the company's artists. She hurried to Lin Zhao's side and presented the tablet before her. Look, the company just announced that after this concert, they will mobilize all resources to prepare a world tour for you. Tokyo, New York, London, Paris, all the cities you've always dreamed of visiting. Boss has personally promised that everything can be arranged. Really? Lin Zhao sprang up from her chair, her eyes sparkling like stars, nearly causing the bouquet on the table to topple. A world tour had been her lifelong dream, and countless nights she had longed to stand on stages in different countries, letting her voice echo across the globe. Now, her dream was finally within reach. She felt a rush of emotion, her nose tingling as she tightly grasped Tianzhu Kan's hand. Zhu Kanjia, thank you, and thank the company for always believing in me. Foolish girl. You earned all this through your own hard work. Tianzhu Kan patted her hand gently, her eyes misty. From the first time I heard you sing, I knew you would rise to fame. But calm down, compose yourself. The concert will officially begin in 10 minutes. Lin Zhao nodded, patting her own cheek, silently encouraging herself. Lin Zhao, you can do this. Don't let your fans down. As the clock struck 7, the lights on either side of the stage suddenly extinguished, plunging the venue into silence. A few seconds later, a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage, and Lin Zhao, lifting her gown, stepped forward with a light-hearted stride. As her figure appeared on the big screen, the audience erupted into a deafening cheer, colorful light sticks waving in unison, creating a sea of light. Lin Zhao grasped the microphone, smiling at the audience, her clear voice resonating through the speakers. Good evening, friends who have traveled from afar. I am Lin Zhao. Her words were simple, yet resonated like celestial music, igniting another wave of cheers. As the music began, Lin Zhao's voice flowed forth, clear and powerful, at times gentle and melodic, at others soaring and impassioned, each note striking the hearts of her fans. The audience sang along, some even moved to tears, transforming the entire dome into a joyous ocean. 1 song, 2 songs, 3 songs. Lin Zhao sang 5 consecutive tracks, interspersed with interactions with the fans, maintaining an atmosphere of exhilaration. Half an hour later, during intermission, she returned backstage, drenched in sweat, just as she took the mineral water bottle from Tianzhu Kan, intending to quench her thirst. A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind her. Watch out. Tianzhu reacted swiftly, instinctively pushing Lin Xiao aside. However, the force was too swift and fierce. Before Lin Xiao could comprehend, she saw Tianzhu hurtling against the wall like a kite with its string cut. With a dull thud, Tianzhu crumpled to the ground, unconscious, the mineral water bottle slipping from her grasp and spilling across the floor. Zhukanjia. Lin Xiao's pupils dilated, her heart racing to her throat. She whirled around to see a towering cursed spirit standing at the entrance of the dressing room. Its form was cloaked in deep green vines, interspersed with brown bark, devoid of distinct facial features. Save for curving fissures and a peculiar bud blossoming on its right shoulder, it was a special-grade cursed spirit, Huayu. Human, it is our first meeting. I kindly ask you to accompany me. Huayu's voice was raspy and low, akin to rusted metal scraping together, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Lin Xiao's gaze turned icy, her cursed energy surging forth, her piercing golden eyes glowing with intensity. Covered in dark green scales, magnificent wings unfurled from her back, embodying beauty intertwined with authority. Gazing at the special-grade cursed spirit before her, Lin Xiao felt confident. With her current strength, dealing with it would be a trivial matter. If it weren't for the 50,000 fans outside, a single punch would suffice to exorcise it. Yet, out of caution, she refrained from rash action. Stepping back to shield the unconscious Tianzhu, her tone laced with menace. What do you want? If you have business, come at me. Do not harm the innocent. Human, it seems your memory is rather poor. I have already stated my intention upon arrival. I merely wish for you to accompany me. Huayu's vines brushed against the ground, leaving deep gouges. However, I advise you to comply willingly and refrain from any tricks. Otherwise, that group of foolish insects outside will shed blood. Lin Xiao's body stiffened, her fists clenching tightly, knuckles whitening. She could disregard her own safety, but she could not gamble with the lives of over 50,000 people. Though she could unleash her full power and swiftly vanquish the cursed spirit before her, it would inevitably lead to casualties among the audience. Thus, she had no choice but to concede. Very well, I agree. I will accompany you. Lin Xiao's voice bore a hint of suppressed fury, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Huayu. Seemingly satisfied with her response, Huayu's vines swirled in the air, producing a rustling sound. Do not be hasty. Your kind is notoriously cunning. To err on the side of caution, you must establish a binding agreement, declaring your renunciation of all combat capabilities. Chapter 50. The blood butchering of the demon Luo Tian festival. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's anger surged. Damn cursed spirit. Do you take me for a fool? How could I trust you to honor such an agreement? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao's golden eyes suddenly gleamed, and dark blue scales instantly enveloped her body. Massive black dragon wings unfurled behind her, exuding an oppressive aura. She was acutely aware that outside, 50,000 fans awaited, and the longer she delayed, the more perilous her situation became. She had to act swiftly. Rest assured, I shall eliminate you before you can strike. Lin Xiao's voice was icy as she raised her fist and charged at Huayu, intent on delivering a decisive blow. However, just as her fist was about to connect with Huayu, a myriad of dark red runes abruptly emerged on Huayu's surface, writhing as if alive. Lin Xiao's heart sank as she sensed something amiss, and she attempted to retreat. Yet it was too late. The runes detached from Huayu's body, adhering to her scales and burrowing into her skin, directly assaulting her soul. Lin Xiao stifled a groan, her soul feeling as if it were being pierced by countless fine needles, the excruciating pain causing her dragon wings to tremble slightly, and her magical energy became chaotic. Huayu emitted a piercing laugh, the vines swirling in the air. Foolish human, you have fallen for the trap. This is a soul curse forged from 100,000 souls by Yaozi Shinshu. No matter how strong you are, once your soul is injured, your combat power will be reduced to a mere fraction. Lin Xiao glared at Huayu through gritted teeth, her fingertips brushing against the emergency beacon concealed in her attire. This was a precaution she had long prepared. The moment she pressed the button, members of Tiandi Ijia's Great Love Alliance hidden throughout the concert would receive the signal. Shamelessly, dare to face me directly. Lin Xiao pressed the beacon, simultaneously enduring the searing pain as she summoned her blood-sucking scythe, sending a crimson wind blade slicing toward Huayu to hinder her approach. Yet within 10 seconds, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor as 6 sorcerers clad in black uniforms rushed in, brandishing specially crafted magical artifacts, immediately positioning themselves in front of Lin Xiao. Miss, we have arrived. They were Lin Xiao's guards stationed at the venue, seasoned fighters who charged towards Huayu, shouting, "Special grade curse spirit, perish." Upon witnessing this, Huayu slammed the vines onto the ground, Annoying insects. Domain, open, blossoming light sea. A pale green magical energy rapidly expanded, enveloping the changing room and corridor in a sealed space, completely isolating external sounds. Within this realm, countless toxic flower buds erupted from the ground, and the vines coiled around the sorcerers like venomous serpents, the toxicity causing the air to shimmer with a faint green mist. In mere moments, 7 or 8 members of the Great Love Alliance who were caught off guard were instantaneously slain. "Watch out for the poison," a sorcerer shouted, swinging his blade to sever the encroaching vines. But just as he cleaved one, more vines surged forth, their poisonous thorns slicing into his arm, the wound turning black in an instant. Lin Xiao, enduring the torment in her soul, flared her dragon wings, dispersing the surrounding toxic mist with a gust. "Do not panic. Focus your attacks on the flower buds." Although her combat power had significantly diminished, the innate combat instinct embedded in her dragon lineage allowed her to discern that Hua Yu's lethal strike lay in the peculiar flower bud on her right shoulder. She charged at Hua Yu with fervor, channeling her remaining magical energy into her fist, aiming to smash the flower bud. Hua Yu was taken aback. This human, grievously wounded by the soul curse, was still capable of launching an attack. In a flurry, she raised her vines to shield herself. Bang! Lin Zhao's fist collided with the vines, the magical energy erupting, shattering the vines instantly, and she seized the opportunity to break through the blockade, her fist crashing into the flower bud on Hua Yu's shoulder. Hua Yu let out a wail as the flower bud exploded. Half of her body reduced to a bloody mess by the magical energy, the domain destabilizing as the pale green energy began to dissipate. She had never anticipated that Lin Xiao, even with less than 10% of her strength remaining, could render her so disheveled. This blow forced Hua Yu to retreat, staggering backward, her eyes filled with shock and trepidation. Lin Xiao stood firm, the excruciating pain in her soul causing her vision to darken, nearly losing consciousness. Yet she grit her teeth and turned to the 4 remaining sorcerers beside her, her voice hoarse. "Attack. Take advantage of its injury and strike together to vanquish it." The 4 sorcerers nodded immediately, raising their magical artifacts and charging towards Hua Yu once more. Seeing this, Hua Yu suddenly roared, "Yaozi Shinxiu, how much longer must you wait to reveal yourself?" Lin Zhao's heart sank as she abruptly turned toward the wall behind her, a barrier designed to conceal presence shattered, revealing Guan Suo, clad in a black trench coat, leisurely stepping forth with a sinister smile. "Do not rush. Everything is under my control." The newcomer was none other than the mastermind behind the entire affair, Guan Suo. Before Lin Xiao could react, Guan Suo gathered a pitch-black magical energy at his fingertips and flung it towards the 4 sorcerers with remarkable speed. The sorcerers barely had time to comprehend the trajectory of the attack before the magical energy pierced through their bodies, blood splattering onto the ground as they collapsed, unable to rise again. "No." Lin Zhao's eyes widened in horror as she turned, intending to rush at Guan Suo and eliminate him. However, Guan Suo swiftly moved to the unconscious Etian Junan, gripping her neck and lifting her before Lin Xiao, shaking her before her. "Do not approach. Take another step, and your manager will lose her life." Etian Junan's neck was turning purple from the grip, her remaining consciousness weakly struggling. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao could only force herself to halt, glaring at Guan Suo with her golden eyes filled with rage. At that moment, Hua Yu's wounds had fully healed, and she charged at Lin Xiao, her vines coalescing into a sharp hand blade aimed at the nape of her neck. Lin Zhao's senses remained alert. Instantly detecting the attack from behind, she swiftly turned to throw a punch, but the soul curse suddenly flared, causing her body to stiffen for a moment, her punch slowing just enough. Bang! Hua Yu's hand blade struck Lin Zhao's nape with tremendous force. Her vision darkened, her dragon wings dissipated, her scales faded, and her body crumpled to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Seeing this, Guan Suo chuckled coldly, unhesitatingly snapping Etian Junan's neck, her lifeless body thudding to the floor. He approached Lin Xiao, crouching beside her, gathering a faint black magical energy at his fingertips to draw a sealing rune on her forehead, just in case. "I shall seal your magical energy as a precaution." The rune fused into Lin Zhao's body, entirely obstructing the flow of her magical energy. Subsequently, Guan Suo smiled, approached Hua Yu, and glanced down at the fallen Lin Xiao, instructing Hua Yu, "You may leave now. Go to the designated location and wait. I will handle matters here." Hua Yu nodded, vines wrapping around her body as she turned and vanished at the corridor's end. Then, Guan Suo elegantly adjusted his trench coat and stepped out from behind the stage, heading directly toward the main stage. The fans, who had been eagerly waiting for Lin Zhao's return, fell into silence upon seeing an unfamiliar man take the stage. Moments later, discontented shouts erupted. "Who are you? Get off the stage. We want Lin Xiao. Where's Lin Xiao? What have you done with her? Hurry and bring Lin Xiao out. Otherwise, we will demand refunds." Standing at the center of the stage, Guansu listened to the cacophony of curses, not a shred of anger crossing his face, but rather a cruel smile emerged. He slowly raised his hands, addressing the audience. "Miss Lin Xiao has left due to unforeseen circumstances. From now on, I shall perform for you all. And this performance is titled, The End of the Monkeys." With that, Guansuo swiftly formed hand seals, creating a bizarre, triad claw symbol. Pitch-black magical energy converged from all directions, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. The once bright stage lights began to flicker and then extinguished completely. A thick scent of blood permeating the air, silencing the fans' shouts and replacing them with anxious cries. The domain unfolded, blood-slaughtered demon wrote a festival. Guansuo's voice resonated through the sound system, chillingly cold and spine-tingling. As his voice fell, the energy within the domain began to surge violently, manifesting dark claws of cursed power in the air, reaching for the panicked fans like a death drag, pulling them into the altar beneath the feet of the demon. Ultimately, amidst the symphony of screams and the tearing of flesh and bone lasting for several minutes, the over 50,000 spectators present were transformed into a vast river of blood, departing this world forever. Chapter 51. Li Ying High School. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Kanagawa Prefectural Li Ying High School, Jinren waved a photograph in his hand, gazing at the school's golden plaque with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, muttering to himself, "So, this is the place that Yaotu Shinshu, Jinso, sent me to?" With his eyes scanning the surroundings, a chilling grin spread across his face, suggesting that today would not be dull. He did not rush inside. Instead, he retrieved a yellowed talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the stone pillar on the right side of the school gate. As soon as the talisman touched the pillar, a faint black light emanated with a hum. An invisible barrier rapidly expanded from the gate, enveloping the entire campus in an instant, effectively isolating the interior from the outside and obscuring the view of ordinary people. As the barrier took shape, the sounds of laughter from within the campus had not yet faded when Jinren leisurely stepped inside. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his black mesh shirt, he walked briskly into the nearest teaching building. Classroom of grade 3, 200. A bespectacled female teacher was pointing at the blackboard, explaining a math problem, while the students were engrossed in taking notes, completely unaware of the unexpected guest that had just entered. Jinren's lips twisted into a cold smile as he slowly walked in, raising his hand to silently place a hand enveloped in pale purple cursed energy upon the shoulder of a boy at the back who was spinning a pen. The boy suddenly furrowed his brow, feeling a tingling in his arm. Just as he intended to rub it, his body began to convulse uncontrollably. His fingers twisted at unnatural angles, the bones beneath his skin cracking ominously, and in an instant, a spiky tentacle sprouted from his body, crashing down onto the desk. "Ah, what are you doing?" The girl sitting next to him exclaimed in shock, yelling at the boy. Her scream successfully drew the attention of the entire class. To their horror, they discovered that the boy had transformed into a grotesque monster with bone spikes, opening its gaping maw and devouring the ponytailed girl who had just yelled at him. Seeing this, the students in the classroom panicked and scrambled in all directions like startled birds. But Jinren would not let them escape so easily. In the next moment, he appeared at the doorway and lightly pointed at a girl in the front row. Her face swelled dramatically, her skin splitting open, and in an instant, she transformed into a pus-dripping creature, howling as it lunged at the fleeing crowd. Afterward, Jinren casually stepped outside and locked the door behind him. Next, Jinren became a rampaging beast, wreaking havoc in the corridors, and in less than 10 minutes, the teaching building was filled with grotesque transformations. Of course, this horrific scene was merely an appetizer. The true nightmare was just beginning. In the library, dormitories, cafeteria, infirmary, school store, and even the restrooms, Jinren infiltrated every corner like maggots feasting on a decaying corpse, leaving no place untouched. Under his influence, the transformation spread through Li Ying High School like the T-virus from a horror game, turning this place, which should have been a bastion of youth and dreams, into a living hell. At that moment, alarms blared in the emergency communication room of the Jujutsu High School. Itachi's face paled as he traced the source of the signal, his fingers flying across the keyboard to retrieve Lin Yu's contact information and send an urgent message. Teacher Lin Yu. A building in Kanagawa Prefectural Li Ying High School has shown signs of cursed spirit activity, with barriers present, suspected to be man-made, and internal casualties unknown. Requesting immediate assistance. In the training field, Lin Yu lounged on a recliner, sipping soda while correcting Itadori's training on Black Flash. Just then, an urgent notification rang in his ears. Lin Yu removed his sunglasses and immediately rose to grab his phone from a nearby table. Upon seeing the keyword Kanagawa Prefectural Li-ing High School on his phone, Lin Yu's expression darkened. This name was all too familiar to him. It was the place where Yoshino Junpei met his tragic end in the original storyline of Jujutsu Kaisen. And it was also the character with whom Lin Yu felt the strongest resonance. Before his transmigration, Lin Yu, as an orphan, had endured bullying and discrimination, suffering burns from cigarette butts, false accusations, and beatings, experiences that had become a part of his daily life. In his desperation, he sought help from teachers, only to be met with dismissive remarks questioning why he was targeted instead of others, implying that it was his own fault for being bullied. In his quest to escape this torment, Lin Yu had made countless attempts, yet he remained unaware that the depths of human malice knew no bounds. Before the flames of retribution could reach them, those who stood by were often content to remain silent spectators or even complicit in the cruelty. Ultimately, in a moment of unbearable frustration, Lin Yu's blood boiled over, leading him to confront his tormentors with fierce resistance. Though he did not emerge victorious, he succeeded in drawing blood. The outcome, of course, was tragic. The school, fully aware of the power dynamics between the powerless orphan and the wealthy bully, chose to side with the latter. Lin Yu was unjustly accused of inciting trouble, expelled from school, and thrust into the harsh realities of society far too soon. From that moment on, he harbored an indescribable hatred for those who wielded their power to distort truth and oppress the vulnerable. After responding to Itachi's message, Lin Yu swiftly pulled Itadori, who was still catching his breath, and firmly declared, "Itadori, training is on hold. Something has happened at Li-ing High School, and I sense something amiss. You need to come with me right away to rescue the innocent inside." Itadori halted his punching motion, nodded without question. Lin Yu stepped forward, grasping Itadori firmly, entering his dragon transformation mode. Huge black dragon wings unfurled as Lin Yu kicked off the ground with force. In the blink of an eye, their figures shot forth like arrows, breaking through the air above the training ground, creating a sharp, whistling sound. The trees and buildings along their path flew by in a blur, and Itadori felt as if he had suddenly appeared above Li-ing High School. Just as they were about to descend, a powerful repulsive force impeded Lin Yu's entrance. Frowning slightly, he glanced at Itadori, who had become partially embedded in the barrier, immediately understanding the cause. With a cold chuckle, Lin Yu found a position to place Itadori, saying, "Itadori, this is a barrier specifically designed to counter me. I cannot enter for the time being. Therefore, the rescue mission inside will have to be entrusted to you for now. Don't worry. This barrier won't hold me back for long. I will break through and support you soon. So, no matter what, you must hold on." Chapter 52. Jinren's game. As Itadori stepped through the barrier and landed, his nostrils were immediately filled with the overwhelming stench of blood. Looking around, he saw the corridors of the teaching building filled with twisted, grotesque transformations and strewn with shattered bones and flesh. The once clean, white tiles were stained a dark red with blood, and the air was thick with a murky mist of blood. Damn it! Itadori clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he struggled to contain the rage boiling within him. Despite the seething anger within him, he did not forget Lin Yu's instructions. Taking a deep breath, he instantly enveloped his eyes with cursed energy, scrutinizing the filth on the ground. Soon, a myriad of black lines, forming an intricate web of residue, appeared before him, sending a chill down his spine. Nevertheless, he suppressed his discomfort and sought the most concentrated source of this residue. On the other side, the man known as Jinren leisurely strolled to the storage room's entrance. Sensing the presence of living souls inside, a cold smile crept across his lips as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, his footsteps soundless. Within the storage room, for students encircled a frail boy with shoulder-length black hair, whose slanted bangs obscured the right side of his face. This was Yoshino Junpei. Among the four surrounding him, a burly man clad in athletic wear seized Junpei's bangs and yanked him forcefully to his feet. With fierce eyes, he glared menacingly at Junpei, his tone leaving no room for rejection. "You worthless piece of trash. Hurry up and see what is happening outside. If you dare to cower any longer, I'll kill you right here." The two boys beside him and an arrogant girl chimed in, hands on their hips, berating him. "Are you deaf? Get out there and check the situation. Do you want us all to die here?" Junpei gritted his teeth, wanting to plead for mercy, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a long-haired man standing behind Yamamoto Yoji, his face marred with stitches. His pupils constricted sharply, and his body instinctively froze in place. Jinren noticed Junpei's reaction, raised an eyebrow, and slowly approached him with a smile. "Oh, you can see me?" The other four in the storage room, seeing Junpei not only silent but staring into the air, immediately erupted in anger. The burly man released Junpei's bangs and kicked him in the stomach. "What are you looking at? Are you dumb? If you want to see, get out and look." The three others prepared to join in, kicking Junpei repeatedly. However, as they did, they felt an inexplicable resistance at their feet, preventing them from landing a kick on Junpei. Realizing the assault had suddenly ceased, Junpei relaxed his tense body and cautiously lifted his head, opening his tightly shut eyes. But upon doing so, he was met with Zhen Ren's face, disfigured by stitches, so close he could see the cracks in the man's skin. Terrified, he recoiled, crashing heavily against a shelf, causing several boxes to tumble down and land at his feet. "Indeed, you can see me." Zhen Ren straightened up, his tone laced with amusement. "Excellent. After so long of transforming these creatures, I find myself a bit weary. As the last living soul here, you shall entertain me in a little game." Junpei's mind was clouded, instinctively glancing at the burly man and his companions. How could they still be here if he was the last? Before he could comprehend, Zhen Ren raised his hand and made a swift motion towards the three students behind the burly man. A flash of pale purple cursed energy swept through, and the three immediately collapsed as if their bones were extracted, their bodies convulsing violently, the sound of cracking bones echoing as they transformed into grotesque beings, oozing pus and howling as they lunged at the burly man. "Ah, monsters!" The burly man was paralyzed with fear and attempted to flee, only to be bitten in the arm by one of the transformed beings, blood gushing forth. Junpei felt his stomach churn, yet he lacked even the courage to close his eyes. "Do you wish to live?" Zhen Ren's voice echoed in his ears, snapping Junpei back to reality as he turned to face him. Zhen Ren squatted down. A chilling smile etched on his face. "If you play this game with me and amuse me, I will let you leave safely. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Junpei, and he trembled as he nodded in agreement. Zhen Ren, pleased, gestured dismissively at the three grotesque beings still feasting on the burly man's remains, instructing them to leave and not disturb his enjoyment. He then reached out, helping Junpei to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothes, speaking to him as one would to a child. "Now, let the game begin. This game is called finger twisting." Zhen Ren raised his own hand, the fingertips glimmering coldly. "I will twist your fingers one by one, and your task is to endure in silence until I reach the 10th one. If you can hold out until then, you win, and I shall release you safely." Junpei stared at Zhen Ren's hand, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart, yet he dared not refuse, gritting his teeth and nodding once more. Zhen Ren smiled with satisfaction, and before Junpei could react, he slowly twisted the first finger. In an instant, a piercing pain surged through him, as if countless needles were stabbing at his heart. Yet Junpei stifled his cries, biting down hard on his lip, swallowing the scream that threatened to escape, though tears began to flow uncontrollably. The second, the third, each twist felt like doubling the agony. By the time he reached the fifth, Junpei's body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through his uniform, his teeth chattering, and his lips stained with blood. Yet, the thought that enduring 5 more would mean survival and a reunion with his mother rekindled a flicker of hope within him. As the 7th finger was twisted, darkness clouded his vision and consciousness faded. He bit down on his tongue, clinging to the shelf for support, resolutely fixating on Zhen Ren's hand, silently urging himself, "Just 3 more, hold on, and you will live." The moment the 9th finger was twisted, agonizing pain crashed over him like a tidal wave, causing his body to convulse violently, a faint sound escaping his throat. He quickly covered his mouth, his nails digging into his cheek, the metallic taste of blood flooding his senses. Yet, as he gazed at the last finger Zhen Ren had yet to twist, a spark of determination ignited within him. Just one more. If he could endure this final twist, he would win. He would survive. Junpei clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from exertion, not daring to breathe loudly as he fought against the bone-crushing pain, his mind fixated solely on one thought. "Mother, wait for me to come home." The sharp agony from his broken fingers had yet to fade, and Junpei's body trembled uncontrollably from the excruciating torment, his throat betraying him with broken gasps. Gazing at the last finger, hope flickered in Junpei's eyes. But just as he believed this torment was nearing its end, Zhen Ren's icy voice sliced through the air, accompanied by a glimmer of cursed energy, "Wu Wei Zhuanbian." In an instant, those twisted, deformed fingers restored to their original state. Not even a trace of injury remaining. Stunned, Junpei stood frozen in place, his throat releasing a strangled sound of disbelief, a primal reaction to overwhelming shock and fear. He finally grasped that Junren had no intention of stopping. The so-called game had been a ruse from the very beginning. You cheat. This is cheating. The once hopeful Junpei succumbed to despair, his voice sharp and distorted with anger and hopelessness, devoid of any of the strength he had previously held. He has seen through the true nature of the person before him, who appears harmless yet seeks not a confession of defeat, but rather the complete obliteration of his dignity and will, satisfying his sadistic tendencies. The individual remained indifferent to Xuanping's pleas, even leaning in with a hint of amusement, exhaling warm breath against his ear. Human, you have lost. With that, he placed his hand on Xuanping's face, his tone devoid of emotion, yet it resonated in Xuanping's ears more chillingly than any threat. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a large hole was kicked into the ceiling of the storage room. A size 45 foot, imbued with cursed energy, struck the individual's face with tremendous force, sending him flying like a broken kite, colliding with a shelf and scattering the contents of cardboard boxes across the floor. Taking advantage of the recoil, Itadori landed firmly, shielding Xuanping behind him. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. The individual twisted his neck, rising from the ground with a cold smile. You bear no marks left by my creations. It seems you have circumvented them. However, it is regrettable that this will prove futile, no matter how strong your might. As long as I maintain the form of my soul yet, blood began to trickle from his nose. He froze momentarily, his heart skipping a beat. What is happening? His attack actually struck my soul as well. Upon reflection, Itadori, as the vessel for Sukuna, has always housed a soul other than his own. Capable of perceiving the contours of souls, this was hardly surprising. With his gaze darkening, the individual resolved to end this swiftly, not allowing Itadori a moment's respite. He raised his hand and waved toward the corridor, a cacophony of howls erupting as dozens of modified beings charged in, lunging toward Itadori. Simultaneously, the individual's figure flickered, blending into the throng of modified beings, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Itadori, wary and alert, instantly enveloped his fists in cursed energy, charging headlong into the oncoming modified beings. Black flash. He seized the moment when an opponent attacked, landing a punch squarely on their chest, instantly shattering them into fragments. However, there were too many foes. Just as he dispatched one group, another surged forward to entangle him. He could have evaded, but for Xuanping's sake, he had nowhere to retreat. Seeing this opportunity, the individual stealthily maneuvered to Itadori's side, pressing his palm against his back. Wu Wei Zhuangbian. In the next instant, the scene before him transformed into a crimson haze, engulfing his vision. Surrounding him were rotting corpses of cattle, piled high, with a throne of bones towering in the center. Upon that throne reclined Sukuna, clad in a loose kimono, the curse markings on his forehead glowing with a cold luminescence, emanating an oppressive aura akin to an invisible boulder that bore down upon the individual, paralyzing him in place. Have you touched my soul? Sukuna's voice was low and icy, laced with disdain that belittled him like an insect. Indeed, you possess a measure of courage. Yet, in light of our shared curse, I shall grant you only a minor lesson this time. Remember, there will not be a next. As his words settled, Sukuna's fingertips twitched, unleashing an infinite slash that sliced through the air like lightning. The individual felt an excruciating pain surging through his right arm as it was severed from the shoulder, blood gushing forth and splattering the ground littered with corpses, adding another shade of crimson to the scene. His consciousness fragmented in the throes of agony. Yet before he could regain his bearings, Itadori's fist, infused with violent cursed energy, crashed into him with a black flash. The punch slammed into the individual's abdomen, unleashing a detonation of cursed energy. He felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body bending like a shrimp, spewing blood mixed with eviscerated organs, and was hurled backward once more against the shelf, this time without any cardboard boxes to cushion the impact. Itadori's gaze turned frosty, denying the individual a moment to breathe. He lunged forward, seizing the individual by the hair, yanking his face up to collide with his own forehead against the bridge of his nose. Yet, the anticipated hardness was absent. Instead, it felt as soft as cotton. Itadori paused, glancing down to find he was gripping only a flimsy human skin. The individual's true form had vanished without a trace. Ha ha ha, foolish. The individual's mocking laughter echoed from behind. Itadori spun around abruptly to find the individual had somehow appeared behind him, his previously severed right arm now miraculously restored and grotesquely swollen. Before Itadori could react, the grotesque appendage swung through the air with a whistling sound, crashing down upon his head. With a thunderous impact, Itadori's head smashed into the wall behind him, bricks shattering and scattering, leaving him embedded like a painting, only his lower half visible. Blood flowed down his forehead, obscuring his vision. Fortunately, having previously flown high with Lin Yu, his body had acclimated to such violent impacts, allowing him to remain conscious despite the overwhelming dizziness. "Oh, you haven't lost consciousness?" The individual raised an eyebrow in surprise, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. He turned to the corner, where Shumping stood pale as a sheet, frozen in place. The individual approached with a playful demeanor, each step light as a cat, yet to Shumping, it felt as if every step echoed against his heartbeat. He attempted to retreat, but his back was already pressed against the shelf, leaving him with nowhere to go. In the next moment, the individual's hand rested atop Shumping's head, as pale purple cursed energy began to seep into his scalp and invade his body. Shumping felt a tingling numbness wash over him, his bones aching faintly. "Itadori. You see clearly now." The individual raised his head, gesturing toward Itadori embedded in the wall, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Didn't you wish to save him? Here's your chance. I'll give you 3 seconds. Let us see if you can save him before I convert him into one of my modified beings." Chapter 54. Compose control outside the campus. Lin Yu had completed the precise accumulation of energy against the arrogant foe before him, unleashing a slash toward the tent. In an instant, it transformed into a cascade of starlight, dissipating into nothingness. As anticipated, the moment the tent shattered, it drew the attention of several modified beings wandering around Liang Middle School. Lin Yu spread his dragon wings, hovering in midair, gazing down at the hellish scene unfolding below, his expression remaining calm and composed. Gradually, he lifted a slender finger, pointing toward Liang Middle School, instantly activating the vacuum serpent. The serpents, animated as if alive, slithered into the remnants of the shattered tent, and within moments, they returned with reports of all the surviving individuals and the situation regarding Itadori and others. The situation appears rather urgent. I must first neutralize that troublemaker." Lin Yu mused. With a thought, laziness and jealousy flew from his back, positioning themselves beside him. As Lin Yu uttered a succinct command, the 2 blades shot forth like arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, accurately targeting the storage room within the school. Inside the storage room, the individual was pressing down on Shumping's head, grinning maliciously at Itadori, who was embedded in the wall. 3 seconds are up, it seems, before he could finish. An overwhelming sense of dread surged through him, as if a terrifying predator were fixating upon him, causing his soul to tremble. This was a premonition he had never experienced before. Just as he attempted to sidestep, 2 beams of cold light had already arrived. The sound of slicing air erupted as jealousy struck first, piercing into the individual's skull and pinning him against the wall. The purple curse energy surged, causing the individual to emit a heart-wrenching wail, as if his soul were being simultaneously sliced by countless fine blades, with the sensation that his head might explode at any moment. More terrifying still, this curse energy completely disregarded his soul's defenses. No matter how he mobilized his own curse energy in resistance, he could only endure the waves of pain eroding his soul. Without hesitation, he swiftly raised his hands, attempting to extricate himself, but lethargy followed closely, penetrating his abdomen like lightning and piercing into his spine. As the blades entered his body, an overwhelming force far exceeding his limits radiated from their edges, pinning him firmly against the wall and utterly immobilizing him. "No, it's impossible." He gritted his teeth and roared, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He yearned to struggle, yet despair engulfed him. These 2 blades seemed to possess a will of their own. The moment he attempted to resist, or even harbored a mere thought of defiance, the sensations of soul slicing and gravity surged exponentially. Thus, he completely extinguished any desire to resist. At that moment, Shumping seized the opportunity to break free from his clutches, rolling and crawling to Hujang's side, clutching the hem of Hujang's garment tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hujang, observing the 2 blades that restrained the individual, realized that Lin Yu had arrived, finally alleviating the tension that had weighed on him for so long. High above, Lin Yu, having sensed the efficacy of the blades, raised his hand to manifest a realm devoid of dust, enveloping the entirety of Liang High School within its bounds. This act firmly immobilized all the transformed beings on campus, rendering them incapable of any aggressive actions. Having completed this crucial step, he utilized his curse energy to create a field akin to an electric current, simultaneously unleashing the incantation "Do Not Die" upon all students and faculty within the school. A pale mist of light emanated from Lin Yu, cascading like fine rain upon each transformed being. The previously distorted bodies began to visibly restore, pus-filled skin smoothed out. Grotesque bone spikes and tendrils gradually receded, and deformed limbs reverted to their original forms. Although Lin Yu's incantation was bound by stringent limitations, as long as the target met the two critical conditions of brain death and an intact soul, he could heal all wounds, including the reconstruction of the soul, regardless of their severity. In no time, the rampaging transformed beings on campus collapsed to the ground, reverting to their former identities as students and teachers. Presumably due to the immense toll of soul reconstruction on the human body, nearly all individuals fell into a deep slumber post-restoration. Without delay, with a gentle flap of his dragon wings, Lin Yu transformed into a streak of black light, appearing above the shattered ceiling of the storage room. He descended slowly, making not a sound, yet exuding an air of authority that compelled those present to instinctively bow in submission to him. Casting a glance at Hujiang and Shunping, Lin Yu noted their restored physical states thanks to the recent incantation, which slightly eased his mood. He then turned to face the individual pinned against the wall. Under the torment of jealousy and lethargy, this person had long since lost his former arrogance. His face was as pale as parchment. Yet his gaze toward Lin Yu harbored an inexplicable confidence. "You cannot kill me. Otherwise, you will never discover the whereabouts of your sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu remained silent, his expression as tranquil as a still sea, his emotionless golden eyes coldly locking onto the individual. In truth, Lin Yu was not indifferent to Lin Zhao's safety. Beneath his clothing, the veins in his forearm bulged, revealing the boundless fury he harbored at that moment. Had this been 8 years prior, he would have been the naive young man, having only traversed 3 years into this new existence, still possessing a hint of youthful zeal. Upon hearing the individual's words, he would have been overwhelmed by rage, losing all sense of reason. He would have then unhesitatingly subjected him to the most brutal tortures, determined to extract the whereabouts of Lin Xiao. However, after years of honing his emotional control, Lin Yu had achieved mastery over his feelings. Thus, he would not reveal even a hint of distress before this individual, allowing him to seize an opportunity to retaliate and consequently lose the initiative. As Lin Yu remained silent, fixated on his eyes without moving, an inexplicable dread enveloped the individual, as if he were crushed beneath a massive stone, weighed down and suffocated. Author's note: first and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all of you for your enduring support and companionship. It is thanks to the encouragement of each reader that I have persevered thus far. I also wish to apologize for the numerous logical inconsistencies that have appeared in my work. I have read your comments and will earnestly consider your suggestions, gradually incorporating improvements regarding the Buddhist hand seals of the domain, character depth, and the frequency of the female lead's appearances. Finally, regarding your opinions on Lin Yu, I initially envisioned the protagonist as a character akin to Wu Tiao Wugo, humorous yet reliable in critical moments, resulting in a somewhat juvenile and tedious portrayal. The limited role of Tian Nei Riko was due to the need for her integration. I plan to expand her role once her strength has developed, as my original intention for her was to grant her the power to protect others, making her irreplaceable rather than merely a romantic accessory. Moving forward, I will diligently revise the work in accordance with your requests, striving to satisfy each reader. Thank you. Chapter 55, Psychological Control Interrogation Method. After a while, Lin Yu spoke. His tone as unremarkable as discussing the weather, devoid of any emotion. I have no interest in prolonging this, but before I take action, I have a question. As the creator of the transformed beings, you should be able to sense what has become of those students and teachers you turned into monsters, correct? The individual was taken aback, instinctively momentarily forgetting the agony of his soul, channeling his curse energy to perceive the surrounding situation. The twisted curse energy that once permeated the campus had vanished, replaced by faint yet normal human auras. Upon realizing this, he abruptly lifted his head, incredulity filling his eyes. Impossible. This is my Wu Wei transformation, specifically designed to attack and alter souls. How did you achieve this? Why are they able to recover? Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, yet devoid of warmth. There is nothing impossible. There are others capable of soul techniques beyond just you. If you can alter souls, why can't I reconstruct them? Moreover, you must be acutely aware of the disparity in our strengths. Your lowly tricks are insignificant before me. He stepped forward, the chill in his golden eyes intensifying. Now, I offer you an opportunity, but it lasts only 10 seconds. Reveal Lin Zhao's location, or I shall personally tear apart your soul, extracting every fragment until your essence is shattered, leaving you with no chance of reincarnation. So, you would do well to think carefully. Additionally, do not attempt any tricks. Lin Yu pressed his hand firmly against the hilt of the blade of jealousy, its edge immediately glowing with an intensified purple hue. The sensation of soul slicing above the individual head abruptly intensifying. Every act of defiance is a provocation against me, and I have never shown mercy to provocateurs. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu commenced the countdown, his voice clear and frigid. 10, 9, 8. Instantly, the individual's mind became a chaotic whirlwind. In this moment, the protagonist's animosity towards Xian Su reached its zenith. If it had not been for his momentary lapse in judgment when he acquiesced to that scoundrel's demands, he would not be ensnared by this monster today. What a grave misfortune. 5, 4, 3. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist, driven by a glimmer of hope, resolved to gamble by disseminating a false message to ascertain the veracity of Lin Yu's claims. Thus, he turned to Lin Yu, feigning panic, and declared, "At Yubai Beach. Before I arrived, I overheard Xian Su mention that after their plans came to fruition, they would confine Lin Xiao in a guest house there." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lin Yu's expression darkened considerably, the murderous intent in his golden eyes almost palpable. He raised his hand, and the sword, exuding arrogance, swiftly unsheathed, transforming into a glimmering blade that flew into his grasp. With the sword aimed directly at the protagonist's throat, Lin Yu's voice was as frigid as ancient ice. "You squander your chance. Even now, you dare to deceive me with your pathetic lies. If you are so weary of living, do not blame me for being ruthless." The protagonist was paralyzed with terror, his body feeling as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. It was then he began to believe, with a heavy heart, that Lin Yu truly possessed the ability to probe souls. He desperately cried out, "No, don't kill me. I will tell the truth." The sound of an explosive thrust echoed as Lin Yu's sword lunged forward. However, under Lin Yu's covert manipulation, the blade veered just half an inch, grazing the protagonist's neck before embedding itself into the wall behind him, the tip narrowly missing his carotid artery. At that moment, the protagonist was genuinely intimidated, surrendering any prior thoughts of deception. His Adam's apple bobbed as he turned pale as a ghost, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He stammered out, for the first time in his life, the unvarnished truth. "Lin Xiao is not at Yubai, but in Osaka's Nishinari ward, at Fuzaki. This is the truth. You can probe my soul. I swear I am not lying." Little known fact, Fuzaki in Nishinari ward, Osaka, is Japan's largest slum. Regarded as a hotbed of crime with abysmal security. Few venture there besides locals and business people. Makeshift shelters for the homeless are scattered throughout, and the environment is quite chaotic. Moreover, this location is often untraceable on maps. Lin Yu snorted coldly, casting a stern glance at the protagonist before retracting his murderous intent. With a mere thought, the sword transformed into a stream of light, returning to the obsidian box on his back. Had I known this would unfold, I would have acted differently. In truth, Lin Yu did not possess the means to probe souls. All of this was orchestrated through rapid psychological pressure, casting false information, creating time constraints and direct choices, overwhelming the mind with a deluge of information that rendered swift processing and judgment impossible. This induced cognitive dissonance in the opponent and elicited subtle facial expressions, allowing Lin Yu to ascertain the truthfulness of the words spoken. Therefore, regardless of whether the protagonist's initial statement was true or false, Lin Yu would have thrust the sword forward, firstly to observe his expression and gauge the truth, secondly, to instill psychological intimidation, preventing the protagonist from formulating a coherent response to deceive Lin Yu. This was also a psychological control technique Lin Yu had favored in his years navigating the corridors of power. Under his inherently oppressive aura, it was nearly always effective. Afterward, Lin Yu spoke slowly, in the black sanctuary, beneath the shadows of the light, in the ideal realm forgotten by the world, awaken, ancient power, the lexicon of words. Instantly, the protagonist felt his body weaken, as if the energy within him had been punctured like a deflated balloon, leaving him utterly drained of strength. Lin Yu no longer regarded him, instead summoning the weapons of jealousy and laziness, which transformed into streams of light and returned to the obsidian box. Casting a glance around the storage room, Lin Yu casually seized a thick hemp rope from the corner and, with a few deft movements, bound the protagonist securely, leaving only his head exposed. He then turned to Shunping, who was still recovering from the shock. Producing a business card from his pocket, he extended it with a warm, approachable tone. "My name is Lin Yu, a teacher at the Jujutsu High. I sense you possess the potential to become a jujutsu sorcerer. If you are willing, you may contact me via the number on the card, and I will come to escort you." Shunping, dazed, grasped the card, his fingertips tightening slightly. Before he could respond, Lin Yu continued, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger for a lengthy conversation. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lin Yu did not wait for Xuanping's reply, lifting the bound protagonist and Yuji's arm, unfurling his wings and soaring directly towards Jujutsu High. Chapter 56. A gathering of heroes. Meanwhile, in a classic neon-lit old mansion, intricately carved skylights fractured the morning light into delicate shards of gold, cascading into a rippling bath. Petals of pale pink cherry blossoms floated on the surface, swaying gently with the water's undulations, refracting sunlight into sparkling patterns that danced upon Tian Ei Li. She reclined against the edge of the white jade stone bath, her long, raven hair loosely gathered at the back of her head, a few damp strands clinging to her neck, glistening with beads of water that sparkled like tiny diamonds in the sunlight. The contours of her shoulders were smooth and graceful, her skin shimmering with a delicate, pearly glow as the interplay of water and sunlight cast a radiant sheen, reminiscent of exquisite mutton-fat jade. As she gently teased the petals with her hand, a subtle blush appeared on her arms, revealing a healthy, vibrant glow. The water level rose just above her waist, accentuating her slender yet full waistline, while the contours of her legs beneath the surface were long and proportionate. She tilted her head back slightly, raising her alabaster arch of foot, and pressed a concealed button on the edge of the pool. In a mere moment, the wall rotated, revealing a series of striking photographs of Lin Yu, causing a flush to rise on Tian Ei Li's cheeks, thanks to Lin Zhao's covert photography. This was a little secret of hers. After every mission, she would come here to soak, indulging in the view of Lin Yu's captivating visage, unwinding from the day's fatigue. Just then, her phone rang, startling Tian Ei Li as she hastily grabbed a towel and dashed to the table to answer. It was a message from Lin Yu. Ordinarily, upon receiving a message from him, she would be elated like a child who had just received candy. However, this time was different. The instant she glimpsed the message, her golden eyes flared with pure murderous intent and rage, her unintentional surge of cursed energy nearly shattering the entire mansion. Rest assured, such mansions are typically surrounded by walls, mitigating any perceived dangers. The content of the message was concise, merely stating, Lin Xiao is in trouble, assemble at the main gate. Of course, besides Tian Ei Li, others like Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, and Itadori Yuta also received Lin Yu's distress signal, and their expressions mirrored her own, filled with palpable menace. 10 minutes later, a congregation of heroes gathered at the entrance of Jujutsu High, an intense aura of vengeance emanating from them, chilling the surrounding atmosphere. Gojo Satoru removed his customary black eye patch, his 6 eyes glinting with cold light. The previously carefree smile had vanished, replaced by a palpable tension that caused the air to tremble. Geto Suguru perched atop a dragon's head, his usual warmth replaced by a fierce intensity. And Itadori Yuta leaned against the wall, clutching Tsumaki and Futsunushi, poised to transform into the sharpest blade, ready to sever the throats of their enemies at Lin Yu's command. Tian Ei Li donned a black combat suit, wielding the Sure Hun Dao, standing resolutely beside Lin Yu like a valkyrie, attentively listening to his explanations regarding Yuan Wei and the strategic arrangements. Lin Yu's expression was grave as he maintained his composure, speaking as calmly as possible to the others. Lin Zhao's location is in an old factory in Osaka's Nishinari district, where it is highly likely that numerous traps have been left behind. Therefore, we plan to split into 2 teams. I and Wu Tiaowu will make a frontal breakthrough, while Xiaoyu Jie will be responsible for eliminating any lurking cursed spirits. Although Li Zi, you are currently unable to summon Kuan-Gu and Heir, you can still manipulate the forces of causality to pinpoint Lin Xiao's exact location, and that task will be assigned to you. Yu Tai will assist her to prevent any ambush. The group nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. Lin Yu tossed a bound and cursed individual who resembled a rag doll before Xiaoyu Jie. His strength is considerable and will be suitable for your absorption. Additionally, I have inscribed the laws of the dragon script upon his cursed spirit core during our journey. He is now unable to resist, so please act swiftly. Xiaoyu Jie glanced at the trembling individual on the ground, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, I won't waste it. Lin Yu, you liar. You clearly promised that as long as I confessed, you would let me go. The individual, thrown to the ground, screamed in a frenzy, struggling against his bindings. His face flushed with rage. You are untrustworthy. You will not end well. Lin Yu did not even raise an eyelid, seemingly oblivious to the curses, merely turning to nod at Wu Tiaowu. We shall depart first. Jia will catch up after absorption. Wu Tiaowu scoffed, casting a cold glance at the individual on the ground. The individual attempted another tirade, but Xiao Jie had already raised his hand, unleashing a swirling vortex of black, cursed energy, which enveloped him with overwhelming suction. Ah, no, let go of me. Yet, regardless of his struggles, he could do nothing against Xiao Jie's cursed spirit manipulation, his body gradually disintegrating within the vortex, ultimately transforming into a black glowing sphere the size of an apple. Xiao Jie raised the black sphere to his face, expressionless, and swallowed it whole. The cursed energy coursed through him. After a moment of reflection with closed eyes, he opened them, revealing a deeper ferocity, a transformation of the non-doing. It seems my soul punishment shall gain yet another form. Subsequently, Lin Yu glanced at the nearby Hu Zhang, patting his shoulder. I leave the high school here to you. Guard the premises well, and do not allow any cursed spirits to take advantage. Hu Zhang nodded earnestly, clenching his fists. Rest assured, Lin Yu sensei. I will protect the high school until you rescue Lin Xiao. After confirming the arrangements were nearly complete, Lin Yu no longer delayed. His dragon wings unfurled behind him as he seized Yi Guiyu Tai, taking to the skies. Wu Tiaowu initiated the flight, while Tian Nei Li Zi, like Lin Yu, spread her dragon wings and soared forth. Xiao Jie also unwilling to lag behind, riding the rainbow dragon and leaping into the air, closely following the others. In the blink of an eye, four figures transformed into streaks of light, heading towards Osaka's Nishinari district, leaving behind the empty gates of the high school and the lingering cold aura of murderous intent in the air. Chapter 57. One person acts. One person bears the consequences. Osaka's Nishinari district. Old factory Lin Xiao slowly regained consciousness, feeling a dull ache at the back of her head. Blinking laboriously, she adapted to her surroundings, realizing she was in a small, dimly lit room no larger than 10 square meters, with crumbling walls and only a rusted iron window above, allowing a few faint rays of light to filter in. As she moved her fingers, she discovered her hands were bound behind her back, and her phone and pendant were nowhere in sight, evidently confiscated by her captors. Damn it, Lin Xiao gritted her teeth, using the meager light to examine her environment in search of a way out. Fortunately, due to years of neglect, the walls were crumbling, with scattered debris littering the floor. She propped herself against the wall and slowly rose. The bindings restricted her ability to channel cursed energy, forcing her to rely on her wits like an ordinary person to escape. Lin Xiao first picked up a sharp-edged fragment of stone, then turned to press her palm against the ground, using her fingers to rub the stone against the ropes binding her hands. Soon, the coarse hemp rope began to fray, and despite her palms turning red, she did not stop. She understood that every second wasted increased her peril. Finally, through relentless effort, the rope snapped with a satisfying sound. Rubbing her numbed wrists, she swiftly moved to the iron door. Holding her breath, she peered through the gap to observe the corridor outside, which was empty except for the distant rumbling of old machinery. Confirming it was safe, she tore off a corner of her skirt, wrapping it around the rusty lock and twisting it tightly. The metallic clanking echoed loudly. Thus, every few seconds, she would pause to listen intently for any signs of discovery before continuing her task. After repeating this process several times, with a crisp snap, the rusted lock finally broke. Lin Xiao gently pushed the door open, allowing the cold wind from the corridor to rush in, sending a shiver down her spine. She removed her high-heeled shoes, carrying them in her hand. The sound of heels clacking was too risky, and she had to remain absolutely silent. Crouching low, she tiptoed along the gaps between the machines lining the corridor. The old factory structure was intricate, filled with abandoned machinery and conveyor belts, resembling a vast maze. Although Lin Xiao was unfamiliar with the layout, she knew that following the light would likely lead her to the factory's entrance. The factory was stained with oil and rust, a mixture of grime that was undoubtedly torturous for a girl. However, Lin Xiao had never been one to be overly sensitive. She could discern the importance of cleanliness versus the urgency of survival in critical moments. Just as she rounded a massive machine, an intense unease surged within her, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. She abruptly turned to find Xian Su standing behind her, a shadowy smile adorning his face, his eyes filled with mockery. Thinking of escaping? Xian Su raised his hand, seizing Lin Xiao by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Running away as a mere meat ticket is quite disobedient, you know. Lin Xiao struggled desperately, her feet flailing in the air, but under the dual effects of the soul curse and the cursed energy seal, her attacks felt like mere tickles against Xian Su. Give it up, foolish woman, it's futile. This curse is forged from 100,000 souls. Even with your formidable strength, you shall not escape in the short term. Furthermore, Xian Su did not hesitate to add salt to her wounds. What a pity. You possess such a perfect body, yet harbor a cowardly heart. To end up like this for a bunch of monkeys who lack even the ability to wield cursed techniques. It seems that since you bid farewell to the life of a sorcerer, you have lost far too much. If only you had the intellect and resolve to match your brothers, even my meticulous schemes could never capture you. But the reality is, you do not. Do you feel pain? Regret? Despair? In the wake of Xian Su's taunts, Lin Zhao's thoughts churned, and a torrent of suppressed emotions erupted within her. Indeed, why must I be so timid, so easily manipulated by a lowly insect before me? Had I not resolutely chosen to depart back then, but instead opted to remain by my brother's side like Lizzie, assuming a position and continuously undertaking purification tasks, accumulating a wealth of combat experience and mastery of techniques. How could the present calamity have come to pass? Yet, in this world, every consequence exists, save for the notion of what if. Lin Yu's meticulous care enveloped her in a bespoke greenhouse, sparing her from the endless slaughter and convoluted machinations of humanity, allowing her to exist independently of the mundane, untainted by filth. This was love, yet it bore an intangible wound. One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand firm in the face of adversity. Lin Xiao would not evade the errors she had committed. She relinquished her struggling arms, turning to gaze calmly at Xian Su, her breathless neck constricted, and spoke with unhurried clarity. Do you realize that individuals like you, who presume themselves clever, often resort to banal rhetoric to satiate your so-called superiority, feeding your warped vanity, thereby forgetting that in the presence of true power, all your calculations are futile? Upon hearing this, Xian Su silently cursed his misfortune, releasing Lin Xiao and attempting to flee. However, Lin Xiao would not allow him such ease. As her feet touched the ground, the vast reservoir of cursed energy within her erupted, effortlessly breaking free from the seals imposed by Xian Su. She raised her hands and formed the Pu Xian San Mei Yi seal, her domain unfolding as both mercy and wrath. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed, the mottled walls vanishing, replaced by a radiant, golden void resembling a celestial star realm. Countless luminous swords, birthed from the judgment of spoken spells, floated within the star realm. Realizing his escape was impossible, Xian Su swiftly activated his blood sacrifice ritual to counter her. He hoped that before the 50,000 sacrificial souls within the domain were exhausted, the madwoman before him would succumb to the backlash of her own soul curse. Had Lin Xiao been aware of Xian Su's intentions, she would undoubtedly have found it laughable. The authority she wielded was that of the mightiest sovereign of earth and mountains. While soul curses could indeed diminish his strength, the notion of killing her was utterly absurd. Even sacrificing the entirety of Neon Country would be insufficient. With a slender finger raised, she relinquished her resistance against the soul curse, channeling all her cursed energy into the luminous swords within the star realm. Then, she directed them towards Xian Su with unwavering focus. In that instant, thousands of swords resonated, simultaneously vibrating like meteorites plummeting to earth, intent on obliterating Xian Su into mere ash. Upon contact with the ground, the judgmental, cursed energy erupted violently, unleashing golden shockwaves that engulfed the entire star realm, birthing colossal mushroom clouds. Chapter 58. Delivering oneself to the doorstep. Meanwhile, Hong Long, after pursuing Lin Yu and Tian Nai for half a minute, finally conceded defeat to their terrifying speed. Consequently, Lin Yu had no choice but to return, allowing Xieyojie to experience a taste of speed and passion. 5 minutes later, under Tian Nai guidance, the group, following the thread of causality, arrived at the factory. Opposite them stood Wu Tiaowu, who had arrived 2 minutes earlier, troubled by the spherical domain before him. His 6 eyes revealed that the domain was conjured by Lin Xiao. Yet her cursed energy was chaotic, indicating potential danger. However, he could not force his way in, lest he endanger Lin Xiao further. Unable to perceive the inner workings of this enclosed space, he remained at a standstill. From a distance, Wu Tiaowu spotted Lin Yu and the others, waving his arms and calling out, You finally made it. This domain is opened by Lin Xiao, but the cursed energy is quite chaotic. I can't breach it. I'm at my wit's end. Lin Yu landed, gently placing Xieyojie and Igong Yuta down, then reached out to engage with Lin Zhao's domain, activating his bloodline perception. This ability, bestowed upon him after receiving authority, allowed him to directly sense the condition of beings infused with his dragon blood through blood resonance. Moments later, Lin Yu withdrew his hand, his expression slightly grave. The situation is dire. Xiao Xiao appears to have been afflicted by some form of soul curse. Her soul has suffered severe damage, leading to a backlash of cursed energy and a drastic decline in vitality. Tian Nai pupils dilated as she gazed at Lin Yu, her expression anxious as she inquired, Brother Yu, what should we do? Do you have a way to save Xiao Xiao? Lin Yu nodded yes, though I'm uncertain of its efficacy. I will employ the power of arrogance to counteract the soul's healing ability and provide treatment for Xiao Xiao. If this fails, we are left with two options. First, we seek out the angel Jihua, whose techniques can negate the bindings. Second, we temporarily seal her within my domain's Nibelungen, allowing her to undergo a rebirth. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the group exchanged glances, deciding to remain patient and await Lin Zhao's emergence from the domain. Suddenly, two heavy footsteps echoed from around the corner, as Hua Yu and Tua Jin rushed in, exclaiming, Yao Zishan Su, what was that surge of cursed energy just now? Before they could finish, they noticed Lin Yu and his companions frozen in place, their pupils constricted. Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at them, his gaze frosty. Oh, just as I was looking for a place to vent my frustrations, you have conveniently delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Wu Tiaowu immediately removed his eye mask, his 6 eyes gleaming ominously. It is time to reclaim some interest for Xiao Xiao. Xie Youjia clenched his fists, summoning several special-grade cursed spirits. Go. Give our esteemed guests a warm welcome. As for Tian Nai Lizi and Yuda Igong, upon seeing the spirits, they wasted no time and charged forward with their blades drawn. Without a sliver of hesitation, they faced this adverse situation. Hua Yu and Tua Jin swiftly raised their hands to form seals, activating their domains. Domain, blooming ocean of light. Domain, undulating horizon. In an instant, a fusion domain composed of forests and oceans materialized, unleashing countless towering trees, poisonous flowers, and aquatic spirit beings to assault Tian Nai Lizi and Yuda Igong, who charged toward them. Yet, under the extraordinary swordsmanship of the two, such feeble attacks were reduced to mere fragments in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu and his companions were not to be outdone. He raised his hand and summoned fury, executing a sweeping strike with his blade, utterly dismantling the fusion domain of the two. Hua Yu and Tua Jin stood there, momentarily bewildered. This isn't how the game is played. Can we not have some fun? Just as they were lamenting, Wu Tiaowu had already silently teleported behind Hua Yu, gripping the two antennae atop her head. With a devilish grin, he spoke in a teasing tone, I'm going to pull these out. With that, Wu Tiaowu yanked at the branches atop Hua Yu's eyes with force, causing blood to spatter as she was about to emit a cry of agony. In response, Lizi remained silent, merely raising her hand and wielding the soul release blade to sever Hua Yu's vocal cords, stifling the sound. Yuda, witnessing this, mirrored her action, raising Tian Yu Yuzhan and Bu Du Yuhan, deftly slicing through Tua Jin's vocal cords as well. Tua Jin, you learn well. At that moment, Hua Yu and Tua Jin, ensnared in the disruption of their techniques, had entirely lost the capacity to resist, much like Ah Wei encountering Jie Ge, truly unable to escape their fate. Thus, over the next 5 minutes, under the attentive care of the 5 and the 7 special-grade cursed spirits resembling muscular demons, Hua Yu and Tua Jin transitioned from mere skin and flesh to a state of near expiration. Only then did Lin Yu finally cease his furious assault, turning to Xie Youjia and saying, Jia, the rest is in your capable hands. Xia Youjia nodded slightly, raising his palm to conjure a swirling vortex of cursed energy that effortlessly transformed Hua and Tua Gan into 2 spherical forms. As Xia Youjia consumed the spheres, Hua and Tua Gan embarked on their respective paths of atonement. Simultaneously, a crisp crack echoed from behind the crowd. They turned abruptly to witness the golden field membrane shattering like glass, fragments cascading down as Lin Xiao and Guan Sua's figures gradually came into view. Lin Xiao stood motionless, his complexion as pale as parchment, blood oozing from every orifice and staining his once pristine white attire. Fortunately, beyond this, Lin Xiao bore no other injuries. In contrast, Guan Sua appeared worse for wear, his skin having melted into a grotesque mass under the searing heat, revealing the bones hidden beneath the flesh. Yet, despite the visible damage, in the perception of those present, Guan Sua's remaining vitality and combat prowess far exceeded Lin Xiao, who appeared to have sustained only minor wounds. This stark disparity indicated the grave danger Lin Xiao faced, a reality that was undeniably dire. Guan Sua gasped for breath, mockingly observing Lin Xiao's dwindling vitality as he proclaimed, Ha ha ha, I have won. Even if you have killed me 47,826 times, what of it? I still possess 5,876 souls to expend. However, before he could finish speaking, a deep, cold voice laced with unabashed murderous intent enveloped Guan Sua. Oh, you still have 5,876, do you? Care to guess if I can eliminate them all in a single second? Upon hearing this, Guan Sua's expression froze in shock at the sight of 5 faces he never wished to encounter again. Lin Yu, Tian Nairiko, Wujuwu, Xiaoyojia, and Ego Yuta. The atmosphere became suffocating, as if frozen in time. Guansua initially stood stunned for a moment before feigning composure, grinning as he said, "Ah, it's you all. Your speed caught me by surprise. But Lin Yu, do you truly believe you can kill me?" Yet, Lin Yu had no intention of engaging in idle banter with the antagonist. He summoned his weapon, Rage, which swiftly materialized before him, delivering a seamless series of strikes upon Guansua. Guansua's body sank as he collapsed to the ground, and just as he attempted to rise and resist, he was horrified to discover that his limbs had inexplicably scattered across the ground. Nevertheless, instead of fear, Guansua erupted into laughter, calmly meeting Lin Yu's gaze. "Lin Yu, I concede that I am not your match. However, you shall not kill me today. Wait and see. I will cleanse the humiliation of today with the countless souls I have amassed." Lin Yu's expression hardened at Guansua's ominous words as he pressed the blade of rage against Guansua's neck, coldly questioning, "What is amusing about this? What do you perceive life to be?" With that, Lin Yu prepared to enact an amputation upon Guansua. Yet, Guansua suddenly shouted, "Have you not heard? The heavens do not entirely forsake humanity. If I wish to walk, I shall do so." In an instant, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he invoked Technique Reversal, Reversed Bridal Gown. In that moment, the over 5,000 souls stored in his domain erupted into a frenzy, transforming into a terrifying sacrificial energy that enveloped Guansua's form. A thunderous explosion followed, scattering Guansua's body into 1,800 pieces of flesh, each fragment infused with a trace of his soul. If but one piece escaped, he could be reborn. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with coldness as he activated Time Zero, summoning Pride to strike. In an instant, Pride transformed into a streak of light, carving countless slashes through the void. In less than a second, all 1,800 flesh fragments were reduced to mere powder. "Is it resolved?" Wujuwu raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Lin Yu sheathed Pride, responding coolly, "Yes, it should be. Under the negation of Pride, no matter how formidable his techniques, they will be nullified." However, unbeknownst to Lin Yu, within a dimly lit mansion in Tokyo, the dismembered flesh began to writhe grotesquely, pale red tendrils sprouting like rampant vines, creating a rather repulsive sight. In mere minutes, it grew from the size of a fingernail to a vaguely formed body. Following this, the cells upon the surface of the flesh rapidly divided and reorganized, with the outline of bones becoming increasingly distinct. Soon, skin enveloped the form completely, revealing Guansua's cunning visage. "It appears your plan has faltered." A voice icy as winter's breath resonated from ahead, filled with disdain. "It seems that over the past millennium, you have been reduced to nothing more than a mutt. Had I known my collaborator to be so incompetent, I would have taken it upon myself to resurrect Sukuna." Guansua, however, paid no heed to her derision. He elegantly stepped forth from the shattered glass jar of his rebirth, shaking his head with a smile. Gazing at Raimai, he calmly donned a bathrobe, then gently tugged at the sutures at the back of his head, severing them with ease. Then, he reached into his mind, retrieving a small vial containing golden blood. The vial shimmered with a faint luminescence, exuding an air of sanctity. "Not entirely," Guansua mused, twirling the vial in his grasp with a tone of unwavering determination. "Though those 4 pawns have perished, I have successfully acquired Lin Yu's kin's blood, and that shall suffice. While it may not be as potent as using Lin Xiao himself as a sacrifice, with enough souls, it will be effortless to diminish his power by half." With that, Guansua turned to Raimai, stating, "I entrust you with the task of soul collection for the time being, Raimai. I need to rest for a few days. Lin Yu's blades bear peculiarities. If I activate the reversed bridal gown before departure, I fear I shall not return." Raimai scoffed, turning her head away. "In this world, aside from Lord Sukuna, no one can command me, not even you, who facilitated my fleshly resurrection." Guansua remained unfazed, calmly revealing a shocking proposition to Raimai. "If you gather enough souls, I shall disclose Sukuna's earthly Buddha's location to you, and I can utilize the effects of the reversed bridal gown to facilitate his complete resurrection. Furthermore, I will provide you with additional intelligence. Itadori Yuji is the reincarnation of Sukuna's half-body. Should Sukuna consume him again, absorbing his soul, and then devouring the remaining fingers, his power will surpass even his prime." Hearing this, Raimai's once steadfast resolve wavered. Ultimately, she succumbed to the undeniable allure of the proposal. Casting aside her pride to inquire of Guansua, "What is the required number of souls to accomplish all of this?" Guansua narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, stating nonchalantly, "Not many, merely around 14 million will suffice." Raimai inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions stirred by the figure. As she turned toward the exit, the black fabric of her attire traced a sharp arc through the air, leaving behind a chilling warning. You had better not deceive me. Should I not witness Lord Sukuna's resurrection in the end, you will bear the consequences. The author here elucidates the abilities acquired by Wan Suo from Yaozi Shinsu to facilitate readers' comprehension of the ensuing narrative. The technique Shun Zhuan Shuzhong Kugu forcibly sacrifices the souls of those who have lost their will to fight, summoning formidable cursed spirits to battle on his behalf. The technique Fan Zhuan Ni Guijia allows him to make a certain transaction by sacrificing souls stored within his domain that he has slain, with the magnitude of the transaction varying the number of souls consumed. The domain Shui Tu Mo Luo Tian Ji enhances his two techniques, locks the activation time, and simultaneously reduces the soul consumption by half, while accumulating the souls of the slain victims. In Chapter 60, Safe House, Lin Yu turns to Lin Xiao, gently supporting her faltering frame. Her skin is icy, her breath faint, and the blood seeping from her orifices has stained her ceremonial dress a deep crimson. Brother, I may have to leave first. Lin Xiao's voice is as soft as a whispering breeze. Lin Yu remained silent, placing his hand upon her forehead to activate the language spirit's decree. An invisible force surges into Lin Xiao's body like a tidal wave, temporarily suppressing the soul backlash within her. Wu Tiao frowns, inquiring. This curse belongs to the realm of causality, rooted in soul and destiny. Can it be resolved? Lin Yu nods, recalling the precise answer given by the arrogance and the will to survive emanating from the black box behind him when he touched Lin Xiao. Yes, but it requires time. Souls are more complex to manage than the corporeal form. Hence, even I would need at least a month to completely eradicate the influence of the soul curse. As this thought crosses his mind, Lin Yu feels a profound sense of helplessness. He vaguely senses that if he wishes to acquire the secret techniques of the 7 great alchemical kingdoms and the full power of the Black King, the final piece is crucial. Everything preceding it serves merely as a foundation for this singular goal. At this moment, Lin Yu fervently wishes to elevate his fusion degree to 100, for then, such a trivial curse would be inconsequential before his complete mastery of the Black King's authority. Brother Lin Yu, may I take on the task of caring for Xiao Xiao? Tian Nei Rizi's gaze is earnest as she steps forward, grasping Lin Yu's hand in request. Currently, you are to the entire realm of cursed techniques as the West is to Jerusalem. Should you depart, the realm would lose its leader. Therefore, I implore you, entrust Xiao Xiao to me. Although my language spirit, Su Sheng, cannot compare to your will to survive, it is sufficient to suppress Lin Xiao's soul curse backlash. Lin Yu regards her for a moment of silence before nodding. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Rizi smiles gently. There is no need for such formalities between us. Subsequently, Lin Yu, without a moment's hesitation, tenderly lifts the trembling Lin Xiao into his arms. Unfurling his grand black dragon wings and soaring out of the factory, the others following suit in flight mode. The distance from Osaka to Tokyo is over 500 kilometers in a straight line, with his enhanced speed following the defeat of Wan Suo and his companions. Lin Yu could reach the high school in mere seconds. Yet, at this moment, he has reduced his speed to 1/10,000th of its maximum. While flying, he diligently refreshes the language spirit's will to survive, healing Lin Xiao's body and soul. Suddenly, a deep voice resonates in the wind, crimson characters materializing from his body, presenting themselves before Lin Yu's eyes. Heir of the Black King Lin Yu. Cursed Energy Reserve. Wu Tiao. Yugui Tai. 2. Black King Fusion Progress 85. Currently unlocked abilities. Language Spirit Decree. Jun Yen. Judgment. Bloodsucking Scythe. Ming Zhao. Royal Authority. Dustless Land. Will to Survive. Vacuum Snake. Bronze Throne. Candle Dragon. Time 0. Instant. Mirai. Alchemical Weapons of the 7 Deadly Sins. Currently held. Tian Yu Zhan and Bu Du Yu Shun. Already gifted. Can be summoned at any time. Ancient Authority, Dragonbone Cross. Effect 1, Domain of the Dragon Feast. A closed-type domain that triples all attributes upon activation, allowing for instant release of language spirits without incantation. Effect 2, Divine Right of Kings. Continuously provides the recipient with his own blood, subtly transforming the recipient's body to bear the authority of a king. Current 4 Great Gentlemen's Authority, Granters 24. Effect 3, New Extension, Bathing in Glory. Continuously providing the inheritor with 50 delay in aging and 10 resistance to physical and magical damage. New Language Spirit Instant. Effect allows original speed to be multiplied by 2 to the power of n, divided into 9 tiers, enhancing up to 512 times. New Language Spirit Mirai. Effect allows understanding and analysis of others' techniques through observation, enabling replication and casting of the same techniques. Each use can only replicate 3 complex techniques at a time, reserving multiple options, but will reset after a week, retaining only 3 usable techniques. In times past, Lin Yu would have reveled in this information for an extended period. However, the present circumstances weigh heavily upon his heart, as his sole concern is how to swiftly dispel the curse afflicting Lin Xiao. Although Tian Nei Rizi feels compassion for the pair of siblings, she remains perceptive of the gravity of the situation and refrains from interrupting, steadfastly accompanying him. Her dominion over the sky and the wind manifests an invisible shield of wind, shielding Lin Yu and Lin Xiao from the harsh currents and frigid temperatures of the high altitude, allowing him to concentrate solely on the healing process. Slow down a bit. Your current speed is still too rapid for Lin Xiao. Rizi's voice filters through the windshield. Lin Yu nods, reducing his speed further. Below, the city lights blur swiftly into the night, the sound of the wind roaring like thunder, yet Lin Yu's embrace remains unwavering and solid. Brother, Lin Xiao's fingers twitch slightly. Lin Yu looks down, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. I'm here. I will always be here. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so naive and causing you such trouble. None of that matters. Lin Yu's voice is soft yet imbued with unwavering resolve. All I desire is for you to remain alive. Rizi watches from the side, her gaze complex. She wishes to console him, yet as the words form, she finds herself at a loss for how to express them. 2 hours later, the outline of Tokyo finally emerges on the horizon. The silhouette of the high school appears dimly in the night. We're almost there. Rizi breathes a sigh of relief. Lin Yu nods, continuing to channel the will to survive. Lin Xiao's complexion gradually regains some color, and her breathing stabilizes significantly. Moments later, the group descends, landing in a secluded courtyard of the high school. This is a safe house he has prepared for special circumstances, with exceptional concealment and layers of defensive barriers that are impenetrable under the same conditions, unless someone possesses superior barrier skills compared to Lin Yu. Even Wu Tiao would find it impossible to breach within a day. Chapter 61, Healing Lin Xiao. In the courtyard of the mansion, the night breeze caresses gently. Wind chimes sway in the corners, producing a clear, melodious sound. The door of the safe house creaks open, releasing a faint scent of sandalwood. Wu Tiao removes his eye patch, his 6 eyes narrowing. Over 1,000 layers of barriers. No wonder I've never encountered anything like this. Goodness. There are over 300 hidden barriers. Even with my 6 eyes, it would take considerable effort to locate them. Xiao Yujie surveys the surroundings and nods. Among them, at least 7 layers of barriers with different properties are stacked, rendering its defensive capabilities nearly flawless. Lin Yu cradled Lin Xiao and walked directly into the inner chamber. His tone calm. Aside from myself, this is your first visit here. The treatment that follows is crucial and must not be interrupted, I implore you. Having said that, Wu Tiao Wu and Igui Yutai instinctively positioned themselves at the door, taking on the role of guardians. Rest assured, Wu Tiao Wu raised his hand and unleashed his limitless technique. With us here, not even a fly shall enter. Igui Yutai silently nodded. Wielding Tian Yu Yuzhan and Bu Du Yuhun protectively before him, his gaze sharp like a blade. The inner chamber was spacious, featuring a rustic wooden bed at its center, surrounded by obsidian walls that emitted a gentle luster. Lin Xiao lay quietly, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath faint. Xiao Yujie stood by the bed, hands forming seals, as dark curse energy surged from within him, creating a translucent barrier around Lin Xiao's soul. This is an alternative application of Wu Wei Zhuan Bian obtained from the real person, capable of protecting Lin Xiao's soul from being bound and distorted. Tian Nei Rizi approached from the opposite side, grasping Lin Xiao's icy hand, her eyes shimmering with determination. Yinling Su Sheng was immediately activated, a soft azure light blossoming from her palm, flowing into Lin Xiao like a clear spring, connecting their soul origins. Su Sheng will disperse my life source to treat Xiao Zhao's soul, she explained softly. Lin Yu Gu, from here on, leave the treatment to me. Lin Yu nodded, refraining from dissuasion. For many years, Lin Xiao had been her combat partner and political secretary. He understood well that once Rizi made up her mind, she would never retreat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu gently raised his right hand. The black box behind him trembled, and a stream of light shot forth, hovering in his palm. Arrogance. Lin Yu's gaze fixed on Lin Xiao's brow as he whispered, Xiao Xiao, can you hear your brother's voice? Lin Xiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, seemingly responding to Lin Yu's query. It will be somewhat painful. Lin Yu's voice was tender yet resolute. But I will remain by your side, exerting all my strength to eradicate this curse as swiftly as possible. Then, with a flicker of thought, Lin Yu covered her soul with Ling Jialu. Let us begin. The tip of the arrogance sword glimmered with a faint golden light. Under Lin Yu's flawless control, it gradually became ethereal, slowly piercing Lin Zhao's brow and merging with her soul. The golden light vanished, and arrogance successfully entered her being. Ah! Lin Zhao's body jolted violently, emitting a suppressed cry of pain. Steady her. Tian Nei Rizi immediately intensified the output of Su Shang, the azure light, growing more vibrant, enveloping Lin Xiao entirely like a membrane. Xia Yujie, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, swiftly formed seals with his hands, reinforcing the black barrier that securely locked Lin Zhao's soul's outline. Within Lin Yu's golden eyes, a myriad of fate threads composed of countless souls appeared deep within Lin Zhao's essence, entwining around her core like venomous serpents, devouring her life force. Likewise, Tian Nei Rizi and Xia Yujie, connected to Lin Zhao's soul, also beheld this harrowing sight. These are, Xia Yujie said gravely, causal curses constructed from human lives. Each thread possesses the power to instantly slay a top-tier cursed spirit. No wonder, even with Xiao Zhao's physique, second only to Lin Yu, she would suffer such grievous harm. Tian Nei Rizi gritted her teeth. This is truly malicious. Using the destinies of others to inflict harm, forcibly marrying causality, framing the innocent. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes before he regained his composure. Rizi, maintain the stability of Su Shang. Jia, strengthen the protective outline. I shall commence the first phase of suppression. Lin Yu infused curse energy into arrogance, the sword's runes illuminating one by one. First/seal. The sword's tip traced a graceful arc, accurately slicing toward the nearest black threads. The threads trembled violently, producing a piercing resonation, yet did not sever. Instead, they were sealed by the golden light and pressed back against the surface of the soul, ceasing their writhing. Ah! Lin Xiao gasped, her breathing quickening and her body quivering. Look at me. Tian Nei Rizi leaned down, locking eyes with her. Remember the days we spent together. All this pain will pass. Lin Xiao nodded tearfully, grasping Rizi's hand tightly. Lin Yu continued to swing the sword, each strike landing precisely on the threads, sealing them rather than severing them. The golden light wove into a dense net, enveloping the black curse layer by layer. This method, Xia Yujie murmured, is to prevent a sudden rupture that could trigger a collapse of the soul? Indeed, Lin Yu replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With the souls of 100,000, even with Xiao Zhao's soul strength far exceeding their total, we must not underestimate them. Our goal now is to suppress, laying the groundwork for a decisive severance later. Lin Yu, I have an idea. We could merge Xiao Zhao's soul with mine to share the burden. This might shorten her treatment period, Tian Nei Rizi proposed. Unacceptable, Lin Yu's tone was firm. While this may reduce the treatment time, you would be subjected to constant torment of the soul, which is unfair to you. Without hesitation, Tian Nei Rizi shook her head in refusal. Lin Yu, there is no need to persuade me. My mind is made up. Lin Yu silently regarded her, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes, gratitude, concern, and a hint of unnoticeable sorrow. Ultimately, he nodded. With the final strike, the nearest black threads to Lin Zhao's soul core were sealed by the golden light. Lin Zhao's breathing stabilized, her complexion regaining some color. Lin Yu summoned arrogance once more, exhaling a long breath. Xia Yujie withdrew some of the Wu Wei Zhuanbian, retaining only the basic protection, then collapsed heavily onto the ground, having nearly exhausted all his curse energy. Tian Nei Rizi, inheriting the authority of the Sky and Wind Kings, still possessed ample curse energy. Thus, her output of Su Sheng continued, though the irreversible loss of life source left a few strands of white in her otherwise smooth hair. The first phase is complete, Lin Yu murmured. The following time will focus on controlling the seal and emergency measures. Rizi, I will teach you the specific techniques. All right, Tian Nei Rizi nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon sensing the cessation of curse energy fluctuations, Wu Tiao Wu and Igui Yu Tai entered the room, relieved to find Lin Zhao's breath steady. You've worked hard, Wu Tiao Wu said with a smile. Do you require me to arrange special guards, Yu? Chapter 62, The Return of Shun Heir. Observing Wu Tiao Wu's endearingly mischievous grin, Lin Yu shook his head. No need. The fewer people who know about this residence, the better. As he spoke, Lin Yu revealed a mischievous smile, adding, however, for the next month, Rizi will be staying here to look after Lin Xiao. So I'm entrusting you with her duties. Wu Tiao Wu was taken aback for a moment, then slowly broke into a smile, a mixture of resignation and teasing evident. I knew that your sudden smile was not without ulterior motives. Well, Who can say I am unfortunate? His hands drooped, feigning a wronged expression. But the seriousness in his eyes could not be concealed. This was Wu Tiaowu's character, at the most critical moments. He would always stand humorously yet reliably at the forefront for everyone. Then, he exaggeratedly spread his hands, adopting a playful tone. All right, I'll begrudgingly agree. Once the busyness subsides, you must allow me the pleasure of savoring the exquisite dessert known as lychee sushan, which you once described as the most delectable treat from Longhua. Very well. At that time, I shall invite the finest pastry chef from Longhua to indulge you to your heart's content. Lin Yu confidently assured Wu Tiaowaku while patting his chest. Following this, as Wu Tiaowaku departed, Lin Yu's gaze returned to Tian Nei Riko, his tone sincere and earnest. From now on, I entrust you with Xiao Xiao. If you ever require my assistance, simply call my name, and regardless of where I am, I shall arrive without delay. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tian Nei Riko offered a gentle smile and replied, All right, Lin Yu Ge, you can rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Xiao. With a playful twist in her tone, she added, Of course, if Lin Yu Ge wishes, I can also attend to you as well. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in appreciation, Thank you very much. As he spoke, he gently ruffled Tian Nei Riko's hair, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Time flew by, and it had already been 8 years since he had met Tian Nei Riko. The girl before him had transformed completely, evolving from a fragile little girl into a capable sorcerer. Under Lin Yu's unexpected gesture, Tian Nei Riko's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly turned her head away. Lin Yu Ge, I am no longer a child. Lin Yu smiled slightly, his gaze filled with affection. Indeed, before we knew it, you have grown up so much. As the night deepened and the crowd dispersed, only Lin Yu, Tian Nei Riko, and the slumbering Lin Xia remained. Riko sat by the bed, tenderly tucking the blankets around Lin Xia, her movements gentle and meticulous. Lin Yu stood by the window, gazing at the wind chimes swaying in the yard, lost in thought. Lin Yu Ge, Riko spoke softly. May I now learn how to manage the seals on Lin Xia? Of course, Lin Yu turned to face her, taking her hand and infusing her with a gentle surge of cursed energy. Feel its flow, he guided softly. Follow this meridian and slowly channel it. Yes, just like that. Allow your soul to resonate with it. Riko closed her eyes, earnestly attuning herself, her breathing gradually synchronizing with Lin Yu's. They were close enough to sense each other's heartbeat. Thank you, Riko, Lin Yu said again. Having you by my side brings me great peace. Riko lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with warmth, and smiled. We are partners. Are we not? Lin Yu smiled faintly, offering no reply, merely tightening his grip on her hand. Meanwhile, in a dim corner of Tokyo, Kinsaki's body had fully recovered to 70% of its capability. Lin Yu, I eagerly await our next encounter, he murmured in a sickly tone. You will surely love the surprise I have prepared for you. By then, you and everything you cherish will be reduced to ashes. In the mirror, his reflection contorted into a spine-chilling grin. Subsequently, Kinsaki slowly pushed open the door before him. The room was suffused with an acrid stench of blood, the air seemingly frozen in place. At the center of the chamber, a circular altar constructed from countless talismans lay silently, the talismans fluttering as if moved by an unseen wind, producing a low hum. Atop the black cross in the middle of the altar was bound a robust male sorcerer, his eyes covered with talisman strips, only able to emit muffled gasps. Beneath him knelt an elderly woman with white hair, a strange black talisman affixed to her forehead. Her gaze was vacant, her hands shackled before her, resembling a puppet at the mercy of another. Kinsaki stepped onto the altar, shutting the door behind him. Under his command, the white-haired woman gradually stood, approached the table, and extended her trembling hands to grasp 2 vials. One vial shimmered with a ghostly light, containing 50,000 souls in turmoil, issuing silent screams. These were the first batch of goods delivered by Li Mei today. To avoid causing widespread panic, Li Mei refrained from direct slaughter, instead orchestrating a man-made calamity. Otherwise, the toll would have far exceeded 50,000. The other vial contained a stark white bone, exuding a chilling aura. The remains of Fuhai Shener. Let us begin. Kinsaki's voice was low and sinister. The white-haired woman nodded slightly, raising the 2 vials above her head. In the next instant, all the talismans ignited with ghostly blue flames, illuminating the patterns on the altar as if a colossal beast had awakened. Both Kinsaki and the white-haired woman formed seals simultaneously, 2 distinctly malevolent streams of cursed energy intertwining above the altar, morphing into a pitch-black vortex, devouring all surrounding light and warmth. As the altar's patterns spread like a spider's web throughout the room, the ghostly blue flames flickered, and the talismans turned to ashes. Dancing in the air, the white-haired woman elevated the vials, tilting them slowly. From the vial containing 50,000 souls, the ghostly light surged forth like a tide, transforming into countless tiny specks of light, absorbed by the altar's patterns. The other vial, containing Fuhai Shinner's bones, emitted a low hum, as if responding to some ancient call. Kinsaki stood at the center of the formation, palms pressed together, softly reciting incantations. With each syllable, the air became heavier, the very fabric of space seeming to warp under an invisible force. As the final syllable dissipated, a pillar of pitch-black light erupted from the altar, shooting towards the ceiling. Within the light, countless blurred faces flickered momentarily, the souls offered as sacrifices wailing in anguish. The bones disintegrated into ashes, yet amidst the remnants, they slowly coalesced into a towering figure. The contours of muscular definition were sharply etched, and a vigorous life force coursed beneath the skin. Fuhai Shinner, the man who once instilled fear throughout the sorcerer world, reopened his cold eyes once more. Chapter 63. The Kyoto Sister School Exchange Meeting. In the training ground of the Sorcery High School, Lin Yu stood atop a dais at the center, flanked by principals Yi Gujingdao and Lu Yenxijia. Below him stood 2 rows of students clad in training uniforms. From the Tokyo school, there were Itadori Yuji, Fuhai Mei, Ningzaki Yaochong, Zenin Maki, Inu Maki Toge, and Panda. From the Kyoto school, there were Tadu Aoi, Kumo Noritoshi, Nishimiya Momo, Zenin Mai, Miwa Kaze, and Mechanical Maru. Today, I am delighted to gather with each of you, Lin Yu announced, his voice resonating throughout the venue via a cursed energy amplifier. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yu, an ordinary teacher at the Sorcery High School. This year's Kyoto Sister School Exchange Meeting is hosted by me, and thus the rules will undergo slight modifications. Therefore, every word I utter is of utmost importance, so I implore you to lend me your ears. Upon finishing, Lin Yu gestured to the back where Yashiro Jie stood, who promptly unfurled a massive diagram depicting the various sections of the training ground. This time, the traditional competitive match had been transformed into a teamwork training exercise, with groups of 3 formed randomly, disregarding the distinctions between Tokyo and Kyoto. The task was to seize the bells scattered throughout the training ground within an hour. These bells would be attached to several teachers, including myself, Wu Tiawaku, Yashiro Jie, Otsutsuki Yuta, Kuji Yuki, and Ming Ming, among other sorcerers. Upon hearing this, the students below erupted into a frenzy. What? Hu Zhang widened his eyes and scratched his head. He exclaimed, Lin Yu Laosher, are you serious about snatching the bells from you all? Dong Tang Kue crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. This year's exchange meeting is quite intriguing. In response to the uproar from the audience, Lin Yu snapped his fingers, and an invisible dragon's might spread out, instantly silencing the entire venue. Alright, there are 2 key rules. First, keep it light. Do not leave the opponent severely injured. Second, teachers can only use physical techniques and cursed tools, while students have no restrictions. Wu Tiao suddenly leaned in, removing his eye mask, his azure eyes wide with disbelief. You must be mistaken. No curse techniques? How dull will that be? Wu, our aim is to train their teamwork and strategic coordination, not to crush them, Lin Yu replied, smiling at Wu Tiao. By the way, if you make a careless mistake and embarrass yourself in front of this new generation, I will laugh at you for a lifetime. Wu Tiao leaned back, his tone teasing, impossible. Even relying solely on physical techniques, few can defeat me in this world. Lu Yanxi Jiashen cleared his throat, interrupting the 2 who were lost in their conversation, and addressed Xia Yujia. Since the rules are set, let us proceed with the team formation. Xia Yujia, could you please read out the grouping list? Xia Yujia nodded and unfolded the paper in his hand. Group 2, Jia Mo Xianji, Zhen Yuan Jinqi, Zhen Yuan Zhen Yi. Group 3, Ding Qi Yi Chong Wei, Xiong Mao, Shigong Tao. Group 4, Go Wan Ji, San Luan Xia, Ji Xia Wan. Once the list was read, the students immediately dispersed to find their teammates. Hu Zhang pulled Fu Hei Hui and rushed in front of Dong Tang Kue. Just as he was about to greet him, Dong Tang Kue stepped forward, casting a massive shadow over them. His tone as serious as an interrogator's. You 2, answer me one question. If I am dissatisfied with your answer, I will refuse to cooperate. By the way, I prefer tall women with ample figures. He then crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Fu Hei Hui. Fu Hei Hui, what kind of woman do you like? Fu Hei Hui furrowed his brow, an expression of exasperation in his eyes. Yet, recognizing the necessity of teamwork for this task, he reluctantly responded to this trivial question. I don't have any particular preferences, as long as the person has enough personality. Dong Tang Kue's expression shifted to one of disappointment, as if he had swallowed a fly. Personality? What a dismissive answer. This is so dull. You clearly do not understand a man's romance. He turned to Hu Zhang. His expectations vanished, and asked in a flat tone, Hu Zhang Yurun, what about you? Don't give me a boring answer like his. Hu Zhang rubbed his chin, contemplating briefly. I like women who are tall and have ample figures. Like Jennifer Lawrence. Fierce and full of energy, they really catch my eye. Dong Tang Kuei was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening even larger than Hu Zhang's. He grabbed Hu Zhang's shoulders, nearly squeezing the flesh, his tone fervent as if he had found a kindred spirit. Best friend. From now on, you are my best friend. Hu Zhang felt dizzy from the shaking. Huh, best friend? That's right. Dong Tang Kuei released his hold and began pacing in place. Under the influence of Hu Zhang's unique skill of brotherhood, Dong Tang Kuei's mind began to conjure images of training together, sharing ramen, and discussing their future brotherhood over the next decade. From this day forth, Hu Zhang Yurun, you are my sole best friend. In this bell-snatching event, I will ensure you capture the most. Fu Hei Hui stood by, watching as the two transformed from strangers to best friends in an instant. His lips twitching as he silently took a step back, unwilling to admit that these two were his teammates. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuan Zhenqi and Zhen Yuan Zhan Yi gathered with Jia Mo Xianji. Zhenqi waved her cursed tool knife, speaking decisively, I will directly restrain the teacher. Zhan Yi, you use the cursed tool for long-distance interference, and Jia Mo, you use qi shui manipulation to limit the teacher's movements. Leave the bell snatching to me. Zhan Yi raised an eyebrow, spinning the cursed tool needle in her hand. Fine, but don't expect me to shield you from blows. We are merely teammates, not sisters. Jia Mo Xianji nodded, the qi shui forming fine threads at his fingertips. No problem, my blood net can delay for at least 10 seconds. Enough time for you to maneuver. Ding Qi, along with Xiong Mao and Shigong Tao, stood behind a row of cursed energy detectors. Xiong Mao scratched his head, stating, I am large in stature, so I will attract the teacher's attention. Ding Qi, you use cursed symbols to blind the teacher, and Shigong, you summon small cursed spirits to cause disturbances. How does that sound? Shigong Tao nodded, her cursed spirit doll stirring in her arms. My small cursed spirit can slip through gaps to keep an eye on the bell's location. Ding Qi grinned, great. Let us aim to grab at least 3. At the edge, Go Wan Ji, San Luan Xia, and Ji Xia Wan were also quickly dividing tasks. Go Wan Ji chewed on seaweed, speaking indistinctly. Seaweed, I will control the situation. His cursed words could briefly restrain the teacher's movements, making him an ideal support. San Luan Xia drew out a katana, patting her soft bosom. I will handle close combat. You all provide me with cover. Ji Xia Wan, controlling his mechanical arm, spoke coldly. I will analyze the teacher's movement patterns and give you updates to enhance our efficiency in snatching the bells. Chapter 64. The strongest creature on Earth. Lin Yu stood on the platform, observing the various groups below as they analyzed and arranged their tactics. A faint smile gracing his lips. Xia Yujia approached him, handing him a bottle of water. It seems everyone is quite motivated. Indeed, this is how it should be. Lin Yu accepted the water, his gaze landing on Hu Zhang and Dong Tang Kuei, who were already shoulder to shoulder, discussing which teacher's bell to snatch first. The confrontation would only breed hostility among the students of both schools. It was better to form teams and collaborate, allowing them to practice coordination and familiarize themselves with one another. In the future, while executing tasks, they would not let minor grievances impede significant matters. Wu Tiaowu leaned in, draping an arm around Lin Yu's shoulder, his tone playful. You, dare to have a competition? Whoever finishes the battle first is the winner. The loser must dress in women's clothing and perform a dance for everyone. Not a problem, but you mustn't choose someone too weak, Lin Yu replied with a chuckle. Half a tea session later, Xia Yujia blew the whistle. All groups, take your positions. Prepare, the match begins. The students instantly scattered, like arrows released from a bow, rushing to various corners of the training ground. Dong Tang Kuei tugged Hu Zhang, not looking back as they dashed eastward. Best friend, let us find good Ji Laosher first. Her physical skills are the weakest. Hu Zhang nodded, immediately following Dong Tang toward the western district. All right. Fu Hei Hui sighed in resignation, summoning Nu, and trailed behind them. On the platform, Lin Yu watched the students' retreating figures and turned to Yi Zhengdao and Lu Yin Si Jiashun. Principals, please excuse us. I am going to thoroughly trample on my lovely students. Yi Zhengdao nodded, pulling out a cursed skeleton from his bag. Go ahead, but be gentle. Don't leave them with too much psychological trauma. Lu Yin Si Jiao withdrew a guitar. I will first tune my strings. Wu Tiaowu was already bouncing toward the southern area, shouting as he ran. I will take the lead. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. unfurling his black dragon wings and diving into the woods, waiting for some unfortunate soul to come his way. In the woods of the Western District, the foliage was so dense that it blocked out the sun, with sunlight filtering through the gaps to cast fragmented light spots. At that moment, Dongtang Kuei pulled Hu Zhang forward, their footsteps swift enough to create gusts of wind, causing the trees to tremble with the sound waves. Best friend, faster. The martial skills of Njajai Laosher are the weakest. We snatched her bell and are now going after that guy from the Sundown Club. Dong Tao Hui's voice brimmed with excitement, his muscular form taut with anticipation as he ran, clearly eager to win. Hu Zhang nodded vigorously, concentrating his cursed energy in his legs to keep pace with Dong Tao. Good. However, Dong Tao, it seems that Njajai Laosher excels more in support. She is likely to recruit another teacher for a team. Dong Tao Hui grinned confidently. No problem. As long as it's not those supermodel freaks from Lin Yu's group. I am confident I can handle it. Behind them, Fuhei Kei stepped lightly on the back of the Shikigami Nui's, trailing the two, his brow furrowed in concern. The white jade hound he summoned scouted ahead, its nose pressed to the ground, sniffing rapidly before suddenly halting, baring its teeth and letting out a low, threatening growl towards the depths of the forest. Something is amiss, Fuhei Kei said gravely, gathering cursed energy at his fingertips. The fluctuations of cursed energy here are peculiar. They do not belong to Njajai Laosher, but rather before he could finish, Dong Tao Hui's expression turned pale as he stumbled back several meters. Who? Dong Tao Hui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze sharpening as he assumed a combat stance. Seeing this, Hu Zhang quickly mirrored the stance, wrapping his fists in cursed energy, scanning their surroundings warily. Who? Show yourself. There's no need to be so tense, my dear students, a nonchalant voice drifted down from above, tinged with mockery. The three raised their heads abruptly to find Lin Yu perched on a branch of a towering tree, propping her chin on one hand, smiling down at them. Lin Yu Laosher, Hu Zhang exclaimed, his eyes widening. What are you doing here? Isn't this Njajai Laosher's territory? Oh, you mean little Njajai? She went to the North District to team up with Mingming, so I'm in charge here in the West District now, Lin Yu replied, gracefully leaping down from the branch, landing as lightly as a leaf, without even stirring up dust. Dong Tao Hui's eyes sharpened, his focus intensifying. As applause erupted, the unjust game was activated, and Dong Tao Hui switched positions with the black box behind Lin Yu, lunging for the bell in her hand. Yet, just as his fingers were about to touch it, Lin Yu suddenly sidestepped, her movements swift, leaving only an afterimage. Dong Tao Hui grasped at thin air, propelled forward by inertia, nearly tumbling headlong. Dong Tao, your technique is commendable, but alas, your speed leaves much to be desired. Lin Yu's voice rang out mockingly from behind him. Dong Tao Hui whirled around, unleashing his cursed energy as he struck out with a punch aimed at Lin Yu's cheek. Enough talk. Take this. His martial skills were among the best in the Kyoto school, and he poured all his strength into this punch. Even a grade 1 cursed spirit would be gravely injured by such a blow. Lin Yu raised a hand, a single finger gently meeting Dong Tao Hui's fist. Then, with a slight motion of her fingertip, Dong Tao Hui felt an overwhelming force assault him, his body uncontrollably plummeting to the ground, crashing heavily and kicking up a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Dong Tao Hui gasped, wide-eyed. Could such physical strength truly belong to a human? My turn, Lin Yu said, stepping down from the tree and landing on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Zhang charged forward, his cursed energy coalescing in his fist as he struck at Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu Laosher, receive my blow. Jingting Chuan, against Hu Zhang's powerful punch. Lin Yu merely sidestepped by half an inch, effortlessly evading the attack, while pushing lightly against Hu Zhang's back. The force of her hand sent Hu Zhang flying uncontrollably, crashing into Dong Tao Hui, both of them breaking several large trees before finally coming to a stop. Regaining his senses, Dong Tao Hui shook his dizzy head, suppressing the pain as he hurriedly helped Hu Zhang to his feet. My friend, are you all right? I'm fine, Hu Zhang replied, shaking his head and brushing the dust from his face. Truly, Lin Yu Laosher lives up to her title as the strongest being on earth. Her prowess is astounding, even without utilizing techniques. Seeing this, Fuhei Kei acted without hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals. Buru Biyu, Yuliang, Hachiaku Ken, the otherworldly deity Moxiulu. With that, a black fissure opened in the ground, revealing the pale, four-winged head of Moxiulu, followed by its massive limbs, crashing into existence like a small mountain, shaking the earth beneath. Oh, summoning Moxiulu with such proficiency already, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Hui, you've made significant progress recently. Fuhei Kei did not respond, his fingers swirling with cursed energy, urgency in his voice. Moxulu, unleash your full power. Having known Lin Yu for years, he was all too aware of the terrifying extent of her current physical prowess. He could even say that if a massive earthquake were to strike now, he would have no doubt that Lin Yu could single-handedly quell it, all while smiling and continuing to toy with them. Of course, Fu Kei's thoughts were not exaggerated. As the heir to the Black King, Lin Yu's physical strength had already reached an unfathomable level. If it were not for the need to extract the source of cursed energy to facilitate his fusion with the Black King, Lin Yu would only need to flick her fingers at the air, creating airwaves from compression and disturbance that could erase Neon Country from the world map. Fully unleashing her verbal power could even reach a stellar level of strength. Hence, to avoid inadvertently achieving apocalyptic feats, Lin Yu had never exerted her full strength. What was displayed before everyone was merely a fraction of her true capabilities. The moment Moxulu received the command, it stomped its legs against the ground, creating deep craters, and charged towards Lin Yu like an out-of-control heavy truck. Its fist, the size of a sandbag, hurtled towards her. The sound of air being sliced through echoed as it swept past ancient trees, reducing the underbrush to splinters. Dong Tao Hui's eyes lit up, seizing the moment. He activated the unjust game, appearing beside Lin Yu and reaching for the bell at her waist. Give it here. Hu Zhang charged from the right. His cursed energy concentrated in his fist, the black radiance distorting the space around him. Lin Yu Laosher, catch this. Hey Shan. The trio coordinated seamlessly. Fu Kei launched a frontal assault with Moxulu. Dong Tao Hui flanked from behind to snatch the bell, while Hu Zhang attacked from the side, blocking all of Lin Yu's escape routes. Yet, Lin Yu remained unfazed, a smile lingering on her face. As Moxulu's fist was about to connect with her chest, Fu Kei's pupils constricted. He had expected Lin Yu to dodge or block with a cursed tool, but the next second, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Lin Yu raised her right hand, her finger pointed directly at Moxulu's fist. Boom. The moment their limbs collided, there was no earth-shattering spectacle, only the sheer force of overwhelming pressure. Under Lin Yu's single finger, Moxulu's vast body was sent flying, its head severed, the other half dissolving into a mist of blood. This was still a result of Lin Yu holding back. Otherwise, poor Fu Kei would have to bid farewell to the Moxulu he had painstakingly summoned. Damn it. Moxu, why couldn't you hold on for a few more seconds? Fu Kei's eyes widened, a helpless smile escaping him. Although he had anticipated that Moxulu wouldn't last long, he hadn't expected it to fall within a single exchange. Dong Tao Hui's fingers were nearly upon the bell, but upon seeing Moxulu defeated in an instant, he froze, immediately formulating a retreat plan and retracting his attack. As a result, Dong Tao Hui felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been struck by a heavy-duty truck. His vision rapidly shifted backward until his body collided with several ancient trees, finally coming to a halt. With a heavy eyelid, he peacefully succumbed to slumber. The black flash of Hu Zhang had already surged to Lin Yu's front. Seeing Dong Tao Hui flung away, he realized it was too late to withdraw his attack and could only brace himself to strike down. Lin Yu turned, extending his iron-like fingers to firmly grasp Hu Zhang's fist, forcibly dissipating his energy. He then remarked that while the force of the black flash was sufficient, the withdrawal was too hasty, leaving no time for the nerves to react. He advised a more cautious approach in the future. With that, Lin Yu casually tossed Hu Zhang away, transforming him into a human-shaped meteor that soared far into the distance. He then shifted his gaze to the last fortunate soul present, Fu Hui. Hui, it is your turn now. Fu Hui swallowed hard. Glancing at the unconscious Dong Tao Hui on the ground and the unknown fate of Hu Zhang, his heart racing uncontrollably. He understood that fleeing would be futile against Lin Yu. Better to take a risk and fight back. For some inexplicable reason, a distant memory suddenly flashed in his mind. A crimson-hued afternoon when the setting sun elongated shadows in the training room. At that time, under Lin Yu's special training, Hu Zhang had made remarkable progress. Observing this, he felt an unspeakable urgency and mustered the courage to seek assistance from Wu Tiao for intensive training. What impressed him most was the moment after their session when Wu Tiao removed his sunglasses, his azure eyes fixed intently on him, speaking with rare seriousness. Hui, if you wish to protect others, you must grow stronger. Do not always think of sacrificing your life. Your potential rivals that of Hu Zhang. But what you lack is the determination to act decisively. Do not treat sacrifice as your trump card. Strive for more, Hui. These words reverberated in his mind like thunder, granting him an unparalleled clarity. Fu Hui inhaled deeply, his gaze igniting with fervor, the calmness that once prevailed dissipating into a resolute determination. He cast aside his former defensive combat style, unleashing his imagination as his hands swiftly formed seals, channeling the curse power within him, spreading it outward. Domain expansion, embedded shadow realm. The instant the domain activated, the surrounding environment became engulfed in shadows that flowed like oil, seemingly alive, devouring everything in their path. Lin Yu stood within the domain, his smile widening, even applauding. Well done, Hui. You managed to activate your domain earlier than I anticipated, by half a year, no less. Though it is still in its infancy, given time, your future achievements are incalculable. In response, the usually aloof Hui offered no words of acknowledgement but clapped his hands, expressing his profound respect through action. The shadows within the domain surged, the black and white twin canines charging forth to bite at Lin Yu's legs. New dove from above, claws poised to strike directly at Lin Yu's head, while Yamada no Orochi entwined itself with the black shadows, ensnaring Lin Yu, allowing the recently revived Moku no Ko to launch an attack. The remaining Shikigami positioned themselves strategically, ensuring Lin Yu could not escape. Chapter 66. Woo, a bet is a bet. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, applauding. A commendable collaboration, but unfortunately, it is I whom you face. Just as the fangs of the white canine neared his pant leg, Lin Yu's figure suddenly flickered, an explosion of speed allowing him to easily break free from Yamada no Orochi's grasp. The pursuing white canine missed entirely, crashing into Yamada no Orochi and pinning it against a nearby ancient tree. New, descending at high speed, impaled its head into the ground. As for Moku no Ko, though it managed to halt its charge, it could not evade the onslaught of the two Shikigami, Manzo and Gamma, who sensed Lin Yu's attempt to flee. In the span of a mere second, all the Shikigami were effortlessly evaded by Lin Yu. Fuhai Hui's pupils constricted, his mind racing with a torrent of frustration. Just as he attempted to summon the shadows to reform the Shikigami, he felt a sudden numbness at the nape of his neck. He hardly perceived how Lin Yu had moved behind him. He merely sensed a breeze before an irresistible force struck him. Thud! Lin Yu's hand struck precisely at the nape of Fuhai Hui's neck, exerting just the right amount of force to render him unconscious without inflicting harm. Fuhai Hui's body slumped to the ground, and the domain dissipated instantaneously, the surrounding shadows retreating like a receding tide, restoring the area to its original forested state, leaving only traces of the shadows that had engulfed the ground, a testament to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Lin Yu crouched down, gently adjusting Fuhai Hui's collar, smiling as he said, Hui, while I would love to spend more time playing with you, I still need to prepare a dress for Wu. So my apologies. On the southern lawn, Wu Tiao was engaged in a spirited confrontation with Zenin Maki, Zenin Mai, and Kumo Noritoshi, the scene far more animated than Lin Yu's. Wu Tiao, wearing a blindfold, had his hands tucked into his pockets, nimbly dodging while muttering, Hey, you three are ganging up on me. How unsporting. Zenin Maki swung the special grade cursed tool, Yiyun, with fierce precision, striking at Wu Tiao's waist. Wu Tiao-sensei, please take this fight seriously. Zenin Mai stood at a distance, holding a cursed tool pistol, her fingertips gathering a faint purple cursed energy, poised for Wu Tiao to expose a weakness. Though she wished to fire multiple shots, the curse of being a twin severely limited her cursed energy consumption, allowing her to only produce one bullet per day while her body remained unscathed. Furthermore, the bullets generated each day were independent and could not be preserved for future use. Meanwhile, Kumo Noritoshi maneuvered to Wu Tiao's flank, crimson blood swirling at his fingertips, weaving a net of blood aimed at obstructing Wu Tiao's escape. Wu Tiao-sensei, your martial arts are impressive, but with the three of us working together, escaping won't be so easy. Upon witnessing the blood net, Wu Tiao smiled slightly, abandoning his casual demeanor as he leaped lightly to evade. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Kumo Noritoshi, delivering a kick that halted Zenin Maki, who had approached with her weapon drawn. Fortunately, Maki's commanding skills shone through as she quickly adjusted, directing her companions to form a triangular encirclement around Wu Tiao. Wu Tiao removed his blindfold, evading Maki's sweeping attack as he stepped back, his azure eyes surveying the trio. Feeling particularly gratified, Zenin Maki, panting, tightened her grip on Yiyun. Kumo, ensnare his upper body with the blood net. Mai, aim for his groin to incapacitate him. Such a ruthless target for Wu Tiao's lower body. Kumo Noritoshi immediately complied, sending the crimson blood upwards to weave a larger net aimed at Wu Tiao's head. Mai's cursed tool bullet targeted Wu Tiao's groin, her fingertips igniting with cursed energy as a bullet shot forth. Wu Tiao's cold sweat poured forth as he leaped sideways to evade the bullet, then seized the blood net, tearing it apart with sheer force midair. Good opportunity. Zenin Maki's eyes lit up as she shouted to Kumo and Mai. Altogether, go for it. Kumo's crimson blood surged downward, ensnaring Wu Tiao's ankle. Mai reached for the bell at Wu Tiao's waist, while Maki wielded Yuyun, targeting Wu Tiao's abdomen. In this dire predicament, Wu Tao had no other recourse but to cross his arms and block Xinqi's downward strike. Utilizing the momentum from Xinqi's attack, he twisted his body and swung the entangled Kumo Kenki towards Xinyu. However, despite Wu Tao's swift strategizing, he was still a moment too late. As he flung Kumo Kenki, Xinyu deftly snagged the bell from Wu Tao's waist with her fingertips. Immediately, Xinqi pivoted and rushed forward, exclaiming, "I've got it. Weavy won." It was indeed as Lin Yu had ominously predicted. This time, Wu Tao truly found himself in a predicament. Ruffling his hair in frustration, he paced back and forth, his azure eyes reflecting a profound sense of despair. Yet, what filled him with dread was not the prospect of public humiliation, but rather the thought of Lin Yu discovering this incident, as he would surely find endless amusement in it for a lifetime. Just as he contemplated whether to stealthily approach Jai and discreetly seize her bell, an all-too-familiar laughter rang out behind him, causing him to stiffen uncontrollably. "Oh, Wu Tao. Looks like things have gone awry." Wu Tao whirled around to see Lin Yu standing under a nearby oak, arms crossed against the trunk. His black trench coat swaying gently in the breeze, a mischievous smile playing on his lips that was utterly infuriating. "When did you get here?" Wu Tao exclaimed, panic washing over him. Lin Yu chuckled playfully. "I've been here since you first put your hands in your pockets." With that, he presented a beautifully wrapped pink box to Wu Tao, grinning widely. "A bet's a bet, Wu Tao. We agreed that whoever lost would wear a dress and dance. Now that you've lost, this is yours." Wu Tao gazed at the pink box, a wave of ominous foreboding washing over him. He swallowed hard and gingerly accepted it. "You, please tell me this doesn't contain some outlandish dress?" His voice trembled slightly as he cast a wary glance at Lin Yu, who merely raised an eyebrow and patted the box. "In your eyes, am I really that kind of person? Besides, if you want to know what I've prepared, just open it." Curious, Xinqi and her companions gathered close, their eyes fixed on the box in Wu Tao's hands. Xinqi crossed her arms, a playful smirk on her lips as she encouraged, "Come on, Wu Tao, let us see what Lin Yu has gifted you." Wu Tao clenched his teeth, steeling himself as he untied the bow on the box and slowly lifted the lid. Inside lay a layer of white velvet, revealing a stunning maid outfit. A light pink dress adorned with white lace trim at the collar and sleeves, the hem embellished with tiny bows, and a black satin ribbon cinching the waist. Also included was a long white wig with soft curls at the ends, as well as white knee-high socks and black flats, all perfectly tailored to fit Wu Tao. "This is a maid outfit." Wu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping the box. "You actually prepared this for me. Do you like it?" "I specifically tailored this gift for you," Lin Yu replied, feigning innocence as he displayed a grin akin to Wu Tao's own. "And just look at how lovely this maid outfit is. The pink complements you beautifully, and the white wig matches your hair perfectly. When you wear it, you'll undoubtedly be the most striking maid in the Jujutsu world." Wu Tao raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Lin Yu, their noses almost touching. "Thoughtful indeed. It seems you've long plotted for me to wear this, all for the sake of capturing it as blackmail." He lifted the maid outfit, teasingly shaking the black ribbon. "Honestly, your taste is abysmal. This dress does nothing to highlight my dashing charisma." With a dismissive push, Lin Yu retorted, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. You need to put it on swiftly. You're the grand finale for our performance this afternoon." Wu Tao's gaze simmered with indignation as he puffed out his cheeks. "Just you wait." Xinqi, stifling laughter, chimed in, "Wu Tao, a bet's a bet. You must wear it, and we will applaud for you." Kumo Kenki joined in, struggling to contain his laughter. "Indeed, Wu Tao, you'll astonish everyone when you don this outfit." Xinqi clapped her hands, encouraging, "Kumo is right. You will look absolutely stunning in that ensemble." Watching his friends revel in his misfortune, Wu Tao glanced at the pink maid outfit in Lin Yu's hands, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on his hips, attempting to project an air of invincibility. "You lot. We agreed that there would be no photographs." Lin Yu shoved the box into Wu Tao's arms, patting his shoulder. "What are you worried about, Wu Tao? Your collection of embarrassing moments is already extensive. What else one more?" With a resigned sigh, Wu Tao clutched the box, standing still as he gazed at the expectant faces of Lin Yu and the others, feeling utterly defeated. Lowering his gaze to the maid outfit, he scratched his head, lamenting internally, "This is it. The dignity I've built over the years in front of my students is now irrevocably lost." Ultimately, Wu Tao trudged toward the changing room. Clutching the pink box, his back radiating a sense of tragic resignation. For hours later, on the podium, Ye Zhengdao slowly rose from his seat, pressing the broadcast button before him. In an instant, his deep, resonant voice echoed across the training grounds. The team cooperation training match has concluded. All groups, please assemble at the podium. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Yuji stretched and called out to Fushiguro. Let us go. Fushiguro, the match is over. Upon hearing Yuji's call, Fushiguro nodded, snapping his fingers to command Mahito to cease his attack on Hinazuki and retrieve the bell from his waist, preparing to depart. Approximately 10 minutes later, students from both schools were seated, ready for the results. Once everyone was present, Ye Zhengdao cleared his throat, picking up his report sheet with a solemn expression. Now, I will announce the match results. First, the current holders of the bells in the teacher group: Lin Yu, Xiaojia, Eating Yutai, and Jujo Yuki. Those who have lost their bells include Wu Tao, Hinazuki, Mingming, and Jai, Nanami Kinto, and Hayoka. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in excitement, students gasping in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who did it? Incredible! They actually eliminated teacher Wu Tao." Hearing the astonishment from the crowd, Jinshi exchanged knowing glances with her companions, a triumphant smile spreading across their faces. On stage, Lin Yu, who was casting a healing spell on Lin Xiao beside him, paused slightly at the mention of Wu Tao's name. A sly smile creeping onto his lips as he eagerly anticipated the moment Wu Tao would make his entrance in women's clothing. Observing the raucous crowd, Ye Zhengdao furrowed his brow and lightly tapped the podium, restoring silence to the hall. Next, I will announce the student group rankings, ordered by the number of bells obtained. He lowered his gaze to the performance chart in his hands and intoned. First place, Fahaku K's group, having snatched 3 bells, eliminated teachers Nichibutsu Dekuya, Mimi, and Jai. Hooray! We are number 1. Yuta jumped up in excitement and high-fived Tuto Aoi. Fahaku K stood between them, silently smiling faintly. Second place, Zenin Maki's group, having secured 2 bells, eliminated teachers Gojo Satoru and Nanami Kinto. Upon hearing this, Maki and her companions straightened their attire and stood tall, reveling in the admiration of their peers. Third place, Kikamaru's group, having obtained 1 bell, eliminated teacher Haiharu. Upon hearing this result, Kasumi hugged Kikamaru joyously, sharing in the delight, while the figure behind them, Inumaki Toge, looked on with envious eyes. Fourth place, Kujisaki Nobara's group, having failed to secure any bells. Nobara's expression immediately soured as she pounded her fist on Panda's arm. It's all your fault. You're too heavy. You made teacher Shiu notice our ambush early. Panda scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Sorry, Nobara, but you can't blame me. That's how Yaga designed me. Yaga Seigo finished reading the list, set it down, cleared his throat, and finally stated, Now, my speech concludes. Next, I invite teacher Lin Yu to give the final remarks. Chapter 68, Gojo Satoru's Solo Show. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu paused his spellbinding conversation with Tenai Riko, gently retracting his fingers from Lin Zhao's forehead. He leaned in close to Lin Zhao's ear, whispering softly, I will go on stage to say a few words, and I'll be back shortly. Lin Zhao, nestled in Tenai Riko's embrace, appeared more radiant than before. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, she nodded gently. It's fine. Go ahead. Riko is here with me. Tenai Riko smiled in agreement. Don't worry, Lin Yu. I will take good care of Xiao Xiao. Lin Yu nodded, stood up, lifted his black trench coat, and appeared on the podium in an instant. He received the microphone, lightly tapped it with his fingers, and his clear voice resonated throughout the venue. Everyone has heard the results. I will keep it brief. For those teachers who have been eliminated, prepare yourselves for practice tonight. Tomorrow, I will conduct additional training personally. He glanced at the students below who were stifling their laughter, then shifted his tone. Although I am very pleased with your performance today, do not become complacent. Your journey as warriors has only just begun. Remain humble and eager to learn, and beware of arrogance. Of course, those who did not perform well should not feel disheartened. You are all the dawn of a new day, the pillars of the future Jujutsu world. As long as you strive diligently in the right direction, you too can achieve remarkable accomplishments. Finishing his words, he glanced at the time, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. All right, the Kyoto Sister School Exchange Conference concludes here. Finally, I have prepared a closing gift for everyone. Please welcome our teacher Gojo Satoru to present a beautiful dance. Cheers erupted from the audience. Students clapped enthusiastically, their eyes sparkling with anticipation to witness what dance would be performed by Gojo Satoru, hailed as the strongest alongside Lin Yu. Lin Yu returned the microphone to Yaga Seigo, and as he descended the stage, he caught the eye of Suguru Geto, raising an eyebrow and silently gesturing for him to summon Satoru. Geto nodded, preparing to call Gojo to the stage, unaware that Satoru's performance also included a surprise in women's attire. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, Ijiri Shuko was applying the final layer of blush on Gojo Satoru. She looked at the person in the mirror and couldn't help but laugh. Satoru, why don't you switch careers and join a girl group? You would surely be a sensation. Gojo sat before the vanity, white wig cascading over his shoulders, the curly ends brushing against his collarbone. He raised a hand, playfully poking the pink blush on his cheek, his azure eyes curving into a sly crescent as he replied with unabashed self-admiration, forget it. With my looks, if I joined a girl group, they'd all be out of a job. Shuko rolled her eyes, putting away the makeup. Stop being so vain. Get ready. It's almost time for your performance. Just then, Suguru Geto's voice echoed from outside. Satoru, Lin Yu said it's your turn. Upon hearing Geto's voice, Shuko stood to open the door, only to be pulled back by Gojo. A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes as he smirked. Hold on. Let me have some fun with Geto. He tiptoed in his petite black shoes to the door, opening it just enough to reveal his sparkling azure eyes, accented by a delicate line of eyeliner that enhanced his elegance. Geto stood outside, seeing the door ajar, assumed Gojo was deliberately stalling, and sighed, Satoru, let us go. The students are waiting. Before he could finish, the door swung wide open, and Gojo stepped out slowly, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind his ear, pretending to be shy as he lowered his gaze slightly. Geto froze, his heart racing as if lightly bumped by a fawn, his breath momentarily caught. Noticing Geto's reaction, Satoru stifled a laugh and, in a high-pitched voice, mimicked a soft girl-esque tone. Excuse me, please let me pass. Upon hearing this, Geto finally stepped aside politely, allowing Satoru to glide past him. Geto's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figure until Satoru disappeared around the corner. He swallowed hard, his throat unconsciously bobbing as he turned to Ijiri Shuko, who was leisurely walking out. Shuko, who was that? He asked, perplexed. Hearing this somewhat foolish question, Shuko rolled her eyes, completely oblivious to Geto's unusual demeanor. Come on, Geto, Satoru just put on some makeup and wore a dress. You really didn't recognize him? Satoru? Geto stood in momentary shock, his mind racing as he processed the earlier girl's image. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over him, but quickly dissipated. Reverting to his usual self, he rubbed his temples and replied, yeah. At the center of the venue, on the illuminated stage, Gojo Satoru stood confidently, gazing at the students and teachers before him, displaying no hint of embarrassment, only an indescribable self-assurance. He raised a hand, signaling for silence, his azure eyes sweeping over the crowd. Now, pay attention, my dance is not something just anyone can witness. With that, he signaled to the staff backstage, who immediately understood his cue, and an upbeat dance track began to play. Gojo took a deep breath, placing his hands on his chest, and with determination, he launched into a hip-hop routine. Despite wearing a maid outfit, he exuded a powerful yet delicate energy, seamlessly merging the elegance of dance with rhythm. Lin Yu leaned against the railing, laughing heartily as he recorded Gojo's remarkable moments with his phone. Tenai Riko, holding Lin Xiao, couldn't help but chuckle as well. She had never imagined that this flamboyant character would one day dance in women's attire. The students below were utterly ecstatic, with Hu Zhang Ren clapping his hands, laughing so hard that he clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground. Fu Hui rarely displayed a genuine smile, while Ding Zaki, Maki, and Mai, with their phones in hand, were capturing every moment of Wu Tiaowu's dance moves with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaowan manipulated a mechanical arm to lift San Luan Xiao, waving a cheering stick towards the gliding Wu Tiaowu. Just as Xie Yujie and Xiao Zi emerged from backstage, they stood in a corner, observing the lively pink figure in the center of the venue. Unable to suppress their laughter, though Xie Yujie's smile held a trace of unspoken bitterness. Time flew by, and the dance tune swiftly came to an end. Wu Tiaowu bowed deeply to the audience of Gao Zhuan, signaling the conclusion of the performance. Following a moment of silence, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from everyone at Gao Zhuan, celebrating Wu Tiaowu's spectacular performance. Chapter 69. The first experimental subject on a crisp morning a week later. The door to the Gao Zhuan training room burst open with a loud bang, as Hu Zhang Ren rushed in, panting. He had just received a message from Lin Yu and hurried to the training room, fearing he might be late, running so fast that he felt as though his lungs might explode. However, upon entering, he froze in place, his eyes widening in shock, and his breathing instinctively halted in his throat. On the long bench of the training room, Jiaru Xiao Zi was struggling to suppress her laughter, applying ointment to the dark bruise on Wu Tiaowu's right eye. Wu Tiaowu grimaced in pain, muttering incessantly, "That guy Lin Yu is too ruthless." Wasn't it just a lost exchange meeting? Why did he have to go so hard on me? Xiaozi scoffed, pressing the ointment closer to his face. Serves you right. Lin Yu warned you beforehand, yet you still messed up and let the students snatch the bell. P.S. Just helping you learn your lesson. Meanwhile, in the center of the training room, the three male teachers, Qi Hai Jianren, Hui Yuan Yong, and Ri Xiaobu Du, were sprawled on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, bearing evidence of a fierce beating, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Only Ming Ming and Nguji appeared somewhat better, lying back in chairs and breathing heavily, their faces pale but without significant injuries. Amidst this group of injured individuals stood Lin Yu, leisurely wiping the blood from his knuckles with a white handkerchief. Drops of blood trickled down his fingers, pooling on the floor as he wore a calm expression, his skin smooth and devoid of sweat. Hu Zhang gasped sharply, his throat tightening with fear, and he instinctively stepped back. He imagined Lin Yu summoning him over to test his martial skills, wondering if he would suffer the same fate as the others. Just as he pondered this, Lin Yu finished wiping the blood from his hands, tucked the handkerchief into his pocket, and looked up, meeting Hu Zhang's gaze. He flashed a bright smile, revealing gleaming white teeth, and spoke casually. Hey, Hu Zhang, you're here. Considering the time, your technique should be about ready to awaken. Hurry, release it so I can see. Hu Zhang was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. He inhaled deeply, gathering cursed energy at his fingertips, a faint crimson light blossoming from his palm. Threads of blood flowed from his fingertips, slowly coalescing into a blood bead. Indeed, it was the awakens manipulation technique. Lin Yu leaned closer, examining the crimson threads with satisfaction, nodding as he casually copied them using his mirror eye. Excellent, just as I anticipated. It is indeed the awakens manipulation technique. Now that the technique has manifested, we should not delay. I will help you fine-tune it so you can master the application technique swiftly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Yu suddenly seized the back of Hu Zhang's collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a chick. A gentle surge of cursed energy enveloped Hu Zhang's body, preventing him from being torn apart by the air pressure during their ascent. Lin Yu's black dragon wings unfurled behind him, propelling them skyward. Let us find a larger training ground. This place is too cramped for proper footwork. In the next instant, the surroundings blurred, and with a sonic boom, the two vanished from their original spot. Now, with a fusion degree of 88, Lin Yu's normal speed had reached a staggering 8 Mach per second. Moreover, with the enhancement from the 0 time and 9th level moment, he could achieve a terrifying speed of 12,288 Mach per second. It could be said that wherever Lin Yu wished to go in the diminutive land of Neon Country, it would be a matter of the blink of an eye. 1 minute and 32 seconds later, Hu Zhang suddenly felt a lightness in his body. The sounds of wind completely vanishing, replaced by an eerie silence. Struggling to open his eyes, he was nearly startled into exclaiming. Before him stretched a dark expanse of starry sky, countless stars twinkling like scattered diamonds. The earth loomed not far behind him, resembling a blue glass orb radiating a gentle glow. Is this outer space? Hu Zhang widened his eyes, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Then, as if a realization struck him, he bewilderedly exclaimed, Wait, if this is outer space, why can I breathe? Hearing Hu Zhang's confusion, Lin Yu chuckled softly and explained leisurely. Indeed, we are in outer space, and that pockmarked gray sphere beneath us is the moon. As for why you can breathe, it's simple. My spell, Do Not Die, activated the moment we broke through the atmosphere, converting the cursed energy I attached to you into oxygen, allowing you to survive in space. With that, Lin Yu activated his royal power, adjusting the moon's gravity to match that of Earth, then released his grip, allowing Hu Zhang to land safely on the moon's surface. Standing on the cold lunar soil, Hu Zhang felt his legs tremble. He was actually training on the moon. This was an unimaginable feat for humanity. Lin Yu patted his shoulder, speaking lightly. Don't just stand there. I've altered the gravity here with my royal power, so you can move normally. Without further ado, let us begin the lesson. At these words, excitement sparkled in Hu Zhang's eyes, and he joyfully danced about. Yes, Lin Yu, please teach me how to use the awakens manipulation technique. Absolutely. As far as I know, there are 6 techniques related to awakens manipulation: Bloodblade, Bloody Rock, Crimson Scale Leap, 100 Gathered Blood, Supernova, and Canal. After explaining, Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, searching for suitable teaching materials. The moon's surface was merely craters and pockmarked soil, lacking any appropriate targets. Suddenly, he glanced up at the starry sky and quickly spotted a swiftly moving celestial body. Perfect. That will do. A comet with a diameter of approximately 137 kilometers, just about suitable as my first experimental subject in the cosmos. As Lin Yu muttered to himself, Hu Zhang followed his gaze, spotting a comet trailing a faint tail, speeding through the dark sky. Though it was distant, its massive size and blue flame tail rendered it exceptionally conspicuous against the boundless cosmos. Hu Zhang's eyes widened, and he protested, using a comet as a target? Lin Yu, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Extravagant? Lin Yu chuckled, raising his hand to summon a black blood sphere formed from his gathered cursed energy, aiming it at the comet's trajectory. No, this is not extravagant at all. For me, destroying that size is trivial. He sighed. If only I had more experimental materials. Otherwise, I could demonstrate several more techniques. Then, choose, Hu Zhang. Which technique do you wish me to employ to obliterate it? Chapter 70. Hu Zhang versus Lin Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, a fissure abruptly appeared on Hu Zhang's right cheek, crimson cursed energy swirling forth. A singular vertical pupil gradually opened, and the corner of his mouth extended from the crack, revealing sharp fangs. Indeed, it was Sukuna. Sukuna's voice, laced with derision, emanated from within Hu Zhang's body, exuding an air of haughty disdain. Youngster, do not be so arrogant. Surviving in space is commendable. But to claim you can obliterate a comet with a diameter of 137 kilometers? Such audacity from mere humans is utterly ignorant and laughable. I have lived for a millennium and encountered countless formidable sorcerers, yet I have never heard of anyone capable of destroying a comet solely through a technique. That celestial body is comparable in size to 287, 351 Mount Fuji. Even at my peak, barring external assistance, I would struggle to cleave it. The notion that a lad in his 20s could achieve such a feat is nothing short of a pipe dream. Unfazed by Sukuna's mockery, Lin Yu did not even raise an eyebrow, as if he had not heard his words, and continued conversing with Hu Zhang. Hu Zhang furrowed his brow, raising his hand to press against his right cheek, repressing Sukuna's consciousness. Sukuna, you are truly bothersome. Can't you see Teacher Lin Yu is teaching me? Sukuna scoffed, his red eyes sweeping over the distant comet, his tone dripping with contempt. Two foolish individuals, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens. After repressing Sukuna's consciousness, Hu Zhang pondered for a moment before raising his head with unwavering determination. Teacher Lin Yu, I choose to employ Chuan Shui. Good choice. Lin Yu grinned, channeling the dragon blood within him. Under meticulous control of cursed energy, he began to compress it frantically at his fingertips. The blood bead visibly shrank, its color deepening until, through Lin Yu's compression, it successfully coalesced into a golden blood drop no larger than a grain of rice. Within Hu Zhang, Sukuna narrowed his eyes, sensing the aura emanating from the golden blood that even he found unsettling, causing his long placid heart to quiver slightly. Was it fear, excitement, or an intense craving for battle? Hu Zhang, pay attention. The key to Balian Chuan Shui lies in compressing the blood to its utmost limit, allowing the cursed energy and blood to meld perfectly, concentrating at a point to pierce through all obstacles. As Lin Yu explained, he aimed at the distant comet, instructing, remember this rhythm of compression. Do not let the blood shatter, or the cursed energy will be wasted. In that instant, the blood point at Lin Yu's fingertip surged forth. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a thin red beam slicing through the starry sky, plunging into the endless darkness, descending as the final judgment upon that comet. Both Hu Zhang and Sukuna held their breath, their eyes fixated on the comet's trajectory. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just as they thought it was merely a fleeting moment. The distant comet suddenly ignited with a blinding scarlet glow. Boom. Though silence reigned in space, the shockwave was palpable. The comet's surface initially caved in, followed by a violent explosion of red light, akin to a crimson firework blooming in the cosmos. The massive comet, which even Sukuna had no confidence in cleaving, was instantly reduced to dust under Lin Yu's assault. At that moment, Sukuna within Hu Zhang widened his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching. The scorn he had long prepared lodged in his throat. How is this possible? Sukuna's voice trembled slightly as he questioned from the depths of his being. Is this young man truly human? Hu Zhang, in sheer astonishment, gaped as if a bun could fit in his mouth, and after a while, he finally reacted, jumping with excitement. Wow, Teacher Lin Yu, you are incredible. You really destroyed the comet. Lin Yu retracted his hand, the blood at his fingertips gradually flowing back. With a smile, he clapped his hands and looked at Hu Zhang. Just a small feat, although this technique does not compare to my word spirit. It suffices for your needs. Hu Zhang nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with admiration. Teacher Lin Yu, please teach me. I can hardly wait to learn. Lin Yu nodded. All right, for the next 6 hours, I will suppress my strength to match yours and teach you through combat. The rules are simple. You will use Cheeky Tiao Shu. If you can touch your blood to my clothing, you win. If you cannot endure or fail to make contact, I win. Rest assured, my word spirit will continuously heal your body, ensuring you remain in optimal condition. You may unleash your full power. Hu Zhang's eyes sparkled, his blood boiling at the prospect of battling teacher Lin Yu on equal footing. This was the perfect opportunity to enhance his strength. Taking a deep breath, he gathered blood at his fingertips, his gaze focused. All right, teacher Lin Yu, I am ready. Seeing this, Lin Yu refrained from further chatter. His cursed energy instantly converged. The dragon's might dissipating without a trace, his aura now matching Hu Zhang's. Begin. With Lin Yu's command, Hu Zhang launched the first attack, recalling Lin Yu's earlier movements. Compressing the blood at his fingertips, he aimed for Lin Yu's chest and unleashed Chuan Shui. The red blood streak shot forth like a bullet, hurtling towards Lin Yu's white hoodie. Lin Yu sidestepped effortlessly, simultaneously gathering blood to launch a Chuan Shui, not at Hu Zhang, but at the lunar soil at his feet, sending debris flying and obscuring Hu Zhang's line of sight. Good, the speed of Chuan Shui is adequate, but your aim leaves much to be desired. Lin Yu's voice emerged from the scattered soil. Remember, in combat, one must not only attack, but also disrupt the opponent. Hu Zhang reacted swiftly, immediately manipulating the blood to form a sanguine shield before him, while the other hand transformed the blood into a blood arrow aimed at the smoke. The blood arrow sliced through the debris but failed to strike Lin Yu. Instead, it was met by several unexpected supernovae that struck the blood shield, shattering it instantly. Quite responsive, but your defense is lacking. With the same level of cursed energy, if you shape your shield into a honeycomb structure, the defensive efficiency will be significantly enhanced. Lin Yu appeared at Hu Zhang's side, his fingertips gathering blood, and Chuan Shui activated in an instant. Hu Zhang hurriedly sidestepped, simultaneously activating his Akaran Yedong, causing his body temperature to rise and blood flow to accelerate, resulting in a dramatic increase in speed and strength. Harnessing this newfound power, he circled behind Lin Yu, the blood at his fingertips flowing like a canal around Lin Yu. Sensing movement behind him, Lin Yu lightly tapped the ground, leaping into the air, simultaneously turning to unleash a Chuan Shui to disrupt Hu Zhang before swiftly retreating. Oh, you've begun to utilize the characteristics of the canal for counterattacks? Impressive. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, summoning blood to block the pursuing bloodline. Not bad, your progress is quite rapid. Again, Hu Zhang, you have yet to reach your true limit.